Yuding, why are you doing this to me? Lin Chen roared, his consciousness began to dissipate, and finally he fell powerlessly in a pool of blood, everything in his vision began to blur. A reminder sounded in his head. Attention, you are near death. Please use the resurrection coin or wait for treatment from the healer. Otherwise, you will die in 5 minutes. Attention, you are dying, please. The prompt sound repeated over and over in his mind. Lin Chen could do nothing but look at the two blurry figures not far ahead with his last sight. I heard one of the men sneer in my ears. Lin Chen, let me tell you another secret. In fact, Yu Ting was still with me the night before she got engaged to you. Okay, brother Tian, stop talking. Let's go out. I'm the only healer in this copy. If I leave, no one will treat him and he will definitely die. A woman said softly, her tone indifferent, without a trace of emotion. After saying that, the two figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Lin Chen looked up at the sky and felt as if something was flowing away from his body. 10987321. You are dead. 6:30 in the evening. Employees of the gaming company began to leave work one after another. Lin Chen, who was lying on the computer desk, suddenly woke up. Because the noise was so loud, the junior next to him was startled. Brother Lin, did you have a nightmare? The man who looked to be about 20 years old sat next to him and yawned. He first glanced at Lin Chen, then watched as people in the company began to leave one after another, muttering to himself and complaining. That's great. They've already left work, unlike us who still have to work overtime to fix bugs. This is so annoying. The game is going to be launched tomorrow morning, and there are still 3 major bugs that haven't been fixed. I'm so annoyed. He grabbed his hair, his complaints growing louder and louder. These past 2 days have been really rough. My girlfriend broke up with me yesterday morning, and this afternoon I found out a doomsday novel I was so excited about was suddenly pulled from the shelves. Now I have to work overtime to fix bugs. I'm so exhausted. But no matter how crazy he got, Lin Chen beside him stood there motionless like a statue. The only movement was Lin Chen's eyes, which were gradually widening. He looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar scene. After a while, Lin Chen's lips moved slightly. Isn't this the gaming company I used to work for? What's going on? Didn't I die? I was tricked by that bitch Xiao Yuding in the dungeon and ended up dying there. Why am I here now? Lin Chen turned his head and glanced at the junior beside him named Tang Yu. This guy was still complaining incessantly and didn't notice anything wrong with Lin Chen. Lin Chen retracted his gaze and glanced at the date in the lower right corner of the computer. August 2nd, 20/4. I'm reborn? Back to, before the game came. Lin Chen suddenly switched back to the computer desktop and almost frantically opened an unfinished game still under development, Land of the Hunting God. At the same time, he opened the program software and quickly typed the code. Tang Yu beside him turned around at this time. Brother, why are you so excited all of a sudden? However, Lin Chen didn't look back. He opened various software and asked, Xiao Tang, how many bugs do we still have to fix? Tang Yu paused. 3. Which 3? Lin Chen asked quickly. Brother, you're the leader of our architecture team. How come you forgot about the bug after sleeping? Hurry! Lin Chen said viciously at this moment. Tang Yu was frightened by Lin Chen. At this time, most of the colleagues in the company had left, and only a few people looked up in this direction while packing up. Tang Yu immediately lowered his head and whispered, in the newbie gift pack given when you first entered the game, there was an accessory called the Lucky Ring. There was an entry that hadn't been changed yet. It originally said, whenever the wearer of the ring kills a monster that's at least level 3 lower than their own, there's a 1% chance of permanently increasing their attack power. But during testing, we discovered that as long as they kill a monster while dealing a critical hit, the wearer will have a 100% chance of permanently increasing their attack power. While listening, Lin Chen recalled the codes of these bugs in his mind. After Xiao Tang's prompts, he gradually had an impression of them. Where's the other one? There's also a bug with the mechanics. If you open a gift pack like the Pocket Can that can be purchased from an NPC when your backpack is full, the pack won't give you any equipment. Instead, it'll give you a large amount of gold. Remember, a pocket can is only a few copper coins, but sometimes it can give you hundreds of gold coins. Go on, last one. The last one seems to be an achievement bug. The first player to die in the server receives a reward. These achievement-related rewards are usually gift packs or something like that. However, after completing this achievement, a skill book inexplicably appears in the backpack, allowing you to choose any skill from level 1 to max level for any class. I don't know what the programming team did to this. They made such a mess that our architecture team had to work overtime to fix it. Tang Yu was about to start chattering again, but at this moment, Lin Chen suddenly reached out and patted his shoulder. Xiao Tang, go home. I can handle it by myself. Tang Yu was stunned. Really, brother? Can you handle it alone? Don't worry, I'll regret it if you don't leave now. Oh my god, brother, you really are my godfather. I'll treat you to chicken wings tomorrow. Having said that, Tang Yu quickly cleaned up the desk, turned off the computer, picked up his phone, and ran away. In the end, Lin Chen was the only one left in the entire company. The codes of 3 bugs have been listed on his computer desktop, but Lin Chen does not intend to fix them. On the contrary, he needs to continue polishing the bugs within 2 hours. To be precise, he needs to make these bugs a secret that only he knows. Because the next game to invade reality is this fucking Land of the Hunting God designed by their company. As luck would have it, he was the programmer who specialized in fixing bugs in Hunting God's land. In the previous life, Lin Chen and his team worked diligently to fix all the bugs. At 12 o'clock in the night, Land of the Hunting God suddenly came into the world. Although he was a programmer of the game and had some information about the game in his mind, he was forced to play the game again and again when testing bugs. Soon, Lin Chen became one of the first players in Land of Hunting God to officially reach level 80. However, after a crusade dungeon, his bound nurse, Zhao Yuding, who was specifically responsible for replenishing his blood, colluded with a competitor from the rival guild. Not only did she suddenly stop when he was fighting with the boss, but she also stabbed him in the back. In the end, he watched him die in the dungeon with cold eyes, and the rare items he dropped were also picked up by her and that person. Now that he is reborn, Lin Chen will no longer fix the bugs in Land of Hunting God. Instead, he will make good use of these bugs and turn them into secrets that only he, Lin Chen, knows. His fingers danced quickly on the keyboard, and the codes on the screen were listed one by one. Accessory equipment, lucky ring. Equipment type, ring type accessories. Carrying level, 1. Job requirements, none. Special effect, after wearing it, every time you kill a monster that is at least 3 levels lower than your own level, there is a 1% chance to permanently increase your attack power by 1 point. An equipment that seems to be very useless. Whether it is this game or the world after the advent, the chance in Land of the Hunting God is linked to an attribute called luck. If the value of this attribute is relatively low, then equipment like this will be of no use at all. Everyone's initial luck value is 0 points, and for some people, their luck value remains 0 points until they die. Few people would waste precious attribute points on luck. After all, Land of the Hunting God is no longer an ordinary game. It is related to one's own life. If one really dies, he will die. Strength, agility, intelligence, physical strength. These are the truly useful properties. Even Lin Chen in his previous life only had a final luck value of 5 points. Wearing this kind of equipment, even if he killed 100 monsters, he would only gain 1 or 2 points of attack power. As a result, almost no one uses this equipment, and it is a level 1 equipment. Apart from this attribute, it has no other benefits. Except for using it in the novice village, people don't even want to put it in their backpacks after the level is high. But it's different now. Lin Chen knew that as long as this thing hit a critical hit, it would trigger the effect 100%. Lin Chen didn't hesitate. He immediately typed the code, preparing to create a new bug. After a while, another bug appeared quietly. Rusty Iron Sword. Required level, 1. Job requirements, none. Effect, none, new hidden effect. Each attack has a 50% chance of causing a critical hit. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the code operating normally. He had originally planned to write it to 100%, but as soon as he typed the code, the game started crashing. He didn't know what would happen if he created a bug that caused the game to crash. Would it affect Hunting God Land after midnight? He had little time left. He had to create some applicable bugs within the limited time, and he had to control the severity of the bugs. After all, if he was not careful, he could cause the game to crash completely. So he had to lower the odds. He looked at the rusty longsword, an equipment in the game that almost no one would use. There was still nothing in its description, but Lin Chen knew that the newly added hidden entry had taken effect. As long as he has these two pieces of equipment in the early stage, he can do many things that he couldn't do in his previous life. If the bug can really work normally in the land of the hunting god, Lin Chen whispered, wouldn't I be invincible? Next, Lin Chen debugged and modified the effects of the other two bugs one after another. After doing all this, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the time. 11:55 p.m. 5 minutes to go. It's raining outside. It was exactly the same as what happened in the previous life, except that at that time, Xiao Tang and I were fixing bugs together. By this time, we should have fallen asleep due to exhaustion. Lin Chen stood up and walked to the window. He pushed it open and the cold wind immediately rushed in. After a while, Lin Chen looked at his phone and saw that there was still 1 minute left. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and Lin Chen suddenly felt something strange. He raised his head and looked at the night sky. The originally dark sky suddenly became as bright as day, and the falling rain curtains also changed at this time. The raindrops are turning into a code. Yes, every drop of rain is a series of tiny codes I rely on. The game is coming. Even the reborn Lin Chen saw the scene of Advent for the first time. Soon, his vision was filled with endless codes. The next moment, everything within sight, the sky, the ground, the buildings, the streets, the cars, all disappeared. After a while, in the endless white void, only the computer was still floating in the void, and the code on the computer monitor was running normally. It says, "The program has been run, you have activated a special event, welcome to Land of the Hunting God. Please create your character." The prompt sound passed by. The next moment, Lin Chen appeared in the character creation hall. This world restores the game 1-to-1. There are a total of 13 professions, including 8 basic professions and 5 hidden professions. The basic professions are warrior, hunter, archer, assassin, mage, healer, knight, beastmaster, and fighter. Hidden professions are extremely rare, and Lin Chen has never seen many of them. These professions have 2 different styles of job transfers, the first and second transfers. For example, a warrior can change his job to berserker for the first time and god of war for the second time. Or you can become a swordsman in the first level and a swordmaster in the second level. The hunter, archer's first transformation is wingcatcher, and the second transformation is arrow god. You can also become a ranger for the first time and a demon hunter for the second time. Lin Chen looked at the professions in front of him and hesitated for a moment. In my previous life, I chose the warrior. This profession is medium offense and defense, with average mobility and is very average in all directions. However, the warrior's skills and growth attributes are still outstanding, and it can be regarded as a profession that can be seen everywhere in Land of the Hunting God. But Lin Chen, who had lived his life again, quickly shifted his gaze away from the warriors. He looked at the other professions one by one. Finally, just as I was about to make a choice, a voice suddenly sounded in my mind. It is detected that you are a second-round player. A random profession is being selected for you. Please wait. Hearing this voice, Lin Chen was obviously stunned. Wait, he made the choice in his previous life. A second-round player? Randomly choose a class? Could it be that I will be given a rare hidden profession? Lin Chen looked ahead excitedly. There was no time to think about it. A beam of light moved back and forth on the phantoms of these professions. After jumping for 5 seconds, the beam finally shone on one of the phantoms.
When Lin Chen saw this profession, his eyelids jumped.
Healer.
Among the 8 professions, warriors can be seen everywhere, but this profession is even more common than warriors, the healer, also known as a nanny or a nanny. Although nurses and tanks are the most indispensable existence in every team, in Land of the Hunting God, nurses are also the main choice for most women. In his previous life, Lin Chen once saw a spectacular situation where there were so many nurses that there was a team standing at the door of a copy, and there was no other profession except nurses.
There are 2 completely different job transfer directions for healers. One focuses on healing, with the first transfer being Sage, and the second transfer being Universalist.
The other focuses on violent output, with the first transfer being Saint, and the second transfer being Judge. Zhao Muqing, who plotted to kill Lin Chen in the previous life, was a healer.
Occupation, Healer. Selected successfully. Please enter your nickname.
Lin Chen sighed. Since there was no way to choose his own profession, then the bug of Lucky Ring that allowed him to permanently gain attack power when killing monsters would be useless.
You can't just let a nanny character go over with a scepter and hit people. And many more. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Why not? Yes, who says that a nurse must add blood? Ding dong, career created successfully, nickname, programmer. You are about to enter Novice Village number 9527. I wish you a happy game.
The prompt sound disappeared, and Lin Chen's vision was suddenly filled with dazzling light. By the time he reacted, he was already standing in a novice village. There were already quite a few people standing around with bewildered expressions on their faces.
Where is this place? How did I end up here suddenly? Oh my god, am I dreaming? Such a real dream. We must have traveled through time, there are so many people here. People were talking about it, and everywhere they looked there were a variety of occupations. Lin Chen took a closer look and found that most of the professional divisions in the novice village number 9527 were warriors and healers. The warriors were almost all men, and the healers were almost all women. Unlike Lin Chen, these people chose their professions independently.
Most people hadn't come back to their senses yet, but Lin Chen was different. He almost shouted quickly, "Attribute panel."
Then, a panel appeared out of thin air in his sight. Nickname, Programmer. Occupation, Healer. Health, 200/200. Magic value, 60/60ths. Strength, 10. Intelligence, 10. Agility, 8. Stamina, 20. Luck, 0. Attack power, 10. Spell attack, 30. Physical defense, 5. Magical defense, 7. A detailed attribute panel appeared in front of him. It was the first time that Lin Chen saw a healer's panel. He looked at the strength and attack power with some surprise. 1 point of strength only adds 1 point of attack power? He sighed. I remember that 1 point of strength for a warrior adds 3 points of attack power. However, the attributes of each professional specialization are different. To put it bluntly, the healer is an intelligence-based profession. At least his spell attack power is pretty good. 1 point of intelligence can increase the magic attack by 3 points. After looking at it carefully several times, Lin Chen continued to call out. Backpack. Soon, the item backpack bar appeared. There are a total of 20 available spaces. Lin Chen took a look at the only item in the backpack. Newbie gift pack. If it is exactly the same as in the previous life, when you open the package, there will be a level 1 weapon and equipment, a bottle of life potion that can add 100 health points, and a resurrection coin. Yes, in the game, after a character dies, he or she has 5 minutes to wait for resurrection, but there are only 2 ways. One is the healer, which is the nurse's level 10 skill, Heaven's Corridor. This skill can resurrect people who have died within 5 minutes, but the initial skill cooldown is too long and can only be used once a day. The second is to use resurrection coins. This thing cannot be traded and the method of obtaining it is extremely demanding. Everyone will be given one when they are born.
Otherwise, there is no third way to resurrect in the entire land of the hunting god.
If you don't get the resurrection request after 5 minutes, you will die completely. Lin Chen opened the novice gift package without hesitation.
As a crisp sound rang in my ears, the gift package disappeared, replaced by something as expected.
Novice staff. Poor quality health potion. Resurrection coin.
Looking at these three things, he glanced at the currency balance in the lower right corner of the backpack.
10 copper coins. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen turned around and came to an NPC in the novice village.
While others were still whispering to each other and confused about the situation, Lin Chen had already started chatting with the NPC.
Blacksmith, hello, welcome. How can I help you?
Lin Chen said coldly, don't try to get close to me, I want to buy something. The blacksmith held the hammer, grinned, and his pupils rolled around, you can take whatever you want from me. Lin Chen said, I want to buy a weapon, a rusty iron sword.
The blacksmith raised an eyebrow. A rusty iron sword? Chosen one, aren't you a healer by profession? I have a scepter-like weapon you could use. Would you consider it?
Lin Chen frowned, I don't want to repeat it a second time. In his previous life, Lin Chen had been cheated many times by these seemingly harmless NPCs.
These people were not machines that only acted according to the settings.
They were flesh and blood, very smart, and more like the indigenous people who came with the hunting god. If it were not for the fact that NPCs could not be harmed by players, Lin Chen would not mind beating them up. The blacksmith chuckled. If you absolutely must buy a sword, that's fine, but nobody will buy this piece of equipment. The novice long sword you got in your novice gift pack is of higher quality than this.
How about I give you a replacement?
This is an unopened iron sword with +5 attack power, and it only costs 5 copper coins. Even as he said this, the blacksmith still handed over a tattered iron sword. Lin Chen had no desire to continue chatting with him, so he took the rusty iron sword and turned away.
Honorable chosen one, please come again next time. I never cheat anyone here. The blacksmith's voice echoed from behind. The blacksmith was right. Even the equipment in the novice gift pack was of higher quality than this thing. The rusty iron sword didn't have any attributes, only an attack power of +2. But Lin Chen knew that this crappy thing that basically no one would use had a hidden attribute that he had added himself. That means every attack has a 50% chance of being a critical hit. In conjunction with the bugs in the ring, Lin Chen couldn't wait to try out whether these bugs were useful. As time went by, more and more people began to pour into the novice village number 9527. At a rough glance, there were nearly 10,000 people. They appeared out of thin air one after another, and their faces were almost all filled with confusion and fear. Among them, a man squeezed out from the crowd. He scratched his head, his pupils almost filled with disbelief. Holy crap, isn't this the land of the hunting god? The man was none other than Tang Yu, Lin Chen's junior. But at this time, Tang Yu suddenly saw a familiar figure walking past not far away. Tang Yu looked at the man holding the rusty iron sword and was obviously stunned. Brother Lin? He was just about to chase after him, but the next moment, a low humming sound came from the brains of everyone present at the same time, like an infrasound wave amplified countless times. Then, a picture that blocked their entire vision appeared in front of all of them, and a mechanical system sound rang in their ears. Dear chosen ones, welcome to. However, Lin Chen directly said, close. Immediately, the system sound ringing in everyone's ears and the video playing in their sight disappeared only for Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't have time to waste on these things. All the information in Land of Hunting Gods could be ignored or closed. After people arrived, they saw and heard these prompts for more than 10 minutes. In his previous life, Lin Chen also stood there with everyone and listened to all the information. There is no need for this for Lin Chen now. The information only introduces the current situation and the world of the so-called Land of Hunting God. Lin Chen from the second round was already familiar to everyone. Without saying a word, he walked straight out of the novice village, holding a rusty iron sword and wearing a lucky ring. From other perspectives, Lin Chen looked like a sheep straying from the flock, extremely out of place.
Lin Chen stood in place, with the neutral area in front of him. He could even see a large number of low-level monsters walking back and forth in front of him.
Level 0 monster, Firefly. This is a kind of insect that crawls on the ground.
It is about the size of a domestic cat. However, these monsters are in the neutral stage and are close to the novice village.
This type of novice monster has no territorial awareness.
If you don't attack it, it won't attack you either. Lin Chen turned his head to look at the crowd in the novice village who were standing there as if looking at some information. Without hesitation, he walked in front of the Firefly with his iron sword in hand. Lin Chen put on the lucky ring in his backpack, then took the rusty iron sword in his hand and slashed at a crawling firefly.
-7.
With one slash, the firefly successfully noticed Lin Chen.
Just as it was about
to turn around and attack, Tang Yu swung the slash again.
-8.
After 2 slashes, the fireflies fell down and finally turned into spots of light and disappeared. The firefly has only 10 health points and no armor, making it the least dangerous monster in the entire game. A line of small words floated in front of Lin Chen's eyes: experience value +3. Killed one with 2 slashes, and there was no critical hit.
Lin Chen was a little panicked. Could it be that the bug he had worked so hard to fix didn't work?
Thinking of this, Lin Chen walked behind the other firefly with its butt facing him, raised the iron sword and chopped it down.
-7. Still no critical hit. Another knife. -6. I rely on?
Lin Chen was speechless.
Didn't they say 50% chance?
He had already killed 2 fireflies in a row and chopped them 4 times, but not a single critical hit was triggered? He was a little skeptical, so he walked to the side and pointed it at the new firefly. The bug walked to Lin Chen's feet and rubbed them affectionately like a pet, but the next moment, the blade fell.
Base. -12. A critical hit. Lin Chen's eyes lit up.
According to the description of the bug, as long as you wear the lucky ring and kill a monster with a critical hit, your attack power will be permanently increased by 100%.
Properties panel.
Lin Chen shouted excitedly. The next moment, the panel appeared.
Lin Chen didn't look at any of the other values.
He stared at the line that was supposed to say 10 attack power. At this moment, it was changing subtly.
Attack power, 11. +1.
Lin Chen's hand holding the rusty iron sword was shaking uncontrollably. He felt dry mouth and tongue. He originally came here to verify the bug, and now, he has basically taken a step forward. In order to prove that it was not a coincidence, he decided to keep trying. Thinking of this, Lin Chen decided to go all out, rolled up his sleeves and raised his butcher knife towards the fireflies.
-8. -9. -10. -16. A critical hit.
Lin Chen silently counted the number of critical hits in his mind, but his hands did not stop.
-8. -16. -18. -20. 3 consecutive critical hits.
Lin Chen continued to open the property panel excitedly.
That's a total of 4 critical hits, if I'm not mistaken.
He looked at the attack power, which was clearly written on it.
Attack power, 15. +4.
Lin Chen stood in the pile of fireflies and began to laugh wildly. His body kept shaking because of excitement and excitement. The sound of his laughter was like a wild wolf that had not eaten for many days howling in the wild.
He laughed for more than 10 seconds.
Lin Chen gradually calmed down and his eyes gradually turned cold.
Very good. Since the bug is working properly, this time, I will use this bug that only I know about to take back everything I lost in my previous life, one by one.
Lin Chen wielded the rusty iron sword. Every time he swung it 5 or 6 times, he had 2 or 3 chances of getting a critical hit. His attack power was also increasing little by little. When he killed the 30th firefly, Lin Chen suddenly felt a warm current pouring into his body from the top of his head. He was familiar with this feeling. Upgraded. Ding, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. Health, 250/250.
Plus 50. Mana, 70/70ths. Plus 10. Strength, 11. Intelligence, 11. Agility, a 9. Stamina, 21. Luck, 0. Attack power, 21, plus 6. Spell attack, 33. Plus 3. Physical defense, 7, plus 2. Magical defense, 10. Plus 3. Free attribute points, 1.
A notification sounded, but then another sound rang out. Congratulations, you are the first among all the chosen ones to successfully reach level 2.
The achievement, Temporary Lead, has been activated. The achievement reward will be distributed to your backpack.
Please check it carefully. Please note that your level is not high enough to activate the channel function, so the achievement cannot be displayed on the world channel. Lin Chen was stunned.
Achievement reward?
After all, in his previous life, although he was a bug fixer in the land of the hunting god, he had little knowledge of the game's achievements, gameplay. He only knew that the achievement system in this game was very complete, and a large number of achievements would be accompanied by rewards. Among the 3 bugs fixed yesterday, one was related to achievements. Now that he had confirmed that the bug worked properly, there was no need to hesitate.
Among the 3 bugs, one is about achievements. When you complete this achievement, you will receive a gift package containing a skill book.
You can choose a skill from this skill book, a skill of any profession and any level, and there is no occupation restriction. In other words, even if Lin Chen is just a level 1 nanny, he can choose the full level skills that only warriors can use.
The triggering condition for this bug is die.
Lin Chen murmured. The first player to die will get an achievement, and after completing this achievement, he will get this gift pack. Lin Chen turned his head to look at the novice village in the distance. At this moment, a large number of people in the novice village had begun to walk out one after another. It seems that they have finished watching the video and the system prompts.
We have to hurry.
You can't die in a novice village. No matter how many novice villages there are in the land of the hunting god, they should have just finished watching the system video at this time.
The fastest people haven't even left the novice village yet.
If I want to achieve the achievement of being the first to die, I need to speed up. Although Lin Chen is probably the only one who knows these things in the hunting godland now, he still needs to be prepared for any eventuality. If he doesn't hurry up and some panicked rookie accidentally kills him, it will be troublesome. Lin Chen smiled slightly, and the next moment, he took the iron sword in his hand and started running farther away. The monsters gathered in this place were all harmless fireflies.
Their desire to attack was extremely low. Even if you angered a group of fireflies at the same time, they would not attack you to death. If Lin Chen wants to die quickly, he needs to provoke more advanced monsters.
Here we are, a level 2 monster, the scorpion-tailed rat.
There is a small hill ahead.
At the bottom of the hill, a group of mouse-like monsters gather together in 2s and 3s. If you look closely, you can see that they have a long scorpion tail behind their buttocks.
Scorpion-tailed rat. Level 2.
Health 35. Attack power 12. Lin Chen looked at these scorpion-tailed rats and immediately started his plan.
His current attack power is 15 points.
Even if he hits a critical hit with the maximum damage, it will only cause 30 points of damage. Level 1 is not enough to kill the scorpion-tailed rat, so he only needs to gain the hatred of one of the scorpion-tailed rats. Thinking of this, Lin Chen took the iron sword and stabbed the scorpion-tailed rat closest to him without hesitation.
The monster was enraged and immediately turned around to attack. Bah! The scorpion's tail pierced Lin Chen's body. -4.
Lin Chen frowned.
Only lost 4 points of blood? Oh, I almost forgot about my armor.
He is now level 2, with 7 points of armor, but his health is 250. If the scorpion-tailed rat attacks with such damage, he will have to wait for at least several minutes before his health is reduced to a minimum. No, I need to attract more hatred. Lin Chen began to move slowly, attracting the hatred of the original scorpion-tailed rat while stabbing the other scorpion-tailed rats in a neutral state with his iron sword. After a full minute, there were already 8 scorpion-tailed rats attacking Lin Chen.
-4. -5. -4. -3.
Seeing the blood bar start to decrease, Lin Chen still felt that it was too slow, so he simply took off his novice clothes, and his original 7 points of armor suddenly
became 2 points. -10. -9. -8. -10.
The blood volume began to decrease at a faster rate, and Lin Chen could feel waves of pain coming from his body. In the land of Hunting God, as the blood volume became less and less, the pain felt by the player became more and more real. Lin Chen took a look at his health. There were only 30 points left.
Almost there.
Almost there. Lin Chen was a little nervous. As the pain became more and more intense, he stared at his health bar. But at this time, some people who came out of the novice village discovered Lin Chen. Immediately, a woman screamed, "Quick!
Someone is being attacked by a monster. Come and save him."
Hearing this voice, Lin Chen's face changed and he immediately shouted,
"Do not come."
However, after the woman's shout, 7 or 8 people gathered in the distance. When they saw Lin Chen being besieged by 7 or 8 scorpion-tailed rats, they immediately exclaimed,
"Hurry, he's dying. Look at his health bar, there's only 20 drops left. Who's a healer here? Treat him." A man shouted enthusiastically. 3 women immediately raised their hands, "I am, me too, and me." However, they were not quite sure how to release the skills. The healer had 2 initial skills. One was called Light Talisman, a single target attack skill. It consumed mana to release and threw energy talismans at the target to cause magic damage. The other one is called Healing Hands, which, as the name suggests, adds blood. The 3 healer nurses looked at each other, and one of them did release it, but she released it to herself. A soft white light fell from the sky and landed on the woman herself. "No, release it at the man in front. Quick! He's going to die." People shouted anxiously.
The health bar above Lin Chen's head, 15 out of 250. But soon, among the 3 women, a wet nurse who had been groping for a long time suddenly stood up. She made a set of somewhat unfamiliar gestures and muttered something in her mouth. Soon, a beam of light gathered from the center of her palm. Lin Chen felt something was wrong when he saw the bright light in the distance.
"Damn, don't do this, because we are all newbies now, and everyone's health is about 200 points.
The healer's initial healing hand can instantly heal the target's 100 points of health, and the CD cooldown is very short, and it can be released a second time in an average of 2 seconds.
If he took the woman's healing medicine, he would not die."
At this time, Lin Chen suddenly shouted loudly towards the distance,
"Get out of here!"
Lin Chen even spat out a mouthful of blood. This shout startled the woman who was releasing the skill, and her healing hand was interrupted. The skill was not released in the end, and Lin Chen looked up at the top of his head.
8/250.
At this time, the last scorpion-tailed rat attacked.
His -9. The health bar is cleared.
Lin Chen suddenly felt weak and collapsed to the ground powerlessly. His vision gradually blurred. He was familiar with this feeling. It was not the first time. At the end of his previous life, he died in this situation. 5 minutes later, if he did not have the healer's Heaven Corridor skill or the resurrection coin, Lin Chen would die directly.
I rely on. People were shocked at this time.
They never thought that they would see people being killed by monsters just after leaving the novice village.
He actually asked for death. What should I do?
I remember the system video just now said that after death, the person being healed needs to use some kind of resurrection spell to revive within 5 minutes, right?
Someone of you can resurrect him quickly.
The leading man turned around and continued to look at the 3 women. However, the woman who had just nearly released the healing hand rolled her eyes. "You can only learn it at level 12 of Heaven's Corridor, and we're only at level 1 right now." Having said that, the woman glanced coldly at Lin Chen, who was lying on the ground in front of her as if he had lost consciousness. It's hard for the king of hell to persuade a damned ghost. It's the ghost himself who doesn't want to live.
But soon, someone suddenly thought of something. No, shouldn't each of us have a resurrection coin?
As he spoke of this, a prompt tone suddenly sounded in the mind of Lin Chen in front of him.
You are dead. Would you like to use the resurrection coin?
Number of resurrection coins, 1. Please note that if you do not use it, you will die in 5 minutes.
You are dead. Would you like to use the resurrection coin?
The system sounds started to ring one after another, and Lin Chen said lightly,
Use. You have successfully used the resurrection coin.
2 seconds later, Lin Chen's body suddenly began to blur, and a yellow coin floated out of his body and then exploded directly.
Lin Chen's body also disappeared. The people around were startled. What happened? Where are they? People looked around, completely confused about the situation. On the resurrection altar in the novice village,
a beam of light fell from the sky, and the next moment, Lin Chen's body emerged from the light. The bright light disappeared, and he stood alone on the altar, holding a tattered sword in his hand. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from Lin Chen's head.
Congratulations! You are the first among all the chosen ones to successfully achieve your first death. The achievement, is this death? Has been activated.
The reward package has been sent to your backpack. Please note that your level is not high enough to activate the channel function, so the achievement cannot be displayed on the world channel. When Lin Chen heard the prompt tone, he could no longer suppress the smile on his face. In a short period of time, he completed 2 achievements, which was simply unimaginable in his previous life. Thinking back to his previous life, Lin Chen was just like these terrified people in front of him, completely confused. At that time, he was still anxiously looking for his fiancée Zhao Yuding, which resulted in him lagging far behind others in his subsequent upgrades and growth.
But now, it's different.
There were a large number of people around who had not yet recovered from what had happened to them. Their faces were filled with extreme fear and anxiety. When Lin Chen appeared on the altar, people's faces became even paler.
Really, it's true, everything the system says is true. People were talking about it, and many of them even sat down on the ground.
They never expected that they should have been sleeping in bed, but when they opened their eyes again, they would find themselves in this hellish place.
Where exactly is this place? Can they go back? These questions lingered in people's minds.
Some people with weaker psychological endurance have not yet accepted this fact, and many of them began to cry. Looking around, Lin Chen discovered that the number of people in this novice village was simply too large.
Novice village number 9527 was different from the one he was born into in his previous life.
He remembered that in his previous life, the novice village he was in was number 1. The players participating in the Hunter God were also called Chosen Ones by the NPCs. Although he didn't know what these 3 words meant, Lin Chen knew the number of these so-called Chosen Ones.
Too much. There are hundreds of millions of novice villages alone. Yes, hundreds of millions. In so many novice villages, there are at least 10,000 people in each novice village. Even Lin Chen from his previous life couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he learned about this matter. The chosen ones are not limited to the people of Earth.
In the world of the Hunter God, creatures from other worlds have also been chosen.
The game has just begun.
As time went by, the chosen ones in novice village number 9527 gradually accepted the reality, and more people began to walk slowly into the wild with the novice equipment they got from the novice gift packs. In the system video they watched, there was a task prompt.
Main quest, upgrade to level 5. As for how to level up, it's obvious. That is to go out and kill monsters. However, there is a restriction in the land of the hunting god. You will no longer gain experience by killing monsters that are 3 levels lower than your own level. Therefore, people are forced to look for more dangerous monsters as their levels increase. The farther away from the novice village, the higher the level of the monsters, but also the more dangerous they are. After reaching level 5, they will receive a prompt for the next task. Lin Chen was not too anxious. He went to a sparsely populated corner and squatted down. Backpack.
Lin Chen called out, and the next moment the backpack compartment was opened in his sight. Lin Chen looked at the two new gift bags that appeared in his backpack. One of them was obtained after completing the upgrade to level 2, and Lin Chen was the first to open this achievement gift package.
You have obtained Luck Amulet X1. Lowest level Life Potion X10. Lowest level Magic Potion X10. Lowest level Stamina Potion X10. Level 5 Professional Equipment X1.
The rewards are pretty standard. After all, this achievement is the easiest to obtain, so the rewards won't be too exaggerated. However, Tang Yu still raised his eyebrows when he saw the Luck Amulet.
Amulet of Luck. Equipment level requirement, none. Effect, luck value +5.
In addition to weapons, equipment, accessories and titles, the Chosen One's character equipment also includes amulets, and different types of amulets have different effects. The Fortune Amulet is a very common piece of equipment for hunter gods around level 30, but within level 10, this piece of equipment is obviously useless. However, luck value is still very important in hunting god.
It determines your luck in this world. Crucial values are sometimes related to luck, such as critical hit rate, dodge rate, and hit rate. These things that can be increased by adding agility attributes can be stacked through luck. The most important thing is that there are a large number of dungeons and wild bosses in the world of Hunter God. If you want to get good equipment and items from monsters, luck value becomes particularly important. Lin Chen didn't think much about it and directly equipped the Amulet of Luck.
His professional weapon is a sandalwood scepter, specially designed for healers, which can be used at level 5.
It is of no use to Lin Chen, so he ignores it for now. Let me see the most important thing.
Lin Chen opened the second gift package with some excitement.
Bug Gift Pack. Ding, you have obtained the following items. Lowest level Life Potion X20. Lowest level Magic Potion X20. Lowest level Stamina Potion X20. Agility Necklace X1. Skill Book X1.
It still looked like an ordinary low-level achievement gift pack, but Lin Chen's eyes were almost entirely fixed on the last item.
Skill Book. This is it. Lin Chen didn't think twice and immediately chose to open this skill book.
The next moment, Lin Chen's vision suddenly changed. A huge curtain that filled his entire vision appeared. Lin Chen had to shake his head left and right to completely block out the black curtain from his sight.
I rely on.
Lin Chen swallowed his saliva. On this huge screen, there were countless skill icons one after another. From a level 1 warrior to a level 1 healer, there are 8 regular professions, 5 hidden professions, and each profession has 2 job transfers. A total of 52 professions and more than 1,000 skills are all here. Among them, there are everything that Lin Chen has seen and has not seen. Lin Chen only felt dry mouth and tongue. He stared at the screen for a while and began to sweat on his back.
Oh my god. I can even choose the max level ultimate skill, Burning Skyfall, of the second level warrior, war god? Is this icon the devil's moment? Skill, a must-have for the second level hunter, demon hunter?
A tamer's second job, commander of all beasts, requires level 125 skill, Savage Roar, to clear maps.
Damn, isn't this the group invincibility skill for the second level knight, judge? I've never seen these skills before. Could they be from hidden professions?
Lin Chen felt dazzled when he saw the end, but soon his sight began to focus and he stared at a black skill icon.
This skill belongs to one of the 5 hidden professions, Necromancer, the second job, Deathlord.
This skill is the awakening skill of the Deathlord.
Resurrection of the Dead.
Lin Chen raised his eyes. Before his death in his previous life, Lin Chen's strength ranking on the ladder should have been able to squeeze into more than 1,000 places, but he vaguely remembered that the number 1 profession on the ladder at that time was the Deathlord. He had fought against this kind of profession before.
The Deathlord could easily summon an overwhelming army of undead and a tide of zombies. Fighting with this kind of profession was like fighting an army. And this skill of Resurrection of the Undead is the key to all of this. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and clicked directly on the Resurrection of the Undead icon. The next moment, the skill books began to disappear, and at the same time, a black icon that should never appear suddenly appeared on his skill bar. Resurrection of the Dead, skill description. The souls of units killed by your own hands will have nowhere to go. You can awaken their restless souls from hell and make them your supporters and soldiers. The maximum number of souls that can be stored at the same time varies depending on the user's level. The current maximum number of souls you can store is 1. Lin Shen slowly stood up, weighed the rusty iron handle in his hand, and without hesitation, walked out of the novice village again. The monster gathering point closest to the novice village is basically dominated by fireflies. Compared with the first-level monsters scorpion-tailed rat, these zero-level monsters are not threatening at all. Lin Shen took a rough look at the people distributed near the firefly monsters. Most of them are auxiliary professions, and more than half of them are women who choose to be healers. They are slightly less courageous than men and can only hunt fireflies to gain experience. Lin Shen raised his head and glanced at the small hill 1 or 2 kilometers away. That was where the scorpion-tailed rats were based. However, as time went on, many people began to pay attention to the scorpion-tailed rats. After thinking for a while, Lin Shen chose to come near the level 0 monster firefly. He picked up his iron sword and stabbed it down. -30. The firefly only had 10 drops of health left, and it was killed instantly with 1 critical hit. Attack power +1. Lin Shen enjoyed this. As long as his attacks could produce critical hits, he could continuously increase his attack power just by killing fireflies before reaching level 5. -32. -17. -18. -34. -36. With almost every 2 or 3 attacks, Lin Shen's attack power would increase quietly. 5 minutes later, Lin Shen reached level 3, and his attack power was increased to 60 points. Not to mention the 3rd level healer, even the assassins and warriors with the highest normal strength bonus, after using novice equipment, their attack power is only about 25 points. Lin Shen is a healer, commonly known as a nanny. Oh no, a nanny, but he has already reached the level of damage that a high-burst assassin at level 5 can only achieve after activating the stealth skill and being fully armed. Lin Shen slashed at the fireflies that had just died and respawned around him with his sword one after another. This action still aroused some people's doubts. Look at this man. He's already level 3. Why is he trying to snatch a level 0 monster from us? His profession seems to be a healer like us. For a man to choose a healer feels a little weird. That's fine, but can someone explain why a nanny would use an iron sword to kill monsters? The nurses around who were holding scepters and releasing the skill, light talisman, looked at Lin Shen with some confusion, and their discussions naturally fell into Lin Shen's ears without reservation. But he turned a deaf ear and continued to swing the iron sword tirelessly. As time passed, the number of people near the fireflies began to decrease. A large number of people had already risen to level 2 and 3, and even some people with strong adaptability had reached level 4. These people had begun to form teams and move to more dangerous places. Near the fireflies, Lin Shen was still waving the iron sword. But no one took a closer look at the numbers that appeared under Lin Shen's iron sword. Tear. -108. -110. -220. -222. At this time, the attack power on Lin Shen's panel was 115 points. After a while, Lin Shen swung the iron sword here and found that his attack power had stopped increasing. Okay? Lin Shen took a look at his level. Level 3. Opening his own panel, Lin Shen's current attack power was clearly written in the column. Attack power, 152. A level 3 nanny has 152 attack power. No one would believe this. This is already a physical profession with a weapon, and the data is almost level 7 or 8. Now even if Lin Shen punches someone with his bare hands and it's a critical hit, the damage will be 300. Just killing fireflies raised his level by 3. Lin Shen stopped. The description on the ring was very clear. He had to kill monsters at least 3 levels lower than his own level to increase his attack power. Now that level 0 monsters no longer increased his attack power, Lin Shen was ready to change the monsters he hunted. Lin Shen raised his head,
only to find that there were more and more people around him at this time.
People of all kinds finally came out of their unacceptable state. They left the novice village and looked around, and finally the crowd poured into the area near the fireflies.
"What should we do?" asked a man with a confused look on his face.
"Killing them should be enough. Bugs are so cute, why kill them?"
The discussions around him gradually became louder, and Lin Chen sighed. Just like in his previous life, whether it was Novice Village number 9 or number 9527, no matter which Novice Village it was, there were still a large number of people who could not accept this almost weird reality for a while. He just glanced indifferently at the bewildered crowd, then put away the rusty iron sword in his hand, slowly walked away from the crowd, and walked in the opposite direction of the main force. This is an alley located northwest of the novice village, covered by a tall reed bush. Lin Chen pushed aside the reeds, and a path suddenly appeared in front of him. However, many people have been waiting on this road for a long time. Most of these people are at level 5, having completed their first task and received prompts for a new round of tasks. Lin Chen is the 100th person from Novice Village number 9527 to embark on this path.
Someone's here again. There is a dark cave ahead.
People are standing at the entrance of the cave, as if waiting for something.
He seems like a healer.
Some people's eyes lit up when they saw Lin Chen appear.
That's great.
After waiting for so long, a healer finally comes.
Now I can finally go to the dungeon. No, why is this guy only level 3?
It was not until Lin Chen approached that people realized that there was something wrong with Lin Chen's level. The location of this rodent cave should have been told by the system after they reached level 5.
How could he know this place at level 3? Level 3.
Level 3 seems to have not learned new skills yet. If he goes in, he will probably be too busy to take care of himself and won't have the chance to heal us.
Oh, forget it, let's.
Walking out of the crowd, then standing beside Lin Chen without saying a word. When the wizard came out, the laughter around him stopped abruptly.
People knew him.
No, it should be said that before Lin Chen appeared, the topics they discussed almost all revolved around this mage. Because this wizard was the first person to arrive at the cave entrance, he reached level 5 faster than anyone else present.
Logically, he should be a master.
Everyone present wanted to form a team with such a person, and many people had already sent him team-up invitations in advance, but they were all ignored by this mage.
Why did he take the initiative to ask to join the team of 3rd-level nannies at this time?
No way, did this wizard take the wrong medicine? Someone whispered.
Amid the puzzled gazes of others, the mage smiled at Lin Chen and whispered in his ear. Brother Lin, why are you only level 3?
This mage was none other than Tang Yu, Lin Chen's descendant. Lin Chen also looked at Tang Yu with some surprise. He didn't expect to see him in Novice Village number 9527. In his previous life, Lin Chen had only seen Tang Yu's name on the leaderboards. He was ranked 8th on the ladder, with the title, Immortal Phoenix, and his nickname seemed to be. Lin Chen raised his head and looked at the top of Tang Yu's head, his face suddenly filled with helplessness.
Sure enough, Tang Yu's nickname is Xianxiao.
In his previous life, Lin Chen, a programmer of the game Land of the Hunting Gods, should have been in the top 10 of the ladder list. However, because he had to take care of and protect his fiancée Zhao Yuding, Lin Chen gave up a lot of resources and finally only managed to squeeze into the top 1,000. He died without even having the chance to see Tang Yu. Unexpectedly, this time when he entered the game, because of this so-called second-round player, he actually met him directly in the novice village number 9527.
You little bastard, have you discovered me a long time ago?
Lin Chen cursed.
Almost.
I saw you walking out with the rusty iron sword.
I wanted to go find you, but there were too many people and I couldn't squeeze out.
I thought Brother Lin would definitely come here, so I waited for you here.
Who knew I would wait for almost 20 minutes before you showed up? Tang Yu whispered, and how come you're only level 3, brother? Something delayed me. Lin Chen explained.
However, Tang Yu did not pursue this matter, but instead spoke excitedly to Lin Chen's side.
Brother Lin, this is so cool. We're actually inside the Hunter God, it's like reading a novel.
Lin Chen looked at the excited Tang Yu and said softly, "Yeah, it's incredible."
Tang Yu continued, "It's a pity.
If only we knew about the bugs in the game. I remember there were 3 bugs in the game that hadn't been fixed.
If we knew the details of the bugs, we would take off right away."
Lin Chen was stunned, and he turned to look at Tang Yu again. There was a trace of regret and remorse on Tang Yu's face, which did not seem to be fake. Lin Chen was a little puzzled.
He asked tentatively, "You don't know which 3 bugs are?" "I don't know, brother, do you know?" Tang Yu blurted out almost without thinking, "Tell me about it."
Lin Chen licked his lips, feeling strange. If anyone didn't know about the bugs, it was normal, but Tang Yu couldn't have been unaware. As a member of the architecture team, Tang Yu's job was to test for bugs.
How could he not know which 3 bugs they were?
Moreover, before entering the game, Tang Yu had told him about the bugs when he was debugging them.
How could he have forgotten them after entering the game? Elder brother? Oh, it's okay. Of course I don't know either.
Lin Chen sighed deliberately at this time, revealing a look of disappointment. While Lin Chen was speaking, he looked at Tang Yu cautiously, wanting to see if this boy was intentionally hiding something.
Hearing this, Tang Yu also sighed, "Alas, but it doesn't." Not answer, but just glanced at Tang Yu beside him. The next moment, the 2 of them took the lead and stepped forward. The 4 people behind them hesitated for a moment and followed closely behind. As they advanced, they felt a chilling atmosphere coming from all directions, as if something was secretly watching them. "I remember the system seemed to say that if you enter a dungeon, even if you use resurrection coins, you will only be resurrected in the dungeon, right?" Huoshui Hongyan said. "Well, if you want to get out of the dungeon, you have to kill the dungeon boss. There is no other way. I always feel that entering the dungeon like this is a bit abrupt. If I wait a few more minutes, a level 5 nurse will probably come over." People were talking in low voices. They were all novices and it was their first time entering a dungeon. No one knew what types and levels of monsters there were. But there is no way out. Since they have entered the copy, they have no choice but to face it bravely. Just as everyone was cautiously moving deeper into this gloomy place, suddenly, a group of huge spiders emerged from the surrounding cave walls. Hiss. These spiders were as big as teddy dogs, their 8 eyes flashing scarlet light, and their sharp claws scratched on the walls and the ground, making a harsh sound. "Be careful!" the knight in the team shouted. As a tank, he had to bear the damage for the team. He held the wooden shield tightly in his hand, ready to deal with this sudden attack. The spiders were extremely sensitive to the smell of the 6 people, and at this time they rushed towards Lin Chen and others. They spewed sticky spider silk from their mouthparts in an attempt to bind everyone. The 4 people standing behind Lin Chen and Tang Yu quickly retreated, and the 2 warriors simultaneously waved their weapons in an attempt to cut the spider silk. "Get away!" The hunter quickly drew his bow and arrow, a ball of fire suddenly bursting from the tip of his arrow. The hunter's level 5 skill, Stream Fire Arrow, was activated, and the feathered arrow burst into flames, rushing towards the spiders. The flames came into contact with the spider silk, instantly burning them with a sizzling sound. "Back off! Don't let them get close," the hunter continued to draw his bow and arrow, shouting. "Let me!" The knight shouted, "Nurse! No, nurse! Remember to heal me. I'll hold them off, and you guys deal damage." After saying that, he opened his hands, and the knight's level 5 skill, Unyielding, was activated. His body emanated a transparent luster from the inside out, and the surface of his skin seemed to be covered by some kind of sticky shield. At this time, a spider crawled over quickly. Just as he was about to swing its limbs to attack, a sword suddenly stretched out and stabbed the gray-white spider in the abdomen. -151. The spider died instantly. The knight was stunned, his pupils dilated immediately. "That's it. I'll attract their attention, you guys continue." But before he could finish his words, he suddenly realized that this sword was not the warrior's novice broadsword, but a rusty iron sword. Before he could react, 2 slightly larger spiders crawled over from the side. The rusty iron sword that was originally hanging in front of him was instantly grasped by Lin Chen.
As soon as the spider jumped over, Lin Chen swung it down with the sword.
Minus 300.
The damage is critical and overflows severely. Just as the other spider was about to go around behind Lin Chen and launch a sneak attack, one of the warriors suddenly raised the broadsword in his hand and chopped it down fiercely. Warrior's first level initial skill, powerful slash. However, the blow only dealt 75 points of damage.
The surrounding spiders were all level 5 monsters.
Although they had no armor, their health points were as high as 120, and one blow did not kill them completely.
However, just as he was about to use normal attack to finish him off, Lin Chen suddenly glared at him fiercely. "I said, you don't have to do anything."
The soldier was startled, and the next moment, Lin Chen continued to rush out with a knife. This scene was extremely incongruous. Everyone was staring blankly at a level 3 nanny who was chasing and hacking a level 5 monster with a rusty iron sword instead of a healing scepter.
Unheard of.
In less than 2 minutes, all the dozen monsters that had just rushed up were chopped down by Lin Chen alone. The people around stopped talking, they all swallowed and looked surprised.
"Are you sure he's a healer?" "I don't believe it,"
replied the troublemaker.
"Are you sure he's only level 3? "I don't believe it either."
The troublemaker replied again.
"It's okay for this guy to kill monsters above his level, but why can a nanny hold an iron sword and deal enough damage to instantly kill a level 5 monster with one blow?" At this time, Lin Chen wiped the blood off his body and turned to look at the people behind him. Except for Tang Yu, everyone subconsciously shrank back. Even Tang Yu looked at Lin Chen with confusion. He had never heard of a nanny being able to exert such exaggerated attack power. However, just as Tang Yu was about to ask Lin Chen, the beauty who had been making fun of Lin Chen before suddenly pointed at Lin Chen and said excitedly, He couldn't be a hidden profession." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes widened. Hidden profession.
Yes, when they were choosing their professions, they had all seen the phantoms of various professions, and naturally they had also seen the 5 black outlines that could not be selected. If their guess was correct, Lin Chen was definitely not a healer.
He had only one possibility, a hidden profession. After hearing this, even Tang Yu seemed to believe it.
Although the Land of Hunting God was highly consistent with the game they modified, they didn't know much about the professions. They were only responsible for fixing bugs and sorting out the plot. The professions used when testing the game were basically warriors, and they didn't know anything about the so-called hidden professions. Seeing that everyone started to justify themselves, Lin Chen was too lazy to explain.
"Let's keep going," Lin Chen said lightly.
As they continued to go deeper, the 4 people walking at the back gradually got used to it. They always suddenly saw several spider monsters rushing towards them, but before they could react, the iron sword in Lin Chen's hand would directly split them in 2. The blade flashed, and they were deader than dead. The journey lasted for 5 or 6 minutes, and they kept watching Lin Chen kill monsters in this way.
"How many monsters have you killed?" "There are almost 40 of them."
They were all killed in one blow. He's already reached level 4 just by killing monsters.
"What kind of hidden class is he?" "Level 4 seems to be stronger than level 10. "How cool is that?"
The reason why hidden professions are called hidden professions is because they are powerful.
If we knew about it, would it still be called hidden?
The 4 people had put away their weapons at this time. They walked behind Lin Chen, occasionally using their hands to click on the dice that appeared in their sight.
This is the way to pick up equipment.
If the equipment is dropped by team members when they kill monsters, everyone in the team can roll the dice to obtain the equipment. Lin Chen killed 45 level 5 spider monsters, and a total of 7 pieces of equipment dropped.
And they are all level 5 equipment.
Although the quality is average, they are much better than the level 1 novice equipment they are wearing now.
Oh my! A green item has dropped. "It's an accessory ring," the hunter said excitedly, "a level 5 green ring." In the Land of Hunting Gods, there are 7 categories of equipment quality.
They are distinguished by color, from low quality to high quality, namely, white,
green, blue, pink, red, purple, and divine equipment.
Compared to the wild, the monsters in the dungeon have a much higher chance of dropping equipment of the corresponding level, and the equipment is colored. Everyone subconsciously glanced at Lin Chen, who was walking in front. He is the captain, and he was the one who killed the monster from beginning to end. This ring should belong to Lin Chen personally.
Everyone is ready to give up the vote.
However, Lin Chen waved his hand and said, "You guys vote, I give up."
As he spoke, a tiny reminder sound suddenly rang in everyone's head: programmer gives up voting.
People were stunned, but without hesitation, they quickly rolled the dice. After a round of distribution, the knight finally won the green ring with the highest score of 6.
Then I won't be polite.
Without any hesitation, he threw the first level, lucky ring, on his hand to the ground. Including Tang Yu, everyone didn't even look at the lucky ring and continued walking.
Even Lin Chen's junior Tang Yu is the same.
When another suitable ring appears, Tang Yu will replace it.
Base. -180.
Lin Chen retracted the iron sword, and the last little spider monster was also stabbed to death by him.
They now came to a huge open space, surrounded by rugged rocks.
There was such a huge area in the deepest part of the cave. The previous feeling of narrowness and suffocation gradually disappeared, but the spider webs and spider eggs everywhere around made everyone's scalp tingle. Looking up, everyone let out a low cry subconsciously.
Directly above them, a giant spider was hanging in the air. Dungeon boss, giant spider. Lin Chen's eyes instantly became sharp. This novice copy boss was extremely difficult to deal with. In the previous life, 2 members of their team even died. If the tank in the team had not exploded a shield when killing an ordinary spider, their survival rate would probably be even lower. This was his second time facing this novice boss. He lowered his head and glanced at the rusty iron sword tightly held in his hand. Rusty iron sword. Attack power, 2. Durability 16/100. Each piece of equipment has its durability.
The durability of primary equipment is lost faster, and it is unknown when the iron sword will be directly broken.
A giant spider hung suspended in midair, its 8 long legs like pillars of steel supporting its massive body.
Its body was covered in a thick, gleaming carapace. Its eyes, like 2 rubies, shone with a cunning and cold light.
Roar!
The giant spider let out a deafening roar, and suddenly fell from above, crashing to the ground with a loud bang, instantly splashing dust all over the sky. The giant spider's 8 long legs stomped violently on the ground, and suddenly, the entire open space was shaking. Then, its body suddenly shrank like a spring, and it pounced fiercely in the direction of Lin Chen and the others.
Damn it, just start fighting?
People exclaimed, and the knight didn't hesitate for a moment before he immediately rushed over with his shield. This was different from just now, because this thing was the final boss, and its attack and defense power were not comparable to ordinary spiders. If Lin Chen, who was only level 4, was hit by this thing without reservation, he would be skinned alive. Although his attack was extremely exaggerated, his level 4 health and defense were definitely not enough to withstand this blow.
Get out of the way! The knight suddenly flashed in front of Lin Chen. He raised his shield and activated the knight's level 5 skill, Unyielding, again. Soon, the spider hit the knight's shield directly, and the huge impact made him fly backwards.
Ugh! The knight felt as if his whole body was falling apart, and the health bar above his head began to fluctuate at this moment.
Health, 300/400.
With one blow, he knocked off 100 drops of health from the tankiest knight. Apart from the blocking of armor and shield, he also
activated his own skill.
In the state of Unyielding, his dual resistance will increase by 50%. Although their dual resistance is very low now, if this blow hits the squishy profession, it is definitely not a joke. Seeing this, Tang Yu behind hurriedly reminded everyone to disperse. He took out the staff in his hand and walked straight to Lin Chen's side, ready to face the giant spider that was rushing towards him. But the next moment, the sword flashed, and Lin Chen reached out to stop Tang Yu.
Brother Lin? Tang Yu paused.
Lin Chen turned his head, but signaled him with his eyes not to interfere.
At this moment, just when Tang Yu was a little distracted, the giant spider rushed over. Lin Chen exhaled. He was different from anyone else. He was a second-round player and knew most of the rules and professional gameplay in the land of the hunting god. He had the combat qualities and experience of a level 80 warrior in his previous life. Even though he was a nanny now, he was not afraid at all when facing this low-level boss. Just a spider. The spider's sharp forelimbs had already stabbed over. Lin Shen suddenly lowered his body and stabbed upward with the iron sword in his hand. Base. -182. Giant spider. Level, 8. Health, 800. Attack power, 125. Skills, sprays spider silk and can summon small spiders. Lin Shen's attack power has now accumulated to more than 180 points, and the damage caused by the slash on the spider is also real. But even so, this feeling makes Lin Shen feel that the knife just stabbed into an iron wall. The spider's raised legs also fell down, but Lin Shen rolled suddenly to the left, and the huge force hit the ground, causing trampling damage. Lin Shen was within the attack range and was naturally affected. -70. Even though Lin Shen was not hit directly by the giant spider, he lost 70 drops of blood. If he was hit hard, who knows what would happen. But Lin Shen didn't have time to care about these things. He suddenly stabbed with his sword. -256. It was a critical hit, but the critical damage was not full. The giant spider immediately retreated several meters, and its health bar above its head was reduced to half in just a moment. Lin Shen's two swords reduced its health by more than 400, which made it look a little anxious. It had just met the player and it had reached the second stage in less than a moment. Roar! The spider howled towards the sky, and the sound waves spread out. The surrounding spider eggs and cocoons burst instantly, and small spiders crawled out one after another. Like the spiders just now, they rushed towards Lin Shen frantically. Seeing this scene, Lin Shen looked down at his iron sword. Only 3 points of durability left. Lin Shen sighed, put the iron sword back into his backpack, and then took out the novice equipment, novice scepter. Then, Lin Shen squatted down and held the scepter in reverse, as if he was holding an iron sword. The people behind were stunned when they saw the scepter. Ha! Is the captain going to use the scepter to beat the spider? Someone asked in confusion. Looking at this posture, a bit similar. Just when everyone didn't know what Lin Shen was going to do, Lin Shen moved. There were more than 20 spiders around, and they swarmed over. Lin Shen, holding the novice's scepter, hit the spider closest to him hard. -184. The enormous force turned the spider into ashes. Lin Shen took a step back. Another spider came over and was about to bite him, but Lin Shen's second attack arrived as expected. Like hitting a golf ball. -360. It was a critical hit, and the spider disappeared instantly. A message saying experience +10 appeared above the heads of Lin Shen and the surrounding team members. People have been dumbfounded. Lin Shen really used the scepter used by intelligence professions as a sword, and just like before, it only took one strike to kill the little spiders instantly. This guy is cheating. However, as time went on, Lin Shen was still attacked by many spiders. The scepter in his hand was different from the iron sword. The scepter was a two-handed weapon. Compared with the rusty iron sword's attack speed of 1.0 per second, the scepter's attack speed could only reach 0.7 per second. The attack interval was too large, allowing the spiders to take the opportunity to bite Lin Shen. -30. -28. -33. Seeing that Lin Shen's health was about to decrease, the people behind him were ready to replace Lin Shen. But at this time, a white light fell from above Lin Shen's head. +150. The healing hands of the 4th level healer instantly restored 150 of Lin Shen's health. The team members behind him who were about to rush forward were confused again. What kind of profession is he? Didn't you say he was a hidden profession? Healing hands, that was the healing hands just now. Then isn't this also a nurse? One person felt that his CPU was about to burn out. Not to mention him, everyone was silent, especially Tang Yu. The mage was breathing rapidly at this moment. He never thought that Lin Chen could have such an exaggerated ability.
After his health increased, Lin Chen swung the scepter again. The huge kinetic energy raised a cloud of dust. Under the dust, 2 small spiders were killed by Lin Chen with 1 stick.
Experience plus 20.
After more than a minute, all the small spiders summoned by the giant spider were killed by Lin Chen. However, he did not take the rusty iron sword, and even though his luck value was 5 points, he was unable to cause a critical hit.
Lin Chen's attack power now remains at 185 points.
However, Lin Chen was also a little tired. In the land of Hunting God, when the level was low, because of the existence of physical strength value, novices could easily become tired and exhausted. If they wanted to replenish their physical strength, in addition to automatic recovery, another way was to drink physical strength potion. So, under the gaze of the people, Lin Chen took out a bottle of yellow potion from his backpack and drank it all. The physical strength value began to increase rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Chen released the healing hand on himself again. Except for the magic value that was reduced by half, Lin Chen's health and physical strength were full.
He is in great shape. The giant spider in front seemed to be angered by Lin Chen's actions. The spider's movement speed and desire to attack reached an all-time high. The roar it made became more violent. The next moment, it pounced again. But this time, the giant spider's power has been increased to a higher level, and every attack can make Lin Chen feel doubled pressure. However, Lin Chen did not retreat. He used his unusually strange steps to dodge the giant spider's attacks again and again. If he really couldn't avoid it, Lin Chen would just stand still and let the spider attack him. Boom! The sharp claws pierced Lin Chen, and the damage was instantly inflicted. Minus 200. Lin Chen is now level 4, with a maximum health of 350 drops. The spider took away 200 drops of blood in one attack. If it is hit again, Lin Chen will definitely die. But it's Lin Chen's turn to take action. He swung the scepter in his hand violently at this moment, hitting the spider's forelimbs hard. Snapped. Damage, minus 350. A critical hit with significant damage. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He was not holding the rusty iron sword at the moment, but he did not expect that he could deliver a critical hit with only 5 points of luck. The spider began to retreat rapidly. Its health was almost gone. If it was attacked by Lin Chen again, it would die. But at this time, Lin Chen pressed it tightly. Where are you going? The spider's 8 eyes stared at Lin Chen, but found that the scepter in the man's hand had been changed, and the rusty iron sword was held in his hand again. The spider roared and stabbed towards Lin Chen quickly, but Lin Chen did not dodge. Hey! Captain! You're out of blood. The people behind him shouted excitedly, and 2 warriors even rushed forward with swords. However, only the hunter saw Lin Chen's actions. Life potion? Yes, Lin Chen drank a bottle of the lowest level life potion at the critical moment. Health points are replenished instantly. The spider's sharp claws swung down. Lin Chen took the blow head on, and then chopped it down with a knife. Minus 360. Crit. At this moment, the rusty iron sword in Lin Chen's hand suddenly made a crisp shattering sound, exploded directly, and turned into fragments on the ground. Durability, 0. The giant spider suddenly stopped attacking and its body began to tremble, as if it was in great pain. Accompanied by a deafening scream, the giant spider's body began to tremble even more exaggeratedly, and then its body began to shrink rapidly, and finally turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the air. The light faded and everything was silent. What's going on now? Someone looked around, not knowing what to do next. But soon, a special light appeared on the bodies of everyone present. Once, twice, 3 times. The light flashed 3 times, and at the same time, system prompts sounded in people's brains one after another. All team members survive and gain experience bonus. Team rating S, gain experience bonus. It takes less than 20 minutes to clear the level and get bonus experience. Congratulations, you've been upgraded. Congratulations, you've been upgraded. Congratulations, you've been upgraded. Continuous prompt sounds rang in my mind.
After that, everyone present, except Lin Chen, jumped from level 5 to level 8.
Everyone was stunned by the 3 consecutive promotions. They looked at each other with a hint of disbelief. Lin Chen reached level 7.
He was already 2 levels behind the others, so it was natural for him to reach level 7. Soon, movement began to appear inside the quiet dungeon.
Buzzing.
At this moment, people suddenly discovered that a door had appeared in the originally dark cave.
Everyone looked at the door flashing with white light in some shock.
This was the portal and also the symbol of their passage.
Along with the portal, a treasure chest suddenly emerged from the ground. The corners of Lin Chan's mouth curled up. Reward for killing the boss.
Lin Chen slowly walked towards the mysterious treasure chest. When he was about to touch it, he turned around and glanced at the team members behind him with an expressionless face. Seeing this, the team members instantly understood what he meant and raised their hands to signal, showing unprecedented tacit understanding.
Captain, please rest assured. No matter what item comes out of the treasure chest, I will automatically give up the opportunity to invest and will never compete with you for it. That's right, Captain, you deserve it. I won't vote for you. Me too. Lin Chen didn't say anything.
He turned around, stretched out his hand, and gently touched the cold surface of the treasure chest. At this moment, the treasure chest suddenly exploded as if it had triggered some mechanism. With a dazzling light, one item after another fell to the ground like a fountain. Although the team members vowed to give up the chance to invest, their eyes were still involuntarily fixed on the items that dropped from the treasure chests.
Oh my God!
The hunter was the first to break the silence, and the sound of his swallowing was particularly clear in the silence.
Immediately afterwards, the other team members also exclaimed in amazement.
Among the dropped items, besides a large amount of copper coins, there were also 3 pieces of equipment that glowed green.
It's green!
There were 3 green pieces of equipment, one of which was a weapon called Wolf Tooth Knife. The blade was sharp and flashed with cold light. The eyes of the 2 warriors behind him lit up slightly. There is also a top called Mitsubishi Armor, the surface of which is inlaid with triangular metal pieces. It is beautiful and sturdy, and has both armor and magic resistance.
The last piece is a gauntlet called Red Copper Gauntlet.
The gauntlet part is made of red copper, which is sturdy and durable.
Its main stats are to enhance strength and agility. These 3 pieces of equipment are all green equipment used at level 7. Since they are equipment within level 10, there are no class restrictions and basically everyone present can use them. Of course, if you use a weapon that does not belong to your class, you will not be able to use the corresponding weapon skills. Lin Chen glanced at the equipment. He didn't say anything, but continued to wait. Soon, a new piece of equipment popped out of the treasure chest. A flash of blue light appeared, and people's eyes widened suddenly. Blue outfit. What good stuff has been revealed? People stepped forward. Lin Chen also looked at this equipment with interest. Blue Belt Dragon Belt. Effect, maximum HP plus 10%. Maximum stamina plus 10%. Opens 3 additional backpack slots.
When Lin Chen saw this description, he nodded with satisfaction. Now he didn't need to worry about the means of attack, but his health was a bit low. If there was equipment that could make up for this shortcoming, Lin Chen would naturally not refuse. After the blue light flashed, several ordinary white equipment appeared on the ground one after another. Most of them were ordinary armor and weapons. Lin Chen didn't look at them and ignored them directly. After all the treasure chest spit out all the items, Lin Chen turned his head quietly and shook the blue equipment in his hand at everyone.
I'll take this blue belt, and you can do whatever you want with the rest. Upon hearing this, everyone present widened their eyes. They never thought that they could get green equipment even though they had done almost nothing. Immediately, the players present began to vote on other equipment. While everyone was distributing supplies, Lin Chen quietly opened his attribute panel. Nickname, Programmer. Level, 7. Health, 500/500. Plus 150. Mana, 120/120. Plus 30. Strength 15. Plus 3. Intelligence 17. Plus 3. Agility 13. Plus 3. Stamina 35. Plus 9. Luck 5. Attack power 185 plus 5. Spell attack 42. Physical defense 17. Plus 6. Magical defense 25. Plus 9. Free attribute points 10.
Lin Chen took the belt out of his backpack and put it on directly. The next moment, his health began to increase, 550/500, plus 50. Lin Chen picked up another white shirt that had fallen on the ground.
Level 6 white suit, a top-type armor.
After wearing it, it increases one's armor by 10 points and magic resistance by 13 points. Compared with just now, there has been some improvement, but the bonus of low-level equipment is still quite insufficient, so Lin Chen can only make do with it. Lin Chen closed the attribute panel and turned around to find that the others had also dressed themselves up. They had made more or less improvements and had smiles on their faces.
Captain. The warrior named Huashui Hongyan laughed and asked Lin Chen, "What should we do next?"
Lin Chen said calmly, "Go back to the city."
"Oh yeah, back to the city."
Before the others could react, they received a message.
"You have been removed from the team by the captain." People were stunned at first, then they all smiled and walked into the portal with smiles. "Captain, let's team up together again next time if we're lucky." "Goodbye, Captain." After saying that, everyone in the team except Tang Yu walked out. In the huge copy, only Lin Chen and Tang Yu were left. "Brother Lin, you." Tang Yu looked at Lin Chen with some confusion.
Until now, he still couldn't explain why Lin Chen, a nanny, could deal such exaggerated damage. Not to mention the warriors, even if the rest of the people came together, it would probably take a while to quickly eliminate the boss, but Lin Chen did it alone. At this time, Lin Chen once again looked at Tang Yu with a scrutinizing gaze. However, apart from surprise and
confusion, there was no other unnecessary fluctuation in the eyes of this young man.
After a few seconds, Lin Chen finally spoke, "Xiao Tang, you should go out first."
"I will come to find you later." Tang Yu came back to his senses.
He glanced at Lin Chen and nodded, "Brother, I'll wait for you at the quest hall in the novice village."
"It is good."
After saying that, Tang Yu also walked into the portal and disappeared. After everyone had left, Lin Chen slowly walked to the place where the giant spider had just been killed. There was a dark light source swaying back and forth on the ground, like a plastic bag floating in the wind. However, from just now until now, no one has seen this thing except Lin Chen, including Tang Yu. Lin Chen squatted on the ground and looked at the black object. Suddenly, a prompt appeared in his sight. Whether to awaken the soul. Lin Chen was stunned. He suddenly remembered that he had another skill. In the skill column, the level 60 awakening skill, Resurrection of the Dead, of Undead Lord, is taking effect. So, I can extract and preserve the souls of the monsters I kill, and turn them into units similar to combat pets? After hesitating for a while, Lin Chen stretched out his hand towards the black ball of light. Yes. The next moment, the black ball of light suddenly grew larger and then its outline appeared. In less than 2 seconds, a giant spider that was completely black and had a strange gas flowing around its body appeared beside Lin Chen. Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise, and suddenly discovered that above the head of the spider he summoned, its health and attack power were written in detail.
Unit, the programmer's summon. Health, 275. Attack power, 92. Ability, summon spider minions. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows.
The summoned units not only retain their previous skills, but also inherit 50% of their own attributes.
Oh my god, if my attack power gets stronger, will it also become stronger?
Lin Chen thought of something and murmured. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the next moment, the giant spider suddenly turned into a wisp of black smoke and flowed into his body.
This feeling was very wonderful.
Lin Chen could clearly feel something entering his body from outside, like a warm current. On his skill bar, a 1 appeared on top of the icon called Resurrection of the Dead, indicating the maximum number of souls that Lin Chen could summon at the same time.
I'm currently level 7 and can only summon one undead at a time. I don't know when I'll be able to summon more. When using this skill for the first time, Lin Chen couldn't help but breathe quickly. After all, this skill was an awakening skill after the second transformation of the hidden profession Necromancer, and it required at least level 60 to learn it. Now I have just reached level 7, but I have already begun to gain this ability. As my level gets higher and my strength gets stronger, the horror of this ability will also be revealed. It's interesting. However, before Lin Chen could express his feelings, a voice suddenly sounded in his brain the next moment. The system sounded, "Ding, you have reached level 5. It is recommended that you go to the new mission location. Mission description: enter the dungeon. Attention, it is recommended to form a team with a reasonable professional configuration." Closure. Lin Chen said lightly, and then the system sound in his head disappeared. Every player in the land of the hunting god will receive such a message when they reach level 5. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people gathered at the entrance to the Spider Cave dungeon. However, Lin Chen came here when he was level 3 and passed the dungeon, causing the system to not react. He exhaled a breath and looked up at the portal formed by the ball of white light. At this moment, a countdown was appearing above the portal. 10, 9, 8, 7. If they haven't walked out of the portal after the countdown ends, the system will automatically kick them out. Lin Chen looked around for a while, and then without hesitation, he stepped into the portal. 2 seconds later, Lin Chen's vision gradually recovered. He stood at the entrance of the cave again. There were crowds of people around him, much more than before. It looked like there were at least 4,000 people. The open space in front of the cave was even unable to move normally. When Lin Chen walked out of the portal, the crowd that was noisy a moment ago suddenly quieted down. Many people subconsciously made way for Lin Chen to walk. The people gathered at the door of the copy looked at Lin Chen with admiration on their faces. The main reason why they had not entered the copy until now was fear. No one knew what the scene was like inside the copy, nor did they know whether they would die in the copy, so they were waiting. These thousands of people are waiting for a team to come out safely from the dungeon. Lin Chen's team is what they have been waiting for. They're out. Everyone in this team is out. Not one less. Great, it only took about 20 minutes in total. It seems that this dungeon is not particularly dangerous. Everyone, let's start forming teams. Strong output team, 4-2, come on, nurse, come on, tank. Level 5 output team needed. There are healers and tanks in the team, come and deal damage. For a moment, the surroundings became lively again. They were like vendors shouting in a vegetable market, and the invitation and acceptance messages of one team after another flashed back and forth at the entrance of the cave. Lin Chen walked among the crowd, with shouts coming from all around him. He squeezed out without saying a word and moved towards the novice village with an expressionless face. At this time, a nanny suddenly called Lin Chen in a low voice. "This gentleman." Lin Chen paused slightly, turned his head and glanced at the girl holding the scepter in both hands. A level 5 healer, commonly known as a wet nurse. Is it really safe in this copy? The little girl looked no more than 18 or 19 years old, and still looked very childish. She had now joined a team of only 4 people, and the captain of the team was shouting like his life depended on it. There's milk, come on, come on. Lin Chen took a look at the girl's team configuration. Apart from her as the nurse, the captain was a hunter, and the remaining 2 were an assassin and a beastmaster respectively. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and shook his head at the girl. I advise you to find a team with a reasonable class structure. If they're all squishy, you're doomed if you join them. After saying that, Lin Chen walked away, and the girl stood there in a daze. The girl wanted to ask a few more questions, but when she came to her senses, Lin Chen was gone. Afterwards, Lin Chen returned all the way to the novice village, and the system sound rang in his head. You have entered the safe zone. Lin Chen did not go to find Tang Yu first, but went straight to the NPC blacksmith. The blacksmith paused his raised hammer. He looked at Lin Chen and raised his eyebrows. Ah, a familiar customer, this dear chosen one, are you here to buy something? Or do you need me to repair the durability of your equipment?
Lin Shen went straight to the point, give me 10 more rusty iron swords. After hesitating for a while, Lin Shen continued, no, give me 20.
The blacksmith was stunned. He blinked and confirmed in disbelief, 20 rusty iron swords? Yes. You're not kidding?
Lin Shen stared at the blacksmith without saying a word. The blacksmith NPC hesitated for a while, then tinkered with the materials in the warehouse behind him, brought out a bundle of rusty sword blades, and placed them all on the table. Here, 20 rusty iron swords, no more, no less.
Please count them.
The blacksmith clapped his hands, and rust flew everywhere.
Lin Shen didn't say much.
He opened his backpack and put all the iron swords on the table into the backpack.
Suddenly, Lin Shen's backpack was almost full.
At the same time, the dozens of copper coins obtained in the copy just now were almost used up. The blacksmith smiled and said, come again next time, sir.
Lin Shen did not leave. He said, I want to sell something. The blacksmith immediately became interested. Oh? What treasure is it? Let me see it. Lin Shen did not hide anything.
He sold all the unused equipment he picked up in the cave.
5 pieces of white level 5 equipment are not worth much. How about giving you 1 silver coin?
The blacksmith said after hesitating for a while.
Okay. Lin Shen was too lazy to bargain with these NPCs and said immediately. Okay. The blacksmith clapped his hands. The next moment, all the equipment in Lin Shen's backpack disappeared.
On the contrary, there was a change in his account balance.
0 gold, 1 silver, 5 bronze.
In the land of the hunting god, 1 copper coin is equivalent to $1, 100 copper coins are equal to 1 silver coin, and similarly, 100 silver coins are equal to 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin is like 10,000 yuan. After doing all this, Lin Shen left the blacksmith shop.
Come again next time.
The blacksmith's voice came from behind. Lin Shen walked straight to the mission hall of the novice village and found that his junior Tang Yu was already waiting in the simple hall. Seeing Lin Shen coming, Tang Yu immediately went up to him.
Elder brother.
Lin Shen nodded at Tang Yu.
Afterwards, the two looked into the hall.
There were basically no people in the hall at this time, because only those who had completed the Spider Cave dungeon would be prompted to enter the task hall. Next, they would take on new tasks in this place and thus reach level 10. Players can only leave the novice village after reaching level 10. Tang Yu looked at the NPCs in the hall and said, brother, let's go take the quest. I remember that the quests later on basically involve collecting quest items, which is quite tedious. If we team up, we can collect them faster. However, Lin Shen smiled slightly, I have a way to reach level 10 even faster.
Tang Yu was stunned, what method? Come with me to clear the dungeon again. Lin Shen said. At the same time, on the outskirts of Novice Village, at the exit of the Spider Cave dungeon,
rays of light flashed one after another, and members of a team walked out of the portal one after another. The crowd gathered at the cave entrance gradually made way, and almost everyone present covered their mouths and looked at the wounded group. The personnel configuration of this 6-person team is quite perfect, with a knight acting as a tank, a warrior acting as physical output, a mage responsible for spell output, a beastmaster acting as an auxiliary, and 2 nurses responsible for adding blood. But even so, although the team did not lose any members, everyone still had injuries to varying degrees, and the health bars above their heads were almost all red.
Among them, the knight even lost a resurrection coin.
At the end of the team, a woman with a dusty face walked out of the portal carrying a warrior.
Yuding, I'm almost well now, don't worry too much. The warrior was breathing shortly.
He was the most seriously injured and his health bar was at the bottom. The woman was a wet nurse, and her expression was obviously complicated at this time. Brother Tian, I'm becoming more and more suspicious of this special world, the game called Land of the Hunting God.
Do you remember I told you that Lin Shen is a programmer?
When the warrior heard the name Lin Shen, his eyebrows raised noticeably, and he seemed to become more energetic.
You mean that guy who works overtime all day and doesn't even know there's a grassland above his head? He sneered as he spoke. It's a pity he still doesn't know his fiancée is with me.
The woman beside him glared at him unhappily, then said in a serious tone, Brother Tian, if this world is the game and the land of the hunting gods, we must find Lin Chen as soon as possible. He is the bug fixer in the land of the hunting gods, and he must understand the rules of the game.
Well, you're right, but what are you going to do once you find him? Don't worry, Brother Tian. Lin Chen listens to me and does everything I say. As long as we find him and use his knowledge of the game, we will definitely rise to prominence. When the time is right, we can kick him away. My Yuding is so cruel.
The soldier pinched the woman's buttocks with a hint of intention.
The woman deliberately said coquettishly, Damn it, do you like it? I love it so much. Brush again? Tang Yu looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Well, brush it again.
Lin Chen said and walked out.
Tang Yu hurriedly caught up, but the novice dungeon is different from other dungeons. Once you complete it once, you can't enter it again.
It's originally used to let players familiarize themselves with the dungeon.
It's impossible to enter it a second time.
Lin Chen did not refute, he just smiled and said, Just follow me. Soon, the two of them came to the entrance of the spider cave again. However, this time, more than half of the people here were gone.
Only a few hundred people were left surrounding the cave entrance out of the thousands.
It seemed that various teams had already entered.
Lin Chen glanced at his taskbar.
The level 5 task, Enter the Dungeon, was still hanging in his taskbar, which meant that Lin Chen could continue to enter. This is equivalent to Lin Chen finding a new bug in the game.
Everyone entering the dungeon is at level 5.
After all, they came to this place because the system informed them when they reached level 5.
Except for people like Lin Chen and Tang Yu who already knew the location of the cave, no one would come here in advance. But Lin Chen is different.
Even if he is only level 3, his attack power has been accumulated to the point where he can kill ordinary monsters with one blow, so it is no big deal if he is not at level 5. This resulted in Lin Chen having already completed the dungeon before he even accepted the mission to enter it. When the mission appeared, Lin Chen could enter it a second time. He wanted to see what was different about himself, a so-called second-round player. Lin Chen walked to the center of the crowd and raised his hand again.
Anyone want to follow me into the dungeon? There's no class restriction, just come on in.
Unlike the first time, when people turned to look at Lin Chen, many of them immediately applied to join the team.
Because everyone noticed the levels of Lin Chen and Tang Yu. Level 7 and level 8. Everyone present is level 5, how come these two have such a high level?
They didn't know that Lin Chen and the other two were players who had completed a dungeon once, and of course they didn't quite understand why their levels were so high.
However, after Lin Chen said that, someone came over immediately. Hello?
The sound was so soft, as thin as a mosquito, and one couldn't tell its direction without listening carefully. Lin Chen and Tang Yu turned around at the same time, only to see a young girl looking at them somewhat embarrassedly.
Excuse me, can I come in? This girl was the nurse who had just asked Lin Chen if there was any danger inside the dungeon. At that time, her team was composed of squishy characters, and there was only one way to die if they went in. Thanks to Lin Chen, she did not enter the dungeon with that team. Lin Chen shrugged indifferently, okay. After saying that, he extended an invitation to the girl to form a team. Qingxi Qingxue has accepted your invitation to join a team.
Half a minute later, the remaining 3 people also joined the team one after another. The 6-member team, including Lin Chen, except Tang Yu, are all healers.
Oh my god, I'm in a nanny's nest. Tang Yu held his forehead. Lin Chen walked to the entrance of the cave at this time. He took a deep breath, then reached out and touched the black portal again. In an instant, a special ripple spread from before his eyes, and then completely enveloped the 6 people in Lin Chen's team. When a dull bell sound spread out, and everyone subconsciously took a few steps back. However, they found that no matter how they retreated, their bodies could not move at all, and the place where they were was completely isolated from the outside world, as if they were stuck in a quagmire. What happened?
Everyone in the team shouted in panic. Only Lin Chen widened his eyes, because he was very familiar with this scene. This special situation similar to a ritual could only happen in one situation. At this moment, a prompt came from Lin Chen's head.
You have completed the dungeon. Would you like to enable the hard difficulty? After hearing these words, Lin Chen's pupils widened almost instantly. Really? It's exactly what I guessed. Even if it is a novice copy, even if it is a copy that can only be entered once, you can actually use Lin Chen's method to enable the difficult mode and enter it again. Lin Chen's breathing was rapid. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose yes. You have activated the difficult mode and are entering the dungeon.
The next moment, the 6 figures disappeared from the spot. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves deep in a cave.
Faint light shone in from an unknown source, illuminating a gloomy and mysterious space.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. There was a sound of something crawling next to my ears, which made me feel creepy. Captain, Captain, the girl called out in a low voice. In response, she was met with a ball of fire.
Boom!
As the only mage in the team, releasing fireballs is the most basic ability. At this time, Tang Yu controlled the flames in his hands and finally completely illuminated the surrounding scene. The top and walls of the cave were covered with all kinds of strange stalactites and stalagmites, which shone with a deep luster under the firelight. The air was filled with a moist and slightly earthy smell, which was extremely oppressive.
However, Tang Yu frowned. Because this place is completely different from the previous spider cave. Brother Lin, is this a novice dungeon? Why does it feel a little off?
Tang Yu didn't know that Lin Chen had entered a difficult copy, he just felt that there might be something wrong with the game.
Lin Chen took out a rusty iron sword from his backpack.
He first nodded in response to Tang Yu's question, then turned around and made a stop gesture to the 4 girls behind him.
The 4 of you just stay here and don't move. Don't go anywhere if you don't want to die.
Lin Chen said seriously. The 4 girls, who were already extremely nervous, started to tremble at this moment.
They kept nodding their heads.
There was no need for Lin Chen to explain in detail that they would never run around. After hesitating for a while, Lin Chen added, "Don't invest in any equipment."
Yes, Captain.
The 4 girls said in unison. After doing all this, Lin Chen and Tang Yu looked at each other and then walked forward. Many strange plants grew inside the cave, their shapes varied, some showing bright colors, while others were dull and lifeless. These plants grew tenaciously in the absence of sunlight, their roots digging deep into the soil, their branches and leaves twisting and stretching, trying to find space to expand. As you go deeper into the cave, you can occasionally see some crystal water droplets hanging on the tips of leaves in the corners. However, after a while, the water droplets are shaken by some movement and fall, hitting the ground to form splashes.
There were some huge insect-like monsters running rampant in the cave.
They were either flying in the air or crawling on the ground. They were huge and ferocious.
Brother! Watch your head!
When Tang Yu's voice came, Lin Chen looked up suddenly. The wings of insects made a buzzing sound, and some murderous aura was descending above his head. However, Lin Chen did not dodge. The dark figure fell suddenly, and the rusty iron sword in Lin Chen's hand pierced directly into the monster's body.
-340. With one critical hit, the monster was killed instantly. Even in a difficult mode dungeon, no ordinary monster could easily withstand a blow from Lin Chen. Tang Yu approached with the light of fire.
Lin Chen looked down and saw the body that had died under the sword.
What the hell is this?
This monster had a human torso, but its lower body looked like a spider, and its upper body was more like a centipede. Its 8 eyes were all bleeding dark green blood. At this time, above the monster's corpse, its name appeared faintly.
Cursed Spider. Level 10. Health 260. Attack power 100.
Seeing this information, Lin Chen and Tang Yu both gasped. Wow, in the normal dungeon, the health of the final boss, the giant spider, is as high as 800 points, but its attack power is only 120.
Now, a small monster in this place alone has 100 points of attack power? It is indeed a difficult copy.
Lin Chen smiled slightly, that's right. After saying that, Tang Yu exclaimed, and suddenly a black smoke filled the area around Lin Chen, and a huge spider appeared beside Lin Chen.
Special skill, Resurrection of the Dead, is activated. Brother, what is this ability of yours? Tang Yu exclaimed, moving back and forth around the undead spider monster, his pupils gradually constricted. Oh my god, isn't this the boss of an ordinary dungeon?
In Tang Yu's eyes, Lin Chen is now extremely mysterious.
He seems to be covered with an impenetrable layer of smoke.
As a nanny, it is already exaggerated that he can kill monsters instantly with one sword. Now he even summons a creature similar to the beast tamer.
How can Tang Yu not be surprised?
Lin Chen opened his mouth to explain something, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to say them.
He simply didn't say anything. Sometimes, silence is more effective than over-explanation.
Seeing that Lin Chen didn't say anything, although Tang Yu was very concerned, he didn't ask any further questions. He just kept expressing admiration and poked the body of the undead spider monster with his fingers.
Wow, it's cold. Tang Yu said a little excitedly. Let's go.
Lin Chen waved his hand. The next moment, the undead spider monster moved its huge black body and followed Lin Chen, with a mist lingering behind it as it moved.
Oh my god, that's so cool. Tang Yu continued to exclaim in admiration.
The undead spider monster followed behind Lin Chen, and the man and the insect moved slowly forward. Tang Yu also walked carefully behind him, while releasing fireballs to serve as lighting. After walking a few steps, a cursed spider with a purple body jumped out from the shadows.
Gah!
It let out an extremely strange scream and rushed over, but before it reached Lin Chen, the undead spider monster raised its sharp claws and stabbed the cursed spider fiercely.
-90.
The size of the undead followers is larger than the monsters on the opposite side, and their attacks can even cause the opponents to become stunned. At this time, Lin Chen came up silently from behind and stabbed with the rusty iron sword without any fancy moves.
-370. Critical hit, attack power +1.
The man and the monster cooperated very tacitly. As long as a cursed spider appeared, Lin Chen and the undead spider monster would cooperate in this way, letting the undead spider deal some damage first, and then Lin Chen would finish off the monster in case they couldn't be killed in one blow. In this way, he slowly moved deeper.
The scene inside this difficult copy is larger than the ordinary one, and there are more forks in the road.
As time goes by, they have come to a fork in the road.
There are 3 cave entrances in front of us, which lead to unknown destinations. Each cave entrance exudes a gloomy atmosphere.
Brother, we still have plenty of time.
Let's just pick one. If we're lucky, we might run into the boss directly. Tang Yu suggested.
However, Lin Chen chuckled and said, that would be so boring. I plan to kill all the monsters in this dungeon without leaving a single one alive. After saying that, Lin Chen took the lead and entered the cave entrance on the left.
Leave no one behind? Tang Yu obviously didn't understand what Lin Chen meant.
However, at this time Lin Chen had already entered the cave first, and Tang Yu hurriedly followed him.
-376. -380. -420. -444.
After a while, Lin Chen had killed all the monsters in the other 2 cave entrances. At this moment, he and Tang Yu returned to the fork in the road. Lin Chen has completely cleared the caves on both sides. Even without any weapons, his current attack power has reached 222 points just using the rusty iron sword. In the process, he also dropped some equipment. Except for the weapon in his hand, which was still the rusty iron sword, Lin Chen and Tang Yu behind him were already fully armed.
Helmet, level 7, white, cloth helmet. Gloves, level 6, white, coarse cloth glove. Tops, level 7, green, cotton silk battle robe.
Bottoms, level 7, green, leather satin leggings.
Belt type, level 5, blue, rune belt. Boots, level 7, green, swift cloth boots. Accessories, level 1, white, lucky ring. Amulet, level 5, white, amulet of luck. Weapon, level 1, rusty iron sword.
The equipment on Lin Chen's body was a bit mismatched, but compared with the same level, it was still considered luxurious. He took a look at his main attributes.
The attack power reached 222 points.
With the help of other equipment, the health value is as high as 600 points. Armor and magic resistance are 30 and 35 respectively. If these numbers were seen by other physical professions, they would be simply a fantasy. After all, a level 7 warrior, with level 7 equipment, would probably only have an attack power of 80 to 100. If they were holding a rusty iron sword like Lin Chen, their attack power would probably only be 45 points. Lin Chen looked down at the undead followers he had summoned. As Lin Chen's strength increased, the spider's abilities also grew little by little. Nowadays, a normal attack from the undead spider monster can deal 100 points of damage.
Everything was ready.
Lin Chen took a deep breath and stepped into the cave in front of him. As soon as I stepped in, I heard a gust of wind. Mixed with the wind was the sharp voice of a woman singing, and my vision gradually became brighter. The two paused, a hint of caution in their eyes. They looked up and saw a bright light inside the cave entrance, a light pouring down from above, illuminating the entire cave. Looking forward, I saw a figure singing loudly on a huge stone platform at the end of the cave. The figure seemed to be a woman, her long hair fluttering in the wind, her dress fluttering in the wind. Her singing was high and passionate, full of endless passion and power, as if it could penetrate people's souls. But when Lin Chen looked down, he felt nauseous. Because the lower half of this woman's body below her belly is the body of a spider, with 8 sharp legs on both sides of the body. As if noticing Lin Chen and Tang Yu, the woman's high-pitched singing suddenly stopped. She carefully looked at the two people who entered the cave and suddenly spoke.
"Who are you? A talking monster?"
Tang Yu's emotions were relatively stable, but Lin Chen was a little uneasy. With the memories of his previous life, he can be 100% sure that no matter whether it is a wild monster or a dungeon monster, or even various bosses, at least before level 10, that is, in the novice village, they will not encounter a monster that can speak human words.
But why can monsters talk in this novice copy?
Lin Chen frowned slightly.
Could it be related to himself, the so-called second-round player?
But before he could speak, Tang Yu came over from behind and said to the monster in front,
"We are here to kill you."
Hearing Tang Yu's words, Spider-Woman was obviously stunned for a moment, and then her huge spider body began to move, and her 8 legs lifted her body up together. Then, she slowly moved horizontally on the platform.
Like a watchful cat. Why? There seemed to be some confusion in Spider-Woman's words. Why did you come to kill me? Tang Yu paused. What kind of words were these? A dungeon boss actually asked the player why they wanted to kill her?
He was about to continue answering when Lin Chen stopped him with his hand. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but Tang Yu had to swallow them back.
Lin Chen raised his head and looked ahead. He could sense something different from this monster. It was quite different from many monsters he had encountered before.
This woman with the spider body clearly had her own way of thinking. She was no longer one of those monsters that only knew how to execute attack commands. In comparison, she was more like people. But Lin Chen could feel a strong sense of incongruity.
He didn't know how to express it.
The monster in front of him was more like a prisoner trapped in this place. The way she spoke and her eyes were filled with deep sadness.
Lin Chen said, "If we don't kill you, how are we going to get out?" Spider-Woman seemed to be thinking after hearing this.
After a few seconds, she suddenly laughed and said, "Then don't go out.
It's better to stay here with me. I will put makeup on you and make you look better."
Spider-Woman slowly raised her slender arms, and the nails on her hands grew wildly, like sharp blades.
At this moment, a line of words appeared above Spider-Woman's head. Boss, the Cursed Spider Queen. Health, 1500. Attack power, 300.
Ability Cursed Aura, immune to critical damage, immune to frost damage, fire damage tolerance +2, and has a chance to inflict curse damage when attacking.
Lin Chen frowned. Immune to critical damage? That meant the rusty iron sword in his hand wouldn't be able to deal a critical hit?
At this moment, the expression on Spider-Woman's face was extremely strange. She looked like she was smiling, but the sadness in her eyes made it seem like she was crying.
It's like a collection of contradictions. After saying so much, we still have to fight? Tang Yu sighed helplessly. Spider-Woman's speed was astonishing.
In almost an instant, her huge body appeared next to Lin Chan and Tang Yu.
Then, she waved her arms violently. The
huge kinetic energy made a sound of breaking through the air, and the sharp claws even tore through the air.
Lin Chen subconsciously took a step back. However, he was not hurt, as his own undead spider monster appeared in front of him and blocked the attack for him. More than half of the undead follower's health disappeared in an instant. Such high damage! Lin Chen's pupils shrank.
Spider-Woman looked at the undead spider monster that suddenly appeared.
She seemed to sigh faintly, "Have you betrayed me too?"
However, in this brief gap, the rusty iron sword in Lin Chen's hand disappeared instantly, and was replaced by a level 7 green weapon, sharp broadsword. This was the equipment that dropped when he just killed a monster. Although there was no occupational restriction for weapons below level 10, this equipment was obviously used by warriors. It looked out of place for Lin Chen, a stay-at-home dad, to hold it in his hands.
But Lin Chen couldn't care less.
A sharp broadsword.
Attack power plus 50. There is a chance to cause bleeding when attacking.
Combined with his own attack power of 220 points, Lin Chen's sword strike had a total of 270 points.
What a pity! If I could have a critical hit, I wouldn't have chosen to use this weapon. Lin Chen growled.
Then he took a step forward, past the undead spider, and stabbed the Spider-Woman in the abdomen.
Minus 250. The damage was not full, probably because the
Spider-Woman still had armor, and the bleeding effect of the sharp broadsword was not triggered. The feeling of Lin Chen's sword thrust was extremely strange, as if it had hit a quagmire. Spider-Woman screamed, she pulled her hand away and swung it towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen retreated suddenly.
He didn't want to be hurt by Spider-Woman.
Every attack of this thing would be accompanied by a curse buff, and that state would weaken his attack power. However, although Lin Chen dodged the first attack, he was unable to dodge the second attack that followed quickly. Spider-Woman's attack speed was too fast, and Lin Chen could only take it head-on.
Base. Lin Chen's health suddenly dropped by 270 points. Spider-Woman's third attack is here again.
Lin Chen cursed inwardly, and he quickly added, Healing Hands, to himself, while releasing the healer's attack skill, Light Talisman. The white talisman suddenly floated to the center of Spider-Woman's eyebrows, and it exploded violently, causing Spider-Woman's waving arms to pause slightly.
Xiao Tang.
Lin Chen found an opening and shouted, Set fire. It is clearly written on Spider-Woman's status bar that she is immune to critical hits and freezing damage, but is afraid of fire. Before the mage reaches level 10, there are two skills that are both fire damage. Tang Yu behind him came to his senses, chanted a spell, and a fireball was thrown over.
Oh! The fireball hit Spider-Woman right in the face. Minus 50.
Even though Spider-Woman is afraid of fire, Tang Yu only dealt 50 points of damage.
Why is it only 50 points of damage? Tang Yu was confused. He saw that every time Lin Chen slashed, he could deal hundreds of points, but when it came to him, he only dealt 50 points when he used a skill? Brother, I have another level 5 skill with a casting time of 5 seconds. Please help me get 5 seconds. Tang Yu shouted behind him. But Lin Chen no longer needed it.
The fireball just now had made Spider-Woman retreat repeatedly, and flames were beginning to emit continuous damage from her body.
Minus 5. Minus 5. Minus 5.
Although the damage was not high, Spider-Woman still let out a shrill wail.
Why? Why are you doing this to me?
The Spider-Woman roared and attacked randomly on the spot. Taking this opportunity, Lin Chen quickly drank a bottle of the lowest level life potion, and then he continued to step forward.
Following Lin Chen forward were his undead followers. Base. Boom blah blah.
In just 5 seconds, Lin Chen and the undead spider monster had dealt more than 1,000 points of damage in a row. At this moment, Spider-Woman's health has reached the bottom, and the flames on her body have finally gone out.
Go away!
Spider-Woman swung the 8 sharp limbs at her sides violently, retreated quickly, and finally climbed to the top of the wall at the back, hanging upside down on the ceiling of the cave.
Spider-Woman seemed to be recovering health.
However, the bleeding effect of the sharp broadsword has taken effect. Every time Spider-Woman attacks, the bleeding effect disappears a little. At the same time, a large number of small spiders swarmed out from all directions. When Lin Chen saw these little spiders, he suddenly smiled knowingly.
I'm waiting for you.
After saying that, he switched the broadsword in his hand, and the rusty iron sword reappeared in his hand.
Minus 520. Minus 272. Minus 522. Minus 520. Minus 524.
With multiple critical hits in a row, Lin Chen happily chopped down the small spiders rushing towards him. The attack power of these little spiders is not very high, and it seems that they are used to interfere with Spider-Woman's blood recovery. Before Spider-Woman's blood is fully restored, these spiders seem endless.
Brother, my skills are ready. I will burn all these little spiders to death. Tang Yu shouted.
But Lin Chen turned around suddenly. You dare! The low shouts from friendly forces even interrupted Tang Yu's skill casting.
No one can steal Spider-Man from me. Tang Yu, let these little spiders
hit him, but the damage they caused was not as much as that caused by Lin Chen's healing hand. After 3 minutes, Lin Chen killed more than 60 small spiders with his rusty iron sword. During this period, the durability of an iron sword was even reduced to 0 and shattered.
60 attacks, 45 critical hits. Lin Chen's attack power reached 265.
Switching to a sharp broadsword, the attack power reaches 315. At this moment, Spider-Woman finally fell from above. Her health was not fully restored, and the bleeding effect only restored 2/3 of her health.
It's just a few dollars.
However, Lin Chen was not in a hurry to kill the boss. He looked at the corpses of small spiders on the ground under his feet and had other plans in mind. At this moment, Spider-Woman attacked again, and Lin Chen followed suit. After several fights with Spider-Woman, Lin Chen quickly beat Spider-Woman again, leaving only a trace of blood. Spider-Woman screamed, and the sound waves caused by it spread like ripples, forcing Lin Chen back while quickly retreating. The 8 legs under Spider-Woman's belly moved quickly, carrying her to the ceiling above the distant stone platform again. She hung from the ceiling, her health restored for the second time.
Plus 30. Plus 30. Plus 30.
Seeing this situation, not only Lin Chen, but also Tang Yu behind him was obviously a little excited.
He immediately shouted in a low voice, "Brother, it's bad.
She's starting to recover health again.
Come on, I'll take her down."
The flames danced. Tang Yu's fireball spell had been completed, and he was just about to throw it out. However, what made Tang Yu very puzzled was that Lin Chen once again reached out to stop him.
No, don't move, just wait for my notice.
After Lin Chen said this, a large wave of small spiders appeared from unknown places in all directions. In order to prevent Lin Chen and the others from disturbing Spider-Woman's recovery, the small spiders quickly rushed forward. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen's mouth corners raised. The sharp broadsword in his hand was hidden, and instead, the rusty iron sword was pulled out again. A small spider pounced first, and Lin Chen chopped it down without hesitation.
Minus 702. Minus 700. Minus 353.
Lin Chen happily swung the rusty iron sword in his hand. His body was continuously shrouded in the skill state of healing hands, so that the continuous damage from the small spiders would not threaten him. On the contrary, with every blow he made, the small spiders biting his body would die instantly.
Attack power plus 1. Attack power plus 1. Attack power plus 1. 10 minutes later.
Another wave of small spider monsters came over, and the number of small spiders in each wave ranged from 60 to 70. Although they were not big in size, they were densely packed. When they moved and attacked, they made a crackling sound, which was enough to make people's scalp tingle. But to Lin Chen, these things were as beautiful as flowers in bud, and the sounds they made were like clear silver bells. In the past period of time, Lin Chen repeated the same method 3 times. Every time the boss spider woman is beaten to the point of near death, she will crawl to the distant ceiling to recover health. During this period, she will summon a large number of small spiders to interfere with the player so that she can recover health. This was the scene Lin Chen was waiting for. One little spider after another died under Lin Chen's rusty iron sword. He had already broken 3 iron swords, and now the durability of the rusty iron sword in his hand had reached the bottom. His own attack power increased to 370 points. Minus 720. After a critical strike, Lin Chen discovered that the attack power no longer increased at this time. What? Lin Chen opened his status page, and only then did he realize that he had reached level 8 just by killing small spiders. The little spiders are summon monsters, and their level is only 5. Lin Chen can no longer gain attack power bonus by killing monsters of level 3 or below. But it was enough. His attack power increased from 270 points to 370 points, a 100-point increase in attack power. Lin Chen was already very satisfied. When the last little spider was cleared by Lin Chen finally turned around and called out to Tang Yu, "Xiao Tang." Tang Yu behind him seemed a little bored because of Lin Chen's strange behavior. He had several opportunities to use Fireball to knock down Spider-Woman when she was lying on the ceiling to recover her health, but Lin Chen refused every time. If Lin Chen hadn't insisted on killing these monsters, the dungeon would have ended 10 minutes ago. "Hey, brother? What's wrong?" Tang Yu wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and quickly agreed. Lin Chen pointed at the Spider-Woman on the ceiling above his head and said to Tang Yu, "Now you can knock her down." After hearing this, Tang Yu finally perked up. He had been waiting for this moment for 10 minutes. Okay. After he finished speaking, a ball of fire gathered in his hands. Tang Yu took aim and threw the fireball at the Spider-Woman. The boss's health was less than 1/3 restored, and at this moment he was hit by Tang Yu's fireball, and immediately fell from the top of his head. "Do not!" Spider-Woman screamed and rushed over like a madman, determined to tear Lin Chen and the other man into pieces. However, Lin Chen replaced the iron sword in his hand with a sharp broadsword. Attack power, 420. Before Spider-Woman rushed over, Lin Chen had already rushed in the opposite direction. Base. With a flash of cold light, the broadsword in Lin Chen's hand chopped down the Spider-Woman's body without any fancy moves. Minus 412. Of course there was no critical hit, but with one blow, 412 points of damage were dealt, and Spider-Woman's health was instantly gone. Spider-Woman's charging figure suddenly stopped. She made a pounce but could not move forward at all. At this moment, her body gradually stiffened, and a low murmur between pain and relief came from her throat. Quack quack. Strange black blood vomited out of Spider-Woman's mouth, and the huge spider body collapsed limply on the ground. The upper body of Spider-Woman, a human, now emitted a thick gray-black mist. In the mist, the boss retracted his claws. "Thank you." In the fog, Lin Chen seemed to hear the Spider-Woman talking to him with a smile. Lin Chen glanced around and found that the thick fog blocked a large part of his vision. Tang Yu, who had been standing next to him, was also blocked outside by this strange fog. At this moment, Lin Chen and Spider-Woman were looking at each other face to face, like two old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. "You are thanking me?" Lin Chen was stunned. Even though he had reached level 80 in his previous life, and even though he was among the top 1,000 on the ladder before his death, he had never encountered such a situation. It seemed as if he was facing not a dungeon boss, but a living person, a woman. However, at this time, the black smoke on the Spider-Woman's body became thicker and thicker, and the body of this final boss was quickly dissipating. As if realizing she didn't have much time left, Spider-Woman quickly said to Lin Chen, "It's useless, chosen one. No matter how hard you try, the world will be destroyed. No one can stop it. Just give up." Lin Chen was a little confused. He wanted to ask further questions, but the Spider-Woman's body had become transparent. She was more like a wisp of mist, and gradually dissipated with the wind blowing from somewhere in the cave.
Thank you, Chosen One. All I could hear was Spider-Woman's final whisper. The fog gradually dissipated.
Lin Chen finally heard Tang Yu's voice beside him.
Brother, brother, brother? The sound became clearer and louder.
Lin Chen came to his senses and found that Tang Yu was looking at him anxiously.
Brother, what's wrong with you? After the boss died, you just stood there motionless. I thought something happened to you.
Tang Yu patted his chest and said with relief. Lin Chen looked down at the place where the Spider-Woman's body disappeared. There was also a black shadow swaying slowly. Soon, a line of small words appeared above the shadow.
Whether to awaken the soul.
Skill, Resurrection of the Dead, effect.
Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately chose yes.
However, it was completely different from the previous situation of storing the undead.
After choosing yes, nothing happened.
Instead, 2 seconds later, a new line of words appeared in his sight.
Sorry, you cannot awaken and store cursed souls. Lin Chen paused. What does it mean? Can't awaken the cursed soul? What kind of thing is this? What the hell is a cursed soul?
Even if he were to live again, Lin Chen had never heard of these weird words.
Could it be related to himself, the so-called second-time player? Cursed soul.
He repeated it several times in his mouth, still confused. Just when Lin Chen was feeling a little annoyed, a beam of light suddenly fell from the sky in front of him. Then, a huge treasure chest appeared in front of Lin Chen and Tang Yu at the moment the beam of light disappeared.
Settlement rewards had begun to be distributed.
The clearance treasure chest was entirely black and extremely large, at least twice as large as the clearance treasure chests in regular dungeons. And if you got close enough, you could even sense a special heaviness.
Brother, it's a clearance treasure chest.
Tang Yu was a little excited, rubbing his hands together, but he did not rush forward. After all, Lin Chen was the key to passing the copy, and he was waiting for Lin Chen to take the first step. Lin Chen was still struggling with the so-called cursed soul, but after Tang Yu's reminder, he came to his senses. After walking in front of the treasure chest, Lin Chen hesitated for a while, then carefully placed his hand on the black treasure chest. The next moment, the treasure chest suddenly exploded, and countless rays of light popped out from inside.
Ding 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 ding.
7 or 8 special crisp sounds were heard, and the pupils of Lin Chen and Tang Yu dilated slightly at this moment.
2 green lights, 4 blue lights, and 2 pink beams. Holy crap! Tang Yu practically screamed, "Brother, it's pink, we're going crazy."
His excitement was inevitable. After all, in the land of the hunting god, if you wanted to find pink gear, you had to at least leave the novice village, and it was rarely dropped by ordinary wild monsters and bosses. Pink gear, in terms of both stats and attributes, was far more luxurious than blue and green equipment. Before the game came out, Tang Yu, as a tester, was quite familiar with this drop rate.
Lin Chen first ignored the 2 green items and took a look at the blue equipment.
Among the 4 blue items, there are 2 level 10 defensive items and 2 level 10 weapons. Among the defensive equipment, there is a pair of pants called Bisha pants, and a pair of shoes called Swift Wind boots. The 2 weapons and equipment are the Banman Red Tassel Sword, used by the warrior, and the Yuling Staff, used by the mage. Lin Chen took a quick look and threw all the blue equipment, including the red tasseled sword and the staff, directly to Tang Yu, then took a look at the pink equipment on the ground.
2 pieces of pink equipment, a top and a weapon.
The top is called, for Spirit's Soft Armor.
Wearing it can add an extra 300 health points, 50 armor points and 40 magic resistance points. Lin Chen now has only a dozen points of double defense.
With this thing, his defense will be raised to a higher level.
Brother, all the pink clothes are yours, I don't want them. Tang Yu quickly put on his blue outfit.
Although he seemed very interested in the pink outfit, these were Lin Chen's spoils of war and he would not touch them. Lin Chen nodded, then turned his attention to another
pink outfit.
The other item is the level 10 pink item, Moonchaser Bow.
Moonchaser Bow. Equipment type, Bow, 2-handed. Level requirement, level 10. Job requirements, none. Physical attack, plus 150. Fire attack damage plus 5%. Additional ability, when hitting a unit, there is a 15% chance to blind it, and it cannot attack while blinded. Seeing these two pieces of equipment, Lin Shen didn't hesitate at all and directly clicked on the small dice in front of the two pink equipment. Programmer vote points, 4. Programmer vote, 2. When the other people in the team saw Lin Shen voted, they all gave up. In less than 2 seconds, Lin Shen obtained the pink equipment of 4 spirits soft armor and moonchasing bow. Brother, anything else? Tang Yu asked tentatively. I don't need anything else. Lin Shen said lightly. Understood. Tang Yu exclaimed. However, as time went on, the treasure chest continued to spit out rewards, the amount of which was somewhat unexpected to Lin Shen. A large number of copper coins, white equipment, and occasional green and blue equipment fell one after another, making crisp sounds. At the same time, a series of system prompt sounds rang in Lin Shen's head. You have earned bonus experience by clearing the hidden dungeon. All members of your team survive and gain bonus experience. You are the first player to clear the hidden dungeon. You have been awarded the achievement, Hidden Deeply. The achievement reward will be added to your backpack after you leave the dungeon. We have detected that you are a second-round player. We have unlocked a special reward for you. The reward will be distributed to your backpack after you leave the dungeon. You've been upgraded. You've been upgraded. You've been upgraded. The system prompted one after another, and before Lin Shen could react, his level had reached level 10, just like Tang Yu, except for the other 4 nurses in the team. But what Lin Shen cared about was not his own level, but the special reward mentioned by the system. In addition to the achievement rewards, there is also a special reward specifically set up for second-week players? What will it be? Properties panel. Level 10. HP, wearing 4 spirits soft armor 1300/1300. Magic value, 250/250. Strength, 17. Plus 3. Intelligence, 20. Plus 3. Agility, 16. Plus 3. Stamina, 44. Plus 9. Luck, 5. Attack, with Rusty Iron Sword 370, plus 185, / with Moon Chaser Bow 520. Spell attack, 60. Physical defense, wearing 4 spirits soft armor 73. Plus 50. Magical defense, 74. Plus 40. Free attribute points, 20. The moment Lin Shen walked out of the copy, his mind suddenly became busy. Yes, the prompt sounds rang in my mind almost at the same time. Although he had experienced this once before, Lin Shen still subconsciously covered his head. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. You can go to the Novice Village Quest Hall to accept the quest to leave the Novice Village. You have activated the mall. You can open the mall to purchase items. You have activated the equipment forging function. You can go to the main city to forge equipment. You have activated the World Channel function. You can spend currency to post in the World Channel. You have activated the Add Friend feature. You have activated the Self-State Switching function. After entering the neutral zone, you can switch your state. Be careful, you may be attacked by other players. You have opened the exchange. You can buy and sell items on the exchange at any time. You have opened the ladder leaderboard. You have activated the Guild feature. From now on, you can create and join a guild. These system voices are like broadcasting in turns. Before one message is completely finished, new messages come one after another. Lin Shen stood there in a daze for 2 minutes before the broadcast voice in his mind gradually disappeared. Even so, Lin Shen still felt a buzzing sound in his brain. Not only him, but Tang Yu behind him was the same. The two shook their heads, only to find that there were people everywhere around them, and these people were looking at them with a little fear. The words level 10 above Lin Shen's head were extremely dazzling. The people gathered near the cave entrance were all level 5.
They were basically novices who had not yet entered the dungeon, and had never seen anyone at level 10.
Why is this person level 10? He's not the only one. Look at the mage behind him.
He seems to be level 10 as well.
The 4 nurses behind have all reached level 9. But I just saw some people coming out of the dungeon, and they were only level 8. Any explanation? I do not know.
The discussions around them were getting louder and louder, but no matter how much they talked, when Lin Chen and Tang Yu were about to leave, the huge crowd around them tacitly made way for them. Lin Chen did not rush to leave, but instead hurriedly opened his backpack. When he saw 2 gift packages suddenly appearing from the backpack, he couldn't help but breathe quickly.
An achievement reward. A special reward.
Putting aside the achievement rewards, he had never heard of this so-called special reward for the second round.
But before he could open the gift package, Tang Yu came over from behind. Brother, are we going to accept the mission to leave the novice village?
Lin Chen paused slightly, then nodded. Xiao Tang, you go first.
I'll rest for a while.
After saying that, Lin Chen patted Tang Yu on the shoulder and walked straight away. Tang Yu stood there in a daze, and the next moment, a prompt came from his mind.
The captain has disbanded the team.
Lin Chen squatted on a stone, surrounded by a quiet hillside. Near the hillside, there was a group of level 0 monster fireflies.
Nowadays, most people have adapted to the current environment and have basically reached level 5. There are basically no people near the fireflies.
Lin Chen opened his backpack and clicked on the achievement reward. This gift package was the reward I received for being the first to clear the hidden copy. I had never achieved a similar feat in my previous life, so naturally I had no idea what good things were inside. After a while of waiting, the gift package disappeared and was replaced by 2 small medicine bottles.
Okay? Lin Chen was stunned and just gave him 2 medicine bottles dryly?
But he still looked at the 2 bottles of potion carefully.
Marrow washing fluid, untradeable, X1. Marrow washing fluid can reset your own attribute points. Wash with some potion?
Lin Chen blinked. It turned out to be a washing potion. This thing could reset all of his attribute points allocated to different attributes and restore them to new free attribute points.
The higher the level, the higher the value of this thing.
However, Lin Chen is only level 10 now, and he still has 20 free attribute points that he has not added, which he does not need for the time being.
Entry conversion potion, untradeable, X1. Attribute conversion potion, all attributes and properties of a piece of equipment can be transferred to another piece of equipment of the same type. The original attributes of the added equipment will not disappear. The level difference between the 2 pieces of equipment cannot exceed 10 levels.
Lin Chen stood up suddenly. He read the description of the entry conversion potion more than 10 times in a row.
I even read it aloud twice in a low voice. Transfer all the attributes and properties of a piece of equipment to another piece of the same type? Lin Chen's breathing was rapid. Then, can't I add the bug attribute of the rusty iron sword to other equipment? For example, the moon chaser bow? Wrong.
Lin Chen quickly forced himself to calm down. The special entry for the rusty iron sword is a bug I added myself, and it is hidden, so even I can't see it. This isn't an entry that comes with the game. Is it possible that this kind of bug entry could be transferred? But really, according to the description of this potion, Lin Chen can indeed move the bug entry of the rusty iron sword to the moon-chasing bow. Lin Chen paced back and forth. What if he failed? But soon, Lin Chen made a decision. It didn't matter if he failed, it would just be a waste of a bottle of conversion potion. He had plenty of rusty iron swords in his backpack. If he failed, so be it. But if he succeeded, he could not only continue to use the rusty iron sword to cause 50% critical strike, but also the moon-chasing bow. Thinking of this, Lin Chen did not hesitate. He immediately took out a rusty iron sword and the moon-chasing bow. Then he opened the entry conversion potion. The next moment, a special light suddenly emanated from the surface of the 2 pieces of equipment. In less than 2 seconds, a line of words appeared in sight.
Do you want to add all the attribute conversions of Rusty Iron Sword to Moonchaser Bow? Lin Chen carefully chose yes.
Then, the two pieces of equipment floated up at the same time, and the light suddenly became so bright that Lin Chen even had to use his hands to cover his eyes.
Ding dong, sorry, the operation failed. There are no attributes that can be converted on the converted equipment, Rusty Iron Sword. You have lost, Attribute Conversion Potion, X1.
The light disappeared, and the Rusty Iron Sword and the Moonchasing Bow fell to the ground.
Lin Chen stood there in a daze. What's the matter?
He was distracted for half a minute.
Did he fail? Stealing a chicken but losing the rice? Lin Chen immediately cursed, I fucked you.
He covered his forehead with his hands, looking as if he had eaten something indescribable. After a moment of silence, Lin Chen looked at the moon-chasing bow through his fingertips, but he felt something was wrong because there seemed to be something wrong with the last line of the moon-chasing bow's entry.
What?
Lin Chen picked up the moon-chasing bow and carefully read the description of the moon-chasing bow.
Moonchaser Bow. Equipment type, bow, two-handed. Level requirement, level 10. Job requirements, none. Physical attack, plus 150. Fire attack damage plus 5%.
Additional ability, when hitting a unit, there is a 15% chance to blind it, and it cannot attack in the blinded state.
The last line of the entry seems to be blurred. Could it be successful?
Lin Chen stood up straight suddenly, stroking the moon-chasing bow in his hand. In order to verify his guess, he aimed at a firefly moving back and forth in the distance without hesitation. After drawing the bow, an energy arrow automatically appears at the bowstring.
Call out.
Lin Chen let go of his hand, and the arrow whizzed out and hit the firefly.
Minus 520. No critical hit.
Even without a weapon, Lin Chen already has 370 attack power, and the moon-chasing bow directly adds 150 attack power. Even if one arrow does not hit a critical hit, it can still cause more than 500 damage. Lin Chen did not hesitate and continued to draw the bow.
Call out. Minus 520. Still no critical hit. Call out. Call out. 2 more arrows, 520 damage each.
Lin Chen sighed. It seemed that the transfer was not successful.
He shot an arrow casually. Minus 1040.
A line of blood-red numbers suddenly appeared above the firefly's head.
Lin Chen was stunned, huh?
He suspected that he had seen it wrong and continued to try to shoot.
Minus 1040. A critical hit. Call out. Minus 1040. If one critical hit is just a coincidence of 5 points of luck in your body, what about 3 critical hits? Lin Chen swallowed his saliva, damn, it's amazing. Then, Lin Chen looked at the second gift package in his backpack. Second week special reward. He clicked subconsciously.
Sorry, your level is not high enough, please reach level 20.
A few minutes later, Lin Chen appeared in the task hall in the central area of the novice village. Tang Yu was the only one in the huge hall. He stood there looking around bored.
On the surrounding walls were patterns that looked like murals and runes, but they were obscure and difficult to understand.
Tang Yu could not make any sense of them.
In the center of the hall, an old man stood there calmly, with a yellow question mark floating above his head. The old man is the village chief of the novice village. After reaching a certain level, players will receive and deliver tasks from him. After completing the mission and reaching level 10, you can leave the novice village and officially step into the land of hunting gods.
At this time, footsteps were heard and a second person walked into the hall.
Tang Yu was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw Lin Chen coming over, so he hurried over to greet him.
Brother, how are you? Lin Chen said, nothing, how about you, have you received the mission?
Tang Yu glanced at the NPC and shook his head, no, I'm going to wait for you. As they spoke, the two of them came in front of the old man. Seeing someone approaching, the chief of the novice village immediately smiled.
Greetings, honorable chosen one. I have a commission. If you can help me collect 30 pieces of swallowtail pollen from the back mountain, I will give you a generous reward. This will help you successfully reach level 10. However, after he said this, Lin Chen and Tang Yu looked at him without saying a word. The atmosphere was a little awkward. The old man blinked, and the NPC looked up at this time, and found that the level of the two people had reached level 10. He took a step back in disbelief. According to the rules set by the land of the hunting god, the chosen one who appeared here at this time should have just come out of the spider cave dungeon and should be only level 8. If he wanted to reach level 10, he would need to receive 2 more tasks from him. One task is to kill 30 monsters called swallowtail bees, and collect 30 pieces of swallowtail pollen from them. Another task is to help the village chief find his lost dentures. This task requires running all over the novice village, talking to a total of 12 NPCs in the village, and finally finding the golden dentures in a stinky ditch according to the prompts. The 2 tasks will take at least an hour to complete. But why did the 2 people in front of me reach level 10 directly? After hesitating for a few seconds, the question mark above the being's head disappeared. Instead, there was an exclamation mark. The NPC's expression gradually turned gloomy, and his tone became serious. Since the honorable chosen one has reached level 10, I will not waste any more words. Chosen one, please look at the wall behind me. As he said this, the old man moved his body away. On the wall with murals behind, those strange patterns suddenly moved at this moment, like a projection screen playing some magnificent pictures. This was not the first time that Lin Chen had experienced this scene, but compared to his previous life, Lin Chen at this moment was staring at the wall intently. He knew that the old man was telling the story about the land of the hunting god. In his previous life, Lin Chen didn't take the so-called game plot seriously at all, so he didn't listen to the plot carefully at all. Like everyone else, after entering the hunting god, everyone regarded their situation as a bizarre dream. Many people believed that as long as they completed certain tasks or left the novice village, they would wake up and return to the real world. But he was wrong, everyone was wrong. The moment they walked out of the novice village, the game in this so-called hunting godland had just begun. After countless years of the world's creation, the gods seemed to be tired of their creations, so they abandoned us. As the old man spoke, the pattern on the mural gradually changed with his words. Dozens of human figures of various shapes floated high above the brow of the wall. Below them were countless mortals and creatures kneeling on the ground. However, with a sigh from the old man, the so-called gods suddenly brought down endless divine punishment. The gods unleashed their wrath, and the endless life within heaven and earth gradually vanished, leaving the entire world devastated. The old man's tone became more and more solemn. As time went by, he finally looked at Lin Chen and spoke word by word. So, chosen one, please save this world from the wrath of the gods. Hearing this, Lin Chen just felt it was a bit absurd. Players, whom they call the chosen ones, actually have to survive and become stronger in the land of hunting gods in this exaggerated game background. As their levels increase, they will eventually face the gods. The gods the old people talk about are the enemies they must hunt. Lin Chen suddenly laughed at this moment. Damn chosen one. This plot sounds so grand, hunting down gods. But when you look into it, it's incredibly cool. It's as if he truly is the savior who can save the world at the hands of the gods. And the enigmatic title of Chosen One leaves others, hearing this story for the first time, speechless. However, Lin Chen, a second-week player, knew that this was simply a melodramatic plot designed by the game designers for the sake of rationality. He didn't care how the so-called game plot would develop, nor did he want to know what the gods he was going to hunt were. He only knew that there must be a more terrifying crisis behind this game. All of this seemed like it was done in response to some kind of disaster. Training ground. The so-called chosen ones who came to the land of hunting god are actually the ones that the game designers worried about when the crisis comes. These mortals will not be able to resist at all, so they used this method to strengthen and train them. A few minutes later, the story was over, and the village chief in front of Lin Chen stood back in front of the wall. There was a brief awkward atmosphere around them. Tang Yu, who had also finished watching the plot, turned around and looked at Lin Chen. He was a little confused. Brother, what is this old man talking about? In whose hands are we going to be saved?
Lin Chen had already walked to a corner and sat down.
He nodded and said, "What's wrong? As a tester, have you forgotten the plot?"
Tang Yu shook his head. "I only remember some general plots, but no matter what, this is too outrageous.
What ability do we have to fight against the so-called gods?"
As he spoke, Tang Yu also walked to Lin Chen's side. While talking to Lin Chen, he opened his backpack and put on his equipment one by one. Looking at the attributes and pitiful stats of these low-level equipment, he had no idea what level he needed to reach or how much he needed to grow before he could defeat the so-called god.
Lin Chen said quietly, "Do you still remember the first world boss we fought at level 30?
I remember that during the test, our entire architecture team had GM privileges to go over and play."
"Do you remember the boss's name?" Hearing Lin Chen say this, Tang Yu paused.
Then, his eyes gradually grew wider. "Moon Goddess, Anna."
Before Tang Yu could fully digest it, Lin Chen continued, "Where's the level 40 world boss?"
"Yes."
"What about level 50? Level 60?
Lin Chen spoke one sentence after another, and Tang Yu beside him was already sweating profusely. Lin Chen laughed. "The title of the level 40 world boss is called God of Blazing Fire. The level 50 world boss is called God of Fierce Wind, and the level 60 world boss is Guardian of the Earth." Lin Chen's tone was calm, as if he was talking about his friend. Only after he finished talking about the title of level 80 world boss did Lin Chen turn around and look at Tang Yu.
"Remember?
In the land of the hunting god, the so-called gods have always been the player's enemies." Tang Yu was stunned for several minutes before he slowly came back to his senses.
He swallowed his saliva and couldn't find the right words
to describe his feelings for a moment.
He hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Are all the gods in this hunting land evil?"
"There is no need to care whether they are good or evil. The most important thing is to do your best to become stronger in this ghost place,"
Lin Chen said quietly. That's right. Tang Yu nodded continuously.
Then, the two of them began to look around quietly.
There was still no one in the hall.
To kill time, Tang Yu stood up and walked around the hall. Lin Chen was half lying on the ground with his eyes closed.
"They are waiting for someone. There is a limit on the number of people who want to leave the novice village. There are exactly 10,000 people in each novice village.
For a total of 10,000 people, 500 of them need to appear in the task hall at the same time before the portal to leave the novice village will open. If the number of players does not meet the requirement, the portal will automatically open 10 hours after the start of the game." They were leveling up too quickly, and even though 20 minutes had passed since they appeared in the hall, no one had reached level 10.
After waiting for a few more minutes, someone finally came into the hall. The first person to come in was a soldier.
"The beauty who causes misfortune, it seems that our leveling speed is pretty good. Apart from these two great players, we are the first to reach level 10. As they were talking, a group of 6 people walked in from outside. The leading soldier was a man with a crew cut. He walked in with the nickname, "The Beauty Who Causes Trouble."
After seeing Lin Chen and Tang Yu, he hurried over and said, "Two great masters, do you still remember me?"
Lin Chen did not respond and still kept his eyes closed. Tang Yu smiled symbolically at the soldier. The troublemaker glanced at Tang Yu, then glanced at Lin Chen on the side.
He was a little confused. "Master, what should we do now?" They were new here and obviously didn't know what to do next.
Tang Yu remembered something and pointed to the head of the novice village in the center of the hall.
"Oh, let's go to the NPC and watch the plot first."
"Plot?" Everyone turned to look at the old man. Some time passed. The number of people in the hall began to increase, and various professions had been gradually upgraded to level 10. A bustling crowd stood inside the hall, and most of them had already finished watching the NPC's plot.
Most of them looked unhappy.
Faced with such an exaggerated thing as hunting gods, no one could accept it.
That's bullshit. That's hilarious. Fighting with God?
I chose to die directly.
Forget about God.
Those little spiders in the dungeon almost took my life.
Stop talking, I'm still scared.
As people's discussions became louder and louder, the number of people entering the hall was gradually increasing. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the number of people in the hall was approaching 500. The surrounding atmosphere became increasingly mysterious and solemn. Players chatted in groups of 3 or 4, occasionally casting their gazes towards the NPC village chief in the center. The village chief maintained a solemn demeanor, as if waiting for an important moment to arrive. After the 500th player successfully watched the plot. At this moment, the village chief suddenly moved. The old man half knelt down, his hands raised above his head, as if paying tribute to some invisible power. His lips moved slightly, and he began to chant a strange and ancient spell.
At Yuan percent Yuan.
The sound of the spell was deep and mysterious, as if carrying an irresistible magic. The noise in the hall gradually faded, replaced by the players' breathless silence. They consciously formed a circle, leaving enough space for the village chief. Not only the village chief, but the other NPCs around the hall also began to perform these strange movements in sync. They seemed to be performing a mysterious dance, and each movement was full of
ritual.
Then, the walls inside the hall emitted bursts of light of different colors, which made their figures appear bright and dark under the illumination, making the atmosphere even more bizarre.
Ding ding ding.
A clear bell rang, echoing in the air and touching people's souls deep in their hearts. Then, the system's voice sounded in everyone's mind.
Attention, the portal is opening.
People began to step back subconsciously, knowing that the moment had finally arrived and they were about to embark on a brand new adventure.
Lin Chen also suddenly opened his eyes.
On the wall in front, the huge curtains engraved with patterns were changing, and endless beams of light shone on the wall.
In less than 5 seconds, a huge vortex formed by the convergence of light appeared.
Teleportation portal. Someone in the crowd shouted, frightening everyone present. The ceremony finally ended, and the village chief slowly stood up and bowed slightly to the players present.
Chosen one, enter this door and you will officially embark on your journey. I wish you a safe journey.
After saying that, he stepped aside.
However, there was no scene of many people rushing into the portal.
Instead, many people looked around, and it was obvious that no one wanted to be the first to try it.
Tang Yu turned to look at Lin Chen and said, "Brother, what do you think will happen if we choose not to enter the portal?"
It wasn't just Tang Yu, many people present thought so. No one knows what the scene is like on the other side of the portal. They don't know how many monsters and players there are in the land of the hunting god. They also don't know if they will have a chance to return to the novice village after walking out of the portal. If they are killed by a monster as soon as they go out, it will be no joke. Naturally, people didn't dare to take the risk and walk in directly. Among the people present, female players were the most repulsive. They shrank back, and many even began to leave the hall. Lin Chen replied calmly, "Not going in is tantamount to seeking death."
Tang Yu was stunned. "Ah? What do you mean?"
The novice village will automatically close on the 5th day after the game begins. If you don't enter the portal after 5 days, the system will determine that the people inside are not qualified to play, and everyone will die.
Is it true? How did you know? Lin Chen did not answer. He was ready at this time. He walked forward first. Tang Yu stood there in a daze for a while, and then quickly followed. While walking, Lin Chen spoke softly to Tang Yu. "Xiao Tang, this portal is random. Everyone will appear in a different place, so you have to remember the following points I said. First, don't rush to find the main city based on the prompts in your brain. Reach level 20 as soon as possible. After reaching level 20, look for the main city. There are over 100 main cities in the land of the hunting god. Remember, the best choice is to find Aoki Castle. Second, once you arrive at Aoki Castle, don't worry about anything else. The first thing you should do is go find the job change NPC and change your job. Third." Having said that, Lin Chen turned around and glanced at Tang Yu, whose face was completely bewildered. "Third, try your best to survive." Then, under everyone's gaze, Lin Chen had arrived right in front of the portal. He took a deep breath, took a step forward, and then his body was completely immersed in it. Disappear. The game begins.
The beam of light fell, and Lin Chen's figure appeared in a certain area.
The white light finally faded away from his sight.
With the sound of a system prompt, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes.
Ding, you have entered the landing point, Lost Coast. The main quest has been updated. Quest requirements: find the main city.
Ding, you have obtained the quest item, Damaged Sheepskin Map, which contains the routes to each major city. Lin Chen ignored the system prompts in
his brain.
He rubbed his eyes and adjusted to the light in front of him. When his vision returned to normal, the word chaos rushed into his eyes. At this moment, the boundary between reality and fantasy is blurred. In the boundless vision, it seems that several worlds are forcibly overlapped by a mysterious force. The sky above is no longer a single blue, but is interwoven with countless suns of different colors, each emitting its own unique light. The beams of these suns shine against each other, as if competing for dominance over the sky. Lin Chen turned his head and glanced behind him. At the same moment, more moons hung in the other side of the sky, their sizes, shapes, and brightness varying. Some were as white as jade, some were as dark red as blood.
Stars moved slowly across the sky, their paths intricate and silent, like a dance. The land of hunting gods. I'm back again, Lin Chen said lightly. He knew the sky above him and the absurd and disgusting smell in the air. He lived in this world with his fiancée Zhao Yuding for 3 years. Lost Coast?
I remember the landing point in my previous life was called Ghost Wasteland. There are hundreds of millions of novice villages in the land of the hunting god.
Players in these novice villages will randomly land in areas that match their levels.
Unlike the previous life, the landing point where Lin Chen is standing at this moment is called Lost Coast, and there are many monsters around level 10 around it. Before Lin Chen could move, beams of light fell from the sky.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Players were teleported over one after another. The levels of these people are all level 10, and there are some numbers in front of the ID above their heads.
For example,
Lin Chen glanced at the top of his head and saw 9527 written in front of his nickname, Programmer. This is the code name of the novice village where they are.
Everyone will move with this code before entering the main city.
Holy shit, what is this place? There were more and more light beams, and the players who were randomly teleported from various novice villages were obviously shocked by what they saw. Under this chaotic sky, the whole world seemed strange and mysterious. Not to mention the sky above, the scene on the ground was even more dazzling, with various buildings, trees, and ground all blending together in a strange way. The smell around here is so strange. A nanny covered her nose and kept waving her arms in the crowd, trying to drive away the smell in the air. Indeed, there was an indescribable scent permeating the surroundings at all times, a mixture of fresh grassy scents and the smell of decay. This chaotic atmosphere made people feel both excited and terrified. As more and more people gathered, their perceptions seemed to be distorted. They could no longer clearly distinguish what was real and what was illusion. Wherever they looked, there were more and more moving heads, as if everything was blended together by a mysterious force, forming an unprecedented visual feast.
In just 5 minutes, thousands of people appeared on this coastline.
These people, like Lin Chen, are the first players in each novice village to enter the portal.
Their abilities and mentality far exceed those of ordinary people. Even though the surrounding environment is so harsh, many people quickly calmed down. Everyone, do you want to form a team? Someone immediately raised his hand and shouted. The mission tells us to find the main city, but no one knows how far it is from here, nor how dangerous the monsters along the way are. We definitely can't fight alone. Let's form a team so we can look after each other.
Following this person's suggestion, the people around him immediately responded, and soon, these players who had never met before began to form teams randomly on the coast.
Lin Chen ignored them. This person was right. If one wanted to find the main city based on the route on the map, it would take at least a week.
Along the way, one would often encounter monsters between levels 10 and 20, and might even accidentally run into a hidden dungeon.
Going there alone would be tantamount to seeking death.
This kind of scene had also occurred in the previous life. In order to find Zhao Yuding more quickly, Lin Chen, as a soldier, naturally joined a team.
But that was before.
Now Lin Chen doesn't have these thoughts at all.
Teaming up with these people will only waste your experience.
Thinking of this, Lin Chen took out the sheepskin map from his backpack and looked through it carefully.
His brows began to furrow. Is there no record of Aoki Castle?
Lin Chen sighed. It seemed that this so-called Lost Coast was too far away from Aoki City.
There were not even any coordinates of Aoki City on the map.
There are 6 main cities closest to here. Lin Chen moved his finger on the map, and finally placed his finger on an icon called White Moon City.
Baiwest City?
I remember that in the previous life, the headquarters of the 5th-ranked guild, Futu Guild, was Baiwest City.
Lin Chen murmured.
But just when he was hesitant, a question came from the side.
Hello, are you interested in forming a team?
Lin Chen raised his head and saw 5 people standing beside him. The person who spoke was a woman, a level 10 hunter, followed by 2 warriors, a knight, and a mage.
With both tankiness and output, adding a nurse is indeed a very clear choice. Don't get me wrong, I rarely see men choose healers.
I think they must be very reliable nurses.
Let's form a team. Many of us have green equipment. This female hunter has a beautiful face, a tall figure, and long, white legs with elegant and smooth leg lines.
Many people around her will subconsciously take a look at her. Almost no one would refuse an invitation from a beauty like this. After she said this, she naturally sent Lin Chen an invitation to join a team.
Tomato has invited you to form a team. However, Lin Chen simply ignored the opponent.
Then, seeing the long-legged woman's stunned expression, Lin Chen walked past the group and headed in a certain direction alone. The female hunter named Tomato was obviously slow to react. It was not until Lin Chen passed by her that the woman gave a dry laugh in disbelief. The expressions of the team members behind her also visibly darkened.
A healer is so arrogant?
Forget it, Captain. There are healers everywhere here. There's no need to waste time with someone seeking death.
It's so funny. Look at the expression on that dad's face just now. He's pretending to be dead. Does he think he's so cool? What a rude fellow. There are monsters above level 10 everywhere we go. Even if we form a team, we might be in danger. He is deliberately seeking death alone. Leave him alone.
The team members looked at Lin Chen's departing back coldly in disgust with laughter. The long-legged woman turned around and glanced at Lin Chen, and the nickname above Lin Chen's head came into view. As if her pride was taking over, the long-legged beauty's face darkened.
Programmer? Come on, let's follow him and see how he died. Lin Chen was walking in the ruins.
From this time on, he could see many monsters roaming around. These monsters were different from those in the novice village. The names above their heads were red. This means that even if you don't provoke them, they will attack as long as you enter their range. He turned his head and glanced behind him. Beams of light were still falling from the sky.
More and more players appeared on the coastline.
In this place alone, hundreds of thousands or even more people would eventually log in. Most of the crowd were still resting and gathering in the team, and there were basically no stragglers like him who had strayed from the group. However, Lin Chen discovered that the team that had just invited him was actually slowly following him 100 meters behind him.
Come to see me laugh? Lin Chen smiled helplessly. He ignored them and walked faster. Soon, Lin Chen's whereabouts were discovered by a group of monsters wandering in the distance. Be careful, the bandit has spotted you.
A prompt sound flashed through my mind, and a group of humanoid monsters with red names on their heads roared and rushed over quickly.
Stop. I built this road, I planted this tree, if you want.
Suddenly, 20 bandits rushed over, shouting the set lines, weapons in hand.
Each of them was level 10.
When you looked closer, the bandits' health bars lit up.
Bandit, level 10. Health, 600. Attack power, 150. Physical defense, 10. Magical defense, 1.
When this information came out, the 5 people following Lin Chen suddenly stopped, and the long-legged woman in the lead even changed her expression.
Don't go there. Holy crap, these monsters are in human form?
Look at their attribute panel, 150 attack power. His health is also high, a full 600. 20 of them came at once, there was no way to fight them. Yes, the five-man team almost instantly determined one thing: even the warriors among them, with their weapons, only had an attack power of about 120 points, and using their skills they could only deal less than 200 damage at most. Although they clearly had the advantage in a one-on-one fight, there were 20 robbers in front of them. If they rushed forward together, the 5 of them would surely die. Unless they find another nurse and replace one of the physical output in the team with a mage, and cooperate with the fighting to let the mage use skills as much as possible. After all, these bandits have only 1 point of magic resistance.
If we defeat them one by one, there will still be fights.
At this moment, the 5 people looked at Lin Chen, and a look of gloating appeared in their eyes.
I want to see how you die.
Lin Chen stopped, and a pink light suddenly flashed in his empty hand. The next moment, there was a bow in his hand.
Without any hesitation, Lin Chen pulled the pink moon-chasing bow, and an energy arrow was formed instantly. Call out. The arrow hit the robber in the front right on the forehead without any fancy moves. Minus 1040. The robber fell straight to the ground in an instant. At this moment, the 5-member team hiding in the distance and watching the battle were suddenly shocked. One of the soldiers even rubbed his eyes vigorously. What the hell? Not only him, everyone in the team opened their mouths wide. They were not in the same team as Lin Chen, and could not see the 1040 points of critical damage coming out of the robber's head, but they knew how much health and armor the robber had. With 600 HP and 10 armor points, Lin Chen needs to deal at least 610 damage to kill the bandit instantly. But isn't he a healer? No, the problem isn't his profession. Who can deal over 600 damage with one strike these days? And that's just a random strike.
But Lin Chen did not pause. He took a step back and continued to shoot an arrow.
Call out. Minus 500.
An arrow hit the second bandit on the shoulder blade, instantly reducing his health by more than half, but it did not kill him.
Instead, it made him approach quickly.
Lin Chen was still retreating quickly, and he was still some distance away from the monster. His attack speed was still enough for him to shoot 2 arrows.
Minus 501. The second monster fell. Call out. Minus 1042.
Although it didn't hit the head, it was another critical hit, and the third robber fell to the ground. The 5-member team could no longer speak normally, and they began to doubt the legitimacy of the game.
Is this guy cheating? Isn't he a nanny?
3 or 2 arrows with such high attack power can kill me instantly.
Isn't he some hidden profession? The hidden profession is so powerful? It's too incredible.
While the team members were discussing, the long-legged woman Tomato suddenly discovered something and stared at the bow and arrow in Lin Chen's hand.
That bow should be a blue one. It might even be a pink one.
She was a hunter, a profession that specialized in using bows and arrows, and she immediately noticed something: it must be the bow in his hand.
Actually, when talking about this, Tomato was still a little unsure. Even if it was pink equipment, it was only level 10 equipment. It was impossible for a nanny to kill a monster with 600 health in 1 second with a critical hit from an arrow. But no matter what, from this moment on, a hint of greed began to appear in the eyes of the woman with beautiful legs, Tomato. At this moment, the robbers had already rushed in front of him, and Lin Chen no longer had the need to continue holding the bow and arrow. The robbers were approaching him, and the attack speed of the bow and arrow was 0.48 per second. He was not a hunter, and he could not exert the maximum attack speed by holding a bow that was not meant for him. Lin Chen quickly put away the moon-chasing bow, and the rusty iron sword appeared in his hand. Rusty iron sword, attack speed, 1.0 per second. Lin Chen held the rusty iron sword in his hand and stabbed the robber who was rushing towards him. Minus 360.
There was no critical hit, and the robber had already swung his knife.
Lin Chen didn't dodge and was hit by the knife. Base. Minus 77.
The damage floated out, and Lin Chen looked up at his health bar. He had 1,300 health points and was wearing 4 Spirit Soft Armor, which had an armor value of more than 70 points. The attack should have dealt 150 points of damage, but it only caused Lin Chen to lose more than 70 points of health, just like a layer of skin was scraped off. Lin Chen stabbed back with his knife, but it didn't hit the robber, but the robber fell to the ground on the spot.
The next moment, the bandits surrounded Lin Chen. Brush, brush.
They slashed at Lin Chen with their swords, and Lin Chen's health bar was decreasing rapidly.
-77. -75. -77. -76.
15 bandits surrounded Lin Chen, but only 7 of them were able to cause damage. Even so, more than 500 damages were dealt directly, and Lin Chen's health bar immediately dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye.
The 5 onlookers were happy again at this time. I wonder if you'll ever die. It's strange. 7 or 8 bandits just attacked him together. Why haven't they dispersed yet? Why haven't they killed him yet? That's impossible. How much HP is enough for him to hit?
1 hit on each person deals 150 HP, and he's level 10, so the maximum HP he can deal is 900. The woman, Tomato, also stared straight ahead, muttering, "Hurry up and die.
Hurry up and die." As long as Lin Chen dies, there is a high chance that the equipment in his hand will drop.
But the next moment, a beam of light suddenly lit up from the center of the bandit.
That is the healer's healing hands? Damn, is he really a nanny? People were completely confused at this time. Healing hands. Level 2. Instantly restores 400 HP to the target unit. Intelligence X20.
Lin Chen's health just dropped by more than 500 points the moment before, and instantly returned to 400 points the next moment. Not only that, as a light sound rang out, green starlight began to emerge around Lin Chen's body. The healer's level 10 skill, Wind of Resurgence, is activated.
Wind of Resurgence. Level 10.
Restores 50% of the target's maximum health cumulatively over 10 seconds. After using the 2 blood recovery skills, Lin Chen did not pause. The rusty iron sword in his hand quickly stabbed the surrounding bandits.
-375. -752. -754.
These bandits will not hide, and Lin Chen will not hide either. He and the bandits just stood there, attacking each other with their weapons, and the damage value was like rising steam floating above their heads. This absurd scene lasted for more than a minute.
Lin Chen even drank a bottle of the lowest level life potion during the process. A minute later, all the bandits fell down. Base. The last robber stumbled backward and finally fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Suddenly, a light appeared on Lin Chen's body.
At the same time, his health, magic, and physical strength were restored almost instantly.
You have upgraded.
Lin Chen was stunned.
Killing robbers had actually been upgraded. But then, a system prompt sounded in his brain. You have activated the ladder leaderboard, congratulations on being on the list. Then, a list similar to a ranking list appeared in Lin Chen's sight. But now there is only one lonely name on the list. Rank 1, Programmer. Novice Village Code, 9527. Occupation, Healer. Level, 11.
Lin Chen laughed faintly. I didn't expect that I would be the first one to reach level 11. At the same time, not only Lin Chen, but all the players in the entire Hunting Godland received the prompt at this moment.
Has anyone made it onto this ladder?
I always thought this so-called ladder leaderboard was just a decoration, but I didn't expect someone to actually make it. Another landing point on the land of the hunting god, Blood Moon Wasteland. A woman holding a blue scepter was obviously stunned for a moment. She obviously did not expect that the profession ranked first on the ladder list was actually a nanny like herself.
Programmer? That's an interesting name.
A warrior beside the woman took advantage of the situation and put his arm around her slender waist. He sneered, "Don't worry, Yuding. Even if I don't go find Lin Chen, with you treating me, I will be able to climb the ladder sooner or later. Zhao Yuding looked up at the man beside her and nodded.
Brother Tian, I believe you.
However, when she looked at the name programmer, she was obviously a little dazed and didn't know what she was thinking for a moment.
Lost on the coast.
At this time, Lin Chen was squatting on the ground and starting to touch the corpse.
It's different in the wild and in dungeons. After killing a monster, you need to pick up the equipment from the corpse yourself.
He tinkered with it for a while and obtained 2 silver coins, a green shield, an earring-like ornament and a level 10 warrior broadsword from the robber. Apart from these, there is nothing else good.
There are 2 more skill books.
After searching for a while, a warrior's level 12 skill, Shield Breaking Smash, appeared in Lin Chen's backpack.
A Beastmaster's Forest Wolf Summoning.
After level 10, if players want to learn new skills, they can only buy them in specific malls and exchanges, or they can get them dropped from monsters. However, what Lin Chen cared about was not the equipment and skill books, but the black souls floating on these corpses.
Whether to awaken the soul. The maximum number of undead you can currently store, 2. Seeing this description, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows obviously.
As his level increased, the number of undead he could store also began to increase.
Above the 20 bandit corpses lying on the ground, this black soul was floating.
But before making a choice, Lin Chen raised his head slightly and looked into the distance. Near a stone, the 5-member team led by the long-legged beauty Tomato suddenly shuddered. Under Lin Chen's cold gaze, the 5 of them quickly retreated.
Quick, go! How the hell did he find us?
The long-legged beauty had no other thoughts at this time. Unlike the novice village, they could switch their status at this time. If they angered Lin Chen, the latter could switch to a red name, which is the so-called killing state. In the red name state, he could attack the players. 20 level 10 monsters fought together but failed to kill Lin Chen, so they had no confidence that they could survive Lin Chen's hands.
In just a few seconds, they slipped away.
At this point, Lin Chen was the only one left in this place. Lin Chen turned around and continued to look at the souls on the corpses. After thinking for a while, he walked to the largest corpse. The weapon in this robber's hand was a hammer, and he also had the most blood. Lin Chen just chopped him 3 times before killing him. Lin Chen waved at the corpse and chose yes. Then, a black figure began to crawl up from the ground.
Undead unit, bandits. Health, 750. Attack power, 190. Physical defense, 36. Magical defense, 37. Seeing these numbers, Lin Chen laughed obviously.
Now with his own spider monster, he can also summon an undead warrior with attack power equivalent to that of a level 10 green weapon.
Combat power increased significantly.
Afterwards, Lin Chen continued to release the Resurrection of the Undead skill, and the undead spider was also summoned out by him. In an instant, 2 undead monsters stood beside him.
Let's go find the monster.
Lin Chen is not in a hurry to find the so-called main city. His most important thing now is to increase his attack power and upgrade at the same time.
2 undead units followed him and moved deeper.
The monsters lurking and moving around in this area are basically level 10 monsters, bandits. Although the wild monsters killed in each small area will be refreshed after half an hour, Lin Chen does not need to wait there. As time goes by, the players on the coastline behind will slowly form teams and come to kill monsters, and he does not want to be disturbed.
As Lin Chen went deeper and deeper, the number of monsters began to gradually increase. Stop! This mountain is mine.
Another wave of robbers was attracted by Lin Chen, and they ran over with great momentum.
But the next moment, an energy arrow came whizzing and hit the head of the bandit running in the front. The robber was killed instantly, but the other robbers behind him were not affected at all and continued to attack. Lin Chen stood in place, drawing his bow and arrow, and the 2 undead behind him instantly rushed forward. After a while,
the long-legged beauty Tomato shot an arrow with the bow in her hand and hit a robber with little health.
Damage dealt, -105.
The health bar above the bandit's head disappeared, and then he fell down powerlessly. The 6 members of the team instantly became like deflated balls. They collapsed on the ground with their limbs spread out. The knight who was responsible for taking damage kept calling on the new nurse in the team to add blood to himself.
Save the doctor. The new nanny is a timid girl.
Her nickname is, and the ID number in front of her nickname is 9527. She moved back and forth around the 5 members of the team, trying to give each of them a healing hand.
Sorry, I don't have enough mana and it's recovering.
The nurse's face flushed as she replied anxiously. During this time, a team member came up to Tomato with a look of disbelief on his face. Captain, it took the 6 of us 10 minutes to kill this group of monsters. How did that nanny manage to do it all by himself? He stopped abruptly here. Everyone was thinking about this question in their hearts, so there was no need to say too much. Tomato was also slumped on the ground at this moment, her long legs pressed together. The level 8 green equipment, excellent Rattan Bow, in her hand was exploded in the spider copy of the novice village. This bow could add 40 points of attack power to herself, and also had a 5-point armor piercing effect.
Among hunters of the same level, my attributes are pretty good.
I mainly add free attribute points to strength and agility. While ensuring hit rate and attack speed, I also focus on improving attack power. However, you need to shoot 6 or 7 arrows in a row to kill a robber. During this period, you also need to ensure that you are not attacked by the robbers. If you are attacked by the robbers several times, it will be terrible. That guy called programmer is obviously an intellectual profession, so why can he kill a robber in 1 second with just 1 arrow? Stop talking. The equipment in that person's hand must be pink equipment. Captain, should we try to kill and rob? A soldier in the team came over and said quietly. The knight, who had just been yelling for the nurse to heal him, immediately changed his expression upon hearing this.
Killing people? Are you crazy? Crazy? Since the world is already crazy, why not go even crazier? The warrior whispered, this world isn't just a game. We need to strengthen ourselves regardless of the consequences. If we don't work for ourselves, we will be punished by heaven and earth. But that nanny can wipe out a group of bandits by himself. How can we stand a chance of winning against him? The knight still didn't agree. But the warrior immediately continued, that's the problem. Think about it, 7 or 8 bandits attacked him together but couldn't kill him. That means he has more than 1 piece of pink equipment on him. What do you mean? You idiot. We're all level 10. Even a knight like you would be on the verge of death if you were hacked by the bandits repeatedly. Even if that guy can heal himself, he can still hold on to 7 or 8 bandits without any damage. So, is it possible that the clothes and pants he's wearing are also pink? Hearing this, everyone around gasped. Is it possible for a level 10 person to own 2 sets of pink equipment at the same time? But if this wasn't the case, it would be impossible to explain what they had just seen. But the knight was still hesitant. Kill that man, give the pink bow to the captain, and give you the pink armor on him. The warrior raised his eyebrows at the knight. I agree. The knight, who had been hesitant just now, suddenly changed the subject and patted his chest, kill him. The soldier turned his head and looked at Tomato viciously, saying, he's just been through a tough battle. He must be hiding somewhere to recuperate. Find him and then. As he spoke, he gestured at his neck with his palm. Everyone felt that what the soldier said made sense, and everyone turned to look at their captain, the long-legged beauty named Tomato. Tomato nodded after hearing this. Let's go find him. Lin Chen dodged the robber's knife swing. He quickly stood up, drew an arc with the rusty iron sword in his hand, and then slashed it hard on the robber's chest. Minus 399. The bandit's health bar was reduced to more than half. He paused for a moment and continued to chop with his knife. However, when his knife was still a few centimeters away from Lin Chen's body, it suddenly stopped. A black hammer hit his head and abdomen directly from top to bottom, and the spider's claws also pierced his body. Minus 190. Minus 192. The robber's body shook, and then he fell down like mud. Lin Chen exhaled and stood up straight.
He threw away the iron sword in his hand whose durability had reached 0, and then drank a bottle of lowest level magic potion. His mana was instantly replenished, and Lin Chen moved his shins. This was the third wave of bandits he had killed, but his luck was not very good during this period.
Without any equipment, his attack power was only increased to 410 points. It would be nice if every time I killed a monster I would get a point of attack bonus. He was still somewhat dissatisfied with the speed at which his attack power increased, but he turned around and glanced at the two undead followers behind him. As their attack power increases, their attributes also increase. It's truly worthy of the necromancer's magical skills. However, just as Lin Chen was looking at the two undead, a prompt suddenly appeared above their heads. Please name your dependent. Please name your dependent.
Lin Chen paused.
Can you even give them names?
In his impression, necromancers never seemed to give names to the undead they summoned.
Is it because this skill itself is a bug, so another bug occurred?
After thinking about it, Lin Chen reached out and wrote a few words on the spider's head.
Just call me Xiao Chang.
As for the robber, Lin Chen glanced at the hammer in his hand and said, "Well, your name is Huang Dachui."
After doing all this, Lin Chen clicked, "Okay."
Then, Lin Chen suddenly felt that something was wrong. Because after giving the two undead a name, they seemed to suddenly gain something.
Feeling.
Yes, the undead followers who should have had no emotions at all actually knelt down and bowed to Lin Chen in a humane manner. Xiao Qiang was okay, but Huang Dachui, as a humanoid monster, had a very standard posture. He was kneeling on one knee, holding a two-handed hammer in his hand and the other hand across his chest. It has an atmosphere of authorization from ancient Western knights. Lin Chen stood in front of the two undead, feeling a little dazed.
Is this okay?
He hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand towards Xiaoqiang and Huang Dachui. Stand up, stand up. Then, the two undead immediately stood up, and there seemed to be something more in Huang Dachui's originally dark eye sockets. Lin Chen didn't care about what happened to the undead for the time being.
He dusted himself off and prepared to move on.
Not far ahead was a place that looked like an abandoned village. More than 100 meters away from him, Lin Chen could already see broken walls and rising ashes.
You have entered the looted village.
Lin Chen held the moon-chasing bow in his hand and walked carefully inside the abandoned village, because every landing point was different and it was Lin Chen's first time to come to such a place. The village was surrounded by a dead silence, like a forgotten cemetery. After entering this area, a burst of sunset light suddenly appeared in my sight. The weak light sprinkled on the dilapidated houses, and the mottled walls were stained with black and red blood.
Walking deeper, Lin Chen could see some bandits. It looks like this is the bandits' base camp.
Lin Chen muttered to himself, who knows, maybe we can even run into the bandit leader. Not far in front of Lin Chen was a robber with his back to him, dozing off.
The bow in Lin Chen's hand was fully drawn. Call out.
The arrow whizzed past and hit the robber in the back of the head.
Minus 1,110.
Putting aside the 10 points of armor of the robber himself, this arrow really dealt full critical damage. The robber who was shot by the arrow fell to the ground without making a sound. Apart from the dungeons, the wild monsters in the land of the hunting god have very humane settings. As long as you perform an assassination operation, it will not alarm other monsters if they are not observed by them.
Lin Chen's current naked attack power has reached 410 points.
After holding the moon-chasing bow, the damage without a critical hit is 560 points. If he stacks more attacks, he doesn't need a critical hit at all.
Lin Chen can kill one with one arrow.
Lin Chen moved forward cautiously. He was not an assassin and did not have the skill to hide his body, so he needed to be extremely careful. As he continued to move in the ruined village, Lin Chen used the moon-chasing bow and his undead followers to assassinate 5 bandits. If one arrow fails to kill the robber, Huang Dachui and Xiaoqian will quickly finish him off, and the robber will die before he even has time to make a sound. At this time, he was sticking to the wall and could hear the noisy voices of the robbers coming from not far away. If you listen carefully, most of the dialogues are like, "Ha, let's drink, let's fight."
These are basically lines set by the system.
Lin Chen could judge from these sounds that there were at least 40 or 50 bandits gathered. If he showed up and fought them head-on, Lin Chen would not be able to hold on. After hesitating for a while, he looked back at Huang Dachui beside him. This undead follower actually followed Lin Chen's example and stuck tightly to the wall. "Looks like I have to inconvenience you and ask you to lead the bandits away," Lin Chen muttered. But the next moment, Huang Dachui suddenly nodded, "Yes, sir." As he spoke, the undead prepared to step forward. However, when he moved, his wrist walked out in front of them. All 12 people were shocked at the same time. This is a robber holding a hammer in his hand, but unlike other monsters, this robber has a black mist lingering around his body, as if he had just crawled out of hell.
"Damn it, you scared me."
In the assassin captain's team, a mage had a fireball in his hand and threw it directly at the robber. However, the robber suddenly turned sideways the moment the fireball hit him. The fireball hit the wine jars piled up behind the robbers. Crash! A huge noise then resounded throughout the quiet village. A few seconds later, the whole village was boiling. Tomato and the assassin captain's expressions changed. They didn't know that there were so many bandits lurking in this village. At this moment, because of the noise made by the wine jars being broken, dozens of bandits rushed out from all directions with weapons in their hands. They popped their heads out from every street, shouting, "Who, brothers, grab your weapons, I planted this tree." And so on. At a glance, there were at least 50 bandits swarming in. People were stunned, then came to their senses and ran away. But they had just turned a few steps when they stopped again. Their retreat was blocked. Holy crap! So many spiders! Yes, they didn't know when it started, but many small spiders appeared on the road behind them. They were the same as the ones they encountered in the spider cave in the novice village. These small spiders were pitch black and much larger than the ones in the spider cave. There are wolves in front and tigers behind, and they are in a dilemma. Why are there spiders in this place? It's over, Captain, what should we do? Stop crying and move behind me." When everyone was in a panic, 2 knights from the 2 teams stood in front of their respective teams. They took out their shields tacitly and smashed them hard on the ground. Knight level 10 skill, Bronze Holy Shield. 2 azure rays of light emanated from the bodies and shields of the 2 knights at the same time, and their bodies grew several centimeters taller at that moment. Seeing the knight take the initiative to prepare a defensive posture, the captains of the 2 teams also came to their senses at this moment. The long-legged beauty Tomato immediately drew her bow and arrow, and at the same time shouted delicately, "Nanny, always pay attention to the knight's health bar." Well. Although the 2 wet nurses looked unhappy, they both agreed at the same time. Among them, the girl named Qingxi Qingxue was holding the scepter in her hand nervously. At this time, the robbers had already rushed over. Kill! The leading robber held a pitchfork in his hand and was about to stab one of the men. But at this moment, the knight roared, "Asshole, look at me!" The knight's initial skill is provocation. The provocation was launched, and the robber holding the pitchfork did not hesitate at all. He turned around and rushed towards the knight with the weapon in his hand. "Output!" Tomato yelled. The next moment, people from all kinds of professions in the 2 teams released their skills one after another. Warrior level 5 skill, Ghost Slash. Hunter level 10 skill, Continuous Shooting. The Beastmaster's initial skills are Summon Goblins and Summon Goblin Slingers. Fighter level 5 skill, Strong Hand Skull Splitting. Assassin level 5 skill, Backstab. Various skills were unleashed almost at the same time. The bandits running in the front were immediately hit by the first round of skills. They fell down one after another after enduring for a while, but a few bandits still crossed the knight's defense circle and hit other professions with their knives, forks, sticks, and clubs. -140. -135. -132. -141. Nurse, add blood. Add blood. Suddenly, chaotic screams rang out all around. However, behind a hidden broken wall more than 10 meters away, Lin Chen looked at the scene in front of him coldly. He observed
Almost instantly. Vomit. Some people even vomited on the spot. Minus 200. Minus 200. Minus 200. The boss's skill, Angry Howl, is activated.
At the same time, a prompt sound suddenly appeared in the heads of everyone present. Your team has taken the initiative to attack the wild boss, and the boss's hatred has been updated. Then, the boss raised a machete that was as tall as a person and chopped it down fiercely.
Boom! The huge tremor made everyone dizzy and fell down instantly before they could react.
When they opened their eyes and looked forward, they found that the health bar above the Beastmaster's head had been emptied in an instant. This Beastmaster had no resurrection coins. He lay on the ground, and a message popped up above his corpse.
Attention, you are dying, please use.
The highest level of the nurses present was only level 10, and the nurse's resurrection skill, Heaven's Corridor, was a level 12 skill, so they were helpless. After the boss dealt with the Beastmaster, he quickly turned his head and locked his eyes on the others.
It's over, boss. Boss is coming. Run.
The people present had no other thoughts at all. They turned around and ran as fast as wild horses.
But the boss is faster. Base. The knife flashed, and the sound of the machete scratching the ground was like a dragon's roar.
A soldier who was fleeing madly felt a chill on his back, and the next moment, his vision went dark.
The prompt sounded suddenly. Attention, you are near death.
Please use the resurrection coin or wait for the healer to treat you.
Otherwise, you will die in 5 minutes.
They didn't have much health to begin with, and the boss's attack power was 300.
One blow from him was equivalent to a death sentence. The boss's figure was like a ghost. His huge body moved faster than anyone else. After killing the warrior, he turned around suddenly and swung a knife at another panicked fighter. Do not!
Before the hoarse voice had even finished uttering, the fighter lost his life on the spot. In the next half-minute, the boss was like a strange ghost. He moved around, and every time he swung the machete in his hand, the team members fell down like ears of wheat. These people didn't have much health to begin with, and now they had lost their will to fight. They had no other thoughts except running.
The machete finally hit the wizard, and he fell down.
In the end, there were 12 people in the two teams, and only Tomato and the nanny named Qingxue were left. At this time, the boss had already come to the front of the long-legged beauty. He looked down at the pale-faced woman from above, holding the knife high in his hand.
Call.
The blade fell, and the tomato jerked back. As a hunter, she possessed remarkable agility. At the critical moment, she used her skills to dodge backwards, and the machete fell to the ground without hitting her. Tomato rolled over and then stabilized herself. She drew her bow and shot an arrow.
Hunter's level 5 skill, Scorpion Tail.
The dark green arrow hit the boss's head and caused 100 points of damage on the spot.
The Hunter's Scorpion Tail is a poison skill.
In the next 30 seconds, the boss will continue to suffer poison damage. The boss's magic resistance is also relatively high, and he only drops 5 drops of blood per second. At this moment, the boss raised the huge machete again.
Tomato cursed inwardly and turned around to escape again.
But at this moment, when Tomato turned around, she suddenly saw a figure standing behind her. A man, a healer holding a moon-chasing bow and drawing an arrow.
Is it you? Tomato was stunned.
The next moment, an energy arrow whizzed over and flew past Tomato's cheek.
Hit the boss right in the body. Minus 1120. Crit.
The long-legged beauty named Tomato only felt a strange sound coming from behind her. She subconsciously turned her head to look at the boss, only to find that the bandit leader, who had raised his knife to chop, actually took 2 steps back.
Standing beside the boss's body. His face was calm at the moment, and the eye that was exposed on the side of his face exuded a cold chill.
Lin Chen raised his hand towards the tomatoes, then slowly lowered it.
The long-legged woman was stunned.
At this moment, she finally felt something standing beside her. She turned her head suddenly and found that next to her, a black undead holding a hammer was raising the weapon towards her head. At this time, Tomato understood what Lin Chen meant by waving his hand downwards. Let this undead kill her. As soon as this thought came to mind, the pattern of the hammer appeared in my sight. Snapped. The woman's vision blurred immediately and she collapsed to the ground powerlessly. The system notification sound came to her ears. Attention, you are near death. Please use the resurrection coin or wait for the healer to treat you. Otherwise, you will die in 5 minutes. But then, a voice continued to come from Tomato's head. You have died. Would you like to use the resurrection coin? Number of resurrection coins, 1. Please note that if you do not use it, you will die in 5 minutes. Tomato clicked viciously to confirm the use, and then a yellow coin floated out of her body and exploded directly. The next moment, the body of the long-legged woman disappeared. Lin Chen looked indifferently at the scene beside Huang Dachui in the distance. As the female hunter named Tomato disappeared, he turned his attention to the front of him. After killing the wild boss, a loot box will also be dropped. At this time, the boss's body has disappeared, and in front of him is a box that is different in shape from the treasure chest in the copy. Lin Chen placed his hands on the surface of the box, and the next moment, the treasure chest suddenly opened. 4 beams of shimmering light descended from the sky. 1 pink, 2 green, and 1 blue. After seeing the 4 pieces of equipment, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Another explosion of fans? Pink shield, storm wall. Level 12. Occupational requirements, Knight. Physical defense, plus 50. Magical defense, plus 45. Plus 10.0% of 15.0% block chance. Additional attribute, reduces damage taken from melee attacks by 25%. Special ability, the Knight skill, Unbreakable, has its effect increased by 35%. Lin Chen looked at the shield. Its attributes in basic panel were pretty good, but it was only a level 12 equipment and he couldn't equip it. Unlike equipment below level 10, starting from level 11, all equipment begins to have special professional requirements. This shield can only be used by the Knight profession. Lin Chen hesitated for a while, then put it into his backpack. Lin Chen also took a closer look at the remaining 3 pieces of equipment. The others are useless. Lin Chen put them into his backpack while muttering, when we get to the safe zone, I'll auction them all off at the exchange. After all the equipment was picked up, a prompt tone began to ring in Lin Chen's ears. You are the first player to kill a wild boss. You have earned the achievement, the first person to kill a wild boss. The achievement reward will be added to your backpack. You have completed the first kill of the wild boss. The first kill reward will be issued to your backpack. Ding, you have activated the world channel function. Do you want to open the world announcement? Putting aside the achievement rewards and first kill rewards, Lin Chen focused his attention on the world announcement. In my previous life, I would often hear various world announcements in my mind, such as who was the first to reach level 20, who was the first to complete the job transfer task, who was the first to clear the hidden copy, and so on. However, none of the announcements were related to himself. But this time it was different. Lin Chen raised the corner of his mouth, sure. At this time, such a prompt sounded in the brains of all players who had reached level 10 in the entire land of Hunting God. Congratulations to Programmer for becoming the first chosen one to kill a wild boss. The first kill reward has been distributed. I wish all chosen ones continued hard work. At this moment, at various landing points, people who had reached level 10 all looked confused. Most of them were just struggling with whether or not to fight the level 10 monsters in the distance, and then they heard that someone had killed the wild boss? So fast? I haven't figured out how to play yet. Hey, did you notice? Isn't this programmer the number 1 on the ladder? Now that you mention it, I seem to remember it too. It really is him. Holy crap, isn't this guy a healer, Violent Milk? That's not right. I'm the nanny. A nanny at level 10 only has 4 skills, and only one of them, Light Rune, can deal a little damage. This person can't just throw the Light Rune and kill the boss, right? People were talking about it, and they all felt a little more concerned about this healer called Programmer.
Lin Chen doesn't mind making himself more famous.
What he cares about more are the various rewards. As for other things, they don't have much impact on him. After receiving all the rewards and picking up all the equipment and coins, Lin Chen sat down on a rock on the ground and opened his backpack to take a look.
In addition to some miscellaneous equipment, there are also 3 gift packs in the backpack. One is the second week reward obtained by clearing the spider special copy, but the level to unlock it is 20. One is the achievement reward obtained by killing the wild boss. The last one is the first kill gift package.
Lin Chen did not hesitate and opened the achievement reward first.
Ding! The gift package is opened and a few more items appear in the backpack. Okay?
Lin Chen was stunned. He looked at these small things carefully, but when Lin Chen observed carefully, his eyes suddenly lit up.
Oh my god, it's actually a gem. These items are 2 gems that can be embedded in weapons and a hole opener. Poor quality ruby, X2. Category, gemstones. Item usage level, 10. Effect, can be embedded into equipment with sockets.
If embedded in armor equipment, the effect is HP plus 200, HP recovery speed plus 5%. If embedded in a weapon, the effect is weapon attack power increased by 10%, attack has a 50% chance of putting the target into a burning state, plus 30 additional burning damage. Effect when embedded in other equipment, plus 5 points of strength.
And the second item. It's a hole opener. Hole opener, X2. Category, consumables. Item level, none. Opens a socket on an equipment item. Oh my god, the achievement rewards are so attractive? I get gems at level 12? Lin Chen couldn't help but swallow. It's no wonder that Lin Chen was surprised. After all, he had experienced it all over again, and he understood better than anyone else the exaggeration and irrationality of obtaining gems at a low level. Who would have thought that he could obtain such a thing at level 12? You know, every player will have to reach level 25 before they can come into contact with things like gems and hole openers. Moreover, among the gems, rubies and purple gems are the most difficult to obtain. Rubies mainly increase strength and attack power, while purple gems increase intelligence and spell attacks. A ruby, even one of inferior quality, is worth a fortune on the exchange. Thinking of this, Lin Chen did not hesitate at all. He quickly took out the rusty iron sword and moon-chasing bow in his hands, and then punched a hole in each of them. Originally, he planned to make a hole in the 4 spirits armor on his body, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, in the early stage, he still needed the rusty iron sword and the moon-chasing bow to increase the critical hit chance and thus add attack power to himself. These 2 pieces of equipment were indispensable. As for the armor, he would change it frequently. After more than 10 seconds, a hole appeared on the iron sword and bow. Clang! The inferior red gem was set into the hole, making 2 dull sounds. The rusty iron sword only has 2 attack points, so no changes can be seen. But the moon-chasing bow is different. This bow, which already has 150 points of attack power, now has 15 more points of attack power, and comes with a 50% chance of burning the target, as well as 30 points of additional burning damage. Burning damage is real damage. This thing completely ignores armor and magic resistance, and is the most real damage in the entire land of the hunting god. After doing all this, Lin Chen looked at the 2 pieces of equipment in his hands with great satisfaction. I'm currently level 12, with 21 strength, 24 intelligence, 20 agility, and 1600 health. I still have a full 24 free attribute points to add. Lin Chen looked at his attribute panel and after much thought, he decided to put most of his attribute points into intelligence and agility. Now his attack power can be infinitely stacked, but his survivability is not well guaranteed. If he encounters some high attack enemies, his situation will be very dangerous. 8 points were added to intelligence, 8 points to agility, and after hesitating for a while, Lin Chen added the remaining 6 points to luck. At this moment, Lin Chen's naked attack power reached 425. With the punched Moon Chaser bow, Lin Chen's attack power increased to 590.
Adding a 50% critical hit chance, Lin Chen could deal a maximum of nearly 1,200 points of damage. At the same level, except for some bosses, no monster can withstand Lin Chen's arrow.
Let me take a look at what the first kill reward is.
Lin Chen put away his weapon and took a look at the second gift package.
Ding! As the gift package disappeared, another thing appeared. Only one item?
Lin Chen paused. He didn't expect the first kill reward to be so stingy. But when he looked carefully, his eyes lit up again, and he said softly, "Okay, I apologize." There was one more thing in Lin Chen's backpack at this time.
Title: A person who helps the weak and fights against the strong. Type: Title type.
Wearing effect: attacks and skills will cause 10% more damage to human units.
Lin Chen looked at the title and couldn't help swallowing.
He has memories of 2 lives, so naturally he had seen this title in the previous life.
This so-called human unit includes players.
Yes, that is to say, as long as you wear this title and fight with other players, it will trigger the effect of helping the weak and suppressing the strong.
Lin Chen put on the title immediately. He was in a good mood at the moment.
The rewards in the 2 gift packs were relatively generous, which made him more concerned about what kind of rewards would be in the second week gift pack that could only be opened at level 20. Just when Lin Chen was still immersed in these rewards,
a timid girl's voice suddenly fell into my ears. Excuse me, you are?
Lin Chen was stunned. He put away his backpack, closed the attribute panel, and turned around. He found a familiar face looking at him in horror. After meeting his gaze, the girl took several steps back. This is a young female healer with a nickname called, on her head. In front of the nickname, there is the same number as Lin Chen, 9527. Lin Chen recognized her, and she naturally recognized Lin Chen too.
That great God,
The girl spoke hesitantly, and her voice was still the same as before, as small as a mosquito. However, Lin Chen hesitated for a while and then ignored her. In his previous life, he had wasted too much time on women, and ended up with death and destruction. Now that he had a new life, he was too lazy to deal with these burdens. But having said that, this girl came from the same novice village after all, and Lin Chen had taken her to the dungeon before. Lin Chen sighed, pointed at the corpses around Qingxue, and said,
"There are only a few minutes left.
Those guys without resurrection coins will die immediately. Then their equipment will fall off and become yours." At this point, Lin Chen suddenly thought of something. He opened his backpack and took a look inside. There were some equipment in it that he couldn't use, including the healer's scepter. Lin Chen threw it to the ground.
"You have discarded the item.
It has become ownerless and can be picked up by other players. The level 10 blue scepter is much better than the white one in your hand,"
Lin Chen said lightly.
Then, he ignored the girl. Qingxue stood there in a daze for a moment, then walked over cautiously and took the blue scepter on the ground in her hand.
Thank you. After thanking him, the girl ran away immediately. But before he ran far, he heard Lin Chen's voice behind him. "Change the road. There are more monsters on the road you're on. Go to the road on the right."
The monsters on that road should not have respawned yet. The girl slammed on the brakes, then immediately ran to the small road on the right according to Lin Chen's instructions.
"Thank you, God."
After saying this, she walked away. Lin Chen watched her leave, his gaze moved, and finally looked at the place where the boss in front died.
As he expected, a black soul emerged from the place where the boss died. "Do you want to awaken this soul?"
Lin Chen smiled. Although the basic attributes of each awakened undead inherited 50% of his own, their previous skills and passive auras could be retained.
In this case, this boss is much more powerful than ordinary undead. Note, the maximum number of undead you can store at the same time is 2.
It is detected that you already have the maximum number of undead.
Do you want to discard your existing undead? Please choose the discarded soul, Xiaoqiang.
Please choose the discarded soul, Huang Dachui. The pop-up of these 2 panels made Lin Chen pause slightly. After hesitating for a while, he turned his head to look at Huang Dachui and Xiaoqiang beside him and fell into deep thought. But Huang Dachui seemed to have noticed something. He put the hammer in his hand on the ground and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, there is no need to make a decision. The hammer is willing to give up his precious seat. This humanoid undead is self-aware. He is just an elite monster and does not have many abilities or special skills. Compared to Xiaoqiang's ability to summon small spiders, he can almost be said to know nothing. If new undead join, there is no doubt that he will be the only one who is useless." Lin Chen looked down at the undead follower crawling on the ground, and after a moment of silence, he made his choice. "You have discarded, Xiaoqiang. Huang Dachui, who was kneeling on the ground, was stunned. As Xiaoqiang's body beside him gradually disappeared, he looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. "Your Majesty, you." Lin Chen didn't answer him, but waved directly towards the location of Boss's body. "Get up." But when Huang Dachui saw this action, the undead suddenly lowered his head, and his attitude became more pious than before. The next moment, a black light accompanied by smoke suddenly flashed, and the black soul began to sway and change, and a huge body crawled out from the ground. Undead follower, bandit leader. Health, 800. Attack power, 213. Physical defense, 41. Spell defense, 43. Skill, durable aura, effect, increases the health recovery speed of units within range. Angry howl, effect, lets out a roar, stunning surrounding enemies, dealing 50 points of magic damage and adding a 1.5-second stun effect. When the bandit leader appeared and knelt on the ground, Lin Chen's mouth almost curled up to the sky. Wow, this skill is truly a magical skill. It is worthy of being the awakening skill of the Necromancer's second transformation, Undead Lord. Combined with Lin Chen's bug of infinitely stacking attack power, it is really amazing. Please name your undead family. Lin Chen looked at the huge bandit leader who was about 2 meters and 5 in height. Combining this guy's skills, Lin Chen already had his own ideas. "You have named this unit, Roaring Brother." After Roaring Brother was given a name, like Huang Dachui, this undead's body suddenly and inexplicably experienced an emotional fluctuation. The next moment, Roaring Brother, who had been silent and lowered his head, suddenly made a muffled sound. "Meet the monarch." Huang Dachui beside him also followed suit and echoed. "Meet the monarch." Lin Chen didn't know why as long as he named his undead followers, these undead would gain life. He couldn't explain it for the time being, and there was no need to explain it. "Get up." After doing all this, Lin Chen slowly stood up. He looked coldly at the 8 bodies on the ground. At this moment, the deadline for dying is almost here. These poor guys are unlucky people who don't have resurrection coins. They have no other choice but to die. Lin Chen ignored them, tidied himself up, turned around, and left. "Let's go, let's keep moving forward. It's time to stack our attack power." Less than half a minute after Lin Chen left, the 8 players present were completely dead. However, Lin Chen didn't know that after he left, a few souls emerged from the places where the 8 players' bodies were, just like after the monsters died, but the color of these souls was white. There was also a line of small words written on it. Whether to awaken the soul. Time passes little by little. According to the records on the sheepskin map in their hands, various players began to move towards the nearest main city. A large number of teams of players moved towards the recording point of the main city while resisting monsters along the way. 7 or 8 hours have passed since the players left the novice village and landed in the land of the hunting god. During this period, some people have successfully reached level 17. It won't be long before people start to successfully enter the main city. At the same time, the number of names on the ladder increased. However, what was of some concern was that the rankings had changed. The programmer who had first appeared on the ladder had long since disappeared, and the current top spot was held by a level 17 warrior. Nickname is Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus God. But as time went by, this so-called ladder list had another list. Yes, in addition to the level ranking, a new list has appeared on the list. Combat Power Ranking. Before people figured out how the list was arranged, a lone name appeared on the combat power list.
Power Ranking 1, Programmer. Novice Village Code, 9527. Occupation, Healer. This time people were stunned again. This healer was pushed down from the ranking list, but ranked first on the combat power list? But the question is, how can he, a supporting profession responsible for adding blood, become the number one in combat power? There's something wrong with this list. Isn't that funny? The nurse is the strongest? Then wouldn't I, the super invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex who worked so hard to reach level 17, become a joke? Who is this? If I could meet her one day, I would hug her thighs. I hope she is a great beauty. As for wet nurses, they are basically all women. You can never tell if she is a queen. Who says we women can't carry the banner? At this time, the sky gradually darkened. This strange world also has an extremely complex day and night system. If you look up at this time, you can also see the stars in the sky gradually becoming clearer. At the same time, in an area where level 15 monsters roamed, a ball of light was floating faintly in a hidden place. Looking closer, I saw that at the other end of the ball of light was an entrance to the ruins. There are various ruins and caves in the wilderness of the land of the hunting god. These places are different from dungeons. Although there are monsters inside, most of them are used for solving puzzles and treasure hunting, so there are no bosses. In this abandoned temple, an ancient and mysterious atmosphere permeates the air. Dim light shines through the window lattices onto the stone walls, and mottled shadows are imprinted on the mottled walls, on which even moss has grown. Inside the temple, a mummy stood beside a sarcophagus, its body wrapped in bandages, revealing only its withered arms and face. Its eyes shone with a dark light, but beneath the light, a huge hammer was reflected. AD. Huang Dachui smashed the mummy's head with a hammer, and the words -350 appeared on its head. However, before the mummy could attack, an arrow suddenly shot from the side of Huang Dachui and instantly hit the mummy's chest. -1730. The mummy died on the spot from the critical hit. My lord, this is the last monster. Huang Dachui moved the hammer away from the mummy and turned to say to Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen stood behind Huang Dachui, with Roaring Brother protecting him. Did anything come out? Lin Chen asked. Huang Dachui touched the mummy's body and said, 20 copper coins and a level 15 warrior skill book called Piercing Thrust. Keep it. Lin Chen replied. He walked slowly to Huang Dachui and took the skill book from the latter. At this moment, he was holding the moon-chasing bow in his hand, and the equipment on his body could be described as extremely luxurious. Lin Chen's helmet-type equipment is the blue illusionist's crown. This equipment mainly increases magic defense and will additionally increase the wearer's maximum health by 10%. His gloves are the blue wasteland gauntlets, which provide an 8% critical strike chance. Combined with the 50% critical strike chance gained by the Moon Chaser bow and rusty iron sword for each attack, if stacked together, Lin Chen already has about a 60% chance of hitting a critical strike. The top he wore was still the pink, for Spirit's armor. Although it was a level 10 piece of equipment, it was a pink piece after all, and its basic attributes were much better than the level 15 blue piece. As for the belt, he replaced it with the level 15 blue item, Guardian's Binding, which increased his health even more. Now that Lin Chen is fully armed, his health bar has reached 2,500 points. You should know that some knights of the same level, with good equipment, probably have only 1,800 points of health. The pants are a bit inferior, they are the level 15 green equipment, Snake Spirit leg armor, which provides armor and magic resistance. But his boots are different, they are pink. Level 15 pink outfit, Archer's Greaves. Plus 50 physical defense. Plus 60 magic defense. Plus 10 agility. Plus 10 stamina. 12% chance to automatically dodge incoming physical damage. Lin Chen put away his bow and arrow. He had been killing monsters for the past 7 hours. After killing the level 10 bandits, he killed the level 12 Storm Wolf, and then the level 14 and level 15. He had just spent more than half an hour killing all the monsters in the ruins without leaving a single one alive. He now opened his attribute panel. At level 15, the total attack power of the naked equipment is increased to 700. At this time, holding the moon-chasing bow, the attack power reaches 865. If an arrow hits a critical hit, it can directly deal more than 1,700 damage. If the burning effect of the ruby on the moon-chasing bow is added, Lin Chen can kill a knight of the same level with a single arrow. But Lin Chen was still not particularly satisfied, because he could no longer kill monsters. My stamina is at 0. If I continue to kill monsters, I won't gain any experience points. Also, the durability of my moon chaser bow is almost gone. I need to use it sparingly before entering the main city. Lin Chen kept killing monsters without sleep. During this time, he drank all the stamina potions in his backpack. At this time, he only had 1 point of stamina left. Without the stamina potion, he was equivalent to entering a fatigue state. Lin Chen glanced at his backpack. The wear and tear value of the moon-chasing bow was 23/500, and there were still 2 rusty iron swords left. After all, they were level 1 equipment. After killing such a high-level monster, the wear and tear value increased very quickly. Let's go, it's time to go out. As he said that, Lin Chen put the moon-chasing bow back into his backpack and replaced it with a blue piece of equipment. Level 10 broadsword, Blackwood broadsword, dropped when killing the bandit leader boss, can add 100 attacks when worn. Although it is not as good as the moon-chasing bow, it is at least more painful than being hit by a rusty iron sword. Lin Chen turned around and prepared to leave the ruins. But at this moment, several prompt sounds suddenly rang in my head. Ding, congratulations to the Chosen One, Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus God, for being the first to enter Aoki Castle. Ding, congratulations to the Chosen One, I want to become immortal, Team for being the first to enter Frost City. Ding, congratulations to the Chosen Ones, Du Budian, and Yenyu Hanting, for entering White Moon City. Ding. Lin Chen paused at this moment. Unique in the sky? Cold pavilion in the mist and rain? His eyes suddenly turned cold. He remembered these 2 names very clearly. His fiancée Zhao Yuding's in-game nickname was Yenyu Hanting. The person who cheated on him in his previous life was Du Budian, who was also his best brother. Li Tianhua. I didn't expect to hear news about you so soon, and what's a coincidence is that you are also going to Baiwa City? Lin Chen's eyes gradually became gloomy. After walking out of the ruins, a large group of players appeared in Lin Chen's sight. As time went by, all kinds of players finally stepped into the land of Hunting God from the novice village. After all, in the previous life, when he landed on the Ghost Wasteland Road, millions of people had logged in on the first day. Lin Chen looked up at the sky. 7 or 8 hours have passed, but this period of time is also when the flow of people is the largest. Lin Chen looked at the players that could be seen everywhere. Most of these people were between level 13 and 16. They basically formed teams, or went in groups of 3 or 2 to look for monsters around. However, more people were walking in a hurry in one direction, with anxious and panic expressions on their faces. They were looking for the main city. Lin Chen still had no intention of going with them, so he clapped his hands behind him. The next moment, Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother, who were standing beside Lin Chen, turned into 2 streams of black smoke and poured into his body. Lin Chen walked forward indifferently, holding the black wooden broadsword in his hand. Hey buddy, can you join the team? My team is short of a healer, how about it? Because there were so many people around, it was inevitable that someone would invite Lin Chen to form a team while he was walking. However, Lin Chen rejected them one by one. Of course, some people recognized Lin Chen. Holy crap! Isn't he the programmer ranked number 1 on the ladder? What? A great programmer? Master! Take me with you. Master, are you bringing me a girl? I'm going to cry. As Lin Chen was recognized, more and more people came over and surrounded him. In the end, Lin Chen was unable to move. The programmer is a man. I thought he was a beautiful older sister. Master, can you add me as a friend? I have a younger sister, but I don't know where to log in right now. How about adding me as a friend and introducing her to you? She's such a beautiful girl. Great God, will you consider Xiao Nanyan?
These people were talking back and forth, and Lin Chen was completely confused. He had never experienced such a thing before and stood there, completely unsure of what to do.
The crowd around was very enthusiastic, and spit flew everywhere.
As the noise gradually grew louder, more and more people gathered around, just like a celebrity meeting. But just as Lin Chen was about to say something, a commotion suddenly broke out in the distance.
Everyone present turned their heads almost at the same time.
Less than 100 meters away from them was the gathering place of the level 15 monsters, ghouls. However, after a group of ghouls were eliminated by the players, 3 obelisk-like stone tablets suddenly appeared. The 3 stone tablets were in a triangular pattern, and in the center of the triangle was a treasure chest.
Treasure chest?
There's no boss here, so where does the treasure chest come from? I heard the treasure chest was black and had iron chains wrapped around it.
Is there such a thing? Go and take a look.
As the crowd gradually left, Lin Chen also moved over. When he saw the strange stone tablet and the black treasure chest with a chain in the center of the stone tablet, Lin Chen's eyes lit up.
Almost blurted out, special event?
Beside him, a player who had been clamoring for Lin Chen to add him as a friend paused.
He asked in confusion, what does special event mean?
Lin Chen whispered, special events will randomly appear in the wilds of the hunting godland.
It will issue a quest. If you complete the quest, you can open the treasure chest.
A mission, the man continued, I've never heard of it.
By the way, what's in the treasure chest? We need to organize a special event.
I've gotten worthless junk from this kind of treasure chest before, but I've also gotten a relic level item.
Its appearance is completely random, so its reward is also random.
Lin Chen said as he walked forward. The man stood there, somewhat confused by what he heard.
Relic? What's that? Have you ever opened a treasure chest like this?
No, this shouldn't be the first time this thing has appeared.
Master? Master?
As he spoke, Lin Chen had already squeezed to the front. At this moment, the area near the obelisk was full of people, and there were even 1 or 2 fully staffed teams standing around the treasure chest.
Encouraged by the onlookers, these people are studying how to open the treasure chest. Hey! Did you guys figure out what's going on? The onlookers shouted at those people. I don't understand.
The chain on this treasure chest has a special texture, and it feels a bit cold to the touch.
It can't be cut or pulled. It seems that there is no way to open it at all. A warrior was trying to pry open the treasure chest with the broadsword in his hand.
But no matter how hard they tried, this thing remained completely unmoved, not even a crack appeared.
Damn it, I'm not going to study it anymore, what a crap thing.
The soldier spat and walked away cursing. But at this time, Lin Chen stepped forward and replaced the position where the soldier was standing.
The crowd present suddenly quieted down when they saw Lin Chen. It's that great programmer. Could he have a way to open the treasure chest?
Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Chen silently walked to the front of the treasure chest, then he glanced at the crowd around him. There were more than 1,000 people here, gathered nearby, making the place bustling with activity. Lin Chen shouted to the people around him at this time.
Is anyone leaving?
As he spoke, he took out a copper coin from his backpack. The people around looked at each other, completely unaware of what Lin Chen was going to do.
Some people who didn't recognize Lin Chen's identity even laughed, "You're talking nonsense. I think you're planning to keep the treasure for yourself." That's right. If you have a way to open the treasure chest, just open it. Why do you care whether we leave or not?
There was a sudden discussion around.
But no one left.
Lin Chen sneered and said no more. He threw the copper coin into the wishing well as if he was throwing a wishing coin into the wishing well.
When the copper coin
touched the treasure chest, the 3 obelisks around it suddenly lit up.
Buzzing. This change immediately startled many people around, and some even took a step back. Oh my God, what's going on?
To people's surprise, a circle of light suddenly spread out from the obelisk. The circle grew bigger and bigger, and finally became a circle with a diameter comparable to that of a small football field. At this moment, there were nearly 1,000 people standing in the circle of light. They looked at each other, not knowing what would happen next.
Then, a dull bell rang. Boom!
Suddenly, beams of light shot out from the tops of the 3 obelisks. The 3 beams of light converged together and turned into a huge curtain. The curtain spread downwards, like an invisible curtain falling from the sky. No, it was more like a birdcage.
I'm hanging you, this place is so weird, I don't want to play anymore, I'm leaving.
A person looked up at the white light curtain spreading down from above his head, and finally completely overlapped with the light circle on the ground. A huge semi-elliptical birdcage that could accommodate 1,000 people was formed. The man wanted to leave the light curtain, but the moment he touched the light curtain, his body was bounced back.
Bang!
The man fell directly to the ground, grimacing in pain, and the health bar above his head was reduced by more than half. At this moment, people were stunned.
They were in a complete panic.
Many people tried to touch the edge of the light curtain with their hands, but it was no use. As soon as they touched the edge of the light, they were pushed back by a powerful force.
Not only that, their health bars were all reduced by more than half. Don't touch this light. It's over, we can't get out. What's going to happen? There are so many people here, there's nothing to be afraid of.
The bells died down, and at almost the same time, a series of prompt sounds were heard in the brains of everyone within the light curtain. Special event begins. You have entered the Zombie King's territory. Please survive within the specified time. The event will start after the countdown ends. 15, 14, 13.
The territory of the Zombie King? People were almost stunned.
They had no idea what the prompt sound meant. More than 1,000 people looked around, their hearts beating fast. However, Lin Chen seemed relatively calm. He repeated the so-called territory of the Zombie King several times in his mind. Although each special event was random, Lin Chen had never heard of the name of this event in his memories of 2 lives. However, although he had never heard of this event, he probably knew the rules of this event.
Survival. Lin Chen murmured. Now the countdown has begun in the brain.
When the countdown is over, monsters will rush in from the 3 sides of the triangular light curtain.
Everyone present needs to survive the monster's invasion within the specified time.
It was an old story, and he was familiar with it.
Lin Chen took a look at his attributes. After the special event was activated, the status of everyone in the circle would be restored to full.
Lin Chen's physical strength, which had been exhausted, was now unusually abundant. He glanced at the moon-chasing bow in his backpack, but unfortunately, the durability of the equipment would not recover automatically.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The prompt sound disappeared, and people only felt that the air around them dropped by more than 10 degrees in an instant.
They even felt cold when they breathed.
At the same time, fog rose around them, and in the fog, people seemed to hear the roar of some creature.
Roar! The 1,000 players came to their senses almost instantly.
They shuddered and took up fighting stances.
Don't panic.
Everyone gather together. Nanny, protect Nanny in the center.
Knight, where's the knight? Come out and take the damage.
Mage, hunter, don't hesitate when you see a monster.
Go and deal with it first.
Although the levels of the players present were much lower than the common level 17 on the ladder, their average level was only around level 14, but these people still showed remarkable unity. Even though they looked a little scared, they assigned their professions in an orderly manner in a short period of time. They were on high alert, and more than 1,000 people did not make a single sound.
Roar!
The fog was pushed aside and a figure rushed out from the fog.
At this time, people finally saw what this monster was.
It was a zombie with a rotten body and detached retinas in its eyes. Zombies broke through the thick fog from all directions. They ran very fast, and the low growls from their throats made people's scalps numb. As these zombies ran in, blood bars appeared above their heads.
Ordinary zombies. Level 10. Health 500. Attack power 100. Physical defense 10. Magical defense 10. At this moment, facing the zombies charging towards them, the players roared in anger. Notice!
Afterwards, the knights took a step forward, held their shields across their bodies, and almost simultaneously activated their level 5 skills, Unyielding, and level 10 skills, Bronze Holy Shield. Dozens of bright lights came out from the bodies of these knights. At this time, the zombies had already rushed over.
Countless zombies formed a small zombie tide.
They followed one after another, and their roars merged into one.
Boom!
The zombies' sharp claws grabbed the shields in the knights' hands fiercely, but the knights stood still.
These ordinary zombies were on the weaker side among the level 10 monsters.
Their attacks could not even cause much damage to the knights who had activated their skills.
-5. -8. -6. -7. -5.
This discovery boosted the morale of the knights. They laughed loudly, as if even if the number of zombies doubled, it would be no problem.
Ha, these zombies are tickling me. It scared me. I thought it was an exaggeration. The rest of the output is up to you.
Amid the hearty laughter of the knights, at this time, the attack from the output profession came.
Countless bright long-range skills are like dazzling fireworks.
Fireballs, arrows laced with fire and venom, spells, these skills whizzed in from behind the knight continuously.
Boom!
The huge explosion immediately caused wave after wave of shock waves and wind waves. The zombies were blown away as soon as they showed their heads under this saturation attack. Afterwards, close combat professions such as warriors, fighters, and assassins stepped out from the side of the knight's protective circle, and they fought directly with the zombies. They had long since adapted to the weirdness of the god-hunting land. Not to mention zombies, their morale was high at this moment, as if they would dare to fight with the so-called gods even if they appeared. Unlike the main force, Lin Chen was standing alone in a corner, so naturally some zombies would notice his presence. However, before the zombies got close, a huge black hammer whizzed towards him.
80. With one blow of the hammer, the zombie died instantly.
Huang Dachui put away his hammer and looked coldly at the chaos around him. As time passed, the number of zombies began to gradually decrease.
After another minute, the zombies rushing over were completely wiped out.
On the player's side, there was not a single casualty. Lin Chen glanced at the time and only 5 minutes had passed.
Killing too quickly is not a good thing.
It seems that stronger zombies are coming,
he said lightly.
Sure enough, a few seconds after Lin Chen finished speaking, once again, a howling sound was heard in the fog. But this time the screams were even more terrifying. Along with the strange hoarse roars from the throat, people could feel a stronger sense of crisis.
At the same time, the fog around them became thicker.
However, with the recent victory, the people present were obviously not afraid.
They were ready to
fight, and the leading knights were even waiting impatiently for the monster to rush over. The next moment, a new round of zombies rushed out of the fog. However, compared to the ordinary zombies just now, these zombies are obviously larger in size, and they are also faster. Many zombies run at speeds comparable to some assassins with skills.
Damn, that's fast. Everyone, pay attention.
After being reminded by people, everyone finally saw new entries above the heads of these zombies.
Adapter zombies. Level 12. Health 800. Attack power 150. Physical defense 30. Magical defense 30.
These zombies, called adapter zombies, have higher health and double defense than ordinary zombies, and their attack power is 50 points higher. You should know that just these 50 points of attack are enough to break the defense of the knight. Lin Chen muttered in a low voice, "Brother Roar." Then, an even larger figure slowly appeared beside Huang Dachui. The bandit leader, Brother Roar, also showed up. As these so-called adapter zombies become more and more numerous, their stronger strength can even push knights holding shields. Many zombies can already squeeze through the knights' shields and go deep into the crowd. Although the fragile professions have high attacks, their defense cannot compare with the knights. Some outputs such as mages and hunters were scratched by their claws on the spot. Several or even a dozen zombies attacked at the same time, and the health bars of the fragile professions were instantly reduced by half. The health bars above the heads of some knights are also gradually decreasing.
Add blood! Add blood!
The knights roared loudly, and then beams of light were released from the nurse's hands. The injured people's bodies suddenly stopped, and the reduced health bars above their heads were instantly replenished.
Don't panic! There are fights!
A level 16 warrior roared loudly. From the beginning to now, he was the most active person among the 1,000 people. Although he was not a knight, his figure was always on the same front line with the knight, and the level above his head was among the highest among this group of people. The broadsword in his hands steadily emitted a special light. On average, he only needed to swing the blade 3 times to basically kill a zombie directly. If he released his skills, he could kill an adapter with 2 swords. Lin Chen also saw the warrior whose nickname was Fengchen Zhuojiu, but his attention was on the weapon in his hand. Monarch, the weapon in his hand is a level 15 pink equipment, Craftsman's Blazing Broadsword, which increases attack damage by 200 points and has 20 points of armor penetration. After hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly realized that a level 15 warrior's bare panel already has almost 100 attack points. If all the free attribute points are put into strength, the highest attack power can reach nearly 200. With the pink equipment in hand, he can indeed kill a zombie with 800 health and 2 or 3 swords. As expected of a physical profession, the attack power increases smoothly. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully, but he suddenly thought of something and turned around to look at Huang Dachui, who was speaking with some confusion.
Ha! How do you know?
Lin Chen couldn't even tell what kind of equipment the warrior had in his hand.
How could Huang Dachui, as an undead summoning unit, directly say the name of the equipment?
But Huang Dachui scratched his head and said, "My lord, can't you see it?" At this time, a zombie rushed over with a scream, and Lin Chen swung the broadsword in his hand casually.
The zombie was cut in half in an instant and died on the spot.
I remember that you can only check the target's equipment when you reach level 20, and you need to be in a non-combat state,
Lin Chen said.
However, Huang Dachui looked back at Brother Roar, who was standing on the other side of Lin Chen with some confusion.
Sir Brother Roar, can you see that? Roaring. Brother hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said in a muffled voice, I can see too. The warrior is wearing a level 15 blue armor piece, the blacksmith's fine breastplate.
At this moment, Lin Chen lost his composure.
Not only Huang Dachui, but even Brother Roaring could see it?
He was certain that the skills of a normal necromancer could never have such an effect.
As expected, it's a skill obtained through a bug, quite interesting. Yes. That's right. Keep the rhythm. The nurse should save some mana and don't add blood randomly.
Fengchen Zhuojiu continued. At this time, he was like the stabilizer of the team, stabilizing everyone's minds. Indeed, despite the large number of zombies, as long as they cooperate well, they can still pass the level without any injuries. Each player has his or her own unique skills and role positioning. As long as they can give full play to their own advantages and cooperate with each other, they have the opportunity to achieve 0 casualties like the ordinary zombies they just fought against. Finally, after another 10 minutes, the last zombie was killed.
Lin Chen looked up at the time indicator. 20 minutes have passed.
Generally, this type of special event takes half an hour. If this is the case, there will probably be another wave of zombies. The surroundings were eerily quiet for a few seconds, and everyone looked around, wondering why the light curtain around them had not disappeared yet. The warrior named Fengchen Zhuojiu took a dozen steps forward and carefully observed the fog in front of him.
Strange, the fog seems to be thicker.
He stretched out his hand and waved it, and the fog swayed, and the inside turned out to be a strange dark green color.
Dark green fog?
Just when the soldier was puzzled, a pitch-black arm suddenly stretched out from the front.
Gah! The sudden change made the warrior's pupils constrict.
He stepped back suddenly, and the arm in front of him was empty. However, the warrior could see clearly at this moment that this was an extremely hard arm covered with strange scales. The 5 nails were like long blades, and black bone-shaped spikes emerged from various parts of the arm, as if it was deformed. Fengchen Zhuojiu began to retreat subconsciously, and finally retreated directly to the side of the knights.
Hurry, get ready.
He hurriedly patted the shoulder of the knight beside him, his tone containing a hint of fear. People didn't know what he had been through, but they were still ready for fighting. Then, almost everyone heard a low murmur like that of an evil spirit.
Ha!
Zombies of different sizes and shapes now emerged from the fog. At this moment, not to mention the more than 1,000 people present, even Lin Chen couldn't help but shrink his pupils.
What are these things?
People exclaimed. The monsters in front of them were still zombies, but they were different from the previous two groups of zombies. This time they were obviously special.
The zombies' bodies were abnormally weird. Something similar to bones appeared on their bodies.
Their nails and claws were sharper, and most of their body surfaces were covered with scales. Every time they got closer, a sense of fear that pierced the soul rose in people's hearts.
Hunter zombies. Level 15. Health 1200. Attack power 200. Physical defense 50. Magical defense 50.
Passive ability, exoskeleton, can weaken physical attacks by 12%. At this moment, everyone gasped. The basic panel of these monsters called Hunter Zombies in front of them had even caught up with some players of the same level present. If these zombies launched a charge, they would have no way to resist.
Shit!
Even Feng Chenjuoju felt uneasy at this moment, and his hand holding the broadsword was shaking slightly.
There are so many zombies, each with an attack power of 200. This is no joke.
At this moment, the zombies are ready to charge. The players were suddenly in chaos. It was at this time that Lin Chen put away the level 10 blue broadsword in his hand and took out his rusty iron sword instead. He walked to the front of the team.
Even walked directly into the fog. He's a great programmer.
When Lin Chen's figure appeared, people immediately exclaimed. But before they could utter a second word, the howling of the hunter zombies sounded like a war cry, and the charge began. These evolved zombies are as fast as cheetahs. Afterwards, more and more zombies rushed out from the thick fog. Although there were more than 1,000 people gathered here, they were still like lambs to be slaughtered, helpless in the face of a pack of wolves. Just a moment ago, they were feeling somewhat comforted by the appearance of Lin Chen, the god who ranked first on the combat power list. But at this moment, they completely put all other thoughts behind them, and all that was left was panic. Lin Chen clenched the rusty iron sword in his hand, and then he rushed towards the zombies under the gaze of the people.
Great God!
Behind him, Lin Chen could still hear someone calling him in panic. However, as Lin Chen rushed into the thick fog, the people behind him completely lost their sight.
As Lin Chen charged in the opposite direction, Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother followed by his side. I don't need to elaborate too much,
Lin Chen said in a low voice.
Yes, sir,
Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother said in unison. The next moment, they were already in close combat with the zombies. Brother Roaring rushed into the zombie horde. He had Lin Chen's level 10 skill, Wind of Resurrection, with him. He ignored the zombies grabbing his body. While the Wind of Resurrection was restoring his health bit by bit, he suddenly raised his head and roared to the sky.
Roar! Roaring Brother's special skill, Angry Howl, is activated.
Angry Howl effect, lets out a roar, stunning surrounding enemies, dealing 200 points of magic damage and adding a 1.5-second stun effect. A huge sound wave swept across in an instant, and at least 30 zombies around trembled violently. At this moment, Huang Dachui swung his hammer and rushed directly into the group of zombies that were still in a dazed state.
40-40-40? Huang Dachui's attack power is half of Lin Chen's, so it is also 350 points.
His attack range is extremely large, and he can take care of all the zombies with almost 2 swings. Adding the 200 points of magic damage caused by Roaring Brother's howl, each zombie's health was less than 700 points. What's particularly coincidental is that Lin Chen is holding a rusty iron sword, and its attack power is exactly 700.
Base.
Base. Base. Lin Chen quickly swung the rusty iron sword in his hand, and the blade light moved back and forth on the bodies of these hunter zombies. As the durability of the rusty iron sword dropped rapidly, the damage values floated above the zombies' heads.
minus 700, minus 1402, minus 701, minus 702, minus 703, minus 1408.
Regardless of whether it was a critical hit or not, Lin Chen swung his sword one by one, coordinated with Huang Dachui's roaring brother's sword. Every time he swung his sword, a zombie would fall down completely, and Lin Chen's attack power was also increasing in an orderly manner. There are more and more zombies, and Lin Chen sometimes needs to dodge back and forth, and cooperate with Huang Dachui and roaring brother to protect himself.
Although his health and defense were relatively optimistic, there were too many zombies. If he was surrounded, Lin Chen would be in trouble. Tear. The two zombies attacked from both sides and grabbed Lin Chen fiercely. One of the zombies even delivered a critical hit.
Lin Chen retreated suddenly, and at the same time Huang Dachui swept over with a hammer.
80.
Lin Chen was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and he stabbed them with two knives, killing them.
However, the other two zombies rushed over again. Before Lin Chen could make a move, roaring brother swung the huge machete in his hand, which was more than a person's height, fiercely, raising a whistling wind. Lin Chen raised his hand and stabbed twice more. But soon, he was attacked by a zombie from behind again. Lin Chen turned around suddenly and swung his knife. After a critical hit, the zombie immediately collapsed to the ground. Before he could replenish his blood, the zombie in front broke through the defenses of Huang Dachui and roaring brother and bit Lin Chen on the shoulder blade. Lin Chen retreated suddenly, and the rusty iron sword chopped down from his head. Minus 1440. After 2 minutes, the health bar above Lin Chen's head had been reduced by half, but the number of zombies did not decrease at all. Lin Chen was already sweating profusely. TSK. Being too low in level is such a hassle. Looking at the huge swarm of zombies in front of him, Lin Chen missed his level 80 warrior in his previous life. At that time, let alone using skills, he could clear the field instantly by just waving his weapon a few times. But now, Lin Chen even needs to be careful with his calculations to ensure that he is not beaten to death by a group of people. Healing hands and wind of revival floated back and forth on himself and the two undead units. Lin Chen was like a monkey jumping in the woods. The zombies continued to fall one after another. Lin Chen continued to pull them back with his own combat experience and agility. If there was a gap in the attack, Lin Chen would suddenly stop and stab out a knife. After a while, Lin Chen had killed more than 80 zombies using the same method. If someone saw Lin Chen's methods, they would probably be scared silly. The attribute panel of each of these so-called hunter zombies is not inferior to that of a level 15 player, but Lin Chen, in cooperation with two undead units, can kill them almost one by one. At the same time, Lin Chen's defense is also extremely amazing. Even some knights would be hurt if they were hit a few times, but when they hit Lin Chen, they felt no pain at all. However, Lin Chen personally still feels that the efficiency is too low. He had almost finished drinking all the health and mana potions in his backpack. Combined with the critical hit rate, Lin Chen's attack points increased from 700 to 754. I looked up at the time and found that time had stopped. The number of zombies began to decrease, and the explosions and shouts from the other side of the fog gradually weakened. The fog was too thick, and Lin Chen had no idea what was happening on the player's side. After all, there was only one person on his side, and the zombies that targeted him were still a minority. Base. Lin Chen raised his sword and slashed it down, and the last zombie that rushed over instantly lost its life. He took a deep breath. His physical strength and magic points had been completely depleted, and his health points were only 1/3 left. Huang Dachui and roaring brother beside him had long been beaten back into his body. If the monster continued to charge, Lin Chen would be in great danger. The surrounding fog began to dissipate. In Lin Chen's sight, the scene turned into a hell-like one. Of the more than 1,000 players, less than 200 are still standing. There were people lying on the ground and dying everywhere. Some people who still had resurrection coins in their backpacks began to disappear from the spot one after another using the resurrection coins, while some players who did not have resurrection coins could only wait for the nurse to resurrect them. However, although Heaven's Corridor is a level 12 skill, the method of obtaining it is extremely demanding.
Even in the previous life, this low-level skill was an indispensable god-level skill in the entire hunting godland. In the exchange, a Heaven's Corridor skill book can even be more expensive than some professions' awakening skills. Among the 1,000 people present, not a single one had learned this skill. The surroundings were suddenly filled with wailing. Even if many people were not on the verge of death, they were lying on the ground with their limbs spread out, having completely lost their will to fight. Lin Shen glanced at these people, then fixed his gaze on the bottom of the 3 obelisks. There, on the black treasure chest, the chain slowly detached.
After a few seconds, the treasure chest opened automatically.
At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly popped up in the heads of Lin Shen and all the surviving players present.
You have completed the special event and received the event reward. The reward has been distributed to your backpack. But after a moment, Lin Shen heard the prompt sound that only he could hear. You are the most active player in this special event and receive additional experience bonus. You are the player with the most personal kills in this special envoy event. You have earned the favor of the Zombie King. Extra rewards have been sent to your backpack. You have upgraded. You have upgraded.
A series of prompt sounds came out, and Lin Shen quickly opened his backpack. He first looked at the main reward of this event.
What the hell is this?
Not only him, everyone present was stunned.
They looked into their backpacks and found a key that appeared out of nowhere. No way, this is the reward for the special event? Just a fucking key? Are you playing around?
Yes, the reward item for the event is a key called King's Invitation. There is not much elaboration, not even a decent entry, only the 3 lonely words consumables and a level 30 usable level prompt.
It would be fine if it was unclear, but the usage level actually needs to reach level 30?
Even Lin Shen was puzzled. He had never heard of this kind of reward for a special event. According to his past memories and experience, events of this difficulty would at least give out some valuable treasures. However, the surviving players around him, apart from leveling up a level or 2, only had this inexplicable key. Lin Shen was silent for a while, and then he put the key away.
Let's wait until level 30.
Ignoring the main reward of the event, Lin Shen took a last look at the so-called additional reward.
Ha! Gave me a piece of equipment?
I didn't expect that the additional rewards would be more reliable than the main rewards. Lin Shen looked closely at the amulet called Blessing of the Zombie King.
Blessing of the Zombie King, unique. Type, amulet. Level requirement, none. Luck value plus 10. Strength plus 10. Intelligence plus 10. Skill, King's Domain, creates a foggy area.
Within this area, your attack speed increases by 100%, your health regeneration increases by 100%, and enemies' attack speed and movement speed decrease by 10%.
Requires manual activation.
Growth equipment, each time the wearer kills a unit, he will gain 1 point of evolution value.
Current evolution level, 1, evolution value, 0/100. Lin Shen let out a low exclamation.
What surprised him was not the skill called King's Domain, but the fact that this equipment was actually a growth-type item. He had seen similar growth-type equipment before, and heard that this type of equipment could improve attribute capabilities as the wearer's level increased, but he had never seen this kind of growth direction.
Evolution? Lin Shen muttered, is this related to the name of this special event? Zombie King, a name of an event I've never heard of before. It's actually a unique piece of equipment. Does that mean there's only one of this in the entire God Hunter land? It's perfect.
I can already increase my attack power by killing. With this amulet, I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Lin Shen put on the amulet without thinking.
After doing all this, Lin Shen opened his attribute panel.
Now I have reached level 17.
With the amulet of the Zombie King's blessing, my attributes have increased more significantly compared to when I was level 15.
Nickname, Programmer. Level 17.
Health, with all equipment 2400/2400.
Magic. Value, 600/600. Strength, 41. Plus 4, plus 10. Intelligence, 55. Plus 4, plus 10. Agility, 42. Plus 4. Stamina, 61. Plus 4. Luck, 10. Plus 10. Attack power, with rusty iron sword 766. Moonchasing bow, plus 165 930. Spell attack, 165. Physical defense, wearing 4 spirits soft armor 108. Magical defense, 113. Free attribute points, 4.
Lin Chen took a quick look at his basic attributes, turned them off, and then looked around again. As time goes by, players with resurrection coins have chosen to resurrect one after another, and now only a group of unlucky people are left lying on the ground waiting to die. He dusted himself off and stood up. But at this time, a figure walked over. This person seemed a little hesitant, but when Lin Chen was about to leave, he still called out.
Great God, please wait a moment.
Lin Chen turned his head and found that the warrior named Fengchen Zhuojiu was looking at him.
Lin Chen carefully looked at the soldier with scars all over his body. This person was a sturdy man.
Although he hadn't reached level 20 yet, so he couldn't see his equipment, according to Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother, he was at least holding a pink broadsword. Furthermore, after completing the event, this person's level had reached 18. In the level ranking, Fengchen Zhuojiu ranks among the top, and in the combat power ranking, more and more people begin to appear, and Fengchen Zhuojiu is also ranked in the top 100. As for the first place in the combat power list, it is still Lin Chen.
Is there something? Lin Chen said lightly.
Fengchen Zhuojiu scratched his head awkwardly.
He looked back from time to time and then said, Great Master, are you interested in joining our permanent team? You can be the captain.
Lin Chen had already guessed this outcome.
He waved his hand slightly and said, Not interested.
Having said that, Lin Chen turned his head. However, Fengchen Zhuojiu quickly added, Master, I don't mean anything special. I just think it would be much more convenient if I could form a fixed team since I'm new here. The class distribution in the team is very reasonable, and I guarantee that no one will cause you any trouble.
I'm a veteran game geek.
Although I don't know what the hell this world is, I have a deep understanding of games. As he spoke, he carefully followed Lin Chen's footsteps. Lin Chen stopped at this moment, and Fengchen Zhuojiu also stopped immediately. He didn't know what the dad in front of him was thinking, but he was right. He was a person with a special understanding of the game.
He would definitely not be wrong.
The dad in front of him was definitely not an ordinary player.
At least he was fundamentally different from them.
To put it bluntly, in Fengchen Zhuojiu's eyes, Lin Chen's strength even made him come up with 2 nouns.
Cheater. Krypton Gold Boss.
You have to know that a nurse profession, a purely auxiliary role, can be ranked first in the ladder list in the early stage of Hunting God. This kind of almost nonsense will never happen in any game, and Hunting God is no exception. Lin Chen seemed to be thinking. Fengchen Zhuojiu stopped talking and waited for the next words. After a few seconds, Lin Chen turned his head.
Can. Hearing Lin Chen's reply, Fengchen Zhuojiu's eyes suddenly lit up. But. Lin Chen suddenly stretched out a finger. I have a question and some conditions.
Fengchen Zhuojiu paused for a moment, then nodded quickly. You go ahead.
Everyone in your team is like you. Do they have pink equipment?
Lin Chen pointed at the broadsword in Fengchen Zhuojiu's hand. As soon as these words were spoken, Fengchen Zhuojiu suddenly subconsciously tightened his grip on the broadsword in his hand. A hint of suspicion flashed in the warrior's pupils. He was a little surprised how Lin Chen knew that the weapon in his hand was pink. But Fengchen Zhuojiu quickly shook his head. I'm the only one who has the pink outfit. Lin Chen lowered his finger and said calmly, in that case, I'm
going to put forward some conditions. If you want me to form a permanent team with you, then yes, but I need to recruit new people. Fengchen Zhuojiu was stunned. He turned around and looked behind him.
There were several people staring at him. They were obviously Fengchen Zhuojiu's regular team.
Great God, what do you mean? Except for you, I don't need your other teammates. As for the members of the fixed team, I have my own plans.
After saying this, Lin Chen looked at the soldier and said coldly, think about it.
Fengchen Zhuojiu was stunned. Fengchen Zhuojiu fell into deep thought.
As the captain of a fixed team, he recruited the rest of the team members one by himself. Although he had known them for less than 10 hours, if he really wanted to abandon them now, it was not a decision that could be made simply by slapping his thigh. Not to mention that the team members are now looking forward to his good news.
The man's brows kept relaxing and then furrowing. The nanny in front of him had an unusual secret.
Forming a fixed team with him would be beneficial in every way, but the price would be for him to betray his teammates, which he was obviously unwilling to do.
After a while, Fengchen Zhuojiu asked in a low voice. Great God, you are asking me to betray my teammates now. If I do this, aren't you afraid that I will betray you one day? Fengchen Zhuojiu tried his best to say this seriously.
At the same time, he was carefully looking at Lin Chen's expression, hoping to see any emotional fluctuations. But Lin Chen was completely unmoved. He said lightly.
If you come across a better option later, you can leave at any time.
Similarly, if I feel you are no longer valuable, I will abandon you without hesitation, so I hope you will consider it carefully. After saying that, Lin Chen didn't hesitate any longer and sent a friend invitation to Fengchen Zhuojiu. If Fengchen Zhuojiu agreed, he could accept the friend request, otherwise, if he could not accept Lin Chen's request, he would just reject it directly. After doing all this, Lin Chen left the Fengchen Zhuojiu behind, looked around, and found a deserted place to recover his strength while packing his backpack. His backpack was too cluttered and needed to be cleaned out. As for the fixed team, this thing has no substantial benefits to him at all. In his previous life, he and Zhao Yuding had joined a fixed team, but in the later period, there was intrigue and everyone's starting point was completely for their own interests, which was a great waste of his time and energy. Lin Chen was also not very interested in it again, so he threw a condition to Fengchen Zhuojiu that seemed basically impossible to fulfill, making Fengchen Zhuojiu give up. While Lin Chen was thinking this, he packed his backpack and stood up to leave.
But at this moment, Fengchen Zhuojiu actually walked over. Captain, when do we leave?
Lin Chen paused, and subconsciously looked at his friend list, and suddenly found that there was a new friend.
It is this dusty wine. You agreed?
Lin Chen looked at the distance with some surprise. There should have been 5 people constantly looking here, but now, those 5 people have disappeared. It seems that this soldier really intends to go with him.
Risks and benefits coexist, I understand this principle.
Fengchen Zhuojiu said with a smile. Looking at this soldier, Lin Chen was a little confused. After a moment of silence, Lin Chen sighed. Alright, but I have to explain in advance that the personnel configuration of my team may be different from your understanding. I hope you won't interfere with the recruitment of new members. Don't worry, I won't say a word of nonsense.
Fengchen Zhuojiu nodded.
Also, no matter what unreasonable abilities I display later, don't ask any more questions.
Understood. I won't ask any more questions.
Lin Chen wanted to say something, but looking at the man's bright eyes, he didn't know what to say.
Next.
After a while, he said quietly, join the team.
Programmers created a team. A programmer has invited you to join a team. You have joined the team.
Lin Chen turned around and left, and Fengchen Zhuojiu immediately followed.
What's the captain's name? My last name is Lin, what's yours? My last name is Fengchen. So it's called Fengchen Zhuojiu? Lin Chen said.
Yeah, I've always used this name when I play games.
What about you, brother Lin? Does the name programmer have any meaning?
Lin Chen shook his head, I just picked it up casually. As they spoke, the two of them slowly left the place. The flow of people around them was increasing. When they were performing a special event and were surrounded by a light curtain, many other players had been staying outside to watch. Now that the light curtain had disappeared, more people gathered around. However, when they saw such heavy losses of more than 1,000 people, many people showed expressions of horror on their faces. A few minutes later, Lin Chen and Fengchen had completely moved away from the area they had just been in. they continued along a main road. It was already late at night, and the number of people walking around them gradually decreased. From time to time, wild monsters would suddenly appear, and without Lin Chen having to do anything, Feng Chen would pick up the pink broadsword in his hand and go to meet them. After walking for about another hour, it was completely dark. The two opened the sheepskin map in their hands. Because they had wasted time upgrading and completing special events, they were still some distance away from the nearest main city, Baiwa City. At the current speed, it would take an estimated 2 hours to arrive. Lin Chen suddenly stopped at this time.
"Brother Lin, do you want to take a break?" Feng Chen said, wiping the broadsword in his hand.
Lin Chen took a look at his level. Unlike Feng Chen, who is level 18, his level is one level lower, only 17, because he has been killing low-level monsters to stack attack power.
However, he plans to level up to 20 before entering the main city.
If he continues at this speed, he will probably be level 18 by the time he reaches the main city. I have to find a place to level up to level 20. After all, he was the only one who knew that there was a hidden reward for entering the main city at level 20.
Follow me.
Lin Chen changed his route and walked directly to the right.
Feng Chen, standing in place, glanced at the sheepskin map in his hand, and looked at Lin Chen's back with some confusion, but he didn't say much and immediately followed him with a sword in hand.
The two walked for a few minutes, and finally their speed gradually slowed down. However, they did not encounter a group of wild monsters, but a dying player. From the beginning, they encountered several dying players lying motionless on the ground along the way. At this moment, there were 3 dying people lying on the ground in front of them, with messages above their heads indicating that they needed to be resurrected.
"Brother Lin, what's going on?"
There were no threatening monsters nearby, but it was really strange to see these people lying here alone. However, when Feng Chen was a little confused, Lin Chen beside him laughed coldly. He whispered to Feng Chen, "It wasn't done by a monster, it was human."
"Man-made?"
Feng Chen suddenly shuddered, but he still asked in a low voice with some disbelief.
"What does artificial mean?"
Lin Chen laughed softly at this time. "Since you've played a lot of online games, you should have easily encountered this type of people. Their names above their heads are always red, and they enjoy killing other players for fun." As they were talking, 6 people suddenly walked out from the darkness in front of the 2 of them. The 6 men had a sinister smile on their faces. The professional combination of these 6 people is very perfect, with a knight as the captain, a healer, a hunter, a mage, an assassin, and a beastmaster.
Can fight and control, can resist and heal.
Their average level is 17, and the equipment in the hands of these 6 people looks good, basically level 15 equipment, most of which are blue, and the worst is green. In such a full team, above everyone's head, except for the timid-looking nanny in the team, the names of the other 5 people are written in blood red. The 6 people stood right in front of Lin Chen and the other 2. Under the dim night sky, the 6 people looked like ghosts demanding lives. Even if they just stood there without saying a word, it made people's scalps tingle.
Feng Chen subconsciously stood in front of Lin Chen.
He even used his hand to pull Lin Chen to signal him to stand behind him. But after thinking about it, although Lin Chen is a stay-at-home dad, he is actually number 1 in the combat power list, so his actions are undoubtedly unnecessary. But even if he was well-equipped and had Lin Chen, the strongest fighter, by his side, Feng Chen saw no chance of winning against a fully armed red name team. Based on my previous gaming experience, at higher levels, some powerful players could create a significant gap between themselves and other players of the same level through stats and equipment. But now, everyone is within level 20, and everyone's development and growth are limited. Even if they have pink equipment, everyone's basic stats are similar. 2 versus 6, they have no chance of winning.
"Everyone, what do you mean?"
Feng Chen subconsciously whispered to the 6 people in front of him. At the same time, he was carefully observing their every move, ready to flee at any time if he saw anything unusual. But when he saw the assassin among the 6 people, his scalp couldn't help but tingle. In this kind of assassination profession, even if you want to run, it probably doesn't make sense.
This is bad.
At this time, the leading knight among the 6 people opposite smiled slightly.
He raised the short-handled axe in his hand and pointed at the 2 of them, grinning. Nothing interesting, I just wanted to see if you have any good equipment. If it's suitable, how about lending it to us?
As they spoke, the six of them took a step forward. Faced with such an atmosphere, Fengchen naturally thought of the kind of people he encountered when playing games before, the red name players who specialized in killing small accounts for fun. I just didn't expect that I would encounter this kind of bastard when I came to the land of hunting gods. No wonder this group of people appeared in this sparsely populated deserted road. This would make it easier for them to kill scattered players.
Impossible. Fengchen growled. It's okay if you don't lend it to me. The knight chuckled.
In this game, equipment drops when you die. We'll just guard the corpse.
By the way, you don't have any resurrection coins on you, do you?
As he spoke, the knight raised an eyebrow at the hunter behind him. The next moment, the hunter behind him immediately drew his bow and arrow, and a poisonous arrow whizzed towards him.
You have been threatened by other players, please pay attention.
The system's voice suddenly rang in Lin and Feng's heads. At the same time, the arrow hit Fengchen's shoulder blade.
-226.
If Fengchen's armor wasn't up to standard, this arrow could have caused even higher damage. The arrows are poisonous, which is the hunter's level 5 skill, Scorpion Tail, and will cause continuous damage to the target for a short period of time. After a few seconds, Fengchen's health bar, which was only 1,900 points, began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Fuck, these damn things. Fengchen no longer hesitated and suddenly took out the broadsword in his hand.
He chopped down with the sword, and the warrior's level 5 skill, Ghost Slash, was activated. However, the next moment, Ghost Slash was immediately blocked by the leading knight who rushed forward and raised his
shield. Clang. -256.
The low-level shield did not trigger the block, but Ghost Slash only dealt this much damage.
Low-level knights are the nemesis of physical professions of the same level. At this moment, the knight's eyes lit up. Good fellow, that sword in your hand is pink, right? How can it hurt so much when it hits people? After a few brief exchanges, the two began to distance themselves and retreat.
Without interference from others, even the knight with thick skin and strong muscles was no match for Fengchen, the pink-clad warrior.
As a result, their hostility towards Fengchen became even greater. Great, we actually came across a pink outfit. The six people laughed together. Hunter, provide cover. Assassin, come with me.
Everyone else, hold still.
The knight waved his hatchet at the air. Hurry and finish them off, just in case any other idiots get in the way. Okay, Captain.
The assassin quickly took out the dagger in his hand and turned into stealth mode.
Fengchen retreated quickly, holding the broadsword tightly in both hands and staring at his surroundings. It was a good thing that the other side underestimated the enemy.
Not attacking together gave them enough room to maneuver.
But even so, facing a knight with thick skin and a missing assassin at his side, Fengchen was completely unable to move. The most important thing is that he needs to be on guard against hidden arrows that may be shot from a distance at any time. Damn it!
If only I had learned the level 15 skill, Piercing Thrust, I could easily break through this knight's defense. But just as he cursed inwardly and his mind was working rapidly, he felt a chill on his side.
The assassin's initial skill, Throat Cut, was activated.
Fengchen turned around quickly and released the warrior's primary skill, Parry, at the same time, preparing to use his broadsword to block the attack. However, the shape has been completed, but the assassin's dagger has not yet been thrust out.
Fengchen glanced at his side in some confusion.
It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but when he did, Fengchen was stunned. The assassin was now lying on the ground, near death.
What's going on?
Not only Fengchen, but even the other 5 people on the opposite side widened their eyes at this moment.
The next moment, everyone's attention was focused on Lin Chen, who had been standing by with a bow and arrow in his hand.
Lin Chen had just finished drawing the bow and shooting an arrow, and his target was the assassin. In the distance, the hunter in the opposite team even subconsciously took a step back. Because he just saw Lin Chen shoot an arrow at the assassin.
Hit. 1760 critical damage. Is this the damage dealt by a fucking nanny?
You should know that the assassin, a profession with high attack and low defense, has less than 1,700 health points.
In addition, most assassins pursue strength and agility, and they don't pay much attention to defense.
But even so, a level 17 assassin
Killed instantly by an arrow?
At this time, the remaining 5 people on the opposite side finally realized something was wrong. The knight who had originally locked his target on Fengchen Zhuojiu suddenly changed his target and aimed directly at Lin Chen.
What the hell is hurting?
The knight roared and subconsciously took 2 or 3 steps back, looking at Lin Chen in horror. At this moment, Lin Chen pulled the moon-chasing bow in his hand again and took aim. The starlight gathered into energy arrows, and the knight was startled.
Call out. The arrow suddenly whizzed away.
The knight was horrified. Although he didn't believe that a level 17 healer could kill the assassin with a single arrow using a level 10 bow, he didn't dare to take the risk. What if this nanny really has some special item that they don't know about that can kill people instantly? Then he can't take this arrow head on. The arrow had already shot over, and the knight dodged suddenly, and the arrow flew past his armor.
Laugh. The energy arrow directly pierced the ground. Missed.
Lin Chen curled his lips helplessly. After all, he was not a hunter who specialized in using bows and arrows. If his hit rate was not high, he might miss when people were on guard. Lin Chen was just about to draw the bow again, but seeing that the moon-chasing bow had very little durability left, he slowly put the bow down. This action caught the attention of the knight and others, and they raised their eyebrows almost at the same time.
Captain, this guy was able to kill an assassin instantly with a single arrow. He probably has some special item on him. But judging by his current appearance, that item should only be usable once.
The hunter behind him muttered, he probably poses no threat right now.
You sure?
I'm not entirely sure, but at this level, there shouldn't be any items that can cause instant kills continuously in a short period of time.
That would be too abnormal and would directly affect the game balance. That makes sense.
Being in the same team, they used the team voice chat to talk, so Lin Chen and Fengchen couldn't hear their conversation at all. However, although the knight also felt that what the hunter said made sense, he did not dare to move forward rashly. He looked at the assassin lying in front of him and was on the verge of death with lingering fear. After hesitating for a moment, he turned and spoke to the members of his team. You two, go ahead and kill him with ranged attacks, the knight said viciously. If he and that warrior try to get close, I'll stop them. Since you don't dare to gamble with your life, just snipe him from a distance. As the knight finished speaking, the hunter and the mage behind him looked at each other, and then without hesitation, the hunter's scorpion tail and the mage's level 10 skill, ice cone, were thrown out at the same time. Facing the flying green arrows and huge ice hammers, Lin Chen did not dodge at all. He just put the bow and arrow in his backpack and replaced it with a rusty iron sword. He was not prepared to use the level 10 Blackwood broadsword because he found that when he shot the assassin to the brink of death with an arrow, his attack power actually increased by 1 point. This is interesting, he can not only kill monsters to stack attack power, but also kill players. Fengchen, who was standing beside him, had just come back to his senses from the scene where Lin Chen killed someone with 1 arrow. At this moment, he saw the long-range attacks coming one after another. He shouted hurriedly to remind Lin Chen, who was motionless.
Great God! Be careful!
However, Lin Chen turned a deaf ear to it and allowed the poisonous arrows and ice cones to hit him.
Boom!
Unlike the hunter's scorpion tail and stream of fire, the mage's level 10 skill, ice cone, is area damage. The moment the ice cone hit Lin Chen, a snow-white ice flower exploded and spread around. As soon as Fengchen got close to Lin Chen, he was forced to take a step back by the spreading cold air. If Lin Chen's magic resistance is relatively low, this attack combined with the continuous blood loss from the scorpion tail will be enough to kill him.
After all, the nanny's treatment will be inhibited by this bleeding effect.
However, the characters floating above Lin Chen's head and the amount of his health bar decreasing made everyone look as if they had seen a ghost.
Minus 112, this is the damage caused by the scorpion's tail to Lin Chen. Minus 70, this is the damage caused by the explosion of the ice cone. Minus 2. Minus 2. Minus 2.
This is the continuous damage caused by the scorpion's tail poison. In a few seconds, less than 200 damage points were caused. Looking at the top of Lin Chen's head, only a little blood was lost. Not to mention asking Lin Chen to release the blood-adding skills, he didn't even have the desire to look up. Lin Chen walked out from the icy ice flowers, holding a rusty iron sword, and walked forward step by step. The soldier Feng Chen, who was still worried about Lin Chen's safety the moment before, had completely lost the ability to organize language. When he and Lin Chen were fighting zombies in a special event, they did not see Lin Chen's attack process because of the thick fog. They only knew that it was a bit outrageous that he, as a stay-at-home dad, was ranked first on the combat power list, and they felt that Lin Chen must have something special. But now, Feng Chen just felt that he was extremely wrong. This is nothing. He just felt that abandoning his original team and relying on Lin Chen was an important and correct decision. At this moment, Lin Chen walked forward slowly, and the 5 people felt that the person coming was not a nanny, but a devil from hell.
Damn it! You're playing tricks on me. Come and kill me if you dare.
The knight raised his shield, activating his level 5 and level 10 skills simultaneously while shouting behind him, "Don't hold back.
Throw your skills at him."
Before the players behind him could react, Lin Chen had already arrived in front of the knight. Lin Chen raised the rusty iron sword in his hand slightly and slashed it on the knight's shield.
Boom! Block!
The knife struck, but no damage was done.
Lin Chen didn't hesitate and chopped again. Boom!
Still no damage came out, and the knife was blocked again.
The knight was stunned. He thought he was lucky. He didn't expect that the shield would trigger 2 blocks in a row.
He suddenly burst into laughter.
Boy! This shield of mine is a level 15 blue item. If I'm not mistaken, the weapon in your hand should be a rusty iron sword.
This thing has never been used since the novice gift pack was opened in the novice village.
How dare you use this thing to chop me? He laughed and was about to raise the short axe in his hand when Lin Chen stabbed out the 3rd time. Click!
This time, although no damage was caused, it was not the shield's blocking function. The knight stared down at the broken iron shield in his hand, feeling something was wrong for a moment.
The
shield in his hand is a level 15 blue equipment, exquisite magic iron shield, which can add 50 points of armor to the shield wearer and comes with 200 points of extra magic health.
He has not used it many times, so the durability of the shield should be basically full.
But now, a prompt popped up in his head. The durability of your equipment, exquisite magic iron shield, is 0 and it is damaged.
The knight was completely stunned. Lin Chen's face was gloomy.
He grabbed the wrist of the knight who was about to retreat, and pulled him in front of him.
The knight's body was pulled forward by the huge force.
At the same time, Lin Chen thrust the iron sword in his hand forward.
Base.
The next moment, a number that shocked the knight's world appeared in his sight.
-1340. Yes, there is an exclamation mark after the number, it's a critical hit. But this is not the point.
The point is that this knife almost pierced his aorta. The shield in his hand was damaged.
The equipment he currently wears adds an extra 80 points of armor to him.
As a knight, his basic attributes have a higher bonus to armor than other professions. In total, he should have about 130 points of armor. He activated the 2 early shield skills, Unbreakable Perseverance, and Bronze Holy Shield, which was equivalent to adding 70 points of armor and 50 points of magic resistance to himself. Even without a shield, this knight has just 200 points of physical defense.
But this guy dealt over 1,300 damage with a single blow? Even if it was a critical hit, this was too fucking weird. If it weren't for the armor that blocked it, this blow would have dealt nearly 1540 points of damage? Fuck. You're fucking cheating.
He had other thoughts. He only had 2,000 drops of blood left.
Lin Chen, holding the rusty iron sword, a first-level equipment, almost broke his kidney with one blow. He was completely in a state of loss of soul. However, when the knight broke free from Lin Chen's hand and ran back, Lin Chen did not chase him. He just stood there calmly. Big hammer, roaring brother.
Lin Chen said calmly.
He seemed to be calling out to someone.
When the remaining team members saw that their captain, a knight, was almost killed in an instant, they no longer had any fighting spirit. It would be fine if this nanny really had some special items that caused him to have high attack and low defense.
But this guy is even more fragile than the knight. Moreover, he is also a nanny.
Even if they attack together, even if half of the opponent's blood is taken away, Lin Chen can probably fill it up with one healing hand.
There is no point in fighting, retreat.
These so-called red-named players are not desperate criminals themselves. While they despise the lives of others, they care very much about their own lives. But soon, before they had run a few steps, fog suddenly rose around them. The dark green mist suddenly spread out from where Lin Chen's body was, and the speed of the mist was as fast as a beam of light. The area with a radius of about 10 meters suddenly became extremely cold. Even Feng Chen, Lin Chen's teammate, felt that some force had suddenly strangled the temperature.
Feng Chen looked around and felt that the thick fog looked somewhat familiar. Dark green, isn't this the fog that appears when fighting zombies?
Then, a strange sentence popped up in the minds of everyone present.
You have entered the king's domain.
Feng Chen didn't understand what was going on, so he suddenly assumed a fighting stance again, while looking around on guard against something.
He was puzzled. Hadn't they already completed the special event? He even found a mysterious key in his backpack, but now they were in the domain of some insane king? Could there be more zombies coming out of the fog?
But Lin Chen smiled slightly. Yes, Lin Chen activated the skill of the amulet blessing of the zombie king. Within this area, his attack speed increased by 100%, his health recovery speed increased by 100%, while the enemy's attack speed decreased by 10%, and its movement speed decreased by 10%.
Sure enough, after the domain was released, the five knights felt as if their feet were suddenly pulled by something, and it was as if they were stepping on muddy ground, and they could not speed up at all. What's going on? I feel so tired and can't run anymore. Was it that nanny who did it? Don't look back, damn it. Run. At this time, they didn't care whether this weird scene was caused by that nanny. They just felt like they had kicked a wall. Damn it, they had just enjoyed the pleasure of killing and robbing for a short time, and they encountered a tough problem so soon. The fog around them was getting thicker and thicker. The knight was running at the front of the team. Even though he was injured, this man still had a strong desire to survive. He used his hands to push away the thick fog in front of him, breathing heavily while running. There was a little light ahead, and he excitedly sped up. Just run out, just leave here, just. But the next moment, a whistling sound suddenly came out. AD. A black two-handed hammer whizzed out from the fog, and the storm it caused directly broke through the surrounding fog and smashed heavily on the knight who was only concerned with escaping. The immense force made the knight feel as if all his internal organs were being hammered away. The only 700 drops of blood left above his head were now reduced by another 350 points. He groaned and flew backwards. But before he could fully react, a violent roar erupted from the surrounding fog. Roar! The health bar above the knight's head decreased by 200 again. Not only that, he felt dizzy at this moment. He suddenly lowered his head and covered his swollen head. However, the headache did not last long. He came to his senses in less than 2 seconds, but his blood volume was only a pitiful 100 points. 80, 80. A rhythmic sound came from the front, like a classic line from a skit. He looked up at the fog in front of him. At the same time, the figures of his other teammates all flew backwards from the fog. Like him, these 4 people were also knocked away by the hammer. Then, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, a robber holding a two-handed hammer and a strong man over 2 meters tall carrying a huge machete walked out of the fog together. The 2 men were covered in black, with a black mist-like liquid flowing around them. If it weren't for their appearance as bandits and their bright eyes, they would have looked like 2 monsters like undead or ghosts. Is this a boss encounter? The 4 red-named players huddled together at this moment. They had completely lost the intention to resist. Everyone squatted on the ground tacitly, not daring to make any other noise. But Captain Knight is different.
At this moment, he suddenly turned his head and kowtowed to Lin Chen. He could see that these two things were not wild bosses, they were definitely created by Lin Chen. Great God! Great God! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I deserve to die. I shouldn't have set my sights on you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. He only had more than 100 drops of blood left, and Lin Chen only needed to blow on him to kill him. He doesn't want to die. Feng Chen followed Lin Chen to the front. The 5 people in front of him were squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands. The leading knight kept kneeling on the ground and kowtowed, shouting words like "I'm sorry" and "Don't kill me." After Feng Chen approached, he looked up at Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother who were standing on the other side of the 5 people. He swallowed and looked at the 2 undead units with some confusion. As Lin Chen approached, the 2 undead immediately showed extreme respect to Lin Chen. If Lin Chen had not waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to express excessive respect, the 2 undead would have probably knelt on the ground. But why would a nanny summon this kind of dependent unit? After entering the land of the hunting god, he had the impression that only beastmasters could summon low-level monsters for their own use, such as goblins. However, the 2 tall humanoid units before him looked more like some kind of undead units. Could it be that this nanny called a programmer is not actually a healer, but a mysterious hidden profession? Necromancer? These 4 words flashed through Feng Chen's mind, but Feng Chen was tactful enough not to ask. He just stood aside, watching Lin Chen's next move with some anticipation. Lin Chen held an iron sword in his hand. He walked up to the 5 people and slashed at the knight without any hesitation. The knight, who had been muttering to himself the moment before, suddenly stopped talking and fell to the ground the next moment. The near-death state appears instantly. "Brother Lin!" Feng Chen subconsciously called out in a low voice. He didn't expect Lin Chen to kill so decisively. Lin Chen did not answer him. He stared at the knight under his feet and said lightly, "If I'm not mistaken, this guy probably has some unused resurrection coins. Generally, a red-named player like this who enjoys killing people for fun wouldn't act rashly without a guarantee of survival." As Lin Chen spoke, he walked to the other side. Beside him was the mage. When he saw Lin Chen coming, the mage suddenly began to retreat. However, he took only a few steps back and bumped into Roaring Brother. A chill came over him, and before the mage could react, Roaring Brother swung his sword violently. As his health bar decreased, the huge force also sent him to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen swung the rusty iron sword in his hand. The mage was also on the verge of death instantly. Feng Chen stood aside and was stunned. Lin Chen came to the hunter again and said, "Don't worry, killing a red-named player won't increase my sin value, so I won't become a red-named player. On the contrary, I might even get a reward. In the land of the hunting god, if you kill a red-named player, you will indeed have a chance to receive rewards from the system." But unfortunately, he had already swung his knife at the hunter again at this time. Together with the assassin just now, Lin Chen had put 4 people in a near-death state. But no reward appeared. At this time, Lin Chen stood on the nanny who had a low presence in the team. Unlike everyone else, the name above this woman's head is not red, but green. Okay? In the land of hunting god, the color above each player's head has 3 states. The first one is blue, which is the common color for most players and represents safety and peace. The second type is red. Basically, as long as you turn on your personal status and successfully kill a player in the wild, the sin value will dye their name red. The third type is green. This type of player has a certain sin value, but the sin value is relatively low and has not reached the level of a red name. The nanny in front of you is one of these people. She did not kill anyone with her own hands, but was in the team of the red-named player. There is a difference between a mastermind and an accomplice. The rusty iron sword swayed in front of the woman's eyes, and the scepter in the nanny's hand fell directly to the ground. She sat down on the ground, causing her breasts to tremble. "Brother! I was forced. They threatened me. If I didn't participate, then..." Lin Chen put away the rusty iron sword, gave the nanny a cold look, and walked away. He came to the last beastmaster and chopped him down again. At this point, everyone except the wet nurse was on the verge of death. After doing all this, Lin Chen waved his hand and cancelled his skill, King's Domain. The next moment, the thick fog around him began to gradually dissipate and finally disappeared completely. Along with the dark green mist, Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother also disappeared. After killing 5 red name monsters in a row, Lin Chen didn't get any benefits at all. He looked unhappy. However, Lin Chen subconsciously took a look at his amulet called Blessing of the Zombie King. The evolution value of this equipment actually increased by 5 points, 5 out of 100. Just like stacking attack power, this equipment can also gain evolution value by killing players. When Lin Chen was checking his attributes, there were suddenly pa-pa-pa sounds around him. Lin Chen didn't turn his head, he knew that this was the sound of the resurrection coin breaking. Just as Lin Chen expected, almost every one of these 5 people carried a resurrection coin. Soon, only Lin Chen, Feng Chen, and the nanny were left in the area.
Feng Chen quickly moved closer to Lin Chen.
He opened his mouth and wanted to ask about the exaggerated and weird methods Lin Chen had just used.
Brother Lin.
But he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. He remembered what Lin Chen had just said to him. Lin Chen said that no matter how unreasonable the abilities he saw Lin Chen display, he should not ask too many questions.
Let's go. Having said that, Lin Chen didn't say any more nonsense and walked forward first. Feng Chen followed without thinking.
Half an hour later, Lin Chen and Feng Chen had cleared all the monsters in the 3 surrounding areas. Feng Chen looked at the level above his head at this time. At level 19, you can reach level 20 with enough experience. Looking at Lin Chen again, this great man has also reached level 19, but his experience points should not be as much as his own.
There shouldn't be any monsters spawning in the surrounding area for a while.
Lin Chen picked and chose on the ground, looting the equipment and coins that exploded from the monster corpses. At this time, Feng Chen came over.
Brother Lin.
Lin Chen raised his
head. What's wrong?
Feng Chen pointed to a place not far behind them and said, Brother Lin, look.
Lin Chen looked in the direction of Feng Chen's finger.
He discovered that the wet nurse who was not killed by Lin Chen was now following him less than 20 meters away. She noticed that Lin Chen and the other man were looking at her, so she quickly and cautiously moved to the side.
Feng Chen, she has been following us for half an hour. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. Yeah, I know.
In fact, Lin Chen chose not to kill her not because she was a woman, nor because her name was green. But, this female healer whose name is Gardenia, in her previous life, was a tough guy who was ranked in the top 20 in terms of combat power on the ladder. Yes, a nurse whose combat power ranked among the top 20 in the entire land of the hunting god. She was once a famous and outright violent nurse in the land of the hunting god. Although he was a little surprised to see her in this place, what puzzled Lin Chen even more was that this woman's personality was actually like this in the beginning.
Interesting. Brother Lin, do you want to chase her away? Feng Chen asked. In fact, Feng Chen himself was still a little hesitant when he said this.
The girl behind him looked like she had just reached adulthood, and looked less than 20 years old. Not only did she have a delicate face, but her figure was also very attractive. Even from such a distance, Feng Chen could see her swaying up and down when she walked. A girl with this kind of looks and figure would never be safe if she were to act alone. If she were to encounter a team like that group of red-named players again, one can imagine her situation. But on second thought, this girl was just a member of the red-named player team. Although she did not take action, she was strictly speaking an accomplice.
Feng Chen hesitated for a long time, but still continued to speak.
Brother Lin, why don't I go talk to her and ask her to leave? However, just as Feng Chen was about to say something to the nanny, Lin Chen stopped him.
Call her over here. Feng Chen was stunned.
He didn't know what Lin Chen meant. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he quickly nodded, oh, okay.
Feng Chen waved to the girl.
The nanny standing in the distance was obviously paused. She looked around and found that she was the only one around. The nanny stood there for more than 10 seconds before she prepared herself mentally. She moved her feet and walked over slowly and cautiously. But in the end, the girl stopped at a distance from Lin Chen and the others. Although she did not get any closer, it was enough for them to hear each other talking.
Why are you following us? Feng Chen asked.
The girl lowered her head, obviously frightened.
I
didn't know how to play games before, so I don't know how to use the equipment and skills, and I don't know where to go. As the girl spoke, she raised her eyes and glanced at the two people in front of her, but when Lin Chen's gaze moved over, she hurriedly lowered her head again.
Feng Chen was obviously confused after hearing this. Not sure how to use your equipment and skills? What does this mean? In other words, this girl is the so-called Xiaobai? But how did a newbie who knows nothing about gaming end up in the team of a red-named player?
Feng Chen glanced at the girl's face, then lowered his gaze slightly.
He almost guessed something. Just follow the task instructions. The main city closest to this location is Baiwa City. Just follow the main force to the main city first. If you are afraid, you can join another team. Feng Chen said softly. The girl didn't speak. She tried, but no team was really willing to accept her. Most people went for her face. Just think about it, who would really want a burden who can do nothing? Even though she is the same as an ordinary nanny, in the current land of the hunting god, even though everyone's level is not high now. They have discovered a law. That means there are wet nurses everywhere. Out of 100 women, almost 70 are healers. So what every team needs nowadays is healers. The nurse should be a popular profession nowadays, but it is a profession that is not easy to find a team. Feng Chen seemed to notice the woman's embarrassment, and he turned to look at Lin Chen. Brother Lin, what should I do? He had no way to make any decision. After all, his team already had Lin Chen, a healer. It was unlikely that there would be two healers in a fixed team. Such a professional configuration would be too weird. Moreover, looking at the girl's expression and the way she held the scepter, she should not be lying. She really doesn't know how to operate herself. However, Lin Chen smiled slightly at this time, and then he said to the girl. Gardenia, you said, you don't know how to operate skills? The girl named Gardenia nodded timidly. Lin Chen was silent for a while. It seemed that this girl must have experienced some changes in her previous life, otherwise she would not have become a tough guy in the top 20 of the ladder list. Then, can you heal? Lin Chen asked in a low voice. This shouldn't be difficult. The girl was stunned, then nodded again awkwardly. I will cast Healing Hands. After hearing what the girl said, Lin Chen nodded. That's fine, just follow us. After saying that, Lin Chen sent her an invitation to team up. Programmer invites you to join a team. Gardenia joins the team. Thank you. Thank you. Gardenia was obviously a little excited. She had seen Lin Chen's abilities and knew that her safety would be guaranteed if she formed a team with Lin Chen. However, Feng Chen was a little worried at this time. Two healers in one team? Soon, Feng Chen dispelled his concerns. What's the point of caring so much when Lin Chen can kill the knight with 2 arrows? Unlike Lin Chen and the others, Jizi's level is only 16. However, it is already exaggerated for someone like her to be able to reach this level. How did this girl come to this place? According to her abilities, it would be more appropriate for her to stay in the novice village now. Feng Chen took another look at Gardenia's pretty face. Well, no matter where you are, a pretty face can still accomplish a lot. The three of them packed up briefly and then started moving towards Baiwa City. The sky had already turned into night, and everything around them began to become extremely quiet. Apart from the roars of monsters in the distance, they could not even hear the sounds of other players walking. Because in the land of hunting god, the wild night is very dangerous. Most monsters will become more dangerous at night. Their attack power and movement speed will increase significantly. Monsters that can still be fought during the day can easily take the player's life at night. Therefore, most players choose to rest in a safe area. But Lin Chen didn't care at all. They walked in the night. If a monster rushed over, Huang Dachui would swing his hammer and shout without Lin Chen having to do anything. AD. Gardenia, who was originally nervous and kept holding the scepter tightly, finally relaxed slowly.
Originally, she was always paying attention to Lin Chen's health, thinking that if the captain was injured, she would be able to give Lin Chen a healing hand to the best of her ability. But now she found that there was no need at all, because the monsters could basically not get close to Lin Chen. She and Feng Chen walked safely beside Lin Chen, and all they had to do was follow Lin Chen and keep moving forward. At this moment, Feng Chen beside her was looking at the girl with great interest.
He suddenly asked, "Gardenia, where did you get all this equipment?"
The equipment on Gardenia is basically level 15, and the quality is pretty good. The scepter in her hand and the top on her body are both blue equipment.
It is impossible for a newbie who can only cast the healing hand to obtain such equipment by himself. Gardenia smiled bitterly. "It was given to me by Quan Lei. As a price, I have to act with them." Mad thunder? Yes, that night just now. Feng Chen said oh and didn't ask any more questions. After walking for nearly another hour, Feng Chen and Jizi's physical strength had reached the bottom.
Their walking speed slowed down significantly. Not only that, they felt sore all over and their feet felt like they were filled with lead, making it difficult for them to move.
"Brother Lin, I can't walk anymore, let's take a break,"
Feng Chen said weakly, supporting his thighs with both hands. Lin Chen, who was standing at the front, was now at level 20, the same level as Feng Chen. At this moment, he took out the sheepskin map, and then looked at the huge city in the distance with an all-white tone.
"We're here, White Moon City." White Moon City.
A human capital located in the northern part of the Lost Coast.
The city is extremely huge.
The huge walls surrounding the city alone tell everyone that this is an extremely towering fortress. It stands on the other side of the mountains, with the endless inland sea behind it.
Lin Chen and the other two walked slowly under the towering city wall. Feng Chen couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He raised his head and looked at the city wall that was about 50 or 60 meters high. The city walls were tall and sturdy, covered with traces of time and scars of war. From afar, one could see NPC soldiers in bright armor, holding sharp weapons, and vigilantly patrolling the surroundings. I rely on.
The dancing flames and the surrounding torches and braziers on the walls acted like alternative lampshades, illuminating the surrounding area with bright lights. The three of them walked slowly to the wide city gate and their eyes fell on it. Lin Chen was fine, but Feng Chen and Jizi's pupils suddenly constricted. Under the protection of the city walls, the buildings in the city are arranged in an orderly manner, with styles ranging from classical Gothic architecture to stone forts and watchtowers full of war atmosphere. When the moonlight and the firelight converged at the same time and fell on the buildings of Baiwa City, the golden light and the gray stone bricks of the city wall complemented each other, making the towering buildings inside Baiwa City look like a dazzling pearl, embedded in the dark earth, mysterious and solemn.
Is this Baiwa City?
Even though he hadn't fully entered it yet, Feng Chen was shocked just by peeping at the door. This building complex, which was originally only depicted in film and television works, now came into view, and an extremely empty and unreal feeling pierced the top of my head. Lin Chen, who was standing in front of Feng Chen and the others, did not express much.
It was just an initial main city.
Apart from the novice village, a main city of this size was the smallest and poorest place in the land of the hunting god. He had seen cities that were more luxurious, beautiful, and even exaggerated than Baiwa City.
For example, the level 40 main city, Dom Federation. Level 60 main city, Eternal Skyspace.
Level 80 main city, Ruins of the Gods.
Follow me,
Lin Chen said in a low voice.
Afterwards, Lin Chen walked into Baiwa City.
The NPC soldiers standing on both sides looked at them carefully, and then did not say anything, allowing the three of them to enter. As the three of them just stepped into the city, a series of prompt sounds rang out in their brains almost instantly.
Congratulations, you have entered the main city. You have entered the safe zone. Ding.
You have entered White Moon City, and the main quest has been updated. Please go to the central mission hall of the main city to receive new missions.
Ding. You can create and join a guild.
Lin Chen ignored the prompts ringing in his mind. He moved slowly according to the instructions on the map.
It was already night, and
the broad main street slowly faded into the darkness. This vast street must have been bustling with people during the day. They could even picture the vendors' cries echoing back and forth. On both sides of the street, there are all kinds of shops and buildings, from weapon stores to clothing stores, from skill bookstores to grocery stores, everything you need and shouldn't have. In these shops, dim lights are flickering.
Weapons shop.
Fengchen stopped in front of a sign engraved with weapons and shields, and looked into the store. Lin Shen said without even turning his head, NPCs will also rest in the hunting godland.
If you need to buy equipment, it's best to come during the day. Fengchen was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. Oh.
The three of them moved slowly on the street.
As they went deeper, they could see all kinds of players moving in the night.
These people were wandering around the city, many of them in groups of 3 or 4. Obviously, most of them had already accepted new tasks, but there were also some people like Lin Chen and the other two who had not yet found the task hall.
These people should be the first to arrive here during the day.
Gardenia, who was walking at the end, asked cautiously at this moment.
Fengchen shrugged and said nothing. Walked for a few more minutes.
Under the night sky, the streets became more and more lively, with more and more players coming. In some places, they even had to squeeze through the crowd to move forward.
Fengchen and Jizi began to look around at this time.
In addition to the accommodation area and NPC store they had just seen, there were many special public buildings in the city, such as the City Hall, Monument to Heroes, and Church.
The City Hall was the political center of Baiwes City.
In Fengchen's memory of playing games before, in games like this magnificent building, council members often discussed world affairs.
If he guessed correctly, they would definitely need to come here one day to accept or hand over tasks. Wow!
They came to the huge stone tablet in surprise, just like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden.
Monument to the Heroes.
A place to commemorate those heroes who have made outstanding contributions to certain people or certain things.
Their names and deeds are engraved on the tombstones, witnessing their glory.
Every main city has their own such thing, and Lin Chen has seen it many times. Then there is the church. Lin Chen stopped at the door of the church at this moment, and he looked back at his nanny Gardenia. Lin Chen pointed at the church and said to Jizi, "The church is a building exclusively for our healers.
After you reach level 20 and complete the job transfer quest, remember to come here to deliver it." Okay. Jizi was stunned, and nodded quickly without caring whether she understood or not. Thank you. The church is an exclusive building for the healer profession in Baiwes City. All the exclusive tasks of the healers will be handed over here, similar to the Master's School of the Nannies.
Listening to the conversation between Lin Chen and Jizi, Fengchen couldn't help but take a look at the church. The building was surrounded and inside with extremely exquisite murals and solemn altars.
One could feel the sacredness and solemnity without even going in. Fengchen hesitated for a moment. Brother Lin, do you know what the exclusive building for us soldiers is?"
In fact, what Fengchen wanted to ask was why Lin Chen knew these things. But Lin Chen reminded himself not to ask unnecessary questions, so Fengchen changed the question. Lin Chen beckoned the two to continue forward, whispering, "The warrior's exclusive building is called the Hero Pavilion. The system will automatically tell you when every player completes a quest, even if you're a hidden class."
Fengchen nodded thoughtfully. After a few minutes, the three finally stopped. A huge oval building suddenly appeared in front of them. This huge building had an extremely large hall, as if it could accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. At this moment, the inside was already crowded with people. "Brother Lin, this is..."
Lin Chen smiled helplessly. He just felt that this place was so familiar.
"Come in, this is the mission hall."
Lin Chen ignored the noisy crowd around him. Based on his rough understanding of something in his memory, he went directly to the counter where an NPC was. There are countless small counters in this hall, and various NPCs like receptionists stand quietly behind the counters. From time to time, players will come over and they will smile at them. At this time, Lin Chen and the other two walked to the counter of a sweet-looking girl.
"Welcome, the three distinguished chosen ones. How may I help you?"
The girl smiled sweetly, her eyes curved like crescent moons. Lin Chen did not hesitate and replied immediately.
I'm going to take on a side quest. The girl nodded politely. Okay, chosen one, what mission would you or your team like to take on?
As he spoke, the NPC turned his attention to the side.
At this moment, Feng-chan and Jizi suddenly discovered that a huge blackboard appeared behind the girl. The blackboard was densely covered with notices. A quick glance showed that there were more than 30 of them. These are all tasks? Feng-chan said in disbelief. Lin Chen nodded. He walked to the notice board, tore off a piece of paper without thinking, and said to the NPC, I want to accept this quest. 2 people came over from behind. Quick upgrade. Quest type, side quest.
Mission description, please reach level 20 in the shortest possible time. Mission requirements, the recipient's level must not be higher than level 18. Feng-chan was stunned when he saw the description of this task. He leaned over and whispered, Brother Lin, the requirement for this task cannot be higher than level 18, but except for Gardenia, the 2 of us in our team are already level 20. However, Lin Chen did not answer him, but just looked at the NPC in front of him indifferently.
The young NPC smiled politely.
She took the quest notice from Lin Chen and said with a smile, of course.
Would you like to accept it individually or as a team? Feng-chan paused. Doesn't the level requirement in the task description say it should be within level 18? Lin Chen, individual. As he said that, he glanced at Feng-chan. The soldier immediately understood. I'll take it too. Okay.
The NPC responded immediately, but soon she turned her attention to Gardenia at the back. But just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Lin Chen. She doesn't need to answer it, it's just the 2 of us. Gardenia was originally planning to refuse, but at this moment she immediately nodded, I'll listen to the captain.
The female NPC nodded and smiled at the 2 of them. Alright, you 2 have accepted the side quest, quick upgrade. Please check your quest panel. Thank you. Lin Chen replied.
After saying that, he immediately took Feng-chan and Jizi out of the mission hall.
Unlike Gardenia, who was somewhat wandering around, Feng-chan was completely confused. He really wanted to ask about the unreasonable things here, but before he could say anything, Lin Chen took them back the same way again. Yes, they stood outside the mission hall for less than 10 seconds before returning to the front of the young NPC girl. The NPC was stunned. Welcome, how can I help you? Lin Chen said calmly, let's hand in the task.
The NPC glanced at Lin Chen and Feng-chan, then blinked suspiciously.
The NPC seemed confused, and after a few seconds, she answered with a smile.
Of course, you 2 have indeed completed the requirements of the quick upgrade mission.
The mission is complete.
As the girl finished speaking, a prompt sound rang in Lin Chen and Feng-chan's brains almost at the same time.
You have completed the side quest. Quick upgrade, and the quest reward has been sent to your backpack. Your completion time was 30 seconds, exceeding the average quest duration by 99%. The additional reward has been sent to your backpack. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. Really? This task, which was like a loophole, still existed. In his previous life, Lin Chen had heard that someone was delayed after landing in the land of the hunting god from the novice village and did not enter the main city early. As a result, the person had reached level 21 by the time he entered the main city. As luck would have it, the first mission he accepted was not the main mission, but the side mission called Quick Upgrade. He was shocked to find that this mission could actually be accepted. Holy crap! Feng-chan was like he'd discovered a new world. He excitedly lowered his voice and said, Brother Lin, is this a bug? Is there a bug in the game? Seeing Feng-chan so excited, Lin Chen shook his head, this is not a bug, it's a mechanism problem. Feng-chan paused, mechanism? Well, because most players entering the main city are below level 18, and few reach level 20 like us, the system mistakenly assumes everyone entering is around level 17 or 18. Lin Chen whispered, that's why the quest description says acceptor level must be no higher than level 18. Then why can we accept it? Feng-chan still didn't understand. Lin Chen opened his backpack and confirmed the 2 new quest rewards.
He smiled and said, in the land of the hunting god, every player who enters the main city for the first time will directly ignore the level requirement of the first quest they accept if it is lower than their own level limit.
Do you understand what I mean? Fengchen was silent for a long time, and finally nodded. You mean, we can accept this kind of mission, but we can't accept high-level restricted ones? Yes. For example, if the level limit of a mission is 30, we cannot accept it. I've learned a lot. But, isn't this still a bug? Brother Lin, how do you know all this? Fengchen couldn't help but asked.
In his understanding, everyone was entering the land of the hunting god for the first time.
Why did Lin Chen know everything about these things?
It seemed.
Let's go, it's time to get the main task.
Lin Chen did not answer him, he walked to the center of the hall.
Fengchen swallowed and hurriedly followed him.
Soon, Lin Chen and the other two arrived at the center of the hall. There stood a person with his entire body embraced by a dog. When they got closer, Fengchen and Jizi were obviously stunned. It was not a precise human, but a special creature that looked similar to a human, but he was short, his height only reaching the chest of the little girl Gardenia, and his skin looked like it was burnt, with large patches of scarlet skin stuck to one another. Although they had seen all kinds of monsters in the land of hunting god, Fengchen and the others couldn't help but take a step back subconsciously after facing this strange thing. At this time, the dwarf or dwarf-like person raised his head, and his pair of green eyes immediately lit up.
Good evening, three chosen ones. May you be successful and the gods fear you.
As he said this, he stretched out his hand and made a funny gesture. He held his head high, with his right hand on his chest and his left hand raised high. His legs were one in front of the other, with the front leg half bent and the back leg straight. Fengchen and Jizi looked at each other, completely unsure how to answer. However, Lin Chen was not surprised. He made the same gesture to this strange man and whispered, "Hello, we are here to receive the mission." When the man saw that Lin Chen actually responded with a polite gesture, he was slightly stunned, then immediately laughed happily. After a few seconds, he shook his head and said, All right. Honorable chosen ones, I will now hand over the main quest to you. But when he was groping for something behind him, Lin Chen suddenly waved his hand. Wait a minute, this is not the main quest we want to receive. The strange man blinked his green glowing eyes and said, You don't want the main quest? But the only quests you can get from me are the main quests. Players were coming and going around. From time to time, someone would walk to this place, pause for a while, and then leave. Every player, or every team, will see their own NPC in this place. In other words, there are countless strange people standing in the center of the hall, and every player who comes to this place can talk to it at the same time. Ordinary chosen ones will not stay in front of it for more than a minute. People only need to accept the task and then leave. But Lin Chen did not rush to leave. Instead, he smiled and said, We are going to receive the job transfer task. The strange being was visibly startled after hearing this, its neck shrinking. Oh. Chosen 1, to accept the job transfer quest, each chosen one must reach level 20 and have completed a quest before they can accept it. You. As it spoke, it looked up at the levels above Lin Chen and Fengchen's heads and said, Although your level is high enough, you still need to complete a mission before you can accept it. I'm sorry. As it spoke, it stretched out its hand and held up 3 golden glowing mission commissions. As long as the 3 people reach out and take it, the details of the main task will appear in their task list. After all, the first task every player accepts when entering this hall is basically the golden commission in his hand. But Lin Chen did not move. He just stood there and waited slowly, as if he was oblivious to the strange person who reached out his hand. Fengchen and Jizi behind him didn't know what to do, so they could only stand quietly behind Lin Chen without saying a word. After half a minute, the strange man suddenly retracted his hand. It grinned and chuckled, so that's how it is. You two have just completed the quick upgrade quest. If that's the case, you can indeed accept the job transfer quest. Please wait. The strange man stuffed the 3 golden commissions in his hand back behind him, then fiddled with them for a while and took out 2 purple commissions. He held up the 2 commissions and said, I'm sorry, there are only 2 here because one of the chosen ones in your team doesn't meet the requirements to receive them. Lin Chen knew that the strange man was talking about Gardenia, so he didn't say much and reached out to take one of the purple commissions handed over by the strange man. Feng Chen was stunned for a moment, then followed suit and took it.
Thanks.
Lin Chen didn't want to talk any more to the weird person, so he took Feng Chen and the other 2 and left the hall. The strange man made a standard gesture of courtesy to Lin Chen, who was leaving, then he hugged his body again and stood there without saying a word, but his eyes were always staring at Lin Chen, as if he was thinking about something. After leaving the mission hall, Lin Chen's brain sounded a prompt, and some images suddenly appeared in his sight.
Ding, you have received the job transfer mission, Goblin Lair. Mission description: go alone to rescue the girl in the goblin's nest.
Completion conditions: rescue at least 4 girls kidnapped by goblins, or kill 100 goblins. After seeing this task prompt, Lin Chen was obviously stunned.
Goblin's nest, huh? So the healer's job change isn't Locust Plague.
In his previous life, as a warrior, he was assigned a job transfer mission to eliminate a large number of locusts that were invading the village. He suffered a lot when completing this mission. The first time he was on the verge of death and consumed his resurrection coins was during that mission. I just didn't expect that this time it was a healer, and even the job transfer task was changed? Just as Lin Chen was looking at the mission. Description of this so-called goblin's lair: Feng Chen beside him said something with some difficulty.
Brother Lin, can I only go on the job transfer mission alone? Lin Chen closed the task panel in his sight and nodded at Feng Chen. Yes, what is your task? Locust Plague. Are we going to kill the insects? Feng Chen asked with some confusion.
Lin Chen nodded and glanced at Feng Chen.
Unlike his previous life, Feng Chen was holding pink equipment in his hands and had good defensive equipment on his body. The probability of completing the task would not be too low. However, to be on the safe side, Lin Chen opened his backpack and took a look at the 2 skill books in the backpack. Level 12 skill, Shield Breaker. Level 15 skill, Piercing Thrust. Coincidentally, they are all warrior skills. Feng Chen, let me make a deal with you.
As he spoke, Lin Chen reminded Feng Chen about the transaction. Feng Chen was a little puzzled, but he accepted it immediately. Soon, 2 skill books were thrown to him by Lin Chen. After seeing these 2 skills, Feng Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. What he lacked now were these 2 skills. Brother Lin, this. I don't need it, you can use it. Lin Chen said lightly. Thank you, Brother Lin. Feng Chen said very seriously. After doing all this, Lin Chen turned around and glanced at the somewhat confused Gardenia. This girl with a pretty face had a very high rate of turning heads. Even though they were standing at the door of the hall, there were still many people casting their eyes on her, and many people looked her up and down without any concealment. Looking around, it seemed like someone was about to come over and talk to Gardenia. Gardenia. Lin Chen called out, go to the church and wait for me first. It's safer there. I'll come to the church to find you as soon as I finish my mission. Gardenia came back to her senses and nodded quickly. Okay. Lin Chen gave Feng Chen a few brief instructions and then disbanded the team. After that, he walked into a blacksmith shop alone. Feng Chen didn't know what Lin Chen was going to do. He stood there and waited for a while. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Chen came out of the blacksmith shop. Lin, Brother Lin, didn't you say not to disturb NPCs at night? Since I'm going into the dungeon, I need to buy some things. Lin Chen looked at the backpack full of rusty iron swords and then looked at the repaired moon-chasing bow. Let's go. After saying that, he and Feng Chen walked towards the mission portal of Bayou City. After some time, Feng Chen, who was following behind Lin Chen, discovered that even though it was late at night and even though they were some distance away from the mission hall, the number of pedestrians around them did not decrease, but instead gradually increased. From this moment on, they began to notice that some players stopped and looked ahead while talking among themselves. Continuing forward, a wall more than 10 meters high, no, more than 20 meters high, suddenly appeared before them. Although this wall was dwarfed by the massive walls surrounding Bayou City, the presence of a powerful aura was enough to make Feng Chen's scalp tingle. We're here. In front of us is one of the portals specifically for job transfer tasks. Lin Chen stopped and said lightly.
Oh. Feng Chen answered with a hint of shock in his voice.
As he faced the wall, a strong smell of blood wafted towards him from beyond the wall.
The sky in the distance was completely different from the other side of the wall.
There, it was gray and hazy, giving people a feeling of oppression and unease. As he looked down from the top of the wall, he saw a huge energy vortex constantly swirling.
He knew that this portal was the key to their mission site.
This was not the first time he encountered a portal. When they left the novice village, everyone stepped into the portal behind the village chief to enter the land of the hunting god.
But he had. By handsome? It's simply too handsome. As a healer, he's actually number 1 in the ladder leaderboard.
This really makes us healers proud. The nannies around were waving and shouting, and the whole place was filled with chatter, as if it was an idol meeting.
Feng Chen, who was standing behind Lin Chen, was shocked by the enthusiastic atmosphere.
He was even pushed aside by several women and looked surprised.
Wow, Brother Lin is really popular.
Admiring the strong is the nature of some women, not to mention that Lin Chen, who is the strongest fighter, has the same profession as them. Even Lin Chen, the person involved, had never seen such a scene before. The wet nurses rushed over like fanatical fans, and he actually began to retreat again and again.
What's happening here?
Some of the nurses were on the verge of wrapping their arms around themselves. Lin Chen quickly took a big step back, but this step allowed Lin Chen's body to directly sink into the portal. You have entered the portal, please select the location to be transferred.
Detected that you have a task to complete. Do you want to go to the goblin's lair? You have confirmed that you are heading to the goblin's lair. Detecting that you are a second-round player, a special event is being opened for you.
The light in Lin Chen's sight began to dissipate. He looked in front of him and saw that he was in the depths of a dark forest, surrounded by dense trees and twisted vines. There was a halo of light of a teleportation portal lingering behind him, but when Lin Chen's figure appeared completely, the halo of light gradually dissipated. A system notification sounded in my head.
You have entered the dungeon, Goblin Lair. The quest has begun. The relevant quest items have been distributed to your backpack.
Please rescue at least 4 imprisoned girls, or kill 100 goblins.
The rescued girl, 0/4. Goblins killed, 0/100.
When the prompt sounded, Lin Chen subconsciously took a step forward, but the next moment he smelled a strong stench. The smell was extremely unpleasant, like a mixture of kitchen waste that had been rotting for several months in the hot summer and the smell of rotting corpses of living things. It was accompanied by some sharp and strange cries coming from somewhere, making people feel their scalps tingling.
Is this the healer's job change mission? It seems a bit difficult.
Lin Chen muttered to himself.
Looking from a distance, there is a huge cave in front of us.
The entrance of the cave is a strange bulge, a huge tumor made of stones and dead branches, which is out of tune with the surrounding natural environment. Lin Chen released Resurrection of the Dead, and shouted softly at the same time.
Huang Dachui, roaring brother.
After he finished speaking, the 2 undead followers turned into mist and were separated from his body. The mist fell to the ground, then slowly rose and surged, and finally formed Huang Dachui holding a 2-handed giant hammer and roaring brother carrying a huge machete on his shoulder.
Monarch.
The 2 of them spoke in unison, but the next moment, perhaps affected by the ubiquitous aura in the dungeon, the 2 undead instantly took up a fighting stance.
Come with me. Lin Chen took out the moon-chasing bow and walked calmly in front. The entrance to the nest in front was hidden behind a low-hanging leaf. Only by looking carefully could one find the narrow and hidden entrance. My lord, why don't you let us take the lead?
Roaring brother said softly. Lin Chen shook his head. He reached out and tore off the cover on both sides of the entrance. As he stepped into the nest, his vision suddenly became dark.
Lin Chen took out the task item torch from his backpack and lit it.
In the light of the fire, the stone wall beside him was engraved with some ancient totems and mysterious runes, which were emitting a faint light, as if warning any creature that dared to approach. After just a few steps, the echoing sound in my ears became louder.
Oh! Hachi!
The sound was harsh, echoing inside the cave. Lin Chen remained unfazed. He and the two undead spirits behind him had already completely entered the lair. This massive cavern was even larger and more complex than the spider caverns in the novice dungeon. As they went deeper, they began to see animal bones everywhere, and occasionally, they could see wooden sticks stuck in the ground, their tips piercing human skulls. After walking a few more steps, Lin Chen saw a huge iron pot. There was steam coming out of the pot, and it seemed that a fire had just been lit at the bottom. Lin Chen took a closer look and saw that there were some creatures that looked like human-shaped cubs floating on the surface of the soup.
Lin Chen was a little dazed. In this kind of atmosphere, how many women could withstand it?
From the moment he entered the nest, Lin Chen began to feel sorry for the wet nurses who were about to enter. Although he didn't know the difficulty of this copy, just the horrifying scene and the ubiquitous smell, those female wet nurses would definitely discourage most people. At this moment, a low warning sound suddenly came from one side.
Ah! Lin Chen came back to his senses and looked to the front right.
Suddenly, a green creature jumped out from under a stone staircase. It was a small, deformed creature. In the firelight, its skin appeared dark green, with rotten leaves and moss rising from its underbelly, like patches of disgusting psoriasis. Lin Chen raised the torch, and under the firelight, the goblin's face was full of hideous wrinkles, his teeth were sharp and uneven, like rows of sharp blades, and the sparse hair on his head was greasy and stuck together. This ghost thing was wearing very scarce and worn clothes, which had been eroded by time and stains beyond recognition, leaving only some tattered pieces of cloth hanging on his thin body. At this moment, a line of words appeared above the goblin's head.
Ordinary goblin. Level, 18.
Health, 1000.
Attack power, 100. Physical defense, 20. Magical defense, 15.
After seeing these descriptions, Lin Chen paused.
So weak. Yes, even among level 15 monsters, this attribute is considered weak, but it's clearly a level 18 monster, and its basic attributes are so low? Not only is its attack power extremely low, but its health bar is only 1000 points.
Before Lin Chen could continue looking, the goblin suddenly raised the stone knife in his hand and rushed over screaming. Lin Chen switched the moon-chasing bow in his hand, and a rusty iron sword appeared. He let the goblin chop at him, then swung the knife lightly.
Minus 1624.
It was a critical hit, killing him in one blow. Before Lin Chen entered Baihui City, he and Feng Chen and Jizi and the team killed many monsters along the way, which resulted in it being late at night when they entered the main city. However, during this period, Lin Chen also increased his attack power to 812 points. If you strike with the rusty iron sword, it can deal over 1600 damage as long as it is a critical hit. For small monsters like this, Lin Chen can basically kill them one by one. The goblin screamed and fell to the ground. After struggling for a few times, it could no longer move. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly heard a faint scream coming from a distance. Lin Chen and the two undead behind him raised their heads and looked to one side almost at the same time. That was the direction where the goblin had just appeared.
My lord, it sounds like a human voice. Huang Dachui whispered. Lin Chen nodded and walked forward quickly.
After walking around the secret passage a few times, he saw a nearly naked woman curled up in a wooden cage similar to a prisoner's. Lin Chen was stunned. He extended the torch over, and the girl immediately turned her head away and her body began to tremble rapidly, as if she was extremely frightened.
What's going on?
Lin Chen paused. He looked at the girl in front of him in
disbelief and lowered his voice. Is she a real human?
I still remember the first time I entered the job transfer mission, Locust Plague, as a warrior in my previous life. The quest NPCs in that so-called village were different from those in other places. The people in the copy were all dummies set up by the system. They lived according to the set operating system. Although Lin Chen communicated with them smoothly, he could obviously tell that they were not flesh and blood creatures. It's not just the job transfer missions. In many future missions, most of the NPCs are emotionless creatures. In the entire land of the hunting god, only the NPCs in the main city are the indigenous people who appeared after the arrival of the land of the hunting god, and only they have life and emotions. But now, Lin Chen can be 100% sure that the trembling girl in front of him is a living woman.
But, how is this possible? Hey, how are you? Lin Chen asked softly. I'm here to save you.
Hearing Lin Chen's voice, the girl was obviously stunned. She turned her head and looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. In her pupils, a certain emotion that had been discarded for a long time was slowly emerging.
Hope.
The girl didn't care that her clothes were already tattered.
She grabbed the wooden cage and let out a hoarse roar.
The girl's entire body was stretched out. At this time, with the help of the firelight, Lin Chen could clearly see that a large number of wounds covered every corner of her body. There were some blood scabs hanging on the wounds, and some fresh wounds were bleeding.
At this time, the girl didn't care about anything else.
She shook the wooden cage violently. Although the cage was not strong enough, the girl had long since run out of strength.
Even if she shook the cage until it creaked, she couldn't destroy it. Lin Chen's eyes dimmed. Sledgehammer. Huang Dachui understood what she meant.
He walked forward and broke the wooden cage open with his bare hands. Wood chips scattered everywhere and the girl fell to the ground with her butt. Lin Chen did not hesitate. He took out a novice robe from his backpack that he wore when he first entered the novice village, and then draped it over the girl. The moment the clothes touched the girl, they were stuck to her blood. Lin Chen carefully picked her up. The girl's body was very light, and holding her was like holding a scarecrow. Even in his arms, the girl was still trembling. At this moment, a prompt sound came from the brain. The rescued girl, 1/4. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. Was this girl really going to be rescued by him? But, why? Apart from the spider cave and the novice village, this was the second dungeon he had entered. According to common sense, a job transfer task dungeon like this, even if it was not easy, would never lead to the current situation. At least, the girl who needed to be rescued in his arms should be a complete NPC, a dummy with no consciousness and no emotions. But what about now? The warmth in his arms was so real, the girl's faint breathing and trembling body were so real, so what had gone wrong? Could it be that I, a second-round player, am in my current identity again? Lin Chen muttered to himself. When he first entered the dungeon, besides the clamor of the numerous nurses, who were like fans, had he overlooked something important? Had he triggered some special events similar to the second-round player? Just like the spider cave back then? Lin Chen shook his head. He just felt confused. He had no idea what was going on. Even if he lived again, he still knew very little about this hunting godland. Forget it, I don't want to. Lin Chen carefully handed the girl in his arms to Huang Dachui, who was standing on the side. Huang Dachui had been standing beside Lin Chen warily. When Lin Chen handed the girl over, he was clearly at a loss. Lord. Got it. Lin Chen placed the girl completely in Huang Dachui's arms. As he spoke, Lin Chen took out the brazier. There was a hollow hole on the top of the thing. There was a flame burning in the brazier at this moment, and as soon as the thick smoke came out, it flowed into the hole above. Most people may not understand why there is a sudden brazier in this place, but as a second-round player, Lin Chen knows that some scene interactions in the dungeon have their own reasons for existence. This brazier should be used by the players who enter it. As long as the players use their skills to knock down these braziers, the flames and tar inside will fall directly. If the hit rate is high enough, these braziers will fall together, which is enough to eliminate all the 20 or 30 goblins gathered around in a short time. But Lin Chen can't use it. He can't waste such a good opportunity. As Brother Roaring rushed to the front, the surrounding goblins rushed forward instantly, and many goblins even jumped high and landed on Brother Roaring's body, but this tall undead ignored them completely. He was like a tank with soldiers hanging all over its body. In just 5 seconds, Brother Roaring had already reached the center of the venue. This undead unit, which was more than 2 meters tall, suddenly roared loudly. Roar! When the skill was activated, the nearby goblins stopped in their tracks instantly. They all held their heads and stumbled around, shaking their heads. Each goblin has only 1000 HP. After this magic damage, most of the goblins only have a little over 800 HP left. Lin Chen didn't need to switch to the moonchasing bow at all. The attack power of the rusty iron sword in his hand was enough to kill one with one blow. But at this time, Lin Chen walked slowly towards them with a rusty iron sword in his hand. A goblin was the first to come back to his senses from his dizzy state, and immediately saw a devil-like shadow approaching quietly, and the rusty iron sword in his hand quietly swung at him.
Minus 1626.
A single blow struck the goblin, and before he could even react, his head was torn from his body. His vision blurred once more. And in that blur, the demon, holding the iron sword, stepped over his body and continued toward the altar. Lin Chen swung his sword indifferently, and each blow could kill a goblin instantly. Before the screams in their throats could be fully uttered, Lin Chen had already switched to the next target. The goblin priest who was far away on the side of the altar was completely stunned at this moment. The goblin priest, who stood a third taller than an average goblin, was completely at a loss for words.
Where had this man appeared from? How had he managed to kill his compatriots with a single blow? Yugora! Wochi! The goblin priest suddenly felt something was wrong. He let out an incomprehensible growl at Lin Chen, and then began to retreat gradually. Although he felt a little reluctant to see the girl fainting on the altar, he had no other choice under the threat of his life. After hesitating for a moment, it dropped the scepter in its hand and ran deeper into the cave. At Lin Chen's place, when he finally stabbed the iron sword into the body of a goblin, all the monsters in the area died. There are also new updates to your own task prompts. Goblins killed, 28/100. Lin Chen ignored the message, put away his iron sword and came to the altar. The girl lying on the altar before him was in a slightly better condition than the young woman just now, but only slightly. Her injuries, while not serious, were even more horrific. Her skin was covered in the sticky, foul-smelling blood of some unknown animal. The girl was stunned for a moment. She turned her head blankly, with an unknown emotional fluctuation in her pupils. There was an almost dull look in her eyes as she looked at Lin Chen. Who are you? After a full 5 seconds, the girl actually spoke. Although he was prepared, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown when he heard her talking to him. It was just as he expected. This kind of incongruous feeling was completely absent from the dungeon NPCs. The girl in front of him was a living person. Lin Chen didn't say anything, he also released a healing hand to the girl. As the light faded, the girl's injuries were healing rapidly, but there was still some confusion in her eyes. If these girls were truly living people, then the healer's healing skills could only help heal their physical injuries. As for their mental injuries, Lin Chen was also powerless. Brother Roar, take her and go outside to find the sledgehammer. Like Huang Dachui, Roaring Brother immediately expressed his desire to stay, but the two of them obviously had different personalities. After pondering for a while, the undead did not hesitate too much and immediately carried the woman who was a little dazed on the altar on his shoulders. But just as Roaring Brother was about to leave, Lin Chen thought of something. Wait a minute. Lin Chen looked at the Roaring Brother carrying the girl and sighed, forget it, just stay with me for a while. Roaring Brother nodded, as you command. As he spoke, he carefully protected the girl's body with his left hand, and then slowly followed behind Lin Chen. Deep in the dark cave, Lin Chen went deeper into the goblin's lair with an expressionless face. The light from the dim torch in his hand barely illuminated the narrow passage. A cold wind accompanied by a disgusting stench blew in his face. It seemed that it was because of the goblin priest who had just escaped. Lin Chen could even hear bursts of low growls coming from not far ahead. But he did not express anything else. He held the rusty iron sword tightly in his hand, and the rusty blade flashed a cold light in the darkness. Monarch! Behind him, Brother Roar was blocked behind a narrow passage. This undead unit was too huge, more than 2 meters tall, and carrying a young girl on his shoulders, making it impossible for him to pass through the gap. If Brother Roar was the only one there, Lin Chen could just call him back and then release him in an open area. But now they have a young girl with them, so Lin Chen has no way to do that. Wait here for a moment, I'll be there soon. Roaring Brother could only nod. However, when Lin Chen just stepped into the passage, a bone arrow whizzed towards him.
Lin Chen subconsciously moved his body, and the bone arrow was directly nailed to the wall. Lin Chen looked ahead silently. In the firelight, he could see several goblins holding bone bows and arrows, looking at him with extremely cold eyes.
Goblin Archer. Level 20. Health 1000. Attack power 160. Physical defense 10. Magical defense 10. Archer?
Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then muttered to himself, a level 20 monster still only has 1000 HP.
However, its attack power has increased quite a bit. High attack and low defense, which is reasonable.
Before Lin Chen could do anything else, another bone arrow shot towards him fiercely. However, this time, Lin Chen was too lazy to dodge. Putting aside his current 116 points of armor, such an arrow could only shoot him away.
44 drops of blood? Laugh. The bone arrow hit his chest and bounced off directly.
Lin Chen looked above his sight and saw a line of words slowly floating above him.
-40. Well, the attack is not full yet, only 40 drops of blood are lost.
Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. He put away the rusty iron sword and took out the moon-chasing bow instead. The attack power suddenly jumped from 778 to 943.
Lin Chen didn't waste any time and shot out the energy arrow immediately. Base. The enormous force directly pierced through one of the goblin archers. Not only that, the arrow also carried the goblin archer out and finally nailed him to the wall behind. -1880. There were 3 goblin archers standing in front, but at this moment, the other 2 were obviously dazed. They turned their heads to look at their dead companions who were nailed to the wall behind them, and then turned their heads to look at each other. The next moment, they ran away without any hesitation. This scene made Lin Chen squint his eyes again. It seems that the imprisoned NPCs are not just living people, but even the monsters inside have their own thoughts, just like... Lin Chen whispered, just like the Spider Queen. He thought again of the cursed dungeon boss in the spider cave of the novice dungeon who died at his hands. Lin Chen thought for a moment, turned around to confirm whether Brother Roar was still standing there, and then threw away the torch in his hand. He was ready for a quick resolution. Lin Chen touched his nose. At this time, the stench became stronger and stronger. His firm and powerful footsteps echoed in the surrounding nests. Some goblins rushed out from the darkness and fell one after another in front of him. Some were stabbed to death by rusty iron swords, while others were completely pierced by the energy arrows of the moon-chasing bow. Their screams echoed in the cave, like the wailing of evil spirits in hell. Goblins killed, 51/100. A few minutes later, Lin Chen stood in a wider venue. At the same time, the scene in front of him made him frown. He saw 2 other human girls being held captive by the goblins. But Lin Chen's pupils gradually widened. What he saw here was not just 2 girls. This was a huge open area, like a huge activity hall. There were more than a dozen women standing on both sides of the room. Yes, if you include the 2 in the center, there are a total of 16 women. Their skin was dry and cracked, and they were naked in the dim light ahead. Rusty iron chains were tied around the women's necks, and their skin was red and purple from being squeezed by the chains. The women were like imprisoned wild animals, completely unable to move. With the appearance of Lin Chen, nearly 50 goblins were already ready for battle in the huge open space in front. They all held weapons in their hands, such as stone knives, stones, wooden spears, bone bows or shovels. Although they were watching eagerly, no goblin dared to rush forward because Lin Chen's method just now was extremely terrifying. The goblin priest who escaped back seemed to have told all the goblins present that Lin Chen could kill a goblin in one blow, so although they issued a low warning, no one stepped forward. At this time, Lin Chen ignored the goblins. He just looked at the 16 women in front of him in a daze. Their eyes were hollow and lifeless, as if their souls had been drained away long ago, leaving only their shells lingering in this fetid cave. Lin Chen noticed that these women were distressingly thin, their shrunken skin clinging tightly to their bones, making every rib clearly visible beneath the skin. Lin Chen walked slowly forward despite the disgusting stench.
The goblins immediately screamed like monkeys.
Aru! Chugwakai! Aru!
Beer, beer, slurp. These goblins raised their weapons high and pointed them at Lin Chen threateningly. But Lin Chen's eyes were like a pool of dead water.
He looked around.
Apart from the women on both sides who were no longer human and should still be alive, he could see some girls who had already died. Their bodies were lying on the ground but were still tied with iron chains, like broken dolls, hanging on the wall like tied livestock. The coagulated blood flowed out from the girls' lower bodies, already dyeing the ground red. Lin Chen was already standing in front of the goblin. Standing in front of him was a sturdy goblin holding a sharp wooden spear. Its green eyes were filled with a hint of cruelty, like a goblin ready to hunt its prey.
Baboon.
This is the kind of animal that Lin Chen hates the most. Inexplicable emotions were ignited in an instant, like a burning flame. The next moment, the surroundings suddenly became extremely cold.
King's domain activated. An invisible circle was completely covering the entire cave.
After a while, dark green mist spread and filled the surroundings in the direction where Lin Chen was standing.
In less than a moment, the goblins completely lost sight of Lin Chen.
Within the area, allies' attack speed increases by 100%, and their health regeneration rate increases by 100%. Enemies' attack speed and movement speed decrease by 10%. Lin Chen gripped the long sword tightly in his hand, the blade flashed with a sharper light, and he sank into the thick fog. At this moment, he will transform into the god of death, which is more terrifying and hateful than goblins. A cold light flashed, and a goblin suddenly turned around, but it did not see Lin Chen. Instead, it saw a goblin next to it suddenly collapse, holding its stomach. Before the goblin could even scream, it felt a chill in its chest. Looking down, it saw a rusty iron sword suddenly pulled out from its back. It had no strength left and fell to the ground with a bang. One goblin after another died quickly in the thick fog, but none of them could see the target. The surroundings were already dark, and although the goblins' eyes had long since adapted to this environment, once the dark green mist appeared, they completely lost all their orientation. Each goblin could only see within a half-meter radius around them, and was almost blind. Bass. The sound of swords humming was heard one after another, and then they could only hear the sound of something falling to the ground. Lin Chen moved quickly, swinging his sword, the sword fell, swinging his sword, the sword fell. He simply and coldly slaughtered all the goblins in his sight, and every move was full of cruelty and decisiveness. The goblins were as fragile as straw under his sword. Every swing of his sword could almost kill one. Even the goblin priest only withstood 2 blows from Lin Chen's sword. But at this moment, a huge figure suddenly rushed out from an unknown corner.
Who is it? The huge roar actually caused a storm that blew away everything around, even the thick fog. The Goblin King appeared.
Who dares to disturb me? Its huge body was as strong as Brother Roaring, and it held a huge stone stick in its hand. Its voice was like low thunder.
Come out. With a final roar, the surrounding fog finally disappeared completely.
But what caught my eye was a pile of corpses. Yes, except for himself and the goblin priest standing close to him.
Not a single goblin stood.
Lin Chen, holding a rusty iron sword, stood in a pool of blood with an indifferent and expressionless face. Corpses were scattered all over the ground at his feet. Boss, Goblin Lord, cursed. Health, 4,000.
Attack power, 230. Spell attack power, 150. Physical defense, 70. Magical defense, 70.
Curse aura, immune to critical damage, immune to frost damage, fire damage resistance +2, and has a chance to inflict curse damage when attacking. Skill, rotten breath, spews out rotten energy from the mouth, causing magic damage to targets in a line and will definitely cause a curse effect. Seeing the line of words above the Goblin Lord's head, Lin Chen frowned slightly.
Another curse. Just like the spider dungeon that I entered for the second time outside the novice village, this boss is also a so-called cursed one, but what exactly is a curse? What cursed them? However, without giving Lin Chen too much time to think, the Goblin Lord was holding a huge stone stick that was slowly hitting the ground,
making a dong 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 sound, as if it were a warning.
But its gaze seemed to be looking at Lin Chen. The chosen one.
These 3 words came out of its mouth without any pause and were extremely fluent. Lin Chen put away the iron sword in his hand and took out the moon-chasing bow instead. He drew the bow and arrow without hesitation and aimed directly at the boss. There was no need for him to consider the rationality of this matter, nor was there any need to communicate with these monsters that could speak human language. Now, for him, he had to kill the goblin in front
of him. Even if the current task prompt has shown that it is completed. The rescued girl, 2/4. Goblins killed, 100/100. Completed. In fact, as long as one of the 2 conditions is completed, you can leave the nest. There must be a portal opening at the place you just entered. As long as Lin Chen steps into it, he can return to Baiwei City.
Lin Chen didn't hesitate and immediately let go of his hand.
Call out.
The energy arrow whizzed away and hit the Goblin Lord directly on the shoulder.
-1005.
Units under the curse aura cannot be critically hit, but with the blessing of the moon-chasing bow, Lin Chen's current attack power has completely exceeded 1,000. Not only that, a burst of fire damage suddenly emerged from the top of the boss's head. It was the effect of the ruby embedded in the moon-chaser bow, but this amount of damage was just a tickle, and the blood volume began to gradually drain away by dozens of drops. The Goblin Lord was obviously stunned by the arrow. He raised a stone stick as tall as a person and then let out a howl. Roar! The huge sound wave swept through again, and the women tied with iron chains on both sides of the wall suddenly fell to the ground, but their limbs were locked by the iron chains and they could not fall down at all. They were like dead trees blown by the strong wind and could lose their vitality at any time. After the howl ended, the Goblin Lord suddenly jumped up and smashed towards Lin Chen fiercely. When the stone stick fell where Lin Chen was originally, a loud noise was heard and dust flew around, but the Goblin Lord did not hit Lin Chen. It turned its head suddenly and found that Lin Chen was standing not far from it, coldly aiming the moon-chasing bow in his hand at its eyes. Roll! The Goblin Lord suddenly raised his body and swung his stick, and the violent storm interrupted the arrow that Lin Chen was about to shoot. Not only that, the tall boss rushed forward and hit Lin Chen's abdomen hard, who was unable to dodge. The huge force made Lin Chen fly backwards suddenly. He hit the wall behind him hard, and pieces of rubble fell from the edge of the broken hole. Lin Chen took a look at his blood volume. Reduced by 600. Yes, although the normal attack can only cause 230 damage, this shoulder charge combined with the subsequent damage from hitting the wall can directly cause Lin Chen to lose nearly 1/5 of his health. Lin Chen suddenly laughed. It's weird. He slowly straightened up from the gap. His armor had more than 100 points, but he still lost so much blood after being hit by him. So, what about those ordinary nurses outside? Putting aside the bug-level existence of this monster, is there really any healer who can complete such an exaggerated copy? Even if they could really rescue the 4 girls or kill 100 goblins, could they escape from this thing? Stop joking, this thing is not something they can steal. Lin Chen shook off the gravel on his body and was about to draw the moon-chasing bow again, but seeing Lin Chen's appearance, the Goblin Lord immediately rushed over again. This time the attack was just as fierce, and the stone stick in his hand smashed down on Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen could only put away his bow and arrow and retreat. Before he could find the right opportunity to aim, the Goblin Lord began to swing the stone stick in his hand wildly, with great vigor. During this period, the Goblin Lord even opened his disgusting bloody mouth and spit out a rotten strange liquid. Lin Chen dodged suddenly, and the liquid fell on the wall, directly corroding the stone and the wall. Are long-range attacks no longer meaningful? Seeing that he couldn't use the bow and arrow, Lin Chen simply gave up. You forced me to do this. The moon-chasing bow disappeared, replaced by a pitch-black broadsword. Level 10 blue equipment, Blackwood broadsword. At the same time, King's Domain was activated again. Although the fog did not spread again. Lin Chen's attack speed and movement speed increased by 100% while he was in the area. Base. Lin Chen lowered his head to avoid the whistling of the stone stick, and at the same time raised his sword and stabbed it directly into the Goblin Lord's armpit. However, before the boss could wail, Lin Chen quickly got behind the Goblin Lord. He only felt that his feet were extremely light, and the weight of the broadsword in his hand was also very light, even easier than holding a rusty iron sword.
Bah!
The broadsword in Lin Chen's hand once again stabbed fiercely into the back of the Goblin Lord.
2 slashes, the damage is very direct. Minus 870. Minus 870.
The Blackwood broadsword does not have any fancy attributes, but it is enough to increase the wearer's attack power by a full 100 points. Now Lin Chen's attack power panel shows 940 points. Excluding the 70 points of armor offset by the Goblin Lord, Lin Chen still needs 2 more swords.
The Goblin Lord only had more than 1,300 health points left.
Lin Chen was right, he only needed 2 hits. But the boss did not give Lin Chen the chance to continue swinging. It moved around like crazy, and the stone stick in its hand had no pattern. The area around the Goblin Lord had become a special place that was impossible to approach. Within a radius of 2 meters, Lin Chen could not enter at all, and while parrying, Lin Chen was directly hit twice by the swinging stone stick.
Why? Why, are you coming to kill me? The Goblin Lord roared in confusion and resentment, waving his weapon around recklessly while roaring heartbreakingly. Before Lin Chen had time to step aside, the boss suddenly accelerated, and the huge stone stick hit Lin Chen's head in a weird posture. Minus 500. With one strike, the boss actually dealt critical damage.
Although his armor blocked some of the damage, Lin Chen still had to retreat quickly.
The health bar above his head is only half gone.
But Lin Chen was not panicked at all. He cast a healing hand on himself. After his blood volume recovered a little, he rushed up again. The Goblin Lord raised the stone stick in both hands and was about to smash it down when Lin Chen suddenly braked. In his own king's domain, his speed was more than 1 level faster, so naturally he could control it more freely.
The huge stick smashed down, making a loud noise. The Goblin Lord suddenly felt something was wrong.
He looked up suddenly and saw Lin Chen stepping on his stone stick, drawing his bow and arrow, and the energy arrow was aiming at his eyes.
Do not.
Just as the Goblin Lord was about to say something, Lin Chen let go of his hand. The arrow was shot at such a short distance that he didn't even hear the whistling sound of the arrow before the energy feather arrow directly pierced the Goblin Lord's forehead. Goblin Lord HP, 270/4000.
At this moment, the boss's health bar was reduced to a trace.
With this little HP, an ordinary 20-level player can kill it with just 1 skill. Lin Chen did not hesitate. He switched weapons again, changing the weapon in his hand to a black wooden broadsword, and then slashed down without any hesitation.
Wait a minute.
When the sword blade was only a few centimeters away from the Goblin Lord, the huge goblin suddenly knelt on the ground. Yes, Lin Chen was once again shocked by the almost absurd and weird scene before him.
Another thing that has never happened before. The boss or monster in the dungeon is actually begging for mercy from the player?
He had spent so much time in the land of hunting God in his previous life, and had never heard of such a thing. But now, the Goblin Lord, whose whole body was trembling, lowered his huge and ugly head, looking extremely terrified.
Don't kill me, don't kill me.
The Goblin Lord spoke indeed human language, although it was halting, Lin Chen could hear it clearly.
Interesting.
You're the second dungeon monster with independent emotions I've seen in the land of the hunting.
God.
But compared to the last spider, even though you stumble when you speak, you seem to be more. Having said that, Lin Chen looked at the goblin who was crawling with his head down, intentionally or unintentionally.
Yes, that's right, Lin Chen could feel very strong emotional fluctuations from this big guy. It's afraid.
The Goblin Lord lowered his head, chuckled, and moved his fat body back imperceptibly.
Chosen one. Honorable. Chosen one, can you please let me go?
It raised its head cautiously and looked at Lin Chen. Let me go. Lin Chen was stunned. The Goblin Lord continued, you have completed the mission.
Can you let me go?
Lin Chen pondered for a moment.
This ghost thing in front of him actually knew that he had completed the mission?
This was quite interesting.
He had indeed completed the mission by killing 100 goblins, But how did this Goblin Lord know?
Seeing that Lin Chen was thinking about something, the Goblin Lord mistakenly thought that Lin Chen was hesitating, so he immediately struck while the iron was hot.
I don't want to die. The Goblin Lord said, if you let me go, all the women here will be yours.
Hearing this, Lin Chen raised his head and took a look at the tragic situation around him. The iron chains on the wall still locked 16 women who no longer looked like human beings. After the aftermath of the battle between Lin Chen and the Goblin Lord, they were now in a state worse than death. Lin Chen's eyes gradually became cold at this moment. Yes, if this goblin hadn't reminded him, Lin Chen would have almost forgotten that there were 16 women imprisoned here. He took back the king's domain. The negative state around him disappeared immediately, and the Goblin Lord was obviously happy. It seemed that it thought it had grasped Lin Chen's preferences, and continued speaking immediately.
You agreed? Can I leave now? The Goblin Lord slowly stood up. All the women here are your own. As he spoke, the goblin slowly moved and prepared to leave. He possessed extremely high intelligence and naturally knew that he could not be a match for Lin Chen. He knew his own condition best. Lin Chen only needed to lightly swing his sword and he would be completely dead. Fortunately, after making a deal with him in exchange for all the human women here, Lin Chen seemed to accept his proposal. The goblin slowly turned around and walked, hesitating whether to go back and get its stone stick back, but the stone stick was stepped on by Lin Chen, so it shook its head and gave up. It's just a pity for those human women, but it doesn't matter. As long as he can survive, he can make a comeback. Human woman?
Humph, as long as you rush into a human village and plunder it, you will find countless women. Then it will use those women as reproductive tools to give birth to more goblins for itself. It won't be long before it builds another goblin nest. But just as the Goblin Lord was about to reach the entrance of the room, Lin Chen's low voice suddenly sounded behind him.
Hey! The Goblin Lord paused, then a sinister look flashed across his face, but he still turned around with a smile. The chosen one, you. But before he could finish his words, the Goblin Lord suddenly saw Lin Chen making a bow and arrow shooting gesture towards him. Something was wrong. What went wrong? The Goblin Lord felt something rapidly draining from his body. He glanced down and saw an energy arrow piercing his bloated belly, which was gradually transforming into tiny starlight. The Goblin Lord suddenly raised his head, but he had no time to ask why Lin Chen wanted to kill him. The feeling of powerlessness instantly swept from head to toe. He had no extra strength left and could only fall down. Goblin Lord HP 0/4000. Lin Chen swung the black wooden broadsword in his hand, cutting the chains on the women's limbs. Following the crisp sounds, the women collapsed to the ground. Lin Chen frowned. The girls in front of him were obviously not in good condition. They sat on the ground blankly, as if they had lost their souls. The rescued girl, 4 out of 4. The rescued girl, 6 out of 4. The rescued girl, 10 to 4. The rescued girl, 16 to 4. Yes, when Lin Chen cut off the chains on all the girls' hands, he could even see the information still jumping. But this time Lin Chen didn't pay too much attention to these prompts. He was even a little disgusted with them. You have upgraded. Lin Chen reached level 21. But now he has been staring at the girls in front of him. Without exception, they are all living people, and they are now huddled together shivering. Even though Lin Chen has released the healing hand on all these girls, they are still like walking corpses. Among them, there were 2 prettier girls who still retained some rationality. They looked at Lin Chen blankly, as if they wanted to say something, but when they opened their mouths, they could only make a low hoarse sound in their throats. Lin Chen's face was as gloomy as water and he let out a low growl. Huang Dachui, roaring brother, settle the girl in your arms and come to me. In his mind, Lin Chen quickly heard the responses from Huang Dachui and roaring brother. Order! The next moment, a prompt sound came from Lin Chen's head again. You have completed the job transfer quest, Goblin Lair. Please turn in your quest at the church in each major city. It has been detected that you are a second-round player. The second-round reward has been sent to your backpack.
In less than half a minute, Brother Roar and Huang Dachui came to Lin Chen in a slightly panicked manner. However, when these two undead units saw the tragic situation around them, they were actually a little dazed. They stood there blankly. If Lin Chen had not reminded them in a low voice, they would not have been able to come back to their senses for a while.
My lord, are these women all dead? Huang Dachui asked carefully. Lin Chen shook his head, probably not yet.
You and Brother Roar take them out carefully. The two looked at each other, then responded and walked forward cautiously. Although the girls had all received treatment from the healing hands, their minds had already suffered a severe blow. Among the 16 people present, almost no one could speak a word. Their experiences were even more tragic than those of the two girls we met at the beginning. As time went by, Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother began to gradually help the girls out of the cave. However, Lin Chen did not move, because a black treasure chest suddenly appeared in front of him.
The reward for killing the boss is finally here. The overall color of the clearance treasure chest is black and it is huge in size. Compared with the clearance treasure chest of the previous spider copy, this box is actually larger, and the closer you get to it, the more you can feel a special feeling. The girls around him began to be sent out one after another by Huang Dachui and the other man. Lin Chen slowly walked to the treasure chest and gently placed his hand on it. Then, the treasure chest exploded instantly, and one after another, pieces of equipment fell out with clinking sounds, flashing with different lights. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and took a closer look at the equipment on the ground. One of them was flashing pink light. Evoker's leg armor. Equipment type pants. Required level 20. Occupational requirements, intellectual occupation. Health plus 400. Physical defense plus 60. Magical defense plus 80. Intelligence plus 10. Physical strength plus 10. Mana regeneration rate plus 8%. Number of holes that can be embedded, 2. The first magic damage received has a chance to reduce it by 15%, with a 30-minute cooldown. Lin Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the pink outfit. It was perfect for him. After all, the pants Lin Chen was wearing now were level 15 green outfit, snake spirit leg armor. But now it was different. The transition from green outfit to pink outfit was like upgrading from a shotgun to a cannon. Lin Chen put it on without hesitation. He then looked at the other equipment and items on the ground. They were mostly level 20 blue gear. Most of them were weapons from other classes, but there were also one or two accessories he could use. Lin Chen picked and chose, and dressed himself up. Including the moonchasing bow in his hand, he now has 4 pieces of pink equipment on him, namely, moonchasing bow, for spirit's armor, guardian's greaves, and the summoner's leg armor he just obtained. After putting on his clothes, Lin Chen looked at the ground again. But when his eyes looked at another object, his eyes suddenly widened. Oh my god! When did my luck get so good? I actually got this. Yes, there is a skill book in front of me. A skill book called Heaven's Corridor. Lin Chen never thought that this skill book would pop up. This is the most important skill that makes healers so popular. As a healer, this skill is the most important watershed. Don't underestimate this skill, it's only a level 12 skill, but it's truly priceless. Lin Chen remembered that in his previous life, a copy of Heaven's Corridor could fetch a stratospheric price, and it was also the rarest skill in the entire hunting godland. But now, there is a book in front of him. He picked up the book Corridor of Heaven that almost all healers envied, and then fell into hesitation. Does he need to learn it now? Although having the so-called ability to resurrect is indeed attractive, it is still very different from real resurrection. This skill can only revive people who are on the verge of death, and has no other abilities. If the player does not receive healing from the Heaven's Corridor while on the verge of death, they will die completely, and after that, the Heaven's Corridor will be completely useless. And the most important point is that this skill cannot be used on yourself. It was this extremely fatal point that made Lin Chen fall into deep thought. Let's keep it for now. Lin Chen put it into his backpack. However, when Lin Chen put the skill book into his backpack,
he also noticed 3 unopened gift packs in the backpack. The first one was the reward for completing the quick upgrade task. He and Feng Chenjizi used a method that was almost like bug fixing to complete the task, and it only took 30 seconds. The reward for this task was originally based on the completion time, and the shorter the time, the better the reward. The second one is the reward for the second week that was just completed. Lin Chen looked around at this time. The girls trapped here had been transferred one after another. Only 2 or 3 girls were left, lying weakly on the ground. After thinking about it, Lin Chen opened the first gift package. A burst of light dissipated and the gift package was opened. Seeing these new items gradually appearing in the backpack, Lin Chen was obviously a little dissatisfied. Most of them were low-level life potions and magic potions, as well as some miscellaneous props and physical strength recovery consumables. Not a single piece of practical equipment was seen. But just when Lin Chen was feeling helpless, the last item popped out. Shadow Soul Mask. What? Lin Chen looked closely. Special props. Facial accessories do not occupy the equipment slot. After use, they can hide their attributes and other players cannot view them. Seeing this line of words, Lin Chen was obviously stunned, and couldn't help but mutter the name of the mask, Shadow Soul Mask? Is there such equipment in the land of the hunting god? It can actually hide its own attributes? Lin Chen put the mask on his face without thinking. The next moment, he could clearly see that the name above his head seemed to change color, becoming transparent. If he was not mistaken, his attributes would be invisible to other players from that moment on. This was good news for him. After all, it was not a good thing for a nanny to be too conspicuous. Lin Chen opened the second gift package without hesitation. This is another second-round reward besides the one obtained in the spider cave. I still remember that in the last gift pack, Lin Chen got an exaggerated item called Entry Conversion Potion. At this moment, the gift package was opened. Just as Lin Chen expected, there were still some rare things in the second week gift pack. Team Teleport Order, X5. Taunting Puppet X1. Potion of Entry Increase, X1. At the same time, in Baiwei City. Even though it was already late at night, people were still coming and going in front of the huge portal. Most of them were looking at the portal, hoping that someone would come out. As time went by, people began to come out one after another. Someone's out. Hurry up, go and see what kind of job it is. People rushed forward, and they seemed to be repeating the same action over and over again. At this moment, they looked at the person who walked out of the portal in front of them. It was a fighter with many scars on his body. After seeing this man and his profession, most of the people present instantly lost interest. The only people who still surround him now are fellow fighters. Brother, how's it going? Someone asked quickly, did you complete the mission? The others also looked at him eagerly. The man in front of them coughed. He was not in a good condition. The blood bar above his head had reached the bottom, and his breath was loose, as if he would fall into a dying state at any time. After a while, he finally reacted and nodded softly, saying, it's done. The mission is a bit difficult. When you go in, don't kill the little ghost leading the way first. The little ghost will be there to help you when you collect the spirit stones. At this point, he couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn it, I thought that little ghost was just an ordinary monster at first, and I killed him with one punch, but in the end I almost died at the hands of those spirit stone guards. As he continued to complain, the other fighters around him listened attentively, and many of them even took out small notebooks and recorded their words with great seriousness. Then, is there a boss there? Someone asked. The fighter who had completed the land reclamation was clearly puzzled. He shook his head and said, it's strange, there doesn't seem to be a boss in the job change quest. I just collected 50 spirit stones under the interference of the spirit stone guards, and that's considered me a successful clearance. No boss? That's great. The fighters began to talk among themselves, and many of them had a look of determination to win on their faces. After briefly understanding the key points and precautions of the mission, many fighters have begun to enter the portal one after another. Seeing this scene, the other players present also became a little nervous. The fighter has also completed the development of the job transfer task copy. Except for the knights and hunters who had already completed their respective job transfer tasks during the day, there are still 5 of the 8 common professions left. But just as someone was anxiously wiping the sweat from his hands, the portal lit up again.
Someone's out. People gathered around again, many with shining eyes. The one who came out was a warrior.
Compared to the fighter who just walked out, this warrior is obviously in pretty good condition. There is still more than half of the health bar above his head, and he seems to be wearing some equipment he just got from the dungeon.
Great God! Can you share some strategies? Brother, is there anything I should be aware of? However, facing the enthusiastic crowd, the soldier ignored his surroundings and pushed away the other soldiers beside him and went to a corner. Hey! Who is it? Fuck, are you pretending to be cool?
They didn't know what to do for a moment, and many soldiers looked at each other,
completely unsure of what to do.
But the next moment, someone pointed at the portal and shouted, "Another warrior is coming out." Afterwards, the crowd who had just been frustrated rushed towards the newcomer as if they had found their savior. The soldier from before glanced at the crowd behind him, snorted coldly, and then walked to a corner without hesitation. In the corner, a woman had been waiting for a long time.
Brother Tian? You're out?
The woman stood up straight and looked the man over.
Are you okay? Do you want me to heal you?
The name above the warrior's head was Dubu Tian. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing serious.
Just some locusts. Nothing to worry about." After a pause, he looked at the woman in front of him and said softly, "Yuting, did you see any healers successfully open up new land during the process?"
The woman shook her head when she heard this. She looked at the portal in the distance and said softly, "No, but I heard that a healer went in, but hasn't come out yet."
Dubadian nodded. "Should we continue to wait?"
The woman hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. "No need, Brother Tian, it's getting late. Let's find a place to rest and replenish our energy."
Dubadian also nodded. "Let's go."
On the other side, the second soldier surrounded by the crowd suddenly felt awkward and at a loss. Various players of the same profession were almost sticking to him, making him unable to move at all.
"Hey, stop pushing.
Master, please share some strategies."
"Master Fengchen Zhuojiu, I'm a girl, a female warrior. Can you tell me about it? We can add each other as friends."
This warrior was none other than Fengchen, the Fengchen Zhuojiu.
However, Fengchen had never seen such momentum before.
He used to envy Lin Chen for being surrounded by a group of players, but now it was his turn.
Fengchen first looked at his friend list.
There was a line of words written behind Lin Chen's name in the list.
In the copy. It seems that Brother Lin hasn't come out yet.
Fengchen hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand helplessly. Don't push, I'll tell you about the strategy."
Hearing these words, the soldiers immediately danced with excitement. Fengchen finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw people retreat for a distance.
He first sorted out everything that had just happened in the copy, and then spoke.
First, there are 4 waves of locusts.
The first wave has the smallest number.
Don't waste mana. Just use basic attacks. The number of locusts won't hurt you.
Secondly, when the second wave arrives, the NPCs will come out to help you. Remember, have the NPCs guard the granary gate and don't let them run around.
You'll just be responsible for clearing the locusts flying over from the main road.
You can use your skills now, but be careful not to consume too much mana if you don't have much mana. As the crowd around him grew larger and larger, Fengchen couldn't help but raise his voice. Third, you can use the quest items in your backpack now, but don't use them casually.
Light them at the right time. After lighting them, the locusts will be attracted by the smell. Remember to use all your skills at once and don't hold back. Finally, the 4th wave of locusts is the largest. The best strategy is to retreat to the granary with all the NPCs and block the entrance to resist the locusts. If we follow my first 3 suggestions, there will only be the remaining locusts from the 4th and 2nd waves. We only need to hold out for 10 minutes, and we should be able to hold out. After saying that,
Feng Chen clapped his hands, indicating that he had taught him everything he knew. People showed exaggerated expressions at this moment.
What a detailed guide.
Yes, Feng Chen's strategy is very detailed, down to every wave and every decision.
But while being surprised, someone raised his hand. Master, then, is there a boss? Feng Chen shook his head. Boss? No. Inside the goblin lair.
Lin Chen had already walked out of the cave. When he stepped back to the exit, a huge portal appeared where he had just come from. Now, as long as Lin Chen enters it, he can return to Baiwa City. But at this moment, in front of the portal, including the 2 girls who were rescued at the beginning, a total of 18 girls were sitting together, with Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother beside them. When they saw Lin Chen walking out of the cave, everyone present was stunned. At this moment, Lin Chen was wearing a mask, and his face could not be seen except for his deep eyes.
Monarch! Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother quickly nodded.
They did not identify their master by observing Lin Chen's appearance. Following the actions of the 2 undead units, 5 of the 18 girls slowly stood up from the ground. Their bodies were very weak, and they were all wearing the clothes given to them by Lin Chen.
Are you the chosen one?
A young girl slowly took a step forward. Although the fear on her face had not disappeared, her condition was obviously much better than before.
Lin Chen raised his eyes, then nodded. I guess so. What about you guys?
We. The 5 girls looked at each other, and then the girl who had just spoken continued, We are ordinary residents of the village, and we were abducted by the goblins. Having said that, she couldn't help but reach out and tightly grasp the loose clothes on her body trembling imperceptibly. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then suddenly thought of something and asked, When were you captured? Hearing this, the girls looked at each other. They were just about to say something, but the next moment, everyone's face showed a puzzled expression.
Yeah, when were they abducted by the goblins?
Or, how did they appear here? The girls' faces began to look more and more confused. They seemed to have forgotten something very important, and no matter how hard they tried to recall it, they couldn't remember it.
We.
The girl spoke incoherently, her eyes becoming increasingly dazed.
I don't remember. I seemed to find myself in a cave the moment I opened my eyes. How was I captured? How long have I been here?
Not only her, the other girls behind her were also a little panicked.
Some of them even pinched their arms, thinking it was a dream.
Looking at this scene, Lin Chen slowly frowned. The girls in front of him kept opening their mouths to say something, but every time the words reached their lips, they swallowed them back. It seemed that there was a strange gap in the memory in their brains. They only remembered the memories of their previous life in the village and the present memories. As for how he appeared in the goblin's lair, or when he appeared, he had no memory at all. The leading girl knelt on the ground for a moment, covering her head and trying to think of something. Because the speed was too fast, the wide robe on her body even slipped off her body, revealing her back covered with scars. Lin Chen knew he couldn't ask any more questions, so he could only point to the portal on the side to try to divert their attention.
Don't think about it. The most urgent thing is to get in and leave here quickly. As Lin Chen finished speaking, a countdown appeared above the portal. If he has not stepped into the portal when the countdown ends, the copy will automatically and forcibly teleport him out. The girls turned their heads and looked blankly in the direction of Lin Chen's finger.
Go in, the girls asked.
What door?
Looking at the surprised and puzzled expressions on the girls' faces, Lin Chen was stunned.
What do you mean?
Such a large portal is now floating beside them, still flashing pure white light. As long as they stand up and move 2 steps, they can enter it directly. But it wasn't just 1 or 2 people, all the girls present seemed to have not seen the portal.
Can't you see this portal? Lin Chen asked in a low voice.
The girls kept
shaking their heads, apparently unable to react.
Seeing the puzzled looks on the girls' faces, Lin Chen frowned slightly under his mask.
Could it be that, even though these NPCs are human, they can't see or use portals? Only players, only the so-called chosen ones can do this? This makes sense.
After all, even though he reached level 80 in his previous life, he had never seen a living person in the dungeon. In his previous impression, all the NPCs in the dungeon were emotionless creatures. Even if there were people, they were a group of things that only acted according to the system, just like the NPCs in the Locust Plague mission that could help players resist locusts. They were a group of things that could only understand the player's instructions. But what should they do if they can't leave by entering the portal? These girls are covered in wounds and exhausted both physically and mentally. If there were no so-called villages around here, they would not survive long if they were left alone. At this time, the countdown above the portal was less than 10 seconds. With every passing second, the huge countdown sound rang in his ears. 9, 8, 7. After a pause, Lin Chen finally sighed softly. He explored his backpack for a while, then took out the only remaining low-quality life potion and placed it at his feet. I can't help you from now on. Take these potions. They can save your lives when necessary. Lin Chen paused, then threw down a few items he didn't need, as well as some low-level weapons and protective gear for self-defense. This is all he can do now. After doing all this, the countdown for the portal is over. Countdown is over. Forcible transmission is in progress. A prompt sounded, and the portal suddenly expanded. A strong white light enveloped Lin Chen's body. In an instant, the two undead spirits, Lin Chen and Huang Dachui, disappeared. What Lin Chen didn't know was that the next moment after he left this world, the whole world suddenly froze. The sunlight solidified in the air, reflecting interlaced rays of light. The wind stopped blowing and the leaves stopped swaying. The leaves that were about to fall were now frozen in the air, each leaf maintaining the posture it had before falling, hanging in the air elegantly and strangely. The girls present were frozen in the strangest moment. Their expressions varied, some opened their mouths as if to speak, others frowned, and quite a few shielded their eyes with their hands as if to avoid the bright light. Everything, at this moment, is still. Fengchen had been waiting outside the portal for a while, but Lin Chen had not come out yet. He kept checking the time. Half an hour had passed since Lin Chen entered. Was the nurse's job change mission really that difficult? Even someone like Lin Chen would take so long? As time went on, more and more people came out of the portal, most of them were warriors and fighters. Seeing these people coming out of the portal, no more onlookers gathered around like before. They were now waiting for professions that had not yet been developed. For example, healers. A few minutes later, people exclaimed again. Someone else is coming out. People looked closely and saw a man holding a black broadsword stepping out of the portal. People looked at this man carefully and were stunned. The armor this man wore was colorful and the style looked like it belonged to an intelligent type, but he was holding a warrior's broadsword in a strange way. The most puzzling thing was the mask on his face. Another warrior? Strange, why can't I see the nickname above this person's head? Alas, how long will it take for that programmer god to come out? People were talking about it and soon lost interest in the masked man. They were basically waiting for the pioneers of their own profession to come out, and the healers were the most eager among them. Seeing that no one came forward, the masked man breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't say anything and walked silently in one direction. In the distance, Fengchen, who had been waiting, suddenly showed a puzzled expression. He also had a mask on that man's face. Fengchen quickly took a look at the identical mask in his backpack. Isn't this the gift package item for that mission? He pushed aside the people around him who kept shouting to add him as a friend and quickly caught up with the masked man. Lin, brother Lin? Lin Chen paused, then turned around to look at the man named Fengchen Zhuoju above his head. Yeah. Lin Chen agreed softly. Hearing Lin Chen's familiar voice, Fengchen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He first looked at the equipment Lin Chen was wearing, and then took a look at Lin Chen's condition. Brother Lin, why, did you only come out now? Is the healer's mission difficult? But before Fengchen could finish his question, Lin Chen interrupted him. I'm fine. How about you? Why didn't you go to the Warriors Hero Pavilion to complete the job transfer quest? Oh, I've been waiting for you. He paused.
Feng Chen seemed to have thought of something and quickly asked, "By the way, Brother Lin, what exactly happened to you in there? Why can't I find your name on the ladder?"
After saying that, Feng Chen checked the names on the ladder power list again. As players' levels increased, all kinds of people gradually climbed onto the battle power rankings. Previously, Lin Chen was the top player, but now, the top spot had changed hands. The name Liangyun Muyi is clearly written behind the first place in the combat power ranking.
Cool clouds and evening leaves? Who is this? Combat power ranking 1, Liangyun Mai. Novice village code. Occupation, assassin. Current main city, Yulin City. Combat power ranking 2, Peerless Shura. Novice village code. Occupation, alchemist. Hidden occupation. Current main city, Dragon Vein City. Combat power ranking 3, I wanna become an immortal. Novice village code. Occupation, warrior. Current main city, Sand City.
Feng Chen looked carefully several times, and not only did he not see Lin Chen's name in the top 3 of the combat power list, but Lin Chen was not among the 50 professions on the entire page. The only one who is in the main city of their Bayou City is a warrior named Dubushin, ranked 48th.
But how is this possible?
Before entering the portal, Feng Chen specifically confirmed that Lin Chen was still number 1 in the combat power rankings.
However, only more than half an hour had passed, and Lin Chen had been squeezed out of the top 50?
However, when Feng Chen was about to turn to the next page, Lin Chen interrupted him.
It's normal that they can't find it.
The Shadow Soul mask in our backpack can hide our attributes.
I think it's the reason why my name can't be found on the ladder leaderboard.
Seeing Lin Chen pointing at the mask on his face while talking, Feng Chen glanced at the mask in his backpack in disbelief.
He muttered to himself, "Oh my god, it has this function?"
As he spoke, Feng Chen also took out the mask and put it on his face like Lin Chen did. Sure enough, the moment he put on the mask, Feng Chen could clearly feel an extremely special feeling.
He could see that the name above his head had become somewhat transparent. Holy crap! It's actually true!
Feng Chen was making a lot of noise behind him. Obviously he didn't expect to get such a special prop. Lin Chen turned around helplessly at this moment.
He pointed to the road on the right and said to Feng Chen, "Okay, I have to go to the church now. It's time for you to go to the Hero Pavilion to complete the job transfer task." Following Lin Chen's finger, Feng Chen also saw a huge building at the end of the road.
Some soldiers who had completed their job transfer tasks began to walk into the building one after another.
"Then Brother Lin, I will go to the church to find you after completing the task," Feng Chen said immediately.
Lin Chen shook his
head. "After you finish, go to the dwarf in the center of the mission hall and wait for me." "Got it." After saying that, Feng Chen trotted away. After seeing Feng Chen leave, Lin Chen did not stay any longer.
More than 10 minutes later, Lin Chen stopped at the door of the church. Because Lin Chen was the first person in Bayou City to successfully complete the Goblin's Nest, there were very few healers inside the church, and only a few people were walking back and forth in the huge church hall.
Among them is the girl in their regular team, Nanny Gardenia. "Captain, Captain."
Gardenia hurried over and greeted Lin Chen softly. Seeing the girl's chest shaking when she ran, Lin Chen was obviously a little dazed. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't associate Gardenia with the violent breasts that ranked in the top 20 of the combat power list in the previous life.
Lin Chen nodded, "Wait for me." After reuniting with Jizi, Lin Chen quickly came to an NPC in the hall. Seeing someone coming, the nun-like NPC immediately bowed slightly to Lin Chen. She said in a low and serious voice, "Honorable Chosen One, how can I help you?" Lin Chen didn't beat around the bush, "I'll deliver the job transfer task." There was a slight glint in the nun's eyes, and then she hesitated for a moment, then bowed slightly to Lin Chen. "Honorable Chosen One, please follow me." Lin Chen paused. He almost subconsciously looked at Gardenia. Seeing Gardenia's puzzled look, Lin Chen frowned almost without concealing it. It was another scene completely different from the previous life. He remembered that similar situations would not occur when completing a job change mission for any profession.
Usually, only after completing the mission would the NPC directly infuse some kind of power into the player's body, thus giving them new power.
Very short and very quick.
From completing the task to completing the first job change, it probably only takes 1 minute, without any delay. But now, the NPC in front of Lin Chen who was responsible for the job change task kept maintaining a please gesture, leaving Lin Chen completely at a loss as to what to do next. After being stunned for more than 10 seconds, Lin Chen turned around and comforted Jizi.
Please wait for me for a while,
Lin Chen said in a low voice.
Gardenia nodded quickly. Okay, Captain.
Lin Chen slowly turned his head and said to the NPC, please lead the way. When Lin Chen was a warrior, he had also entered the church. Although he was not a healer at the time, there were many commissions and tasks that he could accept in the church. However, he never knew that there were such intricate passages and rooms inside the church.
Like the interior structure of other buildings, shouldn't a church have only one hall?
All NPCs were standing in the hall, and tasks were collected and delivered in the hall. Lin Chen had never heard of such places that could be walked into in this kind of building.
Could it be that the Warriors' Hero Pavilion is also structured in the same way? What's going on?
Lin Chen looked around and his expression gradually became serious. He followed the nun leading the way through passages and opened doors. During this time, he tried to talk to the nun in front of him, but no matter what he said or asked, the nun turned a deaf ear. The woman walked quietly, neither fast nor slow.
Seeing the NPC like this, Lin Chen simply gave up.
As time went by, he finally followed the nun and stopped in front of a huge double door.
Chosen One, we're here.
The nun reached out and opened the door, then stepped aside. Lin Chen shifted his gaze from the nun to the door. On the other side of the door was a huge room. The furnishings in the room were quite European classical style, with various medieval objects everywhere. In the center of the room stood an old man in a monk's robe, with his hands behind his back. In front of him was a high table similar to a podium, with 2 books placed on the table.
A white book and a black book.
Lin Chen looked at the room in a daze, then slowly stepped into it. At this moment, a smile appeared on the face of the old man who had been standing in the middle of the room.
Hello, Honorable Chosen One.
Lin Chen stopped and the door behind him was slowly closed by the nun.
Now there were only him and the old man in the room. You are? Lin Chen asked tentatively, the job-changing NPC?
Lin Chen had never seen an NPC in charge of job transfer standing in a specific room.
His expression and posture were also different from those of other NPCs.
Although these NPCs in the main city were indigenous people who appeared with the land of the hunting god, Lin Chen rarely encountered this situation. When the old man heard Lin Chen say this term, he was slightly stunned, then said with a smile,
NPC?
The old man laughed and said, Chosen One, I am indeed the person responsible for the job transfer for the healers, but I am different from the others.
I specialize in the second round of the Chosen One.
When Lin Chen heard the term second round from an NPC's mouth, he was obviously a little distracted.
What did you say? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and whispered, Do you know about the second round?
The old man could not deny it, still with a smile on his face. Then he pointed to the 2 books on the table in front of him.
All right, Chosen One, please choose your new profession.
Lin Chen looked in the direction of the old man's hand, and saw white and black papers on a podium-like table.
The old man continued, Do you want to become a sage or a holy believer?
However, Lin Chen did not pay too much attention to the book, but continued to look at the old man. He kept staring into the old man's eyes, trying to find some important information.
You just said that you are specifically responsible for the second round's Chosen One?
Lin Chen deliberately emphasized the 4 words specifically responsible for.
The old man nodded and said nothing.
Lin Chen seemed to have grasped something and continued to ask, You mean, besides me, are there other second-round players in the land of the hunting god? He never thought that an old man would say these 4 words, as if there was more than one similar NPC in the land of hunting god, or perhaps the land of hunting god had detected Lin Chen's peculiarity and set up a special NPC just for him? But no matter how Lin Chen asked, the old man remained silent and just looked at him with a smile.
Sigh. Lin Chen sighed, Okay, let's choose a career.
Hearing this, the old man raised his eyebrows instantly.
Chosen one, which profession would you like to choose? Sage or saint?
Lin Shen said softly, "Then I'll have to trouble you to explain it to me." While saying this, Lin Shen continued to watch the old man's every move carefully. Unfortunately, the old man seemed to have decided not to mention the second round anymore, but instead explained it very responsibly. Sage, mainly focusing on healing and assisting, is the most indispensable member of the team by increasing the intelligence, strength, physical and magical attack power, and physical strength of teammates or himself, as well as restoring health.
His second job is Universalist.
The old man held up a white book. The saint is someone who maximizes his own damage and uses powerful judgment skills to inflict great damage on his opponents. He possesses output capabilities that are not inferior to other professions, and also has excellent self-protection capabilities. Although his auxiliary capabilities are greatly reduced, he is good at both offense and defense.
The second-level profession is Judge.
At this time, the book in his hand turned black. Having said that, the old man fell silent, quietly waiting for Lin Shen's choice. Lin Shen sighed. He slowly walked to the old man and stared at the two books in his hands. After pondering for a while, he had made his choice.
I've chosen.
After saying that, Lin Shen took the pure white book on the table in his hand.
Seeing the book in Lin Shen's hand, the old man was slightly stunned. Oh? Is the chosen one sure that he will choose to become a sage? Lin Shen nodded. Now that he has the bug of stacking attack power, he doesn't need to worry about his output ability at all. Instead, what he needs to care about is his endurance and survivability. The sage is a profession that specializes in support and endurance. You must know that as a warrior in his previous life, Lin Shen is very aware of the importance of a nurse. Behind every powerful output, there is a dedicated bound milk. As the name suggests, it is a nurse who specializes in adding blood to output professions. A person with a bound nurse is almost immortal unless the output difference is too great if he does not deal with the nurse. Therefore, there is no need for Lin Shen to care about the insignificant output of the saints. Yes.
Lin Shen replied. Then, the old man immediately put down the black book and held up the white job transfer book with both hands. He was seen muttering something, and after a few seconds, a special light suddenly fell from the ceiling above his head, completely covering Lin Shen. Lin Shen only felt that his body was as if it was burned at this moment, and an inexplicable pain came over him instantly.
What's the situation?
Lin Shen only had time to let out a low cry before the pain that had quickly subsided had disappeared. He was bathed in light at the moment, with a confused look on his face. After another 10 seconds, the light disappeared completely. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and looked at his palm. He asked somewhat confusedly.
Already well?
The pattern and style of his job transfer were completely different from his previous life, and Lin Shen had no idea what was happening. The old man in front of him had a kind expression, and he smiled and nodded. Exalted Chosen One, congratulations on your successful class change.
You are now a sage. May you be successful in your future and be feared by the gods.
Everything goes smoothly, even the gods are terrified.
Lin Shen muttered this line in his mouth. This is a sentence that the NPCs in the entire hunting godland often say. They hope that the chosen ones who appear here will help them accomplish the feat of defeating or hunting the gods, and be successful in everything, so that even the high gods will show a look of fear. It seems very reasonable for the old man in front of him to say such words. After all, he is also an NPC. But Lin Shen still stared at the old man's eyes for a long time, until the door of the room was opened again. The nun who had brought Lin Shen here bowed slightly and said, "Excuse me, Your Excellency the Bishop. I am here to escort the chosen one away."
After saying that, she took a step back and made a pleased gesture to Lin Shen. Lin Shen hummed softly, glanced at the old man beside him vaguely, and then walked out the door silently in the direction of the nun. But before leaving, the moment Lin Shen stepped out of the door, he suddenly heard the old man say something.
Time is running out. I hope you are the one who can save all this.
The sound was so faint that if it weren't for the extraordinary silence around him, Lin Shen wouldn't even be able to catch it. Lin Shen turned around suddenly, only to find that the door was already closed. When the nun saw Lin Chen stopped, she turned her head and said nothing, just waiting for Lin Chen to continue following her. Lin Chen frowned and hesitated for a few seconds before following the nun and leaving. Back in the hall, there were still few people inside the church. Gardenia, who had been waiting in the corner of the hall, stood up hurriedly when she saw Lin Chen appear.
Team leader.
Just as she was about to step forward, she found that Lin Chen was still talking to the NPC.
Seeing this scene, Gardenia could only slowly take a step back.
Lin Chen turned his head and glanced at the girl beside him, who was a little flustered and embarrassed. He waved at Gardenia as if to comfort her, then turned back to look at the nun in front of him.
In other words, you can't answer the question I just asked you with your authority? Lin Chen asked in a low voice.
The nun in charge of the job transfer shook her head regretfully. Sorry, chosen one, except for the bishop, no one here can answer your questions.
So when can I see the bishop again? Sorry, I don't know.
Lin Chen was about to ask something again, but the nun in front of him kept the same state and expression.
This made Lin Chen give up on asking questions. It seemed that he could no longer get any useful information from the NPC in front of him.
He was still confused.
What did the old man mean when he said time is running out? How did he, as an NPC, know about the events of the second game?
All these things made Lin Chen particularly concerned.
He pondered for a while and sighed. Forget it, since I am already a sage, do you have any skill books used by sages? Lin Chen asked.
At this moment, a pious expression suddenly appeared on the nun's face, and she nodded in response.
Of course, respected chosen one, I have skill books for sale that can be used by sages. Feel free to take a look.
After he finished speaking, a page suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's sight. On the page, various skill books were displayed in front of him, and Lin Chen looked around.
Are they basically all low-level?
In addition to being obtained through player transactions and monster drops, skill books can also be purchased from job transfer NPCs in various main cities. However, some very powerful and practical skills cannot be purchased from NPCs, and the only way to obtain them is to spend time on monsters. However, he was only level 21 at the moment, and there were only 2 sage skills he could learn, so he had no other choice. After looking at it for a few times, Lin Chen used the currency in his backpack to buy 2 low-level skill books.
Bathing in Holy Light. Voice of Blessing.
One is to summon a holy light, which can be used to increase the upper limit of one's own or teammates' health in a short period of time. Lin Chen is now level 21. Thanks to the 4 pieces of pink equipment, his current health is 3,400 points, which is much more than that of knights of the same level. According to the description of this skill and the intelligence bonus, Lin Chen can increase an additional 400 points within 5 minutes. The other one is also an auxiliary skill, which releases a range-shaped sound wave. Teammates or yourself within the sound wave can gain 3-dimensional enhancements of strength, intelligence and agility within 10 minutes. However, the levels are relatively low now, and the benefits that can be gained are not much. Lin Chen did not hesitate too much and immediately learned the 2 skills on the spot. After doing all this, Lin Chen no longer wasted too much time with the nun in front of him. He just looked at the nun meaningfully, and then walked in the direction of Gardenia.
Gardenia was a little nervous.
She rubbed her hands and a smile appeared on her face.
Captain, what do we do next?
Lin Chen looked at the dark sky outside the church, then whispered,
Do you need to rest for a while? Gardenia was stunned and immediately shook her head. I don't know. If the captain wants to do any mission, I can go with him.
Lin Chen nodded and said, Then let's go back to the mission hall now. Having said that, Lin Chen walked out of the hall into the night, and Gardenia quickly followed behind him.
After a while, Lin Chen and Jizi arrived at the huge mission hall.
The flow of people in this place has begun to decrease slowly, at least half less than before, but even so, the noise is still so loud that it hurts people's ears. Feng Chen at the door had been waiting impatiently for a long time.
When
he saw Lin Chen and Gardenia coming over, his eyes lit up immediately.
Brother Lin. Sister.
Lin Chen nodded to Feng Chen. Let's go, let's hurry up and get the main mission.
Okay. The 2 replied.
However, just as he was about to take the two of them to the center of the hall, his attention was suddenly attracted by a group of people. There were 6 people walking towards the door from inside the hall.
They should be a fixed team. The personnel configuration was very perfect, with 1 knight, 1 nurse, 2 warriors, 1 hunter, and wasn't he one of the 8 major professions? Hidden profession?
Lin Chen was stunned. The captain walking in front of the team is the hidden profession. Looking at the man's appearance, Lin Chen had some impression of him. If he remembered correctly, he should be a witch doctor. The man was walking in front, looking extremely proud, with a woman standing closely beside him. She was a woman with long slender legs, a hunter by profession, holding a stylish bow in her hand.
When Lin Chen saw this woman, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Tomato. He sneered, not expecting to see her here. Tomato had a smile on his face at this time. The other teammates around her were now gathering around her and the witch doctor, with varying degrees of flattery on their faces. Captain, you're amazing.
Not only are you the first person in Baiwa City to complete a job change, but you're also the first to complete a hidden job.
The vice captain is not weak either.
She's the first hunter to complete her job change, and she just got a level 20 pink bow. Yeah, the captain and the vice captain are truly a match made in heaven. Not only are they incredibly powerful, but they're also both handsome and beautiful.
How can we justify this?
After hearing these words, the witch doctor obviously did not respond, but walked out of the hall with a slight smile.
The female hunter rolled her eyes and said angrily on purpose, "Stop flattering me. Our brother Hai has a hidden profession and a promising future. How can I be worthy of him?"
As she spoke, the woman named Tomato did not forget to deliberately turn her head to the side. Sure enough, after she said this, the witch doctor named Haigu immediately reached out and held Tomato in his arms.
"Oh, what are you talking about, little tomato? You should know that my favorite fruit in the past was tomatoes."
As he spoke, he moved his arm down and pinched Tomato's upper buttocks imperceptibly. Although Tomato had a pouty look on her face, there was a hint of pride in her eyes. But at this moment, the knight behind him scratched his hair and said, "Captain, tomatoes shouldn't be fruits. They seem to be vegetables."
"Bullshit." The soldier beside him rolled his eyes. The captain said fruit is fruit. "Oh yes, yes, fruit, fruit." They walked towards the gate, talking and laughing. Many people looked over there along the way. After all, no one had ever really seen a hidden profession, and now there was one here, which naturally attracted a lot of people. Besides, the long legs of the female hunter named Tomato were too eye-catching. Although it was dark around, the lights inside the hall were bright, making the legs dazzling. At this time, the team had arrived at the gate. It seemed that they had just accepted a task in the hall and were preparing to leave. The witch doctor Haigu ignored the gazes of everyone around him and was about to leave when the tomato under his arm suddenly stopped. "What's wrong, little tomato?" Brother Hai asked. The female hunter glanced behind her suspiciously. 2 men and 1 woman had just passed by them. Although 2 of the men were wearing masks, she still felt something was wrong. "Wait a moment." Tomato immediately turned around and shouted. "The one wearing the mask." "Wait a minute." Lin Chen stopped and the corners of his mouth rose coldly under the mask. He didn't want to care about her, but now, this woman came to him on her own initiative. He turned around and looked at the 6 people in front of him indifferently. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen asked in a low voice. Hearing this voice, the woman's eyes widened immediately. "It's you." I don't know if it's because of the darkness or the light, but I can't see the nickname above the man's head clearly. But the voice doesn't lie. The man wearing the mask is the dad called Programmer. The dad who killed himself once. Tomato did not hide her murderous intent at all. She took 2 steps forward. Although she had been wary of Lin Chen's almost exaggerated methods until now, she was now a world of difference compared to when she was during the day. She had now reached level 22 and had completed the job transfer task to become a genuine wind catcher. Besides, she now has a pink level 20 bow in her hand. Even if the person in front of her still has a strange trump card,
she is not afraid at all now that she has a hidden profession backing her up.
What a coincidence!
I thought I wouldn't see you so soon, but I bumped into you in less than 10 hours. Tomato's face was gloomy, and his tone was filled with murderous intent.
Lin Chen didn't answer her.
Feng Chen, who was standing beside him, looked at Lin Chen with a puzzled look, then looked at the tomatoes opposite.
After hesitating for a moment, Feng Chen came over and tried to mediate. Is there any misunderstanding here? Feng Chen thought the aggressive, long-legged woman was probably a red name player.
After all, Lin Chen had nearly wiped out a red name team with him. Based on his understanding of Lin Chen, if he had a grudge against someone, it was probably because of this woman. But no matter what, this is not in the wild, and the 6 opponents are eyeing them covetously, and one of them has a hidden profession. If a fight breaks out, it may be disadvantageous to Lin Chen.
But before Feng Chen could continue speaking, Tomato shouted, "Who do you think you are? Get out!"
After saying this, the peacemaker expression on Feng Chen's face gradually faded, and his tone gradually became colder. "My lady, I hope you will pay attention to your attitude."
Feng Chen has now completed his job transfer mission and is a genuine berserker.
But Tomato ignored him completely and kept his eyes on Lin Chen. At this time, the team members behind her came forward one after another.
"Little Tomato, are you saying that the guy wearing the mask is the one who made you spend a resurrection coin?"
The tone of the witch doctor Brother Hai gradually became colder. He hugged Tomato's slender waist, but his eyes were looking up and down at Lin Chen in front of him.
"Yes, Brother Hai, that's him.
I thought you were joking at first, but I didn't expect this guy to be a real dad."
"Brother Hai, you have to stand up for me."
Tomato almost stuck to the witch doctor, his tone aggrieved. Brother Hai immediately took a deep breath of the scent of Tomato's hair and said with a smile, "Don't worry, little Tomato. I told you that if someone messes with you, I will be the first one to not let him go."
"But it's a little strange, why can't I check his attribute panel?" Soon, these people turned their attention to the masks of Lin Chen and Feng Chen. Could it be the ability of this mask?
Brother Hai shrugged and ignored the matter. He raised his eyebrows at Lin Chen.
"Hey, you heard what we said, I don't think we wronged you."
His tone was cold, and the provocation in his words was self-evident. Seeing that things were starting to get out of control, Feng Chen could only retreat slightly to Lin Chen's side and wait with Jizi and the others for Lin Chen to speak.
Lin Chen also took a quick look at the witch doctor.
According to his previous memory, the witch doctor profession was one of the most disgusting professions in the entire land of the hunting god. It had the same skills as the beastmaster and the necromancer that could summon followers, and it was also the profession that was best at using poison in the land of the hunting god.
Its skills were basically harvesting, bleeding, negative status, curses and the like.
If the healer is the most reassuring auxiliary profession in the land of the hunting god, then the witch doctor, a profession that is good at using debuff status, is undoubtedly the opposite of the healer.
"It was me. I did kill the woman next to you once."
Lin Chen spoke frankly and failed to deal with the witch doctor.
"You?" The witch doctor was stunned, thinking, this person can't even pretend. "Ahem, that's all. Now you have 2 choices. Either you come over and kneel in front of little Tomato and let her vent her anger for a while."
But before he could finish his words, Tomato anxiously tugged at his clothes. "Brother Hai, you can't let him off so easily." The witch doctor smiled and patted the back of her hand. "I'm not finished yet." Then, he continued to look at Lin Chen and said word by word, or, save your own life. As he spoke, the witch doctor raised his head and looked at Lin Chen with a smile. There was silence all around, and more people came to watch the fun, but no one dared to speak at this time.
Everyone looked at the direction where Lin Chen was. And it was at this time that Lin Chen made a move. He suddenly sneered. "Interesting, then you can try it."
According to the rules of the land of the hunting god, players cannot normally fight with each other in the safe zone, but this does not mean that there is no way at all.
"Oh? Do you want to start a duel with me here?"
The witch doctor named Hai Gun narrowed his eyes slightly.
Lin Chen smiled slightly. "Oh? You're still fighting?"
The witch doctor began to look at Lin Chen with caution. He was part of a team of 6, one of whom was a genuine hidden class.
Unlike the 8 common classes, hidden classes possessed even more exaggerated attribute increases and skill applicability. Furthermore, the witch doctor was the nemesis of the healer. But even so, this dad still dared to face him like this, which can only mean two things. Or, this dad doesn't know anything about these things at all. Or, he has absolute confidence. Lin Chen raised the corner of his mouth. Whatever, if you want, I don't mind starting a duel with your entire fixed team at the same time. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell into complete silence. It took several seconds for the opposing team to come to their senses, and then one of the soldiers burst into laughter. Deputy Captain, you are really not mistaken, is this the man? The soldier suddenly sneered and looked at Lin Chen as if he was looking at an insane fool. But no one paid any attention to him. He felt a little embarrassed and cleared his throat awkwardly. Right in front of the team, the witch doctor's eyes became more vigilant. He smiled calmly and was about to say something softly when Lin Chen's words came out first. Is he going to answer it or not? If he doesn't, don't bother me anymore. After saying that, Lin Chen slowly turned around and prepared to leave. At the witch doctor's place, Tomato was extremely excited. She grabbed the witch doctor's sleeve tightly and said, Brother Hai. We can't just let him go like this. Seeing that Brother Hai was hesitant at this moment, the woman was obviously a little anxious. Brother Hai, help me kill him, and I will do anything you want. More and more people gathered around, and many of them came over with great interest. Having heard that there was a person here who was so arrogant that he could challenge an entire team to a duel at the same time, they naturally wanted to come and see what was going on. But when people came to see, they found that the masked man was still in the upper hand, and it was the other team that was hesitating. The witch doctor suddenly felt embarrassed and said coldly, No need, it's just you and me. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around immediately became interested. They no longer cared about whether it was a mission or not, and started discussing it. Seeing that the surroundings were extremely lively, the girl Gardenia became a little nervous. She kept leaning towards Lin Chen's back, her eyes full of worry. Beside her, Feng Chen, also wearing a mask, had a dazed look in his eyes. However, unlike Jizi, Feng Chen tried to walk over to Lin Chen and stand beside him several times, but was stopped by Lin Chen every time. Brother Lin? Feng Chen called out in a low voice. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly under the mask, and then he didn't say much. He just slowly raised his hand and invited the witch doctor in front of him and the other 5 people around the witch doctor to a duel. Programmer invites you to a duel. Not only the witch doctor Haigu, but the other people beside him also heard this prompt tone in their heads at the same time, and they couldn't help but be slightly startled. This dad, is he serious? In the land of hunting god, is it really allowed to fight 1 against 6? But, is this reasonable? No, now wasn't the time to dwell on the irrationality of the alliance. Instead, they should be contemplating whether or not to accept the duel invitation. If all 6 of them accepted, would they really want to fight a nanny with 6 people? But if they accepted, even if they won, it would be shameful if the news got out. But if we don't accept it, won't we end up with 6 people being afraid of 1 person? But before they could think about it, Tomato resolutely chose to accept it. Brother Hai, since he is looking for death, just kill him. Tomato said coldly. The witch doctor pondered for a moment, seemingly considering the incongruity of this situation. He once again stared closely at the nanny in front of him. Was he crazy? How could he have come up with the idea of fighting 6 people alone? After hesitating for a moment, the witch doctor sighed, and then his eyes gradually turned cold. In that case, don't blame us. Not only him, the rest of the team also clicked confirm. The next moment, everyone saw a ray of light suddenly falling from above their heads, then slowly spreading around, and finally forming a translucent arena. The audience gathered around were also pushed farther away by an invisible force. At this moment, at the entrance of the mission hall, a venue set up by mysterious power was formed. It was the first time that people had seen such a scene, and they couldn't help but talk about it. Lin Chen stood alone at one end of the field, while Witch Dr. Tomato and 6 others stood at the other, their swords drawn. A hint of murderous intent flashed across Lin Chen's face, and he silently took out his Moon Chaser bow.
But before the two sides could clash, the arena that had just formed suddenly turned into tiny starlights. It was like a huge bubble formed by soapy water suddenly bursting.
Okay?
Not only the people watching around, but even Lin Chen, who was present, paused slightly.
What's the situation? Tomato suddenly pointed his finger at Lin Chen and said, "What did you do? You didn't dare to make the final move?"
Looking at the aggressive look of the woman, Lin Chen completely ignored her. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a figure slowly walking towards him.
Oh, this is really a difficult situation. Why do you, the honorable chosen ones, turn your swords against each other so quickly?
The voice sounded like a man, but the tone was sharp and slightly hoarse. Everyone turned around at the same time, only to find that an NPC had walked right in the middle of the two sides.
When everyone saw this person, they couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this the NPC who should be standing in the lobby to distribute quests? How did this person appear here?
Lin Chen looked at the NPC and couldn't help but think of something, then he put away the moon-chasing bow. Then, as if nothing had happened, he turned to Feng Chen
and Jizian said, "Let's go."
Seeing Lin Chen leave, the tomato immediately shouted, "Stop!" However, Lin Chen didn't hear anything and walked towards the center of the hall. Tomato wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by the NPC.
"Hey, this chosen one, if you want to duel with that chosen one, please wait a moment," the NPC said softly. "Wait? Waiting for what?" asked Tomato. The NPC smiled faintly.
Everyone has completed the first main quest to enter the main city, but the chosen one has not. According to the rules, to duel in the safe zone, both parties must complete the first main quest.
After saying that, the NPC bowed slightly to everyone and left.
The remaining few people looked at each other, completely confused.
What? He didn't complete the main quest? How is that possible? Hasn't he already completed the job change? Shouldn't everyone who wants to accept the job change mission complete the main quest first? And his level is 22, the same as the captain. How could he not be doing the main quest?
The team members were talking behind him, and the witch doctor was staring coldly at Lin Chen's back. After a while, he suddenly laughed sinisterly.
Follow him. Since he's not involved in the main storyline, just follow him to the mission location.
At that time, we can skip the so-called duel and kill him directly in the wild. Lin Chen brought Feng Chen Jizi to the dwarf in the center of the hall. The short NPC suddenly smiled. It made a familiar gesture of etiquette towards the three people, and then said respectfully, "Honorable chosen ones, how can I help you?"
Lin Chen didn't say much, but waved to the NPC, "3 main quests."
The dwarf's eyes lit up, and then he fiddled with something behind him for a while. A few seconds later, he handed over 3 glittering golden commissions.
"Honorable chosen one, please be careful. May everything go well for you and may the gods be terrified." It lowered its head and spoke in a pious tone.
After taking the commission, Lin Chen put it into his backpack without even looking at it, then nodded to the dwarf and left.
The dwarf raised his head and looked at Lin Chen's back.
It seemed that he wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a while, he still didn't speak. Feng Chen and the other person behind him hurriedly followed, but during the process, Feng Chen still took a look at the golden power of attorney with some concern.
"Brother Lin, don't you want to take a look?" As he spoke, Feng Chen glanced at the task description above. Main quest.
Go to the Survivor Refuge and find the Advance Team Captain. Please help the Advance Team eliminate the servants of the gods. This simple description sent a chill down Feng Chen's spine.
Destroy the servants of the gods?
He knew the background of this so-called god-hunting land, and that the main goal of the players, the so-called chosen ones, was to slay the gods. However, he never expected that the first main quest after entering the main city would actually involve entering this vortex of god-hunting, as if he would soon encounter the so-called god.
How ridiculous it is to regard God as an enemy.
Lin Chen walked to the front, his tone very calm. "It's getting late now.
If you feel a little tired, you can rest for a night."
Hearing this, Feng Chen and Jizi both looked at their physical strength. The physical strength of both of them has almost run out. In the land of hunting god, the value of physical strength is very important, and its importance sometimes even far exceeds attributes such as strength and intelligence. The player's health, stamina, hunger, thirst, and fatigue are all tied to this value. If stamina is depleted, they will feel exhausted and lose a significant amount of physical function.
Furthermore, when stamina is depleted, killing monsters won't even grant experience, so in some ways, stamina is equivalent to fatigue.
The only ways to restore stamina, besides automatic slow
recovery and drinking stamina potions, are eating and sleeping. Even if they level up, stamina will not be fully restored like other values. If you have a good sleep, even if your physical strength is 0, you will be full of energy after a sleep.
Brother, now that you mention it, although our physical strength hasn't reached the bottom, it's not much left.
Feng Chen scratched his head and continued to ask.
Then, how should we rest? They had now walked outside the mission hall building, and the pitch-black night immediately enveloped them. If it weren't for the people still coming and going around and the reflected light from their equipment, they would not be able to see each other's faces. Lin Chen pointed to the distance and said, "There are hotels in every main city.
If you have money in your pocket, you can sleep there for a night." How much does it cost? Feng Chen was at a loss for a moment. He looked at the account balance in his backpack and found only 2 silver coins. It depends.
Just like the world we lived in before, each room has a different price.
Sleeping in a thatched hut costs only 10 copper coins a night. Lin Chen said lightly. Oh, that should be enough. Feng Chen laughed. What about you? Lin Chen turned and looked at Gardenia.
The girl had never had her own opinion.
Seeing Lin Chen and Feng Chen looking at her, she nodded randomly. Me? I listened to the captain.
Lin Chen hummed, "In that case, let's take a rest for the night and talk about it tomorrow morning." After that, the 3 of them walked towards the hotel. But just as they left, the group led by Witch Dr. Tomato came out of the hall.
They looked in the direction Lin Chen had left, and the witch doctor in the lead raised his lips and said, "Let's go get some sleep too."
After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the tomato in his arms. "Little tomato, I have done this much for you.
Tonight, isn't it time to repay you?" Tomato paused, then blushed. "Brother Hai, why are you so anxious? Isn't that nanny still alive?"
The witch doctor pinched Tomato's butt and said, "It's only a matter of time before that kid dies."
"What's the matter, little tomato, you want to change your mind?"
Seeing the witch doctor so bold, the eyes of the others behind him were all fixed on the witch doctor's hands. The witch doctor's hands kept moving back and forth on Tomato's buttocks, which made the people behind him stunned. But the next moment, Tomato immediately turned around and glared at them, and they quickly turned their heads away as if they had seen nothing. Then she turned her head to look at the witch doctor, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. "Then Brother Hai, you have to make a promise, that nanny must die." Hearing the woman's agreement, the witch doctor grinned and said, "Don't worry, he's dead."
Early the next morning, Feng Chen walked out of the hotel yawning.
He looked at his status bar in disbelief and rubbed his hands back and forth.
It's true, too true.
After a good sleep, all the fatigue in his body disappeared. Now his physical strength was full, and he felt light and refreshed.
After a while, the girl Gardenia also came out.
The girl also stretched her body outside the hotel, revealing her slender figure.
Feng Chen beside her was stunned. The girl who had always been by his side was so attractive in the morning sun? "Brother Feng, good morning,"
Gardenia said in a soft voice with a smile.
Feng Chen chuckled and said, "Good morning, sister."
The two chatted briefly for a while, and Lin Chen also walked out of the hotel.
Elder brother. Team leader.
The two had been waiting for a long time and greeted each other at the same time.
Lin Chen nodded, "Let's go."
The 3 of them were ready to go, but after taking a few steps, Feng Chen suddenly saw 6 or 7 more people walking out of the hotel behind them. Looking back, they saw the same team that had been at loggerheads with Lin
Chen yesterday.
They were following Lin Chen and the other 2 with a strong sense of purpose, their eyes brimming with murderous intent.
"Brother," Feng Chen reminded in a low voice.
However, Lin Chen was not affected at all. since they want to die so much, let them follow.
After a while, Lin Chen and the other two arrived at another gate of Baiwa City.
Completely different from the entrance gate towards the Lost Coast, the front gate looked extremely dilapidated, with the entire wall covered in scars and cracks. There wasn't a single NPC around, and all that could be seen were players walking around. However, even the players' movement speed gradually slowed down at this time.
Most of them came to this place for the first time and obviously didn't understand something.
"Brother, why does it feel weird here?" Fengshen didn't know why, but when he said this, he subconsciously grasped his broadsword in his hand. Sure enough, the moment they stepped out of the city gate, a prompt suddenly sounded in the minds of the three people.
"You have entered the danger zone."
The danger zone indicates that all monsters encountered are extremely aggressive, and there is also a possibility of being attacked by other players.
Depend on.
Thinking of this, Fengshen cursed softly, and at the same time couldn't help but look back with some fear. He remembered that a team had been following them. However, when they glanced behind them, neither Fengshen nor Jizi found the team led by the witch doctor. After searching around for a while, they finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Lin Chen didn't react much.
He just turned his head and whispered, "Follow me closely," then walked straight towards the mission location. After walking for a while, they found that there were many players around moving towards the mission location. Looking around, they found that the levels of these people were all above level 20. Most of them had received the first main mission in the main city, but none of them had completed the job change. It is rare to see people like Lin Chen and Fengshen appearing here after completing their job changes. As time went by, after walking for about 10 minutes, strange things started to happen around us.
"Careful!"
A wizard screamed and shouted, and people were shocked. A huge figure appeared in their sight in the distance. Looking around, it was a huge humanoid monster made entirely of stone. It was 5 or 6 meters tall, and no one knew where it came from. But by the time people reacted, the stone giant had already swung his huge arm and smashed it hard on a warrior in front of him.
Boom!
Smoke and dust suddenly rose up, and the warrior's health bar above his head dropped by half in an instant. Before he could get up, the stone man raised his hand and hit him again. The dull sound rang out again, and the unlucky warrior fell directly into the brink of death.
This scene happened in just 3 or 4 seconds.
People only started yelling like crazy after seeing the soldier collapse on the ground.
"It's a wild boss. Quick, come and fight the boss."
All of a sudden, all kinds of teams and individuals around came running over, and many knights took the lead, holding up their shields and rushing forward. At Lin Chen's place, Fengshen heard the shouting and fighting in the distance.
He couldn't help but look up and said, "Boss? Encountering a wild boss so soon?"
Sure enough, after taking a closer look, Fengshen discovered the huge stone man and the dozen or 20 players surrounding it. The players were madly pouring their skills on it, and light was splashing everywhere for a while.
"Brother, should we go over and take a look?" Fengshen turned around and looked at Lin Chen.
But Lin Chen shook his head, "No need, I need to deal with other things now."
Lin Chen was stunned. Other things? He obviously didn't understand what Lin Chen meant, but just as he was about to continue asking some questions, and extremely uneasy, emotions suddenly burst out from his mind, as if a thread suddenly passed through his right brain to his left brain. Fengshen turned around suddenly and saw an energy feather arrow whistling towards Lin Chen's head. He and Lin Chen were less than 1 meter apart, but by the time he reacted, it was too late. The sound of the feather arrow breaking through the air and the green light all over the arrow made Fengshen feel disappointed. "It's the hunter's skill, Scorpion Tail." In a flash, Lin Chen suddenly tilted his head back. "Call out." With a crisp sound, the arrow that should have hit Lin Chen's temple actually flew out, brushing past Lin Chen's forehead. It all happened so fast that Fengshen didn't even have time to react. "Brother, brother!" Fengshen took a step forward, but before he could steady himself, he was pushed away by Lin Chen. Yes, a fireball from the wizard came roaring at this moment. When Fengshen was pushed back by Lin Chen, he felt a sudden surge of heat in front of his body. Then he saw a ball of fire the size of a basketball whizzing past him and finally exploded on the ground on one side. The weeds under his feet instantly caught fire.
In just a short moment, Lin Chen dodged 2 skills.
The 3 of them looked at a distance at the same time.
There, the team led by the witch doctor was looking at him with a smile.
Feng Chen quickly got up, his face gloomy. It really is them.
Because the attention of other players around is now attracted by the wild boss, no one knows that a fight between players has occurred in this place. Looking at Tomato, who was among the 6 people holding a bow and pretending to shoot an arrow, and the mage behind her with a flame still in his palm that had not yet been extinguished, a subtle murderous intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. But at this moment, the tomato broke into pieces viciously.
You missed, Mr. Li, how did you miss?
The mage shook his head in confusion.
I don't know. This is the first time I've missed. So, can skills be dodged?
In the interval of their conversation, the leading witch doctor took a step forward on his own, with a smile on his face that was almost identical to the one he had last night. However, his tone was even colder.
He looked at Feng Chen, who was blocking Lin Chen at the moment, and whispered, "Warrior, this matter has nothing to do with you. I only want the head of the nanny behind you."
Hearing this, Feng Chen laughed coldly, and held the broadsword with both hands, activating the Berserker's level 20 job transfer skill, Fury.
Violent.
Increases your attack power by 50 points for a short period of time, crit chance plus 5%, and cannot be interrupted while attacking.
In the Berserk state, other skills will be strengthened.
Seeing Feng Chen like this, the people around him were obviously stunned. But before the witch doctor and the others could say anything, Feng Chen was pulled back by the people behind him.
Stand back,
Lin Chen said in a low voice. Feng Chen subconsciously stopped his violent state. He looked at Lin Chen, who had walked in front of him, with some confusion. But he didn't notice that from this moment on, the temperature around him suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees. Not only that, the dark green fog that looked familiar to him suddenly appeared.
King's Domain, activated.
The fog spread very quickly, and in just 3 seconds, it enveloped Lin Chen and everyone on the opposing team. Lin Chen took out the moon-chasing bow, and a cold light flashed in his eyes under the mask. At this moment, he drew the bow and put an arrow on it. Because the thick fog obscured their vision, the witch doctor, Tomato and others could only see the outline of a human figure in the direction where Lin Chen was, but they had to get closer if they wanted to see it clearly.
What the hell is going on?
A soldier waved his hand. He could sense something strange about the fog around him.
Why is it foggy? Not only him, but the
others were also confused.
A sense of unease hung over them all.
Because at that moment, they could feel themselves being targeted.
Knight.
The witch doctor suddenly came to his senses and growled.
The knight in the team walked to the front at this time.
He faced the direction where Lin Chen was, and then slammed the iron shield in his hand hard on the ground, making a dull sound. The knight's level 5 skill, Unyielding, is activated, and the level 10 skill, Bronze Holy Shield, is activated. They didn't know how that feeling just now appeared, but if the fog around them was created by the nanny, they had to be on guard.
Brother Hi. Tomato pulled the corner of the witch doctor's clothes.
The witch doctor snorted coldly at this moment. It's okay, this mist is probably created by some special props, just a trick. After he finished speaking, he was just about to release some skills when a sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from the distance.
Call out.
Listening to the noise, it seemed like someone shot an arrow at this place.
Yes, that was indeed an energy arrow. It was translucent.
It was not the streaming fire, or scorpion tail, shot by the hunter, but just a single basic attack. But it was such an ordinary arrow that actually dispersed all the fog along the way and caused an exaggerated sonic boom around. The knight suddenly felt something was wrong, and he quickly took a step forward with his shield raised. Then, a huge force was transmitted from his shield, followed by a loud sound like a bell.
Clang!
The enormous force made the knight retreat several steps and even bumped into the witch doctor behind him. If the witch doctor had not reached out to help him, he would have been knocked to the ground by this force.
What are you doing? The witch doctor was a little dazed. He didn't see what happened to the knight in front of him at all, and his face changed immediately. The knight quickly steadied himself. It's okay. I'm fine.
As he said that, He continued to walk forward a few steps, but these few steps made him feel uneasy.
What's the situation? Who shot that arrow just now? And judging by the damage description, that arrow actually crit. Could it be that some wild boss nearby attacked him? No.
He clearly felt the arrow coming from the front, but there was only one person in front of him.
That nanny? Impossible.
His knuckles were still aching. Although the attack had triggered the shield's block function, the damage overflowed, so the block couldn't even completely block the damage. The health bar above his head has lost 1,400 points. Oh my god. The knight's legs went weak on the spot. But how is this possible? You have to know that the armor added by my equipment is quite high, and the shield in my hand is a level 18 blue equipment. If the blocking effect is triggered, it can directly immunize a full 400 points of physical damage.
In other words, after this arrow hits critically, the saturation damage is more than 2,000? But even though he was a knight, he only had 2,800 HP left so far. This blocked arrow took away half of his HP? Something's wrong, this fog must have been created by some wild boss. I need to talk to the captain and the others. Besides that nanny, there's also a wild boss whose name I don't know. The knight thought to himself. He simply didn't believe that the arrow was shot by the nanny. Before he could tell everyone about his discovery, another whistling sound was heard. Call out. The knight felt his scalp tingling. He had no other choice but to grit his teeth and rush forward. Damn it! If he had completed his job transfer mission and become a Crusader or Punisher, he would have more means to resist these cold arrows shot from nowhere. Clang! The loud noise came again, but compared to before, this time the sound was no longer dull, but exceptionally crisp. It felt like something was broken. The knight looked at his hands in confusion. Strange. I should have been holding something in my hand just now, why is it empty now? Yes, where is my shield? The knight thought. The knight stared at his hands blankly. Yes, the shield was damaged. At the same time, his health bar dropped by 1,200 again. 2 arrows, just 2 arrows. Not only did he leave only 200 health points above his head, but he also directly destroyed his level 18 blue shield? He turned his head as if possessed by a ghost and was about to look at the witch doctor and tomato behind him. He wanted to report this strange situation. At the same time, he also needed the nurse and the team to quickly add blood to him. He was about to die, his blood volume was at the bottom, and the pain and weakness in his body had already come over him. He felt pain all over his body. But when he turned around, he saw an undead holding a huge hammer standing behind him. The knight himself was not tall, only about 1.7 meters, but the undead holding the giant hammer was a head taller than him. The knight needed to raise his head to see the undead with black aura all over his body, and this thing was looking at him with contempt. What, are you, a wild boss? The knight murmured. After saying this, the undead suddenly grinned. My name is Huang Dachui. The knight was startled. Yellow hammer? Some memories from his youth gradually surfaced in his mind. He remembered that, long ago, at a New Year's Eve dinner, a skit actor named Huang something had appeared on TV. He was carrying a renovation hammer and his lines were hilarious. 40 40 40 40. Or 80, the undead suddenly whispered. The knight's eyes lit up. Yes, that's it. But he only felt a chill on his back, and then raised his head woodenly. It turned out that the undead was not reciting lines, but raised a hammer and aimed at his head. Do not. Before the words left the knight's mouth, the dark surface of the hammer came into view. Boom! The witch doctor and tomato only felt a roar in their ears, and almost everyone subconsciously looked ahead. There should be where their knights holding shields are standing. But the thick fog was too strange, and the dark green lining obstructed their vision. Even though the knight was only 2 meters away from them just now, they could not see what was happening in front of them. Hey! Knight! The warrior in the team was a little dazed and shouted. No one answered. The warrior felt something was amiss. He raised his broadsword and took a step forward, muttering, "Are you deaf?" But just as he was about to move forward, he was stopped by the witch doctor. The warrior turned around and found that the witch doctor had a frown on his face. "Captain?" The soldier was a little confused. The witch doctor's face was gloomy at this time. He even looked back at the tomato beside him from time to time. The woman was also obviously a little panicked at this time. The ubiquitous fog around them not only blocked their vision, but also prevented them from confirming the status of other people in their team. This was not the first time they came to this place. Yesterday evening, everyone in the team received the main mission to go to the survivor shelter. This road was already the second time they had walked this way. "Please step back a little and let me meet him," the witch doctor said in a deep voice. "Although I don't know the night's condition, the thick fog in front of me and the sudden roar just now must be related to that damn dad." He felt a little regretful now. When he heard Tomato's description, he knew that this dad had killed a wild boss alone and indirectly destroyed 2 teams. Although their level was only around level 10 at that time, it still sounded outrageous, and he didn't take it seriously at all. But now, things may not be so simple. Thinking of this, the witch doctor no longer hesitated. He raised his arm suddenly, and the next moment, the witch doctor's skill, Plague Bat, was activated. Plague Bat summons 5 plague-infected bats that fly towards the enemy, infecting them with the plague. While in the plague state, the target takes damage slowly at first, but the damage increases over time, up to a maximum of 500 poison damage. Then, 5 bats covered in dark green gas suddenly appeared from around the witch doctor's body, and then flapped their wings and flew forward. Dumb. These unknown bats actually made strange roars and crashed into the fog. Then, there was silence for 10 seconds. The witch doctor narrowed his eyes. He had no idea whether his skills had hit anyone or captured the target. His bat seemed to have sunk into the sea, and no feedback came back to his mind. "Brother Hi, have you found that nanny?" Tomato beside him asked nervously. The witch doctor didn't say anything, he was ready to continue releasing his skills. "Don't worry, he can't run away." After saying that, he released another skill. Carcass Rat. At least 20 gray-white rats emerged from all directions. As soon as they appeared, they scattered and rushed in all directions. Skill, Corpse Rat. Summons a group of rats that specialize in gnawing on corpses. The rats will attack all nearby enemies and provide the witch doctor with vision of the surrounding area. When the rats attack, they will cause a rot explosion, which will cause a total of 120% intelligence damage and add weakened healing. Each of these mice was like the eyes of a witch doctor, rushing around in the fog, looking for every place to settle down. But as time went on, the witch doctor just felt extremely weird. Because there were more than 20 rats, and their numbers were decreasing rapidly, in less than half a minute, only 1 or 2 rats were left. Someone is quickly cleaning up these rats, but this cleaning speed is totally not something that one person can do. It requires at least 3 people. But at this moment, the last mouse caught the human figure. "I found you." The witch doctor suddenly opened his eyes and growled to the crowd around him, 9 o'clock direction, use your skills. After that, except for short-armed professions like warriors, the rest of the people unleashed their skills without reservation. The sky was filled with feather arrows, fireballs, ice cones, poison darts, and even the healer's talismans were flashing and bombarding somewhere. The chaos lasted for a full minute. During this minute, almost half of the mana bars of everyone present were used up, so that the roar was endless. "Captain, what's going on?" the team members asked with lingering fear. They didn't know where the sense of crisis surrounding them came from, nor did they know where the weird nanny was. The question was, why would a nanny make such a big fuss? And what concerns people most is where did their night go? The witch doctor slowly raised his hand, and the team members' ranged skills disappeared. The fog seems to have weakened. He looked around and the dark green fog seemed to be gradually dissipating, as if a gust of wind had blown the fog away. It seems that this fog was really created by that nanny. The witch doctor snorted coldly. In his opinion, after being hit by those skills, not to mention a nanny, even a knight with pink armor on his body would not be able to resist.
With this thought in mind, the witch doctor prepared to go forward and personally confirm whether the nanny was dead. If he was in a dying state, he wouldn't mind sitting in front of him and seeing him off coldly. But at this moment, although the surrounding fog dissipated, an even stronger breath of death descended from somewhere.
Stop! The witch doctor suddenly felt something was wrong. He was covered in cold sweat and could only stare straight ahead. Less than 3 meters away, their knight collapsed on the ground and was on the verge of death, with fragments of the level 18 blue shield scattered around him. At this moment, a line of words floated above the knight's body, a line of words prompting that resurrection coins or heaven's corridor were needed. However, the nurse and their team simply could not possess such a rare skill as heaven's corridor, and the knight himself did not have enough extra resurrection coins for him to use. The other team members beside him widened their eyes and went forward to check on the knight's condition, but only the witch doctor and Tomato did not move. Because behind the knight stood a black figure holding a huge hammer in both hands. He. The figure seemed to grin and even raised his eyebrows at them.
Who is that?
No, what is that?
But before they could think about it, they both felt a chill on their backs. The witch doctor's eyes narrowed suddenly and he turned his head as if possessed by a ghost. A sturdy figure over 2 meters tall was standing behind him. The huge machete in his hand was more than a person's height and was now being carried on his shoulder. Seeing the witch doctor turned his head and looked at him, this burly undead with a strange black mist all over his body just glanced at him. It was this slight glance that made the witch doctor feel like he was in an ice cellar. The next moment, the huge black shadow slammed the giant blade in his hand into the ground, while at the same time he raised his neck towards the sky.
Roar! Yes, this undead is howling. Roaring Brother's skill, Angry Howl, is activated.
The 5 people present, including the witch doctor, all felt dizzy and fell to their knees.
The wet nurse even vomited. Vomit!
The woman even spat out a mouthful of blood. As her vision blurred, she only felt a translucent energy arrow hit her shoulder.
Okay?
Before the nanny could react, another arrow shot out and hit the other shoulder at a very symmetrical angle to the previous one. 2 arrows, just 2 arrows, and the dizziness that the nanny had just felt disappeared. Instead, she felt almost powerless. She felt that her body and limbs were completely out of her control and she collapsed directly. This feeling made her unable to use any strength in her body, not even the strength to speak, and then she fell headfirst.
Yes, this state is near death.
But she never knew until her death why she was on the verge of death after being hit by only 2 arrows. You know, she is a healer and the most critical point in the entire team. She didn't even add a drop of blood, but fell directly to the ground.
The witch doctor also felt something was wrong.
He shook his head and turned sharply to look at the nanny on the side.
Hey! What are you doing?
But before he could finish his words, a whistling wind suddenly sounded, and he could clearly see from the corner of his eye that the undead holding the giant hammer suddenly rushed forward and cooperated with the huge undead holding the machete to attack the warrior beside him.
Crack! Boom!
The warrior hadn't even recovered from his dizziness when he was suddenly attacked from both sides.
Minus 460. Minus 455.
His health bar dropped to almost half in an instant, and he felt something was wrong. Just when he was about to release a skill, he felt that his speed was much slower than before. He felt like a rusty gear, and his movements were very restricted.
But the 2 opponents undead were not affected at all. Not only that, their attack speed was extremely fast. 80.
The giant hammer swung again, and he had no time to dodge, so he could only be hit by the giant hammer. The huge force made him retreat a few steps, and the giant blade behind him also swung towards him.
Minus 462. Minus 450. Finished.
The warrior finally roared, and just as he was about to do something, an energy arrow shot out from the fog in the distance that had not yet completely dissipated.
Puff! The arrow hit his lower abdomen.
The warrior only felt that something in his body was suddenly pulled out, as if his soul was dissipating.
Oh my God!
He only had time to swear before he lost all his bodily functions the next moment, unable to utter a word and dying. The nurse and the warrior went from being full of energy to falling to the ground on the verge of death so quickly.
Everything just happened in just 6 or 7 seconds, and no one could react. Little tomato, cover me.
The witch doctor shouted at this time, and at the same time he danced his body violently, stretched out his hands forward, and a skill was quietly activated.
I'm a hidden class, and I've even completed my class change.
His fierce expression was fully revealed.
Now I'm a evil spirit master. You're just a nanny. I don't know where you got these undead units from, but no matter what, you can't be my opponent.
Witch doctors are the natural enemy of a healer like you. As he spoke, he waved his hands violently.
The Evil Master's level 20 skill, Evil Spell, is activated.
A field-shaped light circle quickly spread around, getting bigger and bigger.
In the process of moving and spreading, it actually completely dispelled the fog along the way.
Under the cover of this purple field light, Lin Chen's body was now clearly visible.
I found you.
The witch doctor stared at Lin Chen in front of him. At this time, Lin Chen was standing in the distance with a smile on his face. The witch doctor stared at Lin Chen in a daze for a moment, but the next moment his eyes immediately became vicious, and the corners of his mouth began to rise.
You're so arrogant as to stand in my formation, you're looking for death.
Sure enough, the next moment, a group of tentacles formed by mysterious power suddenly emerged from the ground where Lin Chen was. These things crawled along Lin Chen's feet to his abdomen, and then sharp spikes emerged from the tips of the tentacles and stabbed Lin Chen fiercely. But Lin Chen ignored it completely and let these things pierce his body.
-20. -19. -16.
The spikes attacked Lin Chen 3 times in a row within 10 seconds, but they only took away less than 60 points of blood in total. Lin Chen looked down at the things on his body and waved his hand to dispel them. But soon, a new thing crawled up from under his feet. This time it was no longer a tentacle, but a dense group of insects like ants. They rustled and surged towards Lin Chen's legs at a very fast speed. Afterwards, a lot of numbers began to appear above Lin Chen's head.
-2. -1. -2. -1. -2. -1.
After more than 10 seconds, Lin Chen looked up at his health bar and found that he had not moved at all.
He frowned.
To be honest, this was his first time fighting against a hidden profession like the witch doctor. Although he might not have a suitable exclusive weapon, so the damage was not too high for the time being, but it was really disgusting that he could not withstand these skills.
A toad lies on your feet. It doesn't bite you, but it's disgusting.
But this situation was seen by the witch doctor on the other side as if he had seen a ghost.
What was going on? When did his skills become so weak?
Even if this person had over 80 points of magic defense, it was impossible for him to only deal such a small amount of damage.
He was completely confused. Lin Chen seemed to understand the witch doctor's thoughts. He laughed and said,
"Oh, according to the witch doctor's characteristics, it should be an intelligence profession.
I forgot to tell you that my magic resistance is 200 points. You are level 22. Since the exclusive weapons of hidden professions are difficult to drop, your spell attack power should be around 300. I guessed correctly, right?"
As he spoke, Lin Chen walked towards him step by step.
In the eyes of the witch doctor, he looked like an evil ghost. You have 200 magic resistance?"
The witch doctor's face was ashen.
Bullshit. Even if you are a nanny, how can you have such high magic resistance? Could it be? Could it be?
Lin Chen shrugged. Aside from the bow and arrow in my hand, I also have 3 pieces of pink armor on me, plus the sages.
Level 20 skill, Blessing Voice. So, to be precise, my magic resistance is now 235 points. You can't break my defense at all. What? The witch doctor couldn't believe his ears. Because Lin Chen was wearing a mask, the witch doctor had been unable to check his attributes from the beginning, and naturally did not know that this nanny had changed his job. Sage. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and turned back to look at the tomato behind him. Little tomato, physical output. Yes, he thought, if his intelligence-based class couldn't deal much damage, then he'd try the hunter's physical damage. After all, the bow and arrow in Tomato's hand was a genuine level 20 pink item. They'd spent a lot of effort to get that equipment for her. Wearing it would increase her damage by 200 points. And it even had all sorts of attributes and properties. As long as I can hit a few arrows, and cooperate with her to dodge the two undead and fight with Lin Chen, there should still be a chance. Without waiting for the witch doctor to say anything, Tomato had actually already prepared it. At this moment, as the wind catcher, she drew her bow and arrow, and her level 20 skill, Rain of Arrows, was ready to be launched. Go to hell! The woman's expression was extremely vicious. But Lin Chen did not give her a chance to release. An energy arrow hit Tomato right in the chest. In the king's domain, his movement speed and attack speed doubled. There was no way he could be slower than Tomato, who had his attack speed reduced. Ugh! Tomato felt that this arrow almost shot her to death, and she was forced to cancel her skills immediately. He looked up at his health bar. Left. 300? A sense of extreme fear suddenly came over her from all directions. Just like last time, this man was not on the same level as her. At this time, Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother had also dealt with the other people, and were now standing beside her and the witch doctor with a covetous look on their faces. A team, with two fixed teams that have completed their job transfers, is on the verge of collapse at this moment. It's over. I'm going to die. Tomato had completely lost the ability to think. A chill enveloped her from head to toe, and she was trembling all over. She had no more resurrection coins. If she died here, she would be beyond help. At this moment, she thought of something and suddenly raised her head to look at Lin Chen. Then she tried to force an ugly smile, and actually cried out softly with a hint of fear. Brother, can you please not kill me? Her voice was trembling, yet she pretended to be charming. If you don't kill me, I can promise you anything. Tomato's face looked very bad, pale with a strong sense of fear. Her slender thighs began to tremble uncontrollably, like two wobbly chopsticks, completely losing their beauty at this moment. Even so, she seemed to have thought of something and spoke quickly. Brother! As long as you don't kill me, I can really agree to anything you want. You can do whatever you want. She even took a step forward and wanted to hold Lin Chen's hand. However, Lin Chen took a step back slightly, with a cold smile on his face, and then spoke with interest. Oh? You can agree to anything? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Tomato's eyes lit up almost instantly. There's hope. It seems this nanny is just as bad as the witch doctor. If that's the case, she needs to quickly use her advantages to secure a chance of survival, even if this person is someone she deeply hates. And she herself knows her advantage is best. Thinking of this, Tomato subconsciously lifted the shin guards on his lower body, trying to make his proud long legs more noticeable. Yes, I can do anything and agree to anything. Tomato smiled, trying to make her smile more charming. But the next moment, Lin Chen's words made her stand there in a daze, and even the smile on her face froze. Then promise me that you will die. Lin Chen's breathing became rapid. Yes, Shield Mountain can really be worn. Not only a shield, he can wear all the knight's equipment. Just like a real knight, a knight who can inherit half of his own attributes. Pink suit? Dunshan's eyes lit up, and he showed an overjoyed expression. He immediately knelt on one knee and said, "Thank you, my lord." After Shield Mountain equipped himself with Storm Wall, Lin Chen could clearly see that both of Shield Mountain's defenses increased by about 50 points. Now his physical defense alone has reached nearly 300. You should know that Lin Chen's current naked defense is only 180 points, while Shield Mountain's is almost twice as high as his. This time, Lin Chen no longer had to worry about his high attack and low defense. On one side, Feng Chen and the other person were completely speechless after seeing these scenes. They seemed to want to say something to Lin Chen, but they were a little hesitant. What is happening before our eyes is too exaggerated. Although we have only been in this hunting godland for 2 days, what is happening before our eyes cannot be explained in just a few words. Captain, aren't you a healer?
Gardenia finally plucked up the courage and asked in a low voice.
Lin Chen turned around. Yes, what's wrong?
Gardenia swallowed her saliva. If I reach level 22, can I also summon these things? Lin Chen was stunned, then shook his head helplessly. No, only I can do these things.
After hearing this, Gardenia nodded thoughtfully and breathed a sigh of relief.
After all, in this little girl's mind, she couldn't control such exaggerated skills, so she just had to quietly be a nurse who healed people. As time went by, the other dying people around them also died one by one. When the body of the long-legged beauty tomato became completely limp and motionless, Lin Chen just looked at her coldly. At this moment, a line of words appeared on Tomato's body, a line of words called, "Do you want to awaken the soul?"
But Lin Chen was too lazy to pay attention to her.
Even though Huang Dachui's roaring brother's position was too weak compared to the player's soul, he had no interest in this woman at all.
You two come back first.
Lin Chen waved his hand, and Huang Dachui and roaring brother instantly turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared on the spot.
But Dunshan was not recalled.
He stood quietly beside Lin Chen with a shield in his hand. Lin Chen waved to Shield Mountain again and threw out a rusty iron sword and an accessory called Lucky Ring.
Put on these two pieces of equipment.
Yes, sir.
Dunshan respectfully took the rusty iron sword and ring, and put them on immediately without any objection.
Lin Chen nodded and continued forward. Several people followed closely behind him.
Far away,
the group of people were still guarding the place where the wild boss died.
Equipment was scattered on the ground, including a level 20 pink broadsword.
They lay quietly on the ground with a special glow on them.
It's almost done. In 2 minutes, these equipment will be ownerless.
I'm telling you, I'm determined to get this broadsword.
Bullshit.
I was nearly beaten to death by the boss just now, and you were talking nonsense the whole time.
What qualifications do you have to say such things? Stop arguing, stop arguing. I was killed by the boss at the beginning. If I didn't have the resurrection coins, I would have died. No matter what you say, this sword is mine. You guys fight over it, I want this blue belt.
People were talking at once, looking at the equipment on the ground and discussing it, but soon, a few more people came over from a distance, immediately attracting everyone's attention. But as these people got closer, they suddenly discovered something.
I'm going to. Red name?
The crowd surrounding the equipment began to stand up unconsciously, and many of them gradually took a few steps back with a hint of vigilance in
their eyes.
The nickname on the head of the leader was indeed Red, but surprisingly, many people could hardly see his name even if they stared carefully at the top of his head. Although there was a touch of red on the top of the head, the handwriting was extremely blurry, as if it had been processed. People could only see that the man was wearing a mask, and his eyes under the mask were like those of a snake or scorpion. There were 3 other people beside the masked man, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was wearing a mask, but he was holding a broadsword in his hand and looked like a warrior. The other woman, no, it should not be said that she was a woman. She was a young girl with a very well-developed figure. Many people present kept their eyes on her for a long time, and the part that stayed on her the longest was naturally her breasts.
But the last person is a little weird.
There were no words above his head.
Yes, this was a bit bizarre. Whatever equipment those 2 men were wearing that hid their names and attributes, they could still be seen to some extent. But why did this guy holding a shield and a rusty iron sword have nothing above his head? What's the situation?
Some people didn't know the current situation and stared at the masked man walking in front. The man came to the front of the equipment, then half knelt down and picked up all the equipment one by one. In just over 10 seconds, he packed all the equipment scattered on the ground into his backpack, leaving nothing behind. After doing all this, they prepared to leave as if no one was around.
What the hell?
Only then did people come to their senses and they immediately shouted at the top of their lungs.
Stop for me.
The 2 warriors even took out the broadswords in their hands.
Who the hell are you? How dare you be so brazen as to?
But before he could finish his words, the next moment, the masked man turned his head slightly, and the eyes revealed from the mask were filled with strong murderous intent.
Just. The man's tone suddenly softened, and he didn't know what to say next.
Lin Chen turned around and continued to leave without saying a word. The name above his head has turned red. If a player's sin value reaches the point where his name is dyed red, it means that he has at least participated in or even personally killed an entire team of people. Although there is a chance of getting a kill reward by killing a red-named player, the people present are not in good condition now, and obviously no one is ready to fight with such a person at the first time.
But that was a pink broadsword. A level 20 broadsword, far superior to the junkers they had. If they had that thing, it would be like upgrading their rifles to a cannon. Sure enough, when these thoughts arose in people's minds, many people directly blocked the way of Lin Chen and others. Among them, warrior players are the most active. Friend, in other words, you were the one who stole the boss's head just now? A soldier was blocking Lin Chen right in front of him. He was less than 2 meters away from Lin Chen. He had his hands on his chest and looked unhappy. Lin Chen glanced at him indifferently, then stopped. Yes. Hearing Lin Chen's frank admission, the warrior sneered, "Wow, you're really rude. Do you know how long we fought that boss? How much effort did it take?"
As he spoke, he slowly stepped forward, the broadsword in his hand already resting on the ground.
However, Lin Chen did not express much, but just shrugged. So, the warrior whispered, "How about this? You keep the rest of the equipment, but leave the pink sword behind, and I'll let you go." When saying this, the soldier pointed at Lin Chen's head, as if to let Lin Chen recognize the red name above his head. "You're a red-named player. I don't know how you killed someone, but if you don't agree, I don't mind getting everyone around you to chop you up." He deliberately emphasized the word "chop it," off in an attempt to force Lin Chen to submit. But Lin Chen remained unmoved. The atmosphere around became a little weird for a moment. Just as the warrior's face gradually distorted, the man with a shield standing behind Lin Chen slowly walked over. The warrior was stunned. He had just seen the man with a strange black mist coming out of his body. He held a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. He looked like a knight. The knight walked in front of Lin Chen and blocked the warrior. At this moment, the warrior was obviously angered by the attitude of Lin Chen and the knight. In addition, everyone around him was looking at him, which made him feel a little embarrassed, but he was a little hesitant to be the first to attack, and the situation came to a strange standstill. The soldier's eyes moved, and then he suddenly raised his hands and took a step to the side with an indifferent look on his face. "Aya, since none of the brothers around here are planning to stop you, it would be too much for me to step out on my own. Forget it, just go. How can I possibly defeat the 4 of you alone?" After saying that, he really walked to the side, and then sneered as he watched Lin Chen and others pass him and prepare to leave. At this moment, the people around were no longer calm. Although the onlookers did want to watch the show, if they really let Lin Chen leave with a pink broadsword and so many equipment and items, wouldn't all their hard work be wasted? "No, he can't leave. Stand there for me. Don't move." Finally, like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, people of all kinds gathered together. Seeing that everyone around him was coming over, the soldier also smiled sinisterly and moved closer again. "Ah, my friend, it looks like you'll have to leave your stuff behind," he said with a smile. "There are 13 of us here, and with you, there are only 4 of us. Are you planning to just walk away with your gear?" As he spoke, he actually put his hand on Lin Chen's shoulder, completely disregarding his sense of boundaries. But just as he was about to say something else, Lin Chen suddenly spoke. "Tell me, how many points of physical attack do you have now?" After hearing this, the warrior was slightly stunned, but he did not hide it and pointed to the broadsword in his hand. "Me? I'm level 21 now, and all my attribute points have been put into strength. My basic attack power is 222 points. The sword in my hand is a level 18 blue item, which doesn't add much attack power. So, the total attack power is 386 points. So, are you going to let me hit you a few times?" But after he finished speaking, Lin Chen shook his head and looked around. Is there anyone here with a higher attack power than him? After these words fell, people had no idea what Lin Chen was up to, but naturally, some people snorted coldly. "What? How are you choosing to die? Don't worry, if you still plan to leave in a swagger, we don't mind giving you a few more holes.
Lin Chen sighed and turned to look at the undead Shield Mountain beside him.
Shield Mountain, I leave it to you. Dunshan immediately understood.
The next moment, he walked to the center of the crowd and placed his shield in front of him. Lin Chen pushed the hand on his shoulder away, then pointed at Dunshan and said, "You can all come together. As long as you can kill him, not only will I get the pink broadsword, but all my equipment will be yours." As soon as these words came out, Lin Chen's wrist trembled.
The sage's level 20 skill, Voice of Blessing, is activated.
Blessing sound releases a rain-shaped sound wave. Allies or yourself within the sound wave will gain a 3-dimensional increase in strength, intelligence, and agility for 10 minutes. Lin Chen's current intelligence is 77 points, and he can bless friendly forces and himself within the range with 8 points of 3 dimensions at the same time.
Don't underestimate these 8 points of strength.
Shield Mountain himself has.
Lin Chen asked in a low voice.
He seemed a little unhappy, as if he had murderous intentions.
The name above his head became even redder.
The soldier paused, a slight snore coming out of his open mouth, but he didn't say much.
Let's go.
Lin Chen frowned and waved to Feng Chen and the others. Then they pushed through the crowd and prepared to leave. But just as Lin Chen took a few steps, the soldier shouted again.
"Hey, who asked you to leave?"
But this time Lin Chen did not stop. He did not even turn his head, but shouted to Dunshan in a low voice, "Dunshan, do it." As soon as these words were spoken, Dunshan moved suddenly.
He moved the shield in his hand away, and the rusty iron sword in his other hand made a low hum.
Without any hesitation, he chopped the soldier hard. The warrior was stunned, and then quickly used parry. Facing physical attacks, the skill parry is like blocking, which will resist some of the damage. Then, without any fanfare, the rusty iron sword fell upon the warrior's broadsword.
Clang!
A huge force came from the rusty sword in Shield Mountain's hand. The warrior felt as if he was hit by a siege weapon. He even kept retreating, and his knuckles were hurt by the shock. But this is not the most important thing. What he cares about most is the line of numbers floating above his head.
-463.
The soldier's eyes almost popped out of their sockets at this moment. He should have retreated 3 or 4 steps to stabilize his body, but when he saw this line of words, he subconsciously retreated another 7 or 8 steps.
Because my armor wasn't very good, I only had 150 plus points of armor.
Even with the skill, parry, I still took 463 damage.
This meant this thing actually dealt over 600 damage? Holding a rusty iron sword, he cut out more than 600 pieces?
The soldier quickly stretched out his hands and waved them continuously. "Brother, no more fighting.
You can take the equipment." But Dunshan did not stop.
He would never stop as long as Lin Chen did not give the order.
"Damn! I give up."
The soldier quickly retreated. But the fatal thing was that this knight was also extremely fast. He couldn't dodge in time and was hit by Shield Mountain again. However, this time the damage was not 463, but
-920. Yes, there is an exclamation point after the number. Critical attack. Everyone present was stunned. They looked at the knight holding the rusty iron sword as if they had seen a ghost. This guy actually delivered a critical hit? At this time, the soldier's health bar above his head had already dropped by more than half. If he was hit a few more times, he would definitely die. He first shouted loudly to the people around him, "Help! Are you guys watching the show?" But no one came forward. If this knight was just thick-skinned and tough, they might still be able to provide him with assistance. But who would dare to go when a single strike could deal nearly 1,000 damage? It was obvious whoever went would die. Seeing that no one came forward to help, the soldier looked as pale as death, and then he quickly raised his fist towards Lin Chen. Brother, I was wrong. Ask your friend to stop chopping." But Lin Chen didn't say a word. He was wearing a mask and no one knew what expression he had under the mask. At this time, Shield Mountain stepped forward again, stabbing forward with his iron sword without any fancy moves. The soldier was unable to dodge and was hit by another sword. -918. Another critical hit.
Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile.
He made the right bet.
Not only him, even the undead summoned by himself can trigger the critical hit effect of the lucky ring. I just don't know if Shield Mountain's attack power will increase after killing an enemy with a critical hit. At this time, the warrior had already sat down on the ground. He had lost all the strength to resist. His health bar had reached the bottom, and he felt weak and powerless. If the knight swung his sword again, regardless of whether it was a critical hit or not, he would be on the verge of death. Dunshan raised his rusty iron sword high and was about to bring it down. Lin Chen stopped him. "That's enough." The iron sword in Shield Mountain's hand stopped only a few centimeters away from the warrior's forehead. Then, the iron sword slowly moved away. The warrior felt that what was being moved away from his head was not a rusty sword, but a mountain hanging over his head that could take his life at any time. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept falling to the ground. The soldier was still in shock and kept swallowing his saliva, unable to utter a word. He felt that if he said one more word now, he would be deader than dead.
"Right. I'm sorry. Don't kill. Kill me."
As his blood bar turned red, he could already feel the threat of death approaching.
This feeling was not groundless.
If he fell into the state of near death, he would probably really die completely. Seeing the warrior in such a state, Lin Chen waved his hand towards the front, signaling Shield Mountain to come back. As Dunshan walked respectfully to his side, Lin Chen glanced at the other people around him indifferently, then turned and left without saying anything more. This time, no one dared to stop them and could only watch the backs of Lin Chen and his companions as they walked away. During this period, some people wanted to reach out to stop it, but when they thought of the scene just now, they looked at the knight beside Lin Chen with some fear.
"Is this thing really a player? Are you sure it's not a wild boss?"
In the end, no one dared to step forward.
No one said a word until Lin Chen's back walked further and further away.
The soldier was trembling all over at this time, and finally heaved a sigh of relief and sat down limply on the ground.
However, no one noticed Lin Chen's expression under the mask in the distance.
He seemed a little fanatical, as if he had discovered the door to a new world. It would be really interesting if players like Shield Mountain who transform into undead could also activate the bug. Yes, Lin Chen never thought that one day he would be so excited because of an undead follower. If the players undead summoned by me can also stack attack power with the lucky ring and the rusted iron sword, who will it stack the attack power to?
To Shield Mountain? Or myself?
Originally, Lin Chen planned to let Dunshan kill the warrior directly as a test, but when he thought about his name being already red, if he continued to kill people, his sin value would get higher and higher, and it would be troublesome to remove the red name status.
He also didn't want to be too conspicuous, so he gave up. In this case, he needs to find the monster as soon as possible and conduct an experiment. Thinking of this, he said nothing and walked quickly on his own. Apart from Dunshan, Feng Chen and Jizi behind him had no idea what Lin Chen wanted to do, but they didn't want to ask in detail and could only follow closely. As time passed quickly, nearly 10 minutes later, Lin Chen and his group arrived at a huge human gathering place. According to the task prompt, this is the so-called survivor gathering place. However, after arriving here, Feng Chen and Jizi obviously felt a little uncomfortable, and the girl even had to cover her mouth and nose. Yes, a fishy smell was constantly emanating from the surroundings.
Various players were walking around, but most of them had the same expression as Gardenia. The sky above this dilapidated settlement was shrouded in a thick, gray haze, bleak and dim.
Scattered across the landscape were dilapidated stone buildings, rusted wooden equipment, and wrecked vehicles among the broken walls.
The mottled stone walls were covered with vines and mosses, and old tents were built in a shaky manner. In addition to the disgusting fishy smell, the air was also filled with the smell of dampness and decay, and occasionally a hint of gunpowder could be smelled.
Where is this place? Is it the gathering place where the main mission requires us to go? Feng Chen pinched his nose and asked in a low voice. It should be. Lin Chen replied. The two followed Lin Chen, passing by one dilapidated tent after another.
The NPCs around them seemed to have lost their souls, holding rotten and moldy food in their hands, with dull eyes, like mummies.
You have to know that this place is only a few dozen minutes away from Baiwa City.
Feng Chen and Jizi were a little surprised that these people looked like this.
As they went deeper, they could even see some players in conflict with NPCs. Damn, don't touch me with your dirty hands.
A bright and beautiful nanny pushed away a survivor who came forward to beg, then wiped the corner of her clothes with a frown and an unhappy look on her face.
Get the hell out of here. You can even see a warrior punching and kicking the NPCs.
But Lin Chen turned a blind eye to everything around him.
He just walked quickly.
If an NPC suddenly ran over to ask for something, Lin Chen would not hesitate at all and would immediately throw out a few copper coins. Honorable Chosen One, may you be invincible and feared by all living beings. The NPCs who received the reward immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Chen's back.
Everything around was too weird. Feng Chen walked behind Lin Chen and looked around. He endured for a long time and finally asked a question.
Brother, what happened here? Although in his eyes, both he and Lin Chen were coming to this place for the first time, he naturally knew that Lin Chen was unaware of it. But he was still a little curious. What if Lin Chen knew something? Lin Chen seemed to know something and began to explain. This is my first time in White Moon City, so I'm not entirely sure about its structure or missions.
But if I'm not mistaken, this place shouldn't be far from the battlefield.
There are many similar gathering places for survivors in the land of the hunting god.
Travelers and the Human Resistance Army jointly established this gathering place on the ruins.
They used the remaining supplies to build simple shelters to resist attacks.
After hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Feng Chen nodded thoughtfully, then asked, Invasion? Resist the invasion of what?
Followers of the gods.
Lin Chen said lightly.
When Feng Chen heard this, he paused noticeably.
Followers of the gods? Feng Chen said this subconsciously. Before he could say anything else, Lin Chen stopped.
We're here.
Lin Chen said lightly.
At this time, Feng Chen and Zhuzi raised their heads and realized they had arrived. The NPC standing in front is no longer a survivor with a refugee look, but a soldier in armor. He held a sharp blade, and although his heavy armor was mottled, it gleamed silver under the rays of the sun above his head. There were a lot of players around, and many of them came over to talk to the soldier. At this time, he turned his head to look at Lin Chen, and his eyes suddenly jumped.
You are. He spoke first, Honorable Chosen Ones, you are finally here.
Although this was Lin Chen's second time entering the land of the hunting god, unlike the last time, the place he landed at this time was called Lost Coast.
The NPCs and main tasks encountered at each landing point were different.
For example, this officer with melon written on his head was the first time Lin Chen saw him.
After carefully examining the NPC, Lin Chen nodded and asked directly, What's the mission?
Without much hesitation, Melon quickly took out a small piece of shiny stone from his arms, and then said to Lin Chen and the other two.
5 minutes walk north from here is the battlefield where the first Vanguard team is defending against the Divine Envoys.
I hope the 3 chosen ones can bring this demon-breaking stone to the warriors of the Vanguard team. As he said that, he handed the 3 stones to Lin
Chen and others one by one.
When I took the stone in my hand, I immediately felt a slight chill. Looking down, I found that this green stone was only the size of an egg, covered with strange patterns all over, and flashed different colors from time to time under the sunlight.
Break the magic stone?
Feng Chen muttered subconsciously.
Yes. Melon nodded.
This stone can effectively prevent the gods from using their magic shields. Once the shields are lost, the warriors may be able to launch a counterattack. Having said this, he raised his head eagerly and said, Honorable Chosen Ones, I hope that the 3 of you can lend a hand to our warriors fighting on the front lines. As Melon finished speaking, a prompt sound rang in the brains of Lin Chen and the other 2 almost at the same time.
Bite.
You have accepted a new main quest. Mission description: go to the battlefield of the first Vanguard and help the soldiers eliminate at least 20 God Envoys. After everything was explained, Melon quickly started talking to other players. Lin Chen and the other 2 looked at each other, then put away the stones in their hands.
Let's go.
Lin Chen took the lead and walked towards the mission location. As they walked, the three of them could clearly see that the surrounding scenery had changed slightly. The population gradually became sparse, and was replaced by some scars caused by war. Broken pieces of flesh were everywhere, and the burnt smell irritated the nasal membranes. A few minutes later, I even heard a lot of fighting and shouting.
"We're almost there."
Lin Chen, who was walking in front, said softly.
Feng Chen and Jizi behind them gradually slowed down their pace.
Yes, from this moment on, there were more and more corpses at their feet. If they looked carefully, they could even see one or two players lying on the ground, on the verge of death. It was from this time that Feng Chen took out his broadsword and carefully placed Gardenia behind him. He was a little nervous. After all, from this moment on he would have to deal with the so-called god, and no one knew what kind of enemy he would encounter next. After walking for a while, the surrounding scene became even more horrific. What came into view was a mountain of corpses.
Among these corpses were humans, players, and some. "Damn, these are the messengers of God?" Feng Chen exclaimed.
In front of him was a corpse lying on the ground with its arms and legs spread out. It had a body similar to that of a human, and looked to be between 2.5 and 3 meters tall. The facial features on that face looked particularly strange, as if they were mixed upside down and mixed together. There were 4 eyes above its forehead, and bright red blood was slowly dripping down from them. It turns out that the blood shed by these servants of God is also red. There were 2 spears and a broken sword stuck in the chest of this messenger of God, but the real cause of death should be the wooden stake stuck in his chest. Looking up, I could already see a chaotic scene not far ahead. A large number of human soldiers were fighting frantically with these things with the swords in their hands, but unfortunately the height and strength of human soldiers were far lower than those of these God's messengers. It took almost 3 to 4 soldiers to fight against one God's messenger. However, when the swords in their hands touched the skin of these creatures, a fluorescent light would suddenly appear, and the sword blades would have no effect at all. If I'm not mistaken, this shield is the magic shield that Commander Melon just mentioned.
Gudong.
The sound of Feng Chen swallowing his saliva was particularly clear even in the midst of the deafening shouts and screams on the battlefield. Although he had long been accustomed to this so-called hunting land, he had never seen the scene before him. Even if he returned to the ancient battlefield of close combat, the tragic scene would probably be no more than this. Looking at the pale faces of Feng Chen and Jizi, Lin Chen smiled slightly.
"Don't worry, it's not as dangerous as you think. After all, it's a main quest. If it were too difficult, it would lose its meaning." After saying that, Lin Chen stepped into the battle. Immediately, a messenger of God in the distance suddenly noticed something. The moment before, it tore a human soldier into 2 halves, and the next moment it rushed towards the direction where Lin Chen was. It was so fast that it brought with it a gust of wind. "Brother, be careful," Feng Chen reminded quickly.
Only then did they see how terrifying these so-called messengers of God were. Their running posture was extremely strange, using their hands and feet like a 4-legged cheetah, and the distorted features on their faces actually began to wriggle continuously as they charged. Just like.
It looks like an octopus."
Gardenia, who was shivering behind Feng Chen, murmured at this time.
Yes, Feng Chen also noticed that this unknown monster could be called a God's messenger? Are all the servants of the gods in this world like this?
Before he could think too much, the messenger of God had already arrived in front of Lin Chen. It let out a shrill scream and waved its arms fiercely at Lin Chen. The arm fell like a sharp blade.
But Lin Chen did not dodge and took the attack head-on.
Base. The knife shadow passed by, and Lin Chen's blood bar moved.
-60.
Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully.
My current physical defense is 183 points.
If the opponent's attack hits full damage and doesn't crit, then this thing's attack power is only.
Is it around 245 points?
Lin Chen said in a low voice. Before he could react, the messenger of God waved his arm again, and the speed was so fast that Lin Chen raised his eyebrows.
His -61. Its attack power is not weak and its attack speed is also fast. Among monsters around level 22, This thing can be regarded as a nightmare for novices.
But this time, Lin Chen did not give the messenger of God any more time to attack. He suddenly pulled out his rusty iron sword and slashed at the tall monster.
After one blow, there was no critical hit. -840.
Lin Chen subconsciously looked up at the top of the god monster's head. The health bar suddenly dropped by more than half, with less than 600 health points left.
Lin Chen had a clue in his mind.
He flicked his wrist and slashed again, killing the divine messenger instantly.
Then he called out, "Come out!"
Then, 3 undead spirits with wisps of black mist surrounding their bodies appeared. After he finished speaking, Huang Dachui, Roaring Brother and Shield Mountain appeared beside Lin Chen in an instant. They were like ghosts, and Feng Chen and the others didn't even notice how they appeared. However, after they appeared, they did not pause at all and nodded to Lin Chen immediately.
"Monarch!"
The 3 of them chanted in unison, and Shield Mountain even half-knelt on the ground. Behind him, Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother glanced at each other, and then quickly followed suit and knelt down one after another. Faced with such a scene, Lin Chen did not say much. He first extended his hand to Feng Chen and Jizi on the side.
"Brother?" Feng Chen was stunned. "Stones."
Lin Chen said, "Give me the stones, both of you." The 2 of them thought of something and quickly took out the magic-breaking stone that Melon had given them and threw it over quickly. Lin Chen grabbed it in his hand and handed it directly to Dunshan and the other 2. Together with Lin Chen's own demon-breaking stone, each of the undead had one in their hands. They had no idea what Lin Chen was going to do. At this time, Lin Chen pointed around and spoke to Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother. "Sledgehammer, Roaring Brother, the 2 of you take the stones and be responsible for depleting the monster's health.
Stop when the monster's health reaches 1200, and then hand it over to Shield Mountain."
The 2 undead responded almost simultaneously, then quickly rushed into the battlefield. Lin Chen said to Dunshan again, "Dunshan, you also hold a stone, but your task is to use the rusty iron sword to deal the final blow to the monster. Remember, regardless of whether there is a critical hit or not, don't do anything unnecessary." After hearing this, Dunshan nodded vigorously, "I obey your command."
Then he ran forward quickly.
After doing all this, Lin Chen sat down directly, completely ignoring the chaos on the battlefield around him, and immediately opened his attribute panel.
This whole process completely confused Feng Chen and Jizi.
"Brother, that..." The 2 men walked forward and obviously wanted to ask some questions, but Lin Chen raised his hand to signal them not to speak. The 2 looked at each other and could only stand aside silently. In the distance, 3 undead had already begun to encounter the ubiquitous gods on the battlefield.
Just as Lin Chen expected, the cooperation between Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother was perfect.
They only needed the simplest attacks and target changes, and the rest was left to Shield Mountain. Lin Chen stared at his attribute panel, 1 second, 2 seconds. At this moment, the number behind his attack power jumped.
Attack power, 867, plus 1. After seeing this character, Lin Chen actually laughed in disbelief.
Yes, although he had expected this result a long time ago, when it really appeared before his eyes, Lin Chen himself was a little hesitant to believe it.
That's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous.
Lin Chen swallowed his saliva, barely trying to hide the fact that the corners of his mouth had already risen to the horizon. Not only can he use bugs to increase his attack power, but the undead he summons can also stack on himself.
If that's the case, then wouldn't I be?
Lin Chen already had a certain picture in his mind. He only felt his mouth dry and his eyes became bright.
As time went on, many gods' messengers on the battlefield had discovered something was wrong.
They began to move away from the human soldiers and rush towards the direction where Shield Mountain, Huang Dachui, and the others were. But no matter how their numbers increased, the 3 of them were able to handle them with ease, and as time went on, their cooperation became more and more tacit. Lin Chen could only see that his attack power was constantly increasing.
868, 869, 870.
However, the number of divine messengers increased, and the 3 of them were ultimately unable to cope. Shield Mountain, whose armor was higher than Lin Chen's, was fine, but the situation was less optimistic for Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother. Their health was rapidly depleting, and if they were hit a few more times, they would probably be gone. But at this moment, a white light suddenly fell on the heads of the two people, and their lost blood volume began to gradually recover at this time. It is the healer's blood-adding skill. Huang Dachui and the other man turned around and saw Lin Chen extending his hand towards them.
Thank you, my lord.
The two of them seemed to be energized at this moment, and were more motivated than before. For a moment, the entire battlefield was in chaos. The other players roaming the battlefield were at a loss, looking around with bewildered expressions. The messenger of God who was fighting with them the moment before suddenly lost interest in them and began to chase three unknown figures on the field.
Then, who are those three?
One of them was still holding a sword and slashing, but the blade did not fall for a long time, and there was nothing in front of him.
No. I don't know. They lured all the monsters over there.
Another person also drew his bow and arrow, but the target was gone, and the arrow could not be released. They were completely bewildered, and could only watch helplessly as the three men divided the work clearly. Two of them attracted the monster tide, fighting and retreating at the same time, while the last knight, holding a shield and an iron sword, was responsible for finishing the attack, and they worked in perfect harmony, as if they were one person. During this time, some players wanted to go over and find out what was going on, but the three people were too fast and they couldn't catch up at all. The farce lasted for more than 10 minutes, until no messenger of God could be seen in the surrounding area.
Damn, this is weird. I've only killed one so far?
Looking at the corpses scattered around, the players were completely stunned. The three culprits had also completed a certain purpose at this time.
They came and went quickly.
When the players wanted to find their traces, they found that they disappeared more completely than the monsters.
Lin Chen Shu.
The three undead led by Dunshan have been summoned back by Lin Chen. At this time, only Feng Chen and Jizi are by Lin Chen's side.
The two of them felt their throats dry as they looked at Lin Chen's back.
They looked up at their task list. The task of killing 20 God's messengers had been completed 10 minutes ago, and now they had gained another level just by gaining experience. Feng Chen and Lin Chen both reached level 23, but Gardenia needed less experience to upgrade than the other two, so she reached level 20 directly. They didn't do anything at all, just stood there and not only completed the task, but also gained a lot of experience.
Feng Chen was looking at Lin Chen's back at this time.
He swallowed his saliva and felt more and more that following this man was a very wise decision.
Only.
The fog surrounding Lin Chen was getting thicker and thicker, so much so that he felt a chill down his spine.
Lin Chen didn't care what Feng Chen Jizi was thinking.
He just stared at his attribute panel for a long time, and finally closed it with satisfaction.
Comfortable.
He raised the corners of his mouth and muttered softly. Now he has reached level 23, and the attack power obtained through Shield Mountain has been added to 900 points. If a critical hit is made, it can directly cause 1,800 points of damage. With one strike of the sword, no monster of the same level can survive except the boss.
As for the players, it's just a matter of one more blow. Let's go back and deliver the mission.
Lin Chen stood up and stretched, completely ignoring the players on the battlefield in front of him who were scratching their ears and howling to the sky.
Feng Chen pointed to the area ahead with some concern. Brother, these people. Don't worry.
Lin Chen said without turning his head, the monsters will basically refresh in half an hour.
As long as they are willing to wait, they don't have to worry about not completing the task.
After hearing this, Feng Chen nodded, then quickly followed Lin Chen with Jizi. After a while, the three of them returned to the side of the officer named Melon. When he saw Lin Chen and the others coming over, Melon's expression obviously changed slightly. He bowed deeply in the direction of the three people. May the chosen one be successful in everything. But before he could finish his words, Lin Chen interrupted him and said, "Let's deliver the task."
Melon nodded slightly. Of course, of course.
The officer seemed to make some statistics on the note-like paper in his hand, then nodded thoughtfully. After a while, he fumbled in his arms and took out 3 stones again. However, unlike the so-called demon-breaking stones, these 3 stones have strange shapes and uneven surfaces. At first glance, they look like irregular runes, with free lines and luster flowing in the grooves on the surface.
Melon handed over the stones. Thank you, chosen ones, for your contribution to our first advance team. Here are some small gifts. I hope you don't mind. 3. City return stones. The chosen ones only need to infuse their magic power into them, and they will teleport you back to White Moon City. Seeing the stone, Lin Chen took it expressionlessly, but Feng Chen and the others seemed a little surprised. I know this. Feng Chen immediately responded, this kind of item is often used in RPG games, such as the City Portal Scroll. As he spoke, Feng Chen carefully examined the City Return Stone in his hand, and then continued to ask, by the way, are there any restrictions on the use of this stone? No. As if knowing what Feng Chen was going to say, Melon replied, as long as the chosen one activates the City Retrieval Stone and is not interrupted within 5 seconds, you can return to White Moon City at any time, but only within White Moon City. I understand. That's a great help. Feng Chen chuckled. A return stone that can be used an unlimited number of times can sometimes be an excellent way to save your life. And the next moment, the girl Gardenia suddenly asked a question. Can this thing be used in a dungeon? After these words were spoken, not only Melon and Feng Chen, but even Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and turned to look at her. Didn't this girl say before that she had never played the game and could only use skills to add blood, but now she can even ask such a crucial question? It seems that it is not a fantasy that Gardenia could be in the top 20 of the combat power list in the previous life. This girl has a very strong growth rate and she is adapting to the rules of the hunting godland. Melon nodded without hesitation. Except for some specific copies, most copies can be used. However, once used, the corresponding mission will automatically fail and need to be reaccepted. After Melon finished speaking, Gardenia said thank you very politely and put the stone into her backpack. Then, Melon suddenly sighed. Ugh. The three of them looked over at the same time. They knew that this was Melon laying the groundwork for the next main mission. Sure enough, Melon said quietly after sighing. Chosen ones, although you helped our advance team stop the first wave of attacks from the Apostles, this is only a temporary solution. As long as the Apostles still exist, we will never have peace. After saying that, he looked at Lin Chen and the other two with a little eagerness. He was waiting for someone to talk to him. As expected, Feng Chen tactfully said, Oh? Apostle? What's that? After hearing someone else's response, Melon's expression darkened instantly. Every god is supported by countless divine messengers. Among these divine messengers, powerful individuals are born. We call them apostles. Go north from here and you'll see a portal. Enter the portal and you'll meet the apostles. Please, chosen one, help us. What he said was so sad that he almost cried. However, when he heard the word portal, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Copy? Melon raised his eyes. Yes, this mission is a dungeon mission, so we recommend that the chosen one reach level 25 before attempting it, and try to form a fully equipped team. The three of them looked at each other. Melon continued, Would you like to accept it? Only after accepting it can you enter the dungeon. As Melon finished speaking, Feng Chen leaned over to Lin Chen's ear and whispered, Brother, what do you say? We'll listen to you. According to Lin Chen's methods, the so-called level 25 or forming a fully equipped team is a bit redundant. Feng Chen now has an extremely exaggerated understanding of Lin Chen. At least in the current situation, there should be nothing that can stump Lin Chen. Although he didn't know how Lin Chen did it, Feng Chen was willing to follow Lin Chen's lead. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment and said to Melon, Accept it. There is no reason not to accept the main quest. Then, a reminder appeared in the minds of the three people again. Bite. You have accepted the main quest, defeat the apostles. Enter the dungeon, Apostles' Feast, and kill the dungeon boss, Apostle, Star. Prayer. When the three-word star prayer came into his mind, Lin Chen's pupils widened. He had an impression of this monster in his memory of his previous life. It seems that the tasks are starting to overlap. Lin Chen smiled slightly. In the previous life, my login point was called Ghost Wasteland. Because the login points were different,
the main quests were also different. However, as time went on, players would gradually unify the quests, and this opportunity might be the main quest called Apostles' Feast. In the previous life, I had entered a similar dungeon and killed a boss who was also called the Star Prayer.
Xiao Feng, Gardenia. Lin Chen greeted. Feng Chen Juzi hurried to Lin Chen's side. Brother, what's wrong? Feng Chen asked.
Lin Chen spoke to Feng Chen, but his eyes remained fixed on Jizi. Xiao Feng, take Jizi back to the main city using the city portal.
Have her complete the job transfer quest first.
After she's done, come back here and find me at the entrance to the Apostles' Dungeon. The two were stunned after hearing this. But before anyone could say anything, Lin Chen continued.
Gardenia.
This time he looked completely at the girl. Although we are both healers, I'm not sure if the job transfer quests we've entered are exactly the same.
Regardless, I still need to give you some advice.
Afterwards, Lin Chen summarized the key points of the Goblin Lair dungeon into several points and told Jizi, including how to quickly rescue the girl, and how to use skills to knock down the brazier above the head and kill the goblin.
However, when talking about the boss Goblin Lord, Lin Chen was still a little hesitant. Because no matter what, if Gardenia encountered that thing, she would definitely die.
Not to mention her, even some experienced healers would never be able to survive more than 2 minutes in the hands of that kind of boss. So, your first priority is to rescue enough hostage girls.
I don't ask you to kill 100 goblins because you won't be able to deal with the final boss at all.
Lin Chen said in a low voice. After hearing such a detailed strategy, Gardenia was obviously a little nervous. Her fair hands tightly grasped the scepter in her hands, and her palms were sweating.
Do you understand? Lin Chen asked. I understand, Captain. Gardenia nodded randomly.
Lin Chen stared at her for a few seconds, then initiated a deal with her.
Jizi was stunned. Captain, this is... Accept. Lin Chen said lightly. Gardenia did not dare to delay and quickly accepted Lin Chen's trading invitation.
Afterwards, Lin Chen sorted through the items in his backpack that could be used by a healer, and then put the miscellaneous items he didn't need into the trading column and gave them all to Jizi. After all, he was a complete stay-at-home dad, and he had a lot of equipment and props that could be used by a healer. These included the level 20 blue equipment dropped by the wild boss Stoneman who was killed previously, as well as other equipment that he had been carrying in his backpack. Although they were not top-notch items, they were undoubtedly a qualitative leap compared to what Gardenia was wearing now.
Thank you, Captain. Gardenia looked at the many extra things in her backpack and didn't know how to express herself for a moment. Okay, go ahead.
Lin Chen turned and looked at Feng Chen again.
Feng Chen understood and nodded to Lin Chen. Brother, we will go back first. As soon as Jizi changes her job, we will come back immediately.
After a brief conversation, the two held the return stone in their hands, and with a flash of light, they disappeared from the spot. In the end, only Lin Chen was left standing. After standing for a few seconds, Lin Chen suddenly turned his head and looked at Melon. This NPC had just finished talking with other players, and was obviously a little at a loss when he met Lin Chen's gaze.
He glanced around and then asked cautiously. Chosen One, is there anything else?
Lin Chen stared at his eyes for a long time, and suddenly said something strange.
Melon, have you seen me?
This question is incoherent and even NPCs rarely understand its meaning. But after Lin Chen finished speaking, he kept watching Melon's expression changes, trying to capture some information from his face. Sure enough, although only a little, after Lin Chen finished speaking, Melon's eyes blinked imperceptibly.
Chosen One, to be honest, this is the first time we have met. Melon said.
Although he said this, he lowered his head. He had been looking up at Lin Chen before, but now he was unwilling to look at Lin Chen for too long. Lin Chen shrugged. Okay, maybe my eyes are blurry, sorry. After saying that, Lin Chen turned and left. Melon's voice came from behind. It's okay, Chosen One, I wish you all the best, success in everything, and may the gods be terrified.
Lin Chen didn't say anything, and his figure quickly disappeared from here. After a while,
Lin Chen has arrived at the portal that Melon mentioned. However, what Lin Chen did not expect was that as soon as he stepped into this area, a prompt sound rang in his head.
You have entered the safe zone.
Lin Chen shrugged and looked up.
Just as imagined, even in a place like this, there are players everywhere. These people arrived in the main city before Lin Chen yesterday.
They have more or less not completed their job changes, and their levels are between 22 and 24. Now they are pacing back and forth in front of the portal, and no one knows what they are thinking. At a rough glance, there were nearly 100 people. Compared with the huge crowds in front of the portals in other places, this place is obviously a bit cramped. The reason why they did not enter the portal was that among the nearly 100 people present, they could not form a team.
Damn it! How come there's still no nurse? A knight, bored, sat on the ground, picking his teeth with a toothpick. After fiddling with it for a while, he spat on the ground. "Pa! This is so annoying. You know, I have to go do my job change quest right now. What a waste of time."
It wasn't just one person complaining. As Lin Chen got closer, the complaints became more and more frequent.
Who said it wasn't?
I don't know why those little girls are leveling up so slowly. Not even one of them has reached level 23 yet.
I'm really impressed. Someone sighed. However, some people refuted it. Hey, Hunter, what are you talking about? Who are you looking down on? The voice was a woman's. I'm only level 23 now.
People turned around to look at her, but when they saw her occupation, they shook their heads helplessly. You are not a wet nurse. Then can you please explain it clearly, steamed shrimp heads?
The man was choked and speechless.
He stopped arguing and looked away as if nothing had happened. However, when his eyes fell on Lin Chen, he couldn't help but pause. Lin Chen was wearing a mask and holding a rusty iron sword in his hand.
The nickname above his head was a little blurry and his specific occupation could not be identified. But that person recognized the equipment Lin Chen was wearing.
Although the strange combination was a little eye-catching, without exception, all of them were worn by people of intellectual professions. The only players that appeared here were of the intelligent type except the mage, but he could clearly determine that this person was definitely not a mage.
Hey buddy, what's your job?
The man raised his eyebrows at Lin Chen.
Lin Chen looked around and answered. Sage. Sage?
The man was obviously stunned for a moment. He briefly pondered this somewhat obscure term in his mind, and then his eyes suddenly lit up.
Nan Daddy?
He originally wanted to say wet nurse, but the masked man in front of him was obviously a man, so he naturally changed his words.
Men choose healers?
Although no one stipulates that healers must be female, in the minds of ordinary people, wet nurses and wet dads are still very rare compared to wet nurses. As the man said the word nanny, the people around him suddenly became agitated. They approached in twos and threes and surrounded Lin Chen.
Holy crap, it really is, and it's level 23. People were originally waiting here for a nanny to join the team, but at this time a nanny who had changed jobs came. This was something no one had expected. For a moment, Lin Chen became a hot commodity. Hey brother, come to my team. You are the only one missing from our team. We have 2 knights who will definitely keep you safe. Come on, 2 knights in your team? Where's the damage? You're planning on letting this guy help you kill monsters?
Another person quickly took over the conversation. Brother, don't listen to him.
Come to my team.
Our team has a perfect professional configuration.
5 and 1, we'll send you out as soon as we're full. Forget about it, how many people on your team have changed jobs?
Another person stepped forward and said, come here, 3 people on our team have changed jobs, so you're the right person. Lin Chen was already accustomed to these people's chatter.
At the entrance of some high-level copies, he could often see a group of people fighting for the nanny.
Although the number of nurses is very large, in the early stage of the land of the hunting god, there are only a few who can adapt to high-level dungeons.
This is why Lin Chen is so popular. However, Lin Chen ignored everyone.
He just pushed through the crowd calmly and prepared to find a place to rest for a while and wait for someone. But after finding a place to sit down for just a few minutes, before his but could even warm up, he suddenly froze.
The eyes under his mask were even trembling slightly, which was unconcealable. No one noticed this. Some players gathered around him were still talking to Lin Chen and praising their team, like Wang Pa selling melons. But Lin Chen's eyes were always on something not far ahead. There, two figures were walking slowly towards them. A warrior and a nurse. Du Budian had a smile on his face, and from time to time he turned his head to speak to the woman who was holding his arm. The nanny also had a beautiful smile on her face, and while Du Budian was talking, she didn't forget to cooperate by hitting the man's shoulder with her pink fist. "Stop talking nonsense, I'm ignoring you," the woman said, pretending to be angry. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore." Du Budian showed a pained expression, then chuckled. "By the way, Yuding, now that you have changed your job and become a sage, we can just find a few people to complete the dungeon." "Whatever." The nurse named Yen Yu Hanting frowned slightly. "Let's find some suitable jobs, just in case." However, Du Budian didn't think so. "Don't worry, Yuding, I have 3 sets of pink armor on me now, and I even have a level 20 pink sword in my hand. With you by my side, I don't have to worry about not having enough output." "But..." Yen Yu Hanting was about to say something when Du Budian put his arms around her slender waist. "Have some faith in me. When did Brother Tian ever put you in danger?" Seeing Du Budian like this, Yen Yu Hanting could only nod his head. "Brother Tian, although I trust you, I am still a little worried. Although the output is not a problem with you around, I am worried about my blood recovery speed alone." "So what does our Yuding mean?" Du Budian smiled slightly. "Either recruit a knight who can resist damage, or recruit a healer to help me share the work of healing." Hearing Yen Yu Hanting say this, Du Budian hesitated for a while. After a few seconds, he sighed and said, Okay, it's up to you." "Well, Brother Tian, I'll leave the matter of recruiting team members to you. I'll take care of everything." As they were talking, the two of them had already arrived right in front of the portal. There were about 100 people in front of them talking in a lively manner. When they saw someone appear, they took a quick look at first, but when they saw Yen Yu Hanting's profession, they immediately exclaimed in surprise. "Another wet nurse. And he's also a transferred employee. Hurry up, grab him." Afterwards, many professions once again repeated what they had just done to Lin Chen, and now surrounded the two newcomers. "Beauty, join." But before the players around him could finish inviting others to join the team, Du Budian suddenly raised his hands and said, "Everyone, are there any nurses here?" As these words came out, the voices of the people around gradually faded. They looked at the warrior named Du Budian, wondering what he was going to do. Someone frowned and asked, "Don't you have a wet nurse by your side?" Du Budian immediately grinned, "Although that's what I said, no one knows how dangerous this dungeon will be. So, just in case, I plan to invite a nurse to join the team, so that we can be absolutely safe." Having said this, he looked around for a while and continued, "Instead of being frightened by these scattered bands of soldiers, it is better to join my team. With 2 nurses to look after you, you will be absolutely safe." He spoke in a loud and clear voice, completely ignoring the expressions on the faces of those around him. Soon, everyone present subconsciously turned their heads to look at the masked man sitting in the distance without saying a word. Because apart from Yen Yu Hanting, he was the only healer present. Du Budian and Yen Yu Hanting naturally noticed where people's attention was focused, and they subconsciously looked over. He was a rather lonely figure, sitting alone on a stone seat with few people around him. Even though people kept coming over to talk to him, he completely ignored them. Moreover, the man was wearing a mask, and the name above his head could not be seen clearly, only a hint of blood red could be seen. "Ha!" Du Budian was stunned. Still a red name player? A famous dad? Just when the atmosphere around him became a little weird, the masked dad stood up. Du Butian Xia instinctively called out to the man, "Friend, wanna join us?" After a long time, the man made a movement. "It is good." His voice was a little hoarse, sounding like his vocal cords were damaged, but also like it was intentional. However, Du Budian didn't care about this at all. This person was the only healer around. He didn't care whether this person had a weird personality or not, as long as he could help Yuding share some of the work.
Soon, the masked dad joined the team.
However, what concerned Dubuddian and Yenyu Hanting was that even after joining the team, they could not see the man's nickname clearly.
The specially processed blur effect was always there, which should be caused by some special props on this man.
The two stared at the man, their gaze quickly focused on his mask.
After looking at each other, they all understood each other tacitly.
Are there any idle knights around that no one wants?
Dubuddian shouted with his hands raised high. Soon 7 or 8 knights came over.
Me.
Dubuddian selected the one whose equipment looked the most reliable among these candidates, and then randomly picked a few suckers to form a very strange temporary team. A knight, a warrior, 2 nurses, a beastmaster and a mage. The only output in the entire team is the warrior Dubuddian, because the last mage who came in is a little girl who looks underage, with a childish face. Although people who can come to this place now are not good people, the equipment on this little mage is really not good.
I guess she is also an internet-addicted girl who likes to play games in the real world.
She just has some gaming experience that ordinary people don't have, but her luck is really not good.
Alright, everyone, make way. We're getting ready to enter the dungeon.
Dubuddian bowed to the people around him, then deliberately raised his voice.
Stop complaining.
You'd better wait for the nurse.
Come on, make way. Although the people around were full of resentment, they really had no choice.
After all, they themselves had invited the masked dad, but he didn't want to join the team, so it's not anyone else's fault.
Damn, 2 nurses in one team, what a fucking waste. A hunter spat viciously. Alright, stop talking and just keep waiting.
We can also see what happens after this team goes in.
It would be nice to let them be the ones who get taken advantage of for once.
After these words were heard from the crowd, the surrounding players finally calmed down a little. Although this dungeon called Apostles' Feast has been cleared by someone, the people gathered here now are basically those who have no idea about the strategy. So far, this team can strictly speaking be regarded as a team of pioneers.
Thinking of this, people could only stand there and watch the 6 people walk to the bottom of the portal. At this time, Dubuddian was standing right in front of the portal. He could touch the energy vortex of the portal just by stretching out his hand. But at this time he turned his head and looked at the masked dad at the end of the team with some concern. After hesitating for a while, he finally spoke. Hey, buddy, are you okay? He really needed to ask because from the very beginning, there was something wrong with this nanny. Because he was wearing a mask, no one could see his face or his expression clearly, but Dubuddian could always sense that someone was looking at him. That feeling was like... It's like a mantis stalking a cicada while an oriole is behind it, and I am the oriole with a poisonous snake staring at me from behind. He turned his head, but could only see the nanny's pupils hidden under the mask, which were gloomy and cold. Me? Lin Shen said in a hoarse voice, I'm fine. Dubuddian paused for a few seconds, then looked at Yenyu Hanting beside him. You better be okay. Before looking away, Dubuddian glanced at the weapon in the nanny's hand. A rusty iron sword? What kind of dad would hold this thing? But there was no time to think about it. Dubuddian leaned his palm forward and directly touched the surface of the portal. The next moment, the light became brighter, and a strong light directly enveloped the 6 people. In less than 5 seconds, the 6 people's bodies disappeared from the spot. Your team has entered the portal. Please select the location to be transferred. It is detected that your team has a task to complete. Do you want to go to Apostles' Feast? The captain has been confirmed and is heading to the Apostles' Feast. Ding, a second-round player has been detected in the team, and a special event is starting. The blurry scene in the sight is gradually recovering, and the originally bizarre sky above the head disappears, replaced by an extremely bright moon. There seem to be sporadic points of light flickering around the moonlight. Lowering my gaze, the first thing that caught my eye was the entrance to a desolate ruin. Wild grass and vines grew wildly among the broken walls, and the air was filled with a pungent, sulfur-like odor. The remains of buildings were everywhere, and the earthy yellow rubble and the floating dust echoed in harmony. Then, above a collapsed ruin that looked like a temple stele, the void moved slightly, as if a gap had been torn in the air, and then 6 people appeared in the void at the same time. However, as soon as they appeared in this world, an extremely uncomfortable feeling made everyone pause. Cough cough, cough cough cough.
The young female mage in the team covered her mouth and nose and started coughing violently. Others also covered their mouths and noses at almost the same time. Be careful, there is a lot of dust in the air here. Be careful not to inhale too much into your lungs. Dubuddian looked around and quickly turned to say to everyone. After that, everyone looked ahead in the moonlight that was as scorching as the sun. Ruins, ruins everywhere. And among the rubble and ruins, they could already see something approaching. Oh! Suddenly, a roar was heard in the distance. When people looked closely, they found that a messenger of God was rushing towards them quickly. In the yellow sand, its speed is as fast as a sandstorm. Team leader. The beastmaster in the team was a little nervous, and he quickly summoned a forest wolf. However, Dubuddian, the team leader, smiled softly and said, "Don't worry, just watch from a distance. Leave the rest to me." Then, he shook his wrist, and a gorgeous broadsword appeared in his hand. He turned his head to look at Yen Yu Hanting, and then looked at the masked dad who was still standing at the back of the team. "Yuding, I'll leave it to you later," he said. "Well, be careful," Yen Yu Hanting replied. Afterwards, the divine messenger had already rushed in front of him, and Dubuddian no longer hesitated and rushed out suddenly. At this moment, Lin Chen, wearing a mask, shifted his gaze away from Dubuddian and turned his gaze to Yen Yu Hanting on the side. At this time, Yen Yu Hanting was looking at Dubuddian's back with a serious and earnest expression, her eyes filled with worry, and the milky white light in her hand was flickering slightly. As long as Dubuddian's blood volume dropped, she would add blood to him at any time. Lin Chen just felt a little dazed. When had he ever enjoyed such treatment? Lin Chen snorted coldly. It was at this moment that he suddenly heard someone talking in his ear. "Lord, are you going to take action?" Lin Chen was stunned. "Huang Dachui?" "Yes, my lord, we are on standby at any time." Huang Dachui's mean voice came to his ears. Just when Lin Chen was a little dazed. The god's messenger that was charging forward had its health bar emptied. It staggered back and forth, but in the end, it was unable to support its staggering body and fell to the ground with a thud. Dubuddian spat on the ground and flicked his wrist. Strange, this guy feels a little different from the other god's envoys outside the dungeon. Although he said so, Dubuddian found it difficult to describe the specific differences. As the dead body of the god's messenger on the ground stopped twitching, Dubuddian waved to the people behind him, signaling them to follow him. "Keep looking forward, follow me and don't run around." After saying that, he walked forward. Except for Yen Yu Hanting and Lin Chen, the others behind him seemed a little flustered. They nodded repeatedly and followed closely. However, although the young mage girl was following closely behind Dubuddian, she would look back at Lin Chen intentionally or unintentionally. The masked man looked very mysterious, and no one could see his face. But when the distance got closer, the girl could sense that there seemed to be a pair of eyes under the mask looking at her. "You, what are you doing?" The girl quickly covered her collar and couldn't help but shrink. Soon, Lin Chen's gaze shifted away from the half-grown girl. The mage girl was a little concerned and unconsciously moved closer to Dubuddian. After this, the group walked for a few more minutes and came to an area with many stone pillars erected around it. These stone pillars surrounded an open space in a certain area. It looked like an ancient open-air coliseum. But it has long been deserted and dilapidated. During this period, 7 or 8 gods' messengers roared and rushed over one by one, but they were basically unable to get close. Dubuddian could rush over to deal with them alone. In a one-on-one situation, this warrior could basically kill one with 1 skill and 3 attacks. If calculated in this way, the attack power of the level 20 pink broadsword in Dubuddian's hand is at least 400 points. Combined with the other miscellaneous and unknown equipment on his body, it is estimated that it can barely reach about 450. Among physical professions of the same level, whether assassins or hunters, there are not many with such high attack power as him. But now, even Dubuddian began to feel something was wrong. He was slowly retreating, and finally retreated into the team, right next to the Misty Rain Pavilion.
Captain, what's wrong?
The Beastmaster beside him was stunned. Dubuddian suddenly stretched out his hand to signal him not to continue talking, then he lowered his voice and whispered, "Listen." Everyone paused, and then followed Dubutian's example, bending down and listening carefully with their ears tilted. Because of the occasional wind and sand blowing around, the noises heard in the ears were a little chaotic, but if you listen carefully, you seem to find that among the sounds of the wind and sand, there seems to be a roar similar to an unknown creature. But it didn't sound real, and people were a little confused. "Brother Tian, what did you find?" Yenyu Hanting leaned over and whispered in Dubutian's ear.
"I always have a bad feeling," Dubuddian said.
And when he finished saying this, everyone present heard some rustling sound.
Their eyes suddenly widened, and then they looked around quickly. Before they knew it, they were standing in the very center of the Colosseum. Although the surroundings had long since turned into wreckage and ruins, they could still see quite a number of audience seats. On those seats covered with rubble and debris, it looked like something was drilling out from underneath. Swish! The sound grew louder and louder, coming from all directions. Then, when a pale arm suddenly shot out from a seat, one arm after another stretched out from the rubble. They stretched and probed outwards with all their strength, and finally pushed away the rubble that blocked their bodies. 1, 2, 10, 20.
The messengers of God emerged from the ruins one after another, shook off the dust on their bodies at the same time, and then roared softly towards the place where the 6 people were.
Roar! Like a warning. Oh my God!
At this moment, not only the others, but even Dubuddian was completely stunned. He turned around in a trance, and saw that there were 50 or 60 gods surrounding them. They were howling loudly, dancing with joy, as if like a group of enthusiastic spectators watching a beast fight. "Attention! Attention!" Dubutian Xia roared subconsciously. Afterwards, except for Lin Chen, the other 5 people present stood together with their backs to each other, looking around vigilantly, fearing that the monsters would swarm over them.
Facing this kind of monster, Dubuddian killed as many as he could in one-on-one combat.
With the blood replenishment from his nurse Yenyu Hanting, he was even confident that he could face 3 gods' messengers at the same time.
But now it was different.
There were more than 50 gods' messengers around. If they rushed over together, they would die almost instantly. However, the scene of rushing forward did not happen. On the contrary, the gods' messengers who gathered around and roared wildly did not even intend to leave their seats where they were standing, but just watched from a distance.
What is going on?
Just when everyone was confused, 3 or 4 huge figures suddenly walked out from a corner in the distance.
Dubuddian and the others noticed the figure walking slowly in the dust almost instantly.
Only when they got closer did they finally see those figures. Still a messenger of God, but the leader stood a full 5 meters tall. He was more than twice as tall as the other divine messengers, his massive size resembling a giant. The chaotic roars around him suddenly ceased as this behemoth appeared. At this time, everyone also saw a line of characters above the giant's head. Boss, Apostle Star Invoker, Cursed. Health, 8,000. Attack Power, 500. Spell Attack Power, 280. Physical Defense, 150. Spell Defense, 150. Curse Aura, Immune to Critical Damage, Immune to Frost Damage, Fire Damage Resistance +5, and has a chance to inflict curse damage when attacking. Skill, Bone Spike, pierces sharp bone spikes from various parts of the body, causing physical damage to surrounding targets and has a chance to inflict a curse effect. Yes, as expected, this ghost thing is the so-called Apostle, and the final boss of this copy, the Star Prayer. However, no one expected that this boss would have such an exaggerated body shape. Just standing there was extremely oppressive. People raised their heads and looked at the dozen or so eyeballs of different shapes on the boss's face, and they dared not breathe. Star Prayer walked slowly to the front stone platform of the Colosseum and sat down. It sits upright like a king. The atmosphere suddenly became a little weird, and no one knew what would happen next. Want to go over and fight this thing? Or do we need to wait for an opportunity? Gudong.
Someone in the crowd could be heard swallowing. How do we fight this thing?" The knight trembled as he spoke. "Look at the health bar above its head, it looks like a fucking barcode." The knight is right. Not only does this star prayer have an astonishing amount of health, but his other stats are even more terrifying. With an attack of 500 and double defense of 150, coupled with its exaggerated size of more than 5 meters tall, people lose a large part of their fighting spirit when they see it. Fight this thing? Simply seeking death. We should have listened to that NPC named Melon. He asked us to come over at level 25 and then form a perfectly configured team. The Beastmaster in the team began to tremble as he spoke. They were now in a dilemma. The way they came here had been blocked by many gods' messengers. Now everyone was like a turtle in a jar. Except for Lin Chen, Du Budian, and Yin Yuhan Ting, the rest of the people present were only level 22, and their attributes were extremely weak. Under such pressure, they already felt their legs going weak. Seeing the 5 people like this, Lin Chen calmly took a few steps back and distanced himself from them. Seeing that Lin Chen's behavior was a little strange, Du Budian suddenly turned his head to look at him. "Hey! What are you doing?" he said coldly. "Don't run around. If you trigger something..." But before he could finish his words, a strange voice came from the front. Du Budian and the others all turned their heads and shot towards the star prayer. At this moment, the huge apostle sitting on the stone platform suddenly opened his arms. Then, he spoke human language. "Welcome the 6 challengers. Do you need to choose your own warriors for the duel?" The sound was like thunder, bombarding people's hearts directly. The mage girl in the crowd covered her mouth directly, and the faces of the others were extremely pale. He's talking to us?" The Beastmaster kept covering his ears, as if he heard something unclean. Although some humanoid monsters can be heard speaking fragments of human language in the wild, they all speak a similar preset language and do not interact with humans. But now, everyone, who had never heard monsters speak in a dungeon, could clearly hear the boss before them, seemingly asking them, "Choose your own dual warriors?" What did that mean? No one dared to speak. They just felt that something was wrong with this copy and that what happened was far beyond their expectations. Seeing no response, the star prayer lowered his arms and then spoke again. "In that case, let me select suitable warriors for you." After saying that, it waved its hand. The next moment, a messenger of God suddenly jumped down from the seats nearby. It came to the front of the crowd amid the cheers of the other gods. Then, it stretched out its arm and pointed at the 6 people. The 5 people looked at each other. After a while, Du Budian walked forward with a gloomy expression. "What do you mean, one-on-one?" he asked. Coldly. As he spoke, Du Budian kept his eyes fixed on the star prayer. Sure enough, the star prayer, who was the boss, nodded and said, "Yes, all 6 people present need to have a one-on-one duel with my warriors. If there are 4 winners, everyone can leave here." It suddenly changed the subject, but if the number of losers reaches 3, you can't leave. After he finished speaking, the warrior god's messenger in front of him stretched out his hand and made a pleased gesture to Du Budian. At this moment, Du Budian snorted coldly, without saying a word, and rushed forward with his broadsword. Roar! The warrior god roared, and his hands suddenly turned into blades, chopping off the head. Unlike the previous killing of ordinary god's messengers, this time Du Budian only felt that the speed of the warrior in front of him was extremely fast. He swung his sword twice in a row, but both were dodged by the monster, and the third attack was even blocked by the monster's limbs. Okay? Du Budian's pupils constricted, reflecting the almost bizarre attack method of the divine messenger. It suddenly did a backflip and used its hands instead of its feet, while its lower body turned into barbs and fell heavily towards Du Budian's head. Du Budian took a step back and released, parry, at the same time, then collided fiercely with the limb spikes. -200. Even though his defense was broken, he still took 200 points of damage. Du Budian needed to retreat several steps to relieve the damage. But before he could react, the messenger of God came again quickly, as fast as a ghost. Du Budian gritted his teeth and growled, releasing his skills at the same time. Through the thrust.
He drew out his broadsword and placed it on his shoulder, then thrust it out fiercely the moment the angel's body appeared before his eyes. His speed was as fast as a cannonball, and the huge kinetic energy even caused the surrounding sand to be blown towards the direction of the sword tip by a strong wind. However, such a brutal attack only hit the arm of the messenger of God, but Du Buttien was clearly aiming at the chest of the messenger of God. Base. The damaged sword and blood-red characters appeared.
-180. Although Du Buttien's attack power was not bad, this attack did not hit the vital point directly. In addition, the defense of the god's messenger in front of him was not low either, so he only took away less than 200 HP. He looked up at its health bar and saw that it still had 1820 HP. Grass. Du Buttien's face was a little gloomy.
This guy participating in the duel is not comparable to other gods. His basic panel is stronger, not only his attack power and speed, but even his means of attack have changed. There was no time to think about it, the messenger of God had already pounced on him again, and this guy's attack speed was not low. Du Buttien took a deep breath, then swung the broadsword in his hand violently, drawing it into a circle. The blade flashed violently, and a more brutal skill was activated. The warrior changes to Sword Saint and activates the level 20 skill, Sword Slash. A water-like luster suddenly flashed from Du Buttien's wrist, and silver light sprinkled lightly on the blade. The moment he drew the sword, the air was filled with a murderous whistle. He swung the sword in a circle, and his movements were so swift that even the messenger of God could not react. Sa! Immediately afterwards, the air seemed to be split in two, making a sharp sound of breaking wind. This time, the sword slashed through the body of the messenger of God, and the red numbers floated out again.
-405.
Yes, putting aside the armor of the god's messenger, the damage of this attack was undoubtedly maximized. The huge kinetic energy caused the god's messenger to enter a strange state of stiffness. Du Buttien did not hesitate and quickly stepped forward, releasing skills one after another crazily. Ghost Slash, Earth-Splitting Slash, Shield-Breaking Smash. Piercing Stab. In the end, he even drank a bottle of blue potion and released another, Sword Master, skill.
Moonlight Triple Kill.
In the brief gap, he used all his skills for chopping and killing. Red characters appeared one after another above the head of the messenger of God. When Du Buttien used his last skill, the messenger of God finally stopped moving at this moment.
As the divine envoy collapsed to the ground, Du Buttien unconsciously took a deep breath.
Then he glared fiercely at the boss, the Star Prayer.
I won, didn't I?
In the distance, the Star Prayer extended his large hand and clapped, of course.
Then, please invite the next warrior to join the duel. After that, the second warrior god appeared. Its size was slightly larger than the one that had just died under his sword. It was obviously a slower but more powerful being. Just like the messenger of God just now, it bowed to everyone and made a pleased gesture. Seeing this, Du Buttien was obviously a little distracted. He quickly took a step forward. Next is me. No. However, the Star Prayer suddenly said, rules are rules. You have already won. You cannot continue the duel. You need others to participate. After he finished speaking, Du Buttien suddenly turned around and looked at the few people in the crowd with pale faces. No, to be precise, what he was looking at was the misty and cold pavilion. A nanny who is not good at fighting, wants to fight with this thing? Stop farting. Du Buttien roared. But it was too late. The warrior messenger pointed at Yen Yu Hanting in the crowd and made a gesture asking for advice. And Du Buttien also moved at this time. He was about to step forward to stop the two duels, but just as he took half a step forward, a dozen divine messengers suddenly appeared and surrounded him. Almost every one of these gods has the strength of the one who just died under his sword. If I am not mistaken, they are all so-called warrior gods. Du Buttien was suddenly caught in a dilemma. If he continued to move forward, the dozen or so gods around him would rush at him, and he would surely die. It would have taken a lot of effort to kill one of them. If more than a dozen came together, he would not be able to hold on for more than 10 seconds and would have to die here. But if we don't stop him, the warrior god in the center of the arena will fight with Yen Yu Hanting. Du Budian looked at the other side anxiously. There, Yen Yu Hanting was trembling slightly.
She turned her head unconsciously and looked at Du Budian. The corners of her mouth turned pale, and she was muttering something in a low voice.
Brother Tian, what should I do?
Yen Yu Hanting's health is no less than Du Butian's, because now she is a sage who has changed her job. Her basic attributes are pretty good, but she has almost no fighting ability. The only means of attack is
Light Talisman.
If she had known that she would encounter such a thing one day, she might have chosen to become another profession, a saint. At least this profession has many offensive skills, and in some aspects it can actually fight against the gods. But it was too late to say anything now. The burly and strange-looking warrior in front of him was ready to rush over at any time.
Brother Tian, Brother Tian.
Yen Yu Hanting's face suddenly changed and she screamed loudly. Then, amid the woman's powerless screams, the warrior god on the opposite side moved, charging forward like a speeding car. Yen Yu Hanting finally came to her senses in the panic. She subconsciously released a sage's level 20 skill, Voice of Blessing, on herself, and then her three-dimensional values increased, but these were completely useless. She stood there at a loss and could only take the impact of the messenger of God. Boom! The huge impact force caused the petite woman to fly backwards, and a red character floated above her head.
Minus 265.
The nurse's armor is not low, and the damage caused by one collision
is acceptable.
As the damage value appeared, Du Budian in the distance gradually felt relieved.
He suddenly felt that Yen Yu Hanting would not necessarily lose. Although her offense was single, her defense was not weak.
Combined with her 3,150 health points, she might be able to kill the monster. But before Du Budian could react, Yen Yu Hanting's body slammed heavily into a stone pillar behind him.
Boom!
The dull sound rang out again, and this time, a bright red number flew up from the dust of the ruins.
Minus 1,000. What is this? Du Budian suddenly shouted.
He had never seen such a situation before. It turned out that when he hit an object or a wall, a second scene interaction damage would occur.
If that's the case, that's bad. Yuting! Yuting, are you okay?
Du Budian shouted at the top of his lungs. In the sight, Yen Yu Hanting had been motionless in the smoke, but outside the smoke, the more than 2-meter-tall messenger of God was gradually approaching. It was approaching step by step, with full momentum.
Yuting! Hurry up and stand up. Heal yourself. Hurry! He shouted heartbreakingly and was extremely anxious.
Thanks to his hoarse roar, Yen Yu Hanting in the smoke was slowly getting up. The damage from the collision just now seemed to have caused a brief dizziness. Yen Yu Hanting covered his head and shook it continuously, obviously unable to come back to his senses for a while. He didn't even notice that the messenger of God was right in front of him.
Yuting! Du Butian's voice came, sounding extremely hoarse and anxious. Attention! Attention!
Yen Yu Hanting was startled.
She didn't dare to look up and could only subconsciously dodge backwards.
The next moment, a sharp limb fell from above, even cutting through the air and smoke in front of him, and finally nailed hard into the ground, picking up the stone chips all over the sky. The attack missed, and the messenger of God tried the same trick again. It raised another limb and leaned forward like a mantis stalking a cicada.
Yen Yu Hanting was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and quickly threw out a dark purple talisman. Level 5 skill, Silence Spell.
The curse quickly hit the forehead of the messenger of God, and the action of raising his limbs to chop was paused and did not chop down. With this brief window of opportunity, Yen Yu Hanting quickly ran to the side and then quickly replenished his blood. Healing Hands, Wind of Revival, and Bath in Holy Light were released at the same time, and the health that had just been reduced was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Du Budian in the distance finally breathed a sigh of relief.
That's it, Yuting. Don't be anxious. Take your time. From now on, try to attack it with the light talisman. Du Budian tried to guide her.
But he didn't notice that Yen Yu Hanting's legs were shaking uncontrollably at this time. Whether it was her or Du Budian, this wasn't the first time they'd experienced death.
They no longer had any resurrection coins in their backpacks. If they died here this time, it would be a disaster. They cannot die, she cannot die, she has not found Lin Chen, the sucker. This world must be the game land of hunting gods developed by Lin Chen. As long as they find Lin Chen, with Lin Chen's insights and experience in the game, he and his brother Tian will be able to thrive. So, she can't die. She doesn't want to die. Seeing Yen Yu Hanting in such a state, Du Budian felt something was wrong. He patiently continued to comfort her. Yuding, look at me. Listen to me, don't be afraid, just do what I say, and you'll definitely win. Absolutely. From the time I've known you until now, I've never lied to you, right? But... Yen Yu Hanting was still trembling as he spoke, but I will die. I really will die. Yuding. Du Butian's gaze moved back and forth between her and the messenger of God. The silencing spell would lose its effect in a few seconds, and he had to ignite Yen Yu Hanting's fighting spirit as soon as possible. Yuding. Don't worry, have you forgotten? We've experienced this kind of thing before, haven't we? Hearing this, Yen Yu Hanting paused for a moment. Is there? Yes. Du Budian said quickly, have you forgotten last year's White Valentine's Day? We were almost caught in an affair by that brat Lin Chen. He ignored the looks from his teammates and continued, if he had caught me back then, given his personality, he would have probably beaten me to death. But don't forget, it was me who gave you the idea that saved the day. Not only did it dispel his suspicions, but I even got that idiot to give you some money. Did you forget? Yen Yu Hanting seemed to have thought of something at this time. She hesitated for a moment, then shook her head to indicate that she had not forgotten. So, it's the same this time too. You just need to do what I say, and absolutely nothing will happen. With Du Butian's constant comfort, Yen Yu Hanting seemed to feel at ease. She kept taking deep breaths, and her eyes became firm. Yes. Brother Tian, I'll listen to you. However, the two of them did not notice that the masked dad in the distance laughed strangely at this moment. White Valentine's Day? Oh yes, that's true. At that time, forget it. Lin Chen shook his head. It didn't matter anymore. He just felt it was a little funny. Oh. What a touching love story, a drama of surviving for love. I almost vomited after listening to it. Lin Chen's hoarse voice came out, and fell into the ears of Du Budian and Yen Yu Hanting without any concealment. Du Budian suddenly turned his head to look at the masked man. He originally wanted to say something to the sarcastic nanny, but now was not the time. The duel between Yen Yu Hanting and the envoy of God was more important. Du Budian ignored Lin Chen and continued to speak to Yen Yu Hanting in the battle. Yuding, try to get to an open area. Don't get close to walls or stone pillars. And make sure your healing skill cooldown is free. Du Budian pointed at the divine messenger across from the woman who had already broken free from the silencing spell and shouted, hurry. Yen Yu Hanting understood and quickly ran to a relatively open area. There were no rubble or stone pillars around this place, and there wasn't even much flying sand in the air. The woman was breathing rapidly. When the messenger of God rushed over again, she seized the opportunity and threw a light talisman at him. Suddenly, a talisman flashing with white light exploded directly on the body of the messenger. Crack. -140. The messenger of God was briefly stunned, which gave Yen Yu Hanting the opportunity to move to another place. She quickly ran behind the messenger of God and threw out a new light talisman. Snapped. -135. Du Budian, who was surrounded by the god's messengers, was suddenly ecstatic. Yes. That's it. As a healer in the sage's initial skill, Light Talisman consumes little mana and has a fast CD. Although the damage is touching, there is a chance that the target will be stunned every time it is released. As long as you seize this opportunity, Yen Yu Hanting will definitely have a chance to win. Because the god's messenger cannot restore health, but the nurse can. Sure enough, as time passed, Yen Yu Hanting seemed to have found the rhythm of the battle. Although she was a woman, with the constant encouragement and comfort from Du Budian in the distance,
she gradually got into the groove and even dodged 2 attacks from the Messenger of God in a row during the stiffness period. Even though she was knocked away again by the Messenger of God, the second scene interaction damage was not triggered because there was no stone pillar behind her. At last, after another 5 minutes, the Messenger of God finally collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Yen Yu Hanting also sat down at this time. Her mana bar was exhausted and only half of her health bar was left. She was breathing heavily at this time, and it seemed that she had consumed a lot of physical strength. In the distance, Du Butian's ecstatic voice came, "Yuting, you are awesome. I love you." While cheering happily, Du Butian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was a power-type divine messenger. Although it was powerful, its movement and attack speed were not fast. If Yu Ting was facing a speed-type divine messenger fighting with herself, the consequences would be unknown. But no matter what, Yu Ting successfully defeated her opponent, which naturally made him extremely happy. Seeing this man dancing with joy, Yen Yu Hanting, who was lying on the ground, suddenly felt a warm feeling in her heart. At this moment, she realized that her feelings for this man had deepened. "Brother Tian, thank you." She got up, her tone extremely gentle. "But don't wait for them to celebrate too much." The third wave of duels followed. The corner of Du Butian's mouth that was just raised disappeared in an instant, and he looked at the remaining 4 people in panic again. The masked dad was standing at the farthest point with his arms folded across his chest, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. From the beginning until now, Du Butian had no idea what this dad meant or what his motives were. He was like a bystander, and his gesture seemed to tell everyone that whatever happened here would not affect him. A madman, Du Butian thought to himself. As for the remaining 3 people, he began to have some doubts. The knight was carefully selected by him from 7 or 8 similar professions. He has thick skin and strong muscles. If he can meet a suitable opponent, he can use his defensive advantage and his chances of winning are similar to Yu Ting's. Although it is difficult, it is not impossible. But what about the remaining Beastmasters and the girl who looked underage? Those 2 men were trembling with fear, not to mention defeating the envoy. They had no desire to fight at all. The little girl's lips even turned purple. She had already squatted down with her hands hugging her legs, as if any noise around her would send her into shock. These 2 people have no hope at all. But according to the rules, a tournament requires 4 people to defeat their opponents. Yu Ting and I have already won, so the young mage and the Beastmaster are definitely going to lose. So even if the knight can win. Finally, we need that nanny. What kind of strength does he have? Can he win like Yu Ting? There was no time to think, the Messenger of God had already pointed at the Beastmaster in the crowd. The Beastmaster was shocked and then suddenly raised his hands high. I give up." Du Butian and the others raised their eyebrows suddenly and turned to look at the boss, the Star Prayer. Sure enough, after he announced his surrender, the Star Prayer waved his hand and directly announced the winner of the duel. Is this possible? Du Butian was a little nervous. Because the next moment, the 4th Messenger of God chose the underage girl as expected. As expected, the girl admitted defeat even faster than the Beastmaster. The winner will be decided later. 2 people have already been defeated. All remaining hopes are placed on the knight and the masked dad. A few seconds later, another messenger walked to the center of the ring. After hesitating for a while, it pointed at Lin Chen. Then everyone's eyes were on Lin Chen. Seeing that he had become the duelist of this challenge, Lin Chen stood up straight without haste. He moved forward and suddenly shouted to the boss in the distance. "Excuse me." The Star Prayer looked at Lin Chen indifferently. Lin Chen asked, "If we lose the fight, will we never be able to get out?" People didn't know why the dad asked this question, but they all subconsciously turned their heads to look at the boss. The Star Prayer sat upright on the stone platform and suddenly grinned. "Of course not, you still have another way to leave here, that is?" It suddenly opened its arms, and people only then discovered that 2 other arms had stretched out from its armpits. For arms stretched out, like some strange wings, kill all the gods here, including me.
People were shocked.
Looking up, they once again saw the health bar of 8,000 points and the attack power of 500. Not to mention the 6 people here, even if they reach level 25, they will never be the opponent of this ghost thing. Besides, there are more than 50 brave gods here.
The second option is undoubtedly a fantasy. Oh?
Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully.
Is that so? Then I understand.
People were confused, and Dubudian even lowered his voice and shouted.
Hey, what the hell do you want to do?
The lives of the 6 people present now depend on him.
If he...
But before they could react, Lin Chen suddenly raised his hands.
I admit defeat in this duel.
Yes, Lin Chen chose the second way to leave here.
He chose. I choose to kill you.
Although the words were spoken to the star prayer, the strange thing was that Dubudian felt that the person the masked man was looking at was himself.
The atmosphere suddenly became a little weird.
An unknown cold current rose from the soles of their feet, completely enveloping and freezing everyone's hearts. After a moment of daze, Dubutian's face suddenly showed fear. He pointed at Lin Chen and started cursing.
Are you crazy?
You're looking for death yourself, don't drag us down. As he spoke, he hurried forward and shouted at the boss, this rule is nonsense.
We've already defeated our opponents in the arena. Logically, we should be eligible to leave, and the loser.
Dubudian seemed to have thought of something. Yes, let the loser die here, that's fair.
That's justice. But no matter how Dubudian shouted, boss ignored him completely.
Not only that, after Lin Chen admitted defeat, the star prayer actually slowly stood up from the stone platform at this moment, and the oppressive feeling brought by his huge body suddenly increased to a higher level.
Dubudian, who was trying to negotiate with the boss just a moment ago, couldn't help but take a step back. He felt a little dry in the mouth and his voice began to weaken. In the end, he stopped talking and just stared at the front. The star prayer's body began to tremble gradually, and then the amplitude became larger and larger. Looking closely, it seemed as if it was laughing. Ha 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 ha. Its laughter was deafening, and its entire body was shaking with the laughter.
After a few seconds, its laughter stopped abruptly, and then the boss stretched out one of his arms and made a gesture of holding something, and said in a low voice.
3 warriors have been defeated. From now on, I will be your opponent. If you want to leave here.
It paused and said grimly, kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive wave of energy transformed into ripples and spread out in all directions. The health bar above the star prayer's head began to brighten. Not only him, but the 50 or so surrounding divine envoys also leaped off the stands at this moment, each of them also showing a health bar above their heads. There is murderous intent everywhere, but there is a way out. Seeing such a scene, people once again huddled together tightly. Their fear had turned into a physical entity, squeezing everyone so hard that they couldn't breathe.
Dubudian no longer had the arrogance he had just now.
He even tried to beg for mercy from the boss, but to no avail. The star prayer raised his 2 or 3 meter long arms and slammed them hard on the ground where everyone was.
Knight. Dubudian fiercely pulled the trembling knight behind him and pushed him in front of him. The knight didn't even have time to prepare himself or use any skills before he was hit hard by a big hand. The huge force caused his body to sink directly into the ground, and a character appeared above his head. Minus 860.
Dubutian's eyes jumped violently.
He clearly saw an exclamation mark after the number. Critical hit, it was actually a critical hit.
The knight's face was pale at this time. After the blow, he felt that his internal organs were wriggling wildly in his body. This pain and discomfort was particularly obvious as his blood bar decreased.
Damn it, why could he feel pain?
He had even died at the hands of a monster once before, and aside from the near-death experience of exhaustion, inability to move or speak, he hadn't felt any pain even when his health bar was at its lowest. But now, after one slap, the knight even vomited blood, and felt as if he was hit in the heart by a battering ram.
No. No. I can't bear it. I can bear it.
The knight muttered something and was about to retreat, but was fiercely pulled back by Dubudian. Don't worry, my Yuting will heal you.
No. That's not the problem. If this boss hits me, if he hits me, it hurts. I really can't do it. I'll die. Du Budian was stunned when he heard what the knight said. What do you mean? Will it hurt?
But there was no time to think. This time the star prayer had even raised his leg high, ready to kick directly. The night ghost was about to escape, but was pinned to the spot by Du Budian.
What are you doing? Let me go.
But no matter how he struggled, the power of this warrior named Du Budian was enough to strangle him, and he could not go anywhere. At this time, the big foot has already stepped over, and the knight can only bite the bullet and activate all the skills that can increase defense. Then, the huge foot stepped on the knight's raised shield.
Boom!
A dull sound was heard, and the knight felt that his body was more injured this time.
He knelt on one knee on the ground.
The moment his head lowered, a mouthful of bright red blood fell into the sand on the ground, and then merged with Sha Shua.
Above his head, the health bar dropped again.
This time there was no critical hit, but it made the knight feel uncomfortable. Then, a white light lit up from around the knight's body, and the blood-replenishing skill healing hand from Yen Yu Hanting was activated. The health bar above the knight's head is slowly increasing.
According to previous understanding, the knight should become active soon. But he didn't.
The knight was still gasping and coughing, blood dripping from his mouth, and his breath was weak, as if he was really seriously injured.
What's going on?
Seeing this, Yen Yu Hanting immediately released 2 more health recovery skills. Even the knight's health bar has been restored to full, but his condition is still very weak. Just when everyone was confused, Lin Chen made a hoarse sound in the distance.
Although the blood-adding skill can restore his health bar, it cannot cure his curse status.
Lin Chen's sudden words immediately attracted the attention of the people around him.
Du Budian also turned around and growled, "Hey! Damn it!
What is the curse state?"
Lin Chen snorted coldly, "Are you all blind? Can't you see the boss's skills?"
After hearing Lin Chen say this, people looked up at the star prayer's status bar again. Sure enough, after the name of the star prayer, they saw 3 words. Cursed. He also has a strange skill, Cursed Aura, and behind this skill is a sentence that clearly says, there is a chance to inflict curse damage when attacking.
Could this be it? Does this mean that this knight has been cursed? What should we do?
Yen Yu Hanting was a little panicked at this time and asked Lin Chen hurriedly.
However, Lin Chen did not answer, but just remained as a bystander.
It's not just the grudge between them, even if they talked about it, it would be useless. To remove the negative status, you need to reach level 30 as a sage. This is only possible after you learn Purification at level 30. However, even Lin Chen did not expect that a person under a curse would be in this state. Seeing that Lin Chen ignored him, Yen Yu Hanting was about to say something else, but the boss did not give them a chance. He raised his hands high and clasped his fists into hammer shapes, ready to smash down hard.
Oops. Everyone looked ashen. Boom! A massive tremor, accompanied by a roar, resounded throughout the arena. Boss Star Prayer withdrew from his downward thrusts and slowly stood up.
In front of him, the knight lay completely on the ground, unable to move. Even though his health bar was almost half full, his face was pale, he kept spitting out blood, and his body fell to the ground, twitching like a vegetable. In the cursed state, the knight is considered dead.
The indiscriminate attack just now also made life difficult for the remaining people.
The huge shock wave forced the people who were originally sticking together to separate. The young female mage even stumbled and fell, her eyes full of fear. She quickly turned around and wanted to leave, but the god's messengers had already surrounded them and they had nowhere to go.
It's over.
This time, they will all die here. But soon, the Beastmaster who had been trembling suddenly thought of something, and when no one else was paying attention, he suddenly took out a stone. Lin Chen saw this scene. The stone in the Beastmaster's hand was the Return to City stone. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he knew what this person was going to do. But what happened next also made Lin Chen a little concerned, because no matter how the Beastmaster urged it, the return stone even kept flashing for a short time, but it was unable to teleport him back to Baiwa City.
It failed. How is this possible? How is this possible?
The Beastmaster seemed to have been hit by something, and kept muttering under his breath. I asked that NPC named Melon, and he said it can be used in the dungeon.
Why doesn't it work? What went wrong? Why? He urged the stone back to the city again and again, but not once was he successful. Why? He was already crying. Just activating the city return stone had already exhausted his mana bar. As he spoke, 3 gods' messengers came up to him, raising their strange and extremely long arms high in the air, sharp as blades. The Beastmaster raised his head woodenly, his eyes filled with fear. No, do not want.
But before he could finish his words, the gods' messengers attacked together.
Several scarlet characters floated out from above the Beastmaster's head.
In less than a few seconds, he fell into a near-death state, and the return stone in his hand rolled to the ground. It rolled all the way to Lin Shen's feet and was stepped on by him. Lin Shen sighed, turned his head and looked at Du Budian and Yen Yu Hanting. At this moment, they were actually trying to fight with the boss Qi Xingzhe. Du Budian frantically urged his mana bar, throwing out skills one after another. Skills like Ghost Slash and Earth-Splitting Slash had even replaced normal attacks. From time to time, there would be a flash of Sword Light, and Sword Slash would also be interspersed among the skills. But the boss is a boss after all. The speed at which its health bar decreases is almost negligible. With a full 8,000 health points and 150 dual resistances, even if he just stands there and lets Du Budian chop him, he can be exhausted to death. Du Butian's attacks are ineffective, but that doesn't mean the boss's attacks are the same. Every time the Star Prayer swung his weapon, Du Budian would try his best to dodge it. He didn't dare to block it. Even if his armor and health can withstand the boss's attack, he would not dare to do so. If he is cursed like the knight, it will be troublesome. After all, no one knows how likely the boss's attack is to cause a cursed state. If he is unlucky, he will definitely die. However, running away blindly would always reduce his physical strength. As time went by, Du Butian's speed gradually slowed down, and he was almost hit by the Star Prayers several times. Brother Tian. Yen Yu Hanting behind him shouted anxiously, while also paying attention to the warrior messenger of God who suddenly appeared beside him. Leave me alone. Du Budian shouted at Yen Yu Hanting, pay attention to the divine messenger beside you. But in this brief moment, Du Budian suddenly felt something was wrong. A sharp white bone suddenly pierced his abdomen. He was moving at high speed just a moment ago, but now he suddenly looked down at his stomach woodenly. There, a bone spike almost pierced through him, and Du Budian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. Du Budian suddenly thought of something. This boss not only has the skill, Cursed Aura, but also another one called Bone Spur. He cursed silently. Pain. It hurts. Du Butian Xia subconsciously covered his stomach. He had never experienced this feeling before. Ever since he appeared in this strange land of hunting gods, he had not felt pain for a long time. It seemed that there was some power in this world that isolated the players from feeling pain. Only the cold blood bar was used to measure a person's life. Except for some special feelings when he was on the verge of death, he would only feel extremely weak when he lost all his physical strength. But now, Du Budian seemed to have returned to the real world, as if he had returned to Earth. Damn, that piece of shit. He raised his head and looked at the Star Prayer fiercely. It was obvious that he had been hit by the same, cursed state, as the knight. Even though his health bar was healthy, he could still feel the pain. If you get attacked by the boss in this state, it will be no joke. At this moment, when Du Budian was concentrating on star praying, a messenger of God suddenly flashed to his side and slashed his shoulder fiercely. Base. Although the damage number was not very high, the burning pain suddenly shocked Du Budian. Roll. He immediately drew his sword to force back the messenger of God, then retreated quickly. Blood continued to flow from the abdomen and shoulders to the ground, and the sticky blood turned into a strange solid the moment it touched the yellow sand. A feeling of exhaustion came over him. Du Butian's lips had turned pale. In the distance, Yen Yu Hanting seemed to have noticed something. She lowered her eyes and her face suddenly became dejected.
Brother Tian?
At this moment, Du Budian turned his head and glanced at Yen Yu Hanting. He grinned and said, "Yuting, it looks like we are really going to die here today." After hearing this, Yen Yu Hanting was like a deflated ball, and he actually collapsed and sat on the ground. "It's like I've lost the desire to resist." Seeing the woman in such a state, Du Budian also looked troubled.
Yes, there was no other way now.
The knight's health bar was healthy, but he lay on the ground like a dead man, vomiting blood. The beastmaster in the distance was also on the verge of death, and the underage female mage was huddled in the corner, trembling.
Du Butian's gaze moved and finally landed on the masked dad.
When he saw this nanny, a hint of viciousness suddenly flashed in Du Butian's eyes.
Yes, it was this guy. If he hadn't admitted defeat, things wouldn't have developed to this point.
If he had chosen to do the same as Yu Ting, he would definitely have defeated his opponent.
If a girl can do it, why can't he?
It's all his fault, it's all his fault.
An extreme anger rushed to his head, and Du Butian's eyes were bloodshot.
He faced Lin Chen, ready to say his most vicious words before he died. If he didn't die this time, he would skin this damn dad alive with his own hands. But when the words came to his lips, Du Budian was stunned. Next to that nanny, there were 7 or 8 corpses of God's messengers lying.
Du Budian was stunned. These divine messengers were all warrior level, so how could they all die? Could it be the nanny's doing?
He raised his head and fixed his
eyes on the weapon in the nanny's hand.
Rusty iron sword.
No. He won't be able to do any damage with this thing.
This dad is a sage like Yu Ting. His only means of attack is the light talisman, but the light talisman is affected by spell bonuses. With a rusty iron sword in his hand, his damage is almost negligible. But just when he was having some random thoughts, a messenger of God pounced on the nanny. The nanny just stood there and swung a knife at the messenger of God.
Minus 1812. Du Budian felt dizzy.
With one slash of Lin Chen's sword, the god's health bar was emptied, and then the god fell straight on the bodies of other gods, forming a stack of arhats.
Du Budian was completely stunned.
He ignored the pain in his abdomen and shoulders and rubbed his eyes with his hands.
Did something go wrong? How much damage does one hit do? 18,000?
Even though Du Budian saw the exclamation mark, he still felt like he was hallucinating.
Yes, even if it was a critical hit, that's still 1,800 damage. The warrior god's HP is over 300 points higher than the average god, a full 1750 points, but after one strike, he still owes the nanny over 60 points?
Du Budian was already certain that he was hallucinating because of excessive bleeding, and he even smiled bitterly out of helplessness. But when he lowered his gaze and saw the corpses of the god's messengers at the feet of the nanny, he became dazed again.
Is this also a fucking illusion?
Not only him, the other gods around him seemed to have noticed Lin Chen at this time. They abandoned the others and began to gradually surround Lin Chen.
Du Budian glanced around and realized that the noise created by the masked dad had even attracted the attention of the messenger of God and the boss. Seeing that the monsters around were being attracted by Lin Chen, Du Budian fell to his knees with a thud. The huge pain made it difficult for him to stand. He only felt the temperature of his body rapidly dissipating and he had no strength in his body. Cough, cough, cough. Du Budian started coughing violently.
At this moment, he was sure that he was really hallucinating. Seeing this, Yen Yu Hanting in the distance came to his senses, then quickly ran over and supported Du Budian.
Brother Tian, how are you?
Yen Yu Hanting seemed extremely flustered. I'll heal you right away. But having said that, when she took a look at Du Butian's health bar, she was stunned.
Du Butian's health bar was full.
The woman was at a loss. She could only press down on Du Butian's abdomen with her hands, where blood was flowing out. But at this time, Du Budian didn't care at all and kept staring at the masked dad who was surrounded by the messengers of God.
But, was that really an illusion? Brother Tian?
Yen Yu Hanting called out softly. Du Budian did not respond, and the woman could only follow his gaze.
In the encirclement, three figures appeared beside Lin Chen at some point.
Yen Yu Hanting thought she was seeing things. She even turned around to look at the knight and the beastmaster lying in the distance, and then looked at the young mage whose whole body was shaking wildly. After confirming that everyone was there, she turned her gaze back to the nanny.
But there are indeed three extra people. The bodies of the three people had a dark tone.
They were quite far away, and Yen Yu Hanting only felt as if there was some black smoke floating from the three people. One of them was carrying a huge two-handed hammer and was about 1.9 meters tall. Facing the encirclement of more than 40 God's messengers, there was a look of disdainful pride on his face. The other man was very tall. Although he was a little weaker than the messenger of God, he was still more than 2 meters tall. He carried a huge machete on his shoulder, and looked as terrifying as a humanoid engineering machine. The last man was shorter, but he held a shield in one hand and a rusty iron sword in the other.
Of the three, this one, who looked like a knight, seemed to be of higher status. But no matter what, the three of them all bowed their heads to the masked dad, like subjects facing their king. Dunshan saluted Lin Chen and said, "Lord, do you want the same tactics as before?"
The three of them had used a coordinated tactic to kill many ordinary gods outside the dungeon. Although the basic attributes of the gods here were slightly higher, it made no difference to them. After listening to this, Lin Chen shook his head and spoke softly to the three of them.
"No need. We don't need these small fry.
Big Hammer, you and Brother Roar will deal with these divine messengers.
Don't hold back, kill them all." After saying that, he turned to Shield Mountain and said, "Shield Mountain, go and meet the boss." The three of them had a clear division of labor and nodded immediately. "Order." But when Dunshan was about to leave, Lin Chen stopped him. "Wait a moment." Shield Mountain turned around and suddenly found that Lin Chen was handing him a one-handed hammer with dent spikes on the head. "Change your weapon. This one dropped by the outdoor boss, the Stoneman. It's a level 20 green item. It adds 185 points of damage and comes with 20 points of armor penetration." Dunshan was stunned for a moment, then immediately took the one-handed hammer. "Thank you for the reward, my lord." After saying that, he put away his rusty iron sword, replaced it with a green one-handed hammer, then lifted the giant pink shield storm shield onto his shoulder and strode to the front of the star prayer. Shield Mountain needed to look up to see the pupils of the eyes on the face of the star invoker. Then, the knight-like figure raised his shield towards the star prayer, as if waiting for the boss to attack him. At the same time, the knight's unbreakable resoluteness and bronze holy shield were released simultaneously. Not only Du Budian and Yen Yu Hanting who were present, but even Kixings himself was stunned. It looked at Shield Mountain in confusion and whispered, "What do you mean?" Dunshan was startled, then answered seriously, "Come, hit me." Lin Chen, who was standing behind, looked helpless and could only interrupt, "Dunshan, there's no need to talk to it." Shield Mountain finally reacted, "Oh. But before he could come to his senses, the star prayer seemed to have been provoked in some way. It suddenly raised its hand and slapped it down hard. Shield Mountain was not afraid at all, and he slightly raised the shield in his hand. Then, a huge tremor was heard, and the shockwave spread out, splashing up a gust of wind and sand. Du Budian and Yen Yu Hanting quickly protected their eyes, and after a few seconds they looked over again. A line of words also appeared above Dunshan's head. -136. The health bar moved slightly, but Shield Mountain remained motionless. However, when Du Budian saw this scene in numbers, he opened his mouth wide. He shouldn't be completely unconscious yet, but what the hell is 136 points of damage? You have to know that this star invoker has a base attack power of 500 points. Combined with the other miscellaneous damage, the slap just now even took 860 points of health from the knight in his team. How come there is only this little bit on this knight? How did this person come from? Why is his defense so high? Before Du Budian could figure it out, Shield Mountain suddenly moved. He broke away from the giant hand of the star prayer and smashed the star prayer's calf with the one-handed hammer in his hand. Click. Then, the damage spread out. -690. When the injury occurred, Du Budian felt like he was going crazy. It was so fucking exciting.
At this moment, he felt that he had no idea about the rules of this hunting land. Du Buttien originally classified this unknown Shield Mountain into a category similar to a hidden profession in his mind.
This profession may be very similar to a knight, but its defense is more exaggerated and can even
withstand the attacks of the boss. But the next moment, when he saw the damage inflicted by Shield Mountain, Du Buttien was stunned again.
No.
This is not a hidden profession at all, it completely belongs to the category of cheating players. As time went by, the fight between Star Prayer and Shield Mountain had entered a white-hot stage. Although the health bars above their heads differed by more than 5,000, proportionally, the amount lost by Shield Mountain was even less than that of the boss.
What's going on? Does it mean that if the fight continues like this, the boss will be killed by him alone?
What shocked Du Buttien was not only that, the two had fought each other countless times in just 2 minutes, with shields, huge hands and feet, one-handed hammers, bone spurs, so many attack methods and defense means coming one after another, and both sides continued to leave damage numbers on each other. But that Shield Mountain has never been subjected to the cursed state.
How is it possible? Du Buttien was a little confused. He was cursed within a short time of fighting with the Star Prayer, and the same was true for the knight. Just one slap was enough to put him into a cursed state. But what the hell is this knight in front of me, dressed in black? He has been attacked by the boss more than 20 times, but he is still as energetic as ever. Could it be that he was just too lucky and the Star Prayer never triggered the curse? Or, he can't be cursed at all? Shield Mountain.
The huge bone spur slammed hard into the storm wall in Shield Mountain's hand, and both of them retreated a distance at the same time. The boss, the Star Prayer, suddenly howled towards the sky, and kept roaring out some strange sounds. Then, it suddenly lowered its head and looked at Shield Mountain, speaking in human language, I will kill all of you. It was obvious that it had suffered an unspeakable provocation. At the current pace, if it continued to fight with this knight, it might be killed by him. What a humiliation this is. Even if there are 2 or 3 full teams of this level of Chosen One at the same time, they cannot defeat him. But now there is only one person in front of him. He completely ignores his curse, and actually fights him face to face with a shield. Moreover, this knight's defense is so terribly strong that he is completely unable to break it. All of you die, the Star Prayer howled again. After saying that, its body began to change rapidly at this moment. It began to crawl down, and the 5 or 6 meter long behemoth began to touch the ground with all its limbs. Then, the bottom of its pale skin began to wriggle continuously, and then, pieces of white bones pierced out from the subcutaneous tissue. The tips of these bones were extremely sharp and even emitted a cold glow. The bone spurs spread from its lower jaw and finally covered its entire body. It is so densely packed that it looks like a huge hedgehog. Lin Chen stood still, his eyebrows raised beneath his mask. Have we entered the second stage? Yes, as the Star Prayer has completely changed its form, the health bar above its head was recovering rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, the health bar that was cut by Shield Mountain was completely restored. Faced with such a situation, any other player would probably be scared silly, but Shield Mountain was not afraid at all. He got into position, held the storm wall in his hand in front of him, and used a one-handed hammer to hit the shield, making a dong-dong-dong sound. The knight's initial skill, Provocation, is activated. Everyone looked at the health bar above Shield Mountain's head. His 3200 HP was now down to 1600. If he resumed the fight, his situation would be dangerous. However, his actions seemed to be deliberately provoking the boss, as if he was risking his life. The next moment, a beam of white light descended from the sky and landed directly on Dungeon's body. Immediately. Afterwards, a gust of wind mixed with tiny specks of green starlight enveloped Dungeon's body. The health bar above his head also began to rapidly recover. 1850/3200. 1988/3200. 2340/3200. Shield Mountain didn't look back. He chuckled at the Star Prayer in front of him and said, "You're in the second stage, and I have the favor of the monarch. Why should I be afraid of you?" The Star Prayer's head tilted slightly as he crawled down, and then he looked over Shield Mountain at Lin Chen behind him.
Dunshan moved his body to block Lin Chen's body. How can you possibly spy on the monarch's heroic demeanor? After that, the two started fighting again.
Suddenly, yellow sand splashed again, and the surrounding stone pillars and ruins were constantly affected by the battle between the two sides. Looking at the horrific scene in front of him, Lin Chen couldn't help but smack his lips. He was still marveling at the terrifying power of the skill, Resurrection of the Dead.
After awakening the player's soul, the undead followers obtained were much more powerful than ordinary monsters. The inherent attributes plus the 50% inherited from himself gave Shield Mountain an almost exaggerated combat capability.
Lin Chen was 100% sure that if he replaced Shield Mountain below, he would not be able to completely ignore the boss's attacks and engage in close combat with it like he did.
There was no order between the two. You hit me and I cut you. Boom!
Just as Lin Chen was admiring it, he saw Dunshan's body suddenly flying out from a distance, and finally slammed heavily on a ruin, with a loud bang and splashing dust all over the sky. Only then did Lin Chen take a closer look at the surrounding arena. After the battles between Shield Mountain and the boss, Yellowhammer Roaring Brother and the surrounding gods, this place has been destroyed beyond recognition, with debris and stones everywhere. The already dilapidated wreckage has now become a complete ruin, with stone pillars broken into pieces and scattered all over the ground, and the corpses of monsters everywhere have been buried in the dust and disappeared without a trace. Lin Chen's gaze moved, finally settling on Du Budian and Yen Yu Hanting standing aside. The two were in very bad condition. Du Budian had already been infected with the Yu curse, and was now injured in this state. Even though Yen Yu Hanting had been healing him, his face gradually turned pale due to excessive blood loss from his abdomen and shoulders. As long as the curse state was not lifted, Du Budian might even become a dying person with full blood. In addition, the battle between Shield Mountain and the boss just now was too exaggerated and domineering. The two of them were not far from the battle and were affected at least 3 or 4 times. At this time, not only Du Budian, but even Yen Yu Hanting looked weak.
Yuding, what's wrong with you, what's wrong?
Du Butian's voice was weak, and his lips had begun to turn purple. The woman beside him hurriedly reached out and held his trembling hand. Brother Tian, I'm fine.
How are you? Are you feeling better?
But before they could say anything more, they heard a loud shout in the distance, and Shield Mountain, who had just been knocked away by the star prayer, suddenly rushed out from the smoke and dust in anger. He pressed the shield completely against his elbows, then completely retracted his body inside the shield and slammed into the star prayer fiercely. Knight's level 15 skill, Fearless Charge. He attacked at an extremely fast speed, with almost no deviation, and hit the boss's bulky body hard. Suddenly, the ubiquitous spikes were completely shattered by the shield, and the storm wall of Shield Mountain hit the star prayer's body squarely. A huge tremor was felt, and Du Budian and Yen Yu Hanting could only subconsciously hug each other tightly to resist the impact.
After being hit, the boss fell into a dizzy state for 3 seconds. Shield Mountain
took advantage of the victory and raised his one-handed hammer to smash it down. But as the hammer in his hand fell, a transparent energy arrow whizzed past Shield Mountain's ear and hit the star prayer's forehead together with the one-handed hammer. Lin Chen took action.
Call out. Call out. Call out. The 3 seconds of dizziness that the star prayer fell into was enough for Lin Chen to shoot 3 arrows in a row.
Now, the attack power of Lin Chen's moon-chasing bow has reached a terrifying 1065 points. Every arrow he shoots can directly make more than 900 points of the star prayer's blood disappear. Combined with Shield Mountain's one-handed hammer and the 20 points of armor penetration that comes with this hammer, the combination of the two has directly caused the star prayer's health bar to turn red.
Do not.
Boss recovered from his dizziness and suddenly stood tall, the bone spurs on his body completely falling off. He retreated step by step, finally reaching the stone platform where he had just sat. The stone seat that had once seemed like a throne now became a stumbling block for his retreat. He stumbled and fell backwards. After a struggle, the star prayer struggled to get up from the ground. On its huge head, countless eyes emitted strange emotional fluctuations. It looked at Dunshan with a little vigilance, and then looked at Lin Chen, who was holding a bow and arrow behind Dunshan. After a brief silence, it seemed to have thought of something and said in disbelief,
Could it be that you are a second?
But before he could finish his words, the blood bar above his head suddenly began to disappear rapidly at this moment. Lin Chen's eyebrows raised when he heard the boss say the word idiot, and he immediately asked, "Hey,
Do you know something?"
But it was only then that he discovered that boss's body was burning imperceptibly.
Lin Chen was stunned and suddenly remembered that his moon-chasing bow was inlaid with a ruby.
The effect of the ruby is that after it is embedded in a weapon, there is a chance that it will trigger a burning state when attacking.
However, the value of burning damage is linked to Lin Chen's intelligence.
Although Lin Chen is an intelligence-based profession, his intelligence is not outstanding compared to his attack power.
How can he make the remaining blood volume of the star prayer drop so quickly?
The star prayer fell to its knees with a thud. It needed to use all 4 of its arms to support itself on the ground to avoid falling.
As its health bar drained rapidly, it seemed as if it wanted to say something. However, for their special physiques that are inherently cursed, as their health bars disappear, their pain will accumulate completely and then erupt at the same time. You. It pointed at Lin Chen and began to speak with great difficulty. It's so good.
Lin Chen was a little anxious, he even took a few steps forward.
2 Second what? Is this the second round? This boss really knows something.
Just like the bishop I met when I changed my job in the church, does this dungeon boss also know about my rebirth? But just as he was about to ask, the star prayer's huge body finally collapsed. It could no longer utter a word and fell down helplessly.
The health bar is reduced to 0 and the boss dies. Damn it!
Lin Chen cursed, "I hate the Riddler the most." Even though he said that, Lin Chen couldn't change the fact that boss was completely dead.
He was just a little annoyed.
These cursed monsters cannot even be awakened by resurrection. Moreover, he still didn't understand what kind of injury this guy suffered that caused him to die. Although the attack from Shield Mountain had caused him to lose nearly 90% of his health, he should still have at least 500 points left in the end. The damage from his own ruby burning could only burn off a dozen points of his health per second on average. It was impossible for him to die in such a short.
On in a hurry. He just raised his eyebrows and said, "It's me." The atmosphere around them suddenly became weird and ambiguous.
Zhao Yuding had simulated the scene of meeting Lin Chen unexpectedly in her mind many times in the past 2 days. After all, she had always been with her brother Tian. In case she suddenly bumped into Lin Chen while nestled in brother Tian's arms, she had also thought of a very perfect set of excuses. After all, in her impression, Lin Chen was a person who obeyed her in everything. As long as she was a little angry, Lin Chen would spend a long time to apologize to her. But now, Zhao Yuding couldn't speak to Lin Chen as arrogantly as she had imagined.
Because everything that happened between her and brother Tian just now was seen by Lin Chen. She couldn't even argue. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuding's face was uncertain. What should I do? Brother Tian just shouted "I love you" to me, and Lin Chen was watching beside me the whole time? So what should we do now to deal with this damn situation?
In just a few seconds, she was frantically thinking about something in her head. But soon, she calmed down.
Yes, even if Lin Chen saw it, so what? Even if I just said those words to brother Tian, so what? Lin Chen is Lin Chen.
He has been controlled by me for so long, so this time I can naturally take the moral high ground.
She, Zhao Yuding, knows Lin Chen too well. In less than half a second, 7 or 8 new excuses appeared in Zhao Yuding's mind. As expected, Zhao Yuding didn't hesitate at all and angrily shouted at Lin Chen in a low voice, "Lin Chen, what do you mean? You knew all along that Li Tianhua and I were working together? And you kept it a secret from me?"
The woman's aura suddenly took a 180-degree turn, even causing Lin Chen to raise his eyebrows.
As expected, it was Zhao Yuding.
He had been dating this woman for 3 years in his original world, and protected her for another 3 years in the land of the hunting god. For a full 6 years, Lin Chen almost forgot Zhao Yuding's character.
Yeah, how could he forget?
This girlfriend who likes to package herself as a strong and domineering person in front of Lin Chen is so confident even when she is caught on the spot by Lin Chen. She was sure that Lin Chen would not dare to make her angry. This was how they had been living for so many years. As long as she found some excuses to get away with it, Lin Chen would not make things difficult for her.
And,
Moreover, Li Tianhua is Lin Chen's best friend. She and Li Tianhua had already discussed how to deal with this kind of situation, and now it comes in handy.
why aren't you talking? Do you know you're being too much?
Zhao Yuding put her hands on her hips and said, "You clearly recognized me a long time ago, but you kept pretending not to know me by wearing a tattered mask."
Isn't that funny?
Zhao Yuding became more and more excited as she spoke, and even forgot her title of being a cheater. In a relationship between men and women, whoever takes the initiative and has greater momentum can take the lead in the battle, and this tactic has been proven to be effective by Zhao Yuding time and time again. But according to the past, Lin Chen should have come over quickly to persuade him not to be angry. But now, Lin Chen kept smiling faintly and didn't even intend to move his butt away from the stone below.
You? Mr. Lin, what's with that look in your eyes? Zhao Yuding frowned. Do you know I almost died here?
But seeing that Lin Chen still didn't say anything, Zhao Yuding pointed at Lin Chen's nose and continued, "Why don't you say something?
Don't you always say you love me? Is this how you love me?"
Seeing Zhao Yuding's aggressive look, Lin Chen just felt it was very interesting.
Was this the kind of person that had me completely dominated in the past? Did I care so much about other people? Even if they were riding on my head, I'd still flatter them and ask if they were angry. After
dying once and starting over again, Lin Chen only felt that his taste was quite unique. Lin Chen put down his crossed legs and raised the other one. Zhao Yuding was still constantly blaming herself, but as Lin Chen remained unmoved, her tone gradually softened. In the end, blaming began to turn into complaining. Tears as big as beans had begun to fall from Zhao Yuding's face.
She sniffed, "You don't love me at all. You only have yourself in your eyes. What am I?
I'm just a silly woman who runs from one city to another for a man." As she spoke, she forced herself to sob. However, Lin Chen completely ignored him and looked at Li Tianhua lying beside Zhao Yuding with interest. The man with the name Dubushin on his head was grinning at Lin Chen embarrassedly.
Lin. Darlin, I didn't expect to see you here. Darlin is what Li Tianhua calls Lin Chen.
They are college classmates, and he is also Lin Chen's best friend.
Because Lin Chen is not sociable, Li Tianhua is the only friend he can get along with. Only. Lin Chen didn't want to dwell on the past anymore. He just raised his head towards Li Tianhua and asked, "How do you feel?"
Li Tianhua and Zhao Yuding were both stunned.
After 2 seconds, Li Tianhua smiled helplessly, "Not very good. I don't have any." "No." Lin Chen shook his head, "That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm asking is, what does it feel like to have an affair with Yuding?"
After these words were spoken, the two were speechless for a moment. Zhao Yuding's face turned pale almost instantly at this moment, but she quickly came to her senses and almost grabbed Lin Chen's sleeve.
"Dear, it's not what you think. Let me explain." Lin Chen turned his head and looked at the extremely panicked woman. He shrugged and said, "Okay, let me hear your explanation." Zhao Yuding was stunned again.
At this moment, the momentum she had just created disappeared instantly. The Lin Chen in front of her seemed like a different person. He turned a deaf ear to her continuous pressure and questioning.
But if his personality changed, how should she explain it? I.
Zhao Yuding avoided looking at him, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Zhao Yuding suddenly saw several figures in the distance. Huang Dachui, Roaring Brother, and Shield Mountain, who was being beaten by the Messenger of God, were looking at this place with great interest. Zhao Yuding didn't know where these three people came from, and naturally she would not associate them with Lin Chen. Zhao Yuding just felt that she was being stared at by outsiders, which was very embarrassing. He seemed to have realized what was happening and immediately became desperate.
"Lin Chen, are you here to catch me in adultery?"
She pointed at where Dunshan was standing.
"Are you sure you want to embarrass me in front of these people?"
She once again returned to her previous appearance, with a hint of displeasure on her face, even though tears were still on her face. Lin Chen said "Oh," and looked at the woman with a little interest.
Caught in adultery?
He repeated the words, and suddenly felt that there was some truth to them. Now that you put it that way, it really does seem like it.
Lin Chen, that's enough. Zhao Yuding's face was as gloomy as water. If there's anything, we can talk about it after we get out. There are outsiders here. If you don't feel embarrassed, I will.
As she spoke, Zhao Yuding pointed at the last divine messenger that was attacking Shield Mountain. Her meaning was very clear. She wanted Lin Chen to kill the monster quickly so that the portal to the dungeon could be opened. No matter what her reason was, she didn't want to stay in this damn place for a moment. However, Lin Chen's next words made her stand there in a daze.
Go out? Lin Chen smiled faintly. Isn't this the most suitable place for you two to die in love? Chill.
A chill that swept from head to toe surged out from Lin Chen in front of him, and
finally pierced Zhao Yuding's crown.
Not only her, but Li Tianhua, who was lying on the ground, was also stunned.
Dalin, what you said is a bit serious. What I just said was all false. The White Valentine's Day thing was just for boss to hear. Don't take it seriously. Yuding and I are innocent.
2 minutes were almost over, and the curse state on Li Tianhua was gradually weakening. He even felt his strength beginning to recover, and at the same time, a hint of viciousness appeared in his eyes.
He added, Dalin, we've been brothers for so many years, and you still don't trust me? A friend's wife shouldn't be bullied. Don't let your imagination run wild. You're a programmer, you often work overtime. If I take advantage of this, I'm still a human being. He was slowly getting up at this time, and it seemed that the curse had completely dissipated. His face looked very serious, as if he was explaining something seriously. Dalin, I happened to run into Yuding when we entered the land of the hunting god, so we both ended up in the same novice village. Nothing else happened. He stretched his neck slightly, then picked up the level 20 pink broadsword on the ground. And when we logged in, we were lucky enough to end up at the same landing point as Yuding. Isn't that a coincidence? As he spoke, he gradually took a step forward with a smile on his face, appearing extremely amiable. So, in order to look after each other, I suggested teaming up with Yuding. You know how dangerous it is for a girl to travel alone in the land of the hunting god. She's your fiancé, and as your brother, I have an obligation to help you protect her, don't you agree? Lin Chen did not answer, but just looked at Li Tianhua, who was approaching. During the process, Zhao Yuding gently tugged at the corner of Li Tianhua's clothes and murmured softly, Brother Tian, what should I do? Li Tianhua gestured with his hand to tell her not to worry, then he faced Lin Chen and chuckled. By the way, Dalin, these people behind you, did you bring them here? Lin Chen looked back at Dunshan and the other two. He thought for a moment and shook his head. No, I don't know them. Ah, that's it. Li Tianhua nodded thoughtfully. In that case, shall I see you off? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Give it to me? A flash of knife light flashed fiercely, and Li Tianhua raised the broadsword high above his head, and then chopped it down fiercely on Lin Chen's head. Sending you on your way. But he didn't notice that Lin Chen's smile became even wider at this time. At the same time, Baiyu City, outside the portal to the job transfer copy. Fengchen looked at the time. Almost 20 minutes had passed, but Gardenia still hadn't come out of the dungeon. Will there be any problems? The square around the portal was still bustling with people. Even after so long, there were still many players coming here. They stood at the portal in a panic, looking around blankly. These people belonged to the second batch of explorers among the players. Unlike Lin Chen and Fengchen, this group of people in the third and fourth batches afterwards are actually the largest and most complex group in the entire land of Hunting God. They are not the first group of players to walk out of the novice village and log in to the land of Hunting God. They will hesitate and be afraid, and will not choose to step into it until they have fully adapted to the basic rules of the land of Hunting God. Therefore, their levels are generally not too high, basically within level 20, and some are even lower. These people basically cannot participate in the job transfer task. They can only come here to scout the place first, and then try to find a senior who has changed jobs to explain to them the precautions of the copy. As the crowd grew larger and larger, Fengchen became noticeably irritated.
However, as he began to pace back and forth, a girl suddenly appeared behind him and gently patted Feng.
Deal. Damn it, where did he get such high armor? Where does such a high HP amount come from?
But this is not the most important thing. As soon as his skills disappeared, Lin Chen seemed to raise his hand and stab himself.
A simple attack, the health bar above my head.
More than half is missing. Li Tianhua began to stumble back, his eyes wide in disbelief. In order to prove that he was not in the accursed state all the time, he even retreated to Zhao Yuding's side.
You. Yuding, my blood.
But Zhao Yuding didn't say anything, and the expression on her face completely betrayed her.
It is true.
It was at this time that Li Tianhua noticed the name above Lin Chen's head. Because the mask was removed, the originally unclear nickname gradually became clear, and the three blood-red words programmer suddenly appeared in their sight.
Programmer.
The two of them muttered almost at the same time.
Then everyone looked shocked. The person who dominated the battle power list a while ago? You are the programmer? Li Tianhua almost roared out this sentence.
But Lin Chen did not answer him. He stood up lazily, shaking the rusty iron sword in his hand back and forth. Then, under Li Tianhua's horrified gaze, Lin Chen had already come right in front of him.
Dalin, if you have something to say, let's talk.
However, Lin Chen stabbed Li Tianhua in the stomach again.
The health bar is cleared.
A feeling of weakness instantly spread throughout the body. Li Tianhua's vision began to blur, and a large amount of blood suddenly flowed out of his body. At this moment, not only his vision, but also his hearing and touch were rapidly lost.
Li Tianhua only felt that something was being pulled out of his body.
Before he could think any more, he collapsed to the ground.
Yes, Li Tianhua was on the verge of death.
2 slashes, just 2 slashes, each a critical hit, can bring a warrior with full health to the brink of death.
Is this something a dad can do?
No, this has nothing to do with whether or not you are a nanny.
It should be said that this is something that a player can do? At this moment, Li Tianhua could only hear a cold prompt tone in his head. Attention, you are near death.
Please use the resurrection coin or wait for the healer to treat you.
Otherwise, you will die in 5 minutes.
Attention,
you are near death. It is detected that there are no resurrection coins in your backpack.
Please wait for the healer to treat you, otherwise you will die in 5 minutes.
As the countdown to death began, Li Tianhua's last vestiges of sanity began to collapse. Resurrection? At this time, who has the ability to resurrect him?
Although the skill, Heaven's Corridor, is limited to level 12, he has never seen even a nurse learn it. He is doomed to die.
Damn it!
Why did he die so suddenly, and at the hands of Lin Chen?
No, this shouldn't be Li Tianhua's final destination. He is unwilling to accept it. Zhao Yuding was already scared silly.
She still hasn't recovered from the fact that Li Tianhua was in a near-death state. At this moment, she raised her head woodenly and looked at the strange Lin Chen in front of her, not knowing what to say for a moment.
This man actually killed Brother Tian in front of him?
This poor overtime worker who usually obeys me and obeys my orders, actually killed Brother Tian who was full of health with just 2 normal attacks.
Forest. Zhao Yuding trembled all over. She finally reacted and quickly took a step back.
But after a moment she thought of something, and hurried forward and grabbed the corner of Lin Chen's clothes.
Honey, it's all Brother Tian. No, it's Li Tianhua who forced me to do it. Because you've been working overtime, that bastard has been pestering me. If I don't agree, he...
But when she said this, Zhao Yuding suddenly saw Lin Chen's eyes.
There was an icy chill inside. You believe me, don't you?
Zhao Yuding forced out a very ugly smile, her face already
covered with tears. Lin Chen, you must believe me, I have always been loyal to you, I have never betrayed you. Lin Chen, listen.
Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen laughed.
Zhao Yuding. He whispered, what a pity.
If you could admit it openly, I would think more highly of you.
Now you really disappoint me.
Lin Chen kept shaking his head, then pulled the corner of his clothes back from Zhao Yuding's hand.
Honey! No, everything I said is true.
Zhao Yuding roared hoarsely like a madman who had lost her mind. Everything I said is true. Seeing that Lin Chen was still looking at her with a half-smile, Zhao Yuding's inner defenses completely collapsed. Her legs went weak and she immediately fell to her knees.
I'm sorry. Can you forgive me?
Zhao Yuding was about to reach out and continue to pull Lin Chen. I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do in the future.
Lin Chen. I'm really sorry.
Under Zhao Yuding's pleading, Lin Chen sighed and slowly put away the rusty iron sword in his hand.
Seeing Lin Chen's action, Zhao Yuding was obviously a little excited. Lin Chen, thank you.
But before she could finish, Lin Chen changed his bow and arrow. She was a little confused and looked up at Lin Chen in confusion. Lin Chen retreated slightly, came to a more suitable distance, and then drew his bow and arrow at Zhao Yuding.
You still have 1700 HP left.
I can deal 1080 damage with one arrow from my Moon Chaser bow. Even if your armor can block some of it, a critical hit can still kill you with one arrow. Don't worry, there's a 50% chance you won't feel any pain. After all the years of our relationship, I naturally won't let you die so miserably. Listening to Lin Chen's indifferent words, Zhao Yuding felt as if she had heard it wrong.
What did you say? Zhao Yuding was completely confused.
But when she saw that Lin Chen had already pulled the bowstring to its full extent, her expression finally changed completely. She knew that there was no chance of her survival. He immediately started cursing, "Damn Lin Chen, you'll die a miserable death, I curse you."
Call out.
The energy arrow hit the woman's forehead with a distorted face.
-2002. A critical hit.
With one arrow, the world became quiet. Zhao Yuding's voice suddenly stopped and she fell down. Her eyes were fixed on where Lin Chen was, as if filled with endless resentment.
Lin Chen ignored it.
After doing all this, he calmly put away his bow and arrow. Then he took out a shiny scroll-like item from his backpack.
He walked to Li Tianhua and Zhao Yuding and squatted down.
He knew that when one was on the verge of death, he was not completely dead within 5 minutes. Although his senses began to lose their function rapidly, they could still hear Lin Chen speak and see Lin Chen's actions for a short period of time. It's just that the person involved can't do anything. It was just like when I was lying in a pool of blood and could see the two of them looking at me coldly. Lin Chen shook the scroll in his hand and said to the two of them with a smile.
Do you know what this is?
Lin Chen said, this is a skill book.
The name is. Lin Chen smiled, it's called Heaven's Corridor.
After saying this, Lin Chen could clearly feel that the two people's eyes seemed to tremble. Lin Chen didn't say much and immediately learned the skill in front of the two of them. A beam of light descended from the sky, and Lin Chen felt a warm current flowing through every part of his body. Yes, from this moment on, he learned what was strictly speaking the most important skill in the entire land of the hunting god. Heaven's Corridor can bring players back from the near-death state. After doing all this, Lin Chen squatted down again.
Is this the Heaven's Corridor?
It said that it can resurrect a person, but I don't know if it's true or not. Even when Zhao Yuding and the other person were on the verge of death, they clearly showed some emotional fluctuations, and there was an almost pleading look in their eyes. But the next moment, with Lin Chen's words, they completely lost their luster.
Oh, don't get me wrong, I just wanted to show you this skill. Have a good trip, both of you. I won't see you off.
After saying this, Lin Chen ignored the two of them and turned his head away. At this moment, for him, the man and woman had lost the meaning of survival. Lin Chen's goal had been achieved, and the revenge had been taken. There was no need to continue wasting time on them.
Dunshan, take action.
Lin Chen spoke coldly, completely ignoring the two people lying in a pool of blood behind him.
Yes.
Seeing the monarch like this, Dunshan had almost no hesitation. He responded, raised his hammer and swung it down, accurately hitting the only remaining messenger of God beside him.
Click.
With just one blow, the messenger of God fell limply to the ground, motionless. At this point, all the monsters in the entire copy died, and a huge portal suddenly appeared right above the body of the Star Prayer. Along with the appearance of the portal, a pitch-black treasure chest wrapped in broken pieces also fell from the sky.
The rewards for completing the dungeon have finally appeared.
The treasure chest opened automatically the moment it touched the ground, and the props and equipment inside fell to the ground. The rewards are the same as those in the dungeons encountered before, but this is a level 25 dungeon after all, so the rewards inside are naturally more than what Lin Chen has obtained before.
Ding, ding, ding.
The sound of equipment falling was endless. One after another, pieces of equipment flashed and glowed among the props.
Lin Chen walked to the front of the treasure chest and looked at his feet.
There were more than a dozen pieces of equipment lying on the ground. What made his eyes gradually widen was the brilliance emitted by one of the equipment.
Wow, looks like I'm lucky.
Although equipment of this color was very common in his previous life, this was the first time he had seen it.
Purple equipment. Lin Chen picked it up.
Because he had left the team on his own before attacking Li Tianhua and Zhao Yuding, that is, when killing the boss, there would be no restrictions or team votes for picking up equipment now.
Lin Chen took a look at the item with purple light. Mithril armor.
Item type, tops, heavy armor.
Item level, 25. Occupational requirements, Knight, Weapon Master.
Plus 600 maximum health.
Plus 8% health regeneration rate. Plus 165 physical defense. Plus 125 spell defense. Number of sockets, 3. Plus 4 random attributes.
Effect: after leaving the battle, it will condense into a magic shield, which can resist 500 points of magic damage.
Seeing the attributes and entries of this equipment, Lin Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
Wow, it is worthy of being a heavy armor top specially designed for the knight profession. The added armor is as high as 165 points, and it also has a passive shield that can withstand 500 points of magic damage.
Unfortunately, I can't wear it.
Lin Chen muttered to himself, but the next moment, he waved to Dunshan beside him.
Dunshan was stunned and stepped forward quickly. My lord.
Lin Chen casually handed over the mithril armor in his hand. When he saw Lin Chen handing him a piece of purple equipment, Dunshan was obviously shocked.
Your Majesty, this is, for. He spoke haltingly. Stop talking nonsense and put it on. There's no difference between you and me.
After thinking about it carefully, Dunshan found that what Lin Chen said made sense, so he quickly took it with both hands and put on the equipment. The next moment, Shield Mountain's attribute panel suddenly went up a level. At this moment, his health points reached 3,800 points, only 200 points less than Lin Chen's, and his armor magic resistance.
Lin Chen couldn't help but take a breath.
Shield Mountain's armor, that is, physical defense, has reached 400 at
this moment.
If Shield Mountain activates his defensive skills, he can really stand still and remain unharmed throughout the process. After doing all this, Lin Chen started picking and choosing on the ground again. There are a total of 15 pieces of equipment, including the purple mithril armor, and 2 other pink ones, but basically none of them can be used by Lin Chen. A pair of gloves, used by fighters, and a taming whip, used by beastmasters. As for the rest, Lin Chen just took advantage of the opportunity to go downhill and tidy up the equipment on Dunshan. In the end, the undead tank was fully armed with various colored equipment.
Thank you for the reward, my lord. Dunshan knelt down.
Without waiting for Lin Chen to speak, he continued, from now on, if the monarch suffers even the slightest harm while Dunshan is present, it will be considered Dunshan's dereliction of duty. These words were so powerful that Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and curse, just forget it. But it's no wonder that Shield Mountain is so confident. Because after being equipped with all the equipment, the armor on his bare panel now has reached 485 points. For example, Li Tianhua, who is holding a pink broadsword, can only deal 1 damage to Shield Mountain now. After calling up Shield Mountain, Lin Chen inadvertently glanced at Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother.
These 2 undead clearly have some lost.
Yes, although they didn't show anything on their faces, as their monarch, Lin Chen could still sense this emotion hovering over their heads.
It makes sense.
They are souls awakened from monsters and have no way to wear equipment. Their own panels only inherited half of Lin Chen's, and they can't reach the level of Lord Shield Mountain at all. As Lin Chen becomes stronger, their role will gradually become smaller. Seeing the two of them like this, Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. He wanted to say something to comfort them, but found that nothing he said would be appropriate.
I simply didn't say anything.
He paused and called back the three undead in front of him. At this point, Lin Chen was the only person standing in the copy.
A countdown began to appear on the portal. With 1 minute left, all players present will be forcibly teleported out.
Lin Chen turned his head and looked around. In addition to the two dying people, Li Tianhua and Zhao Yuding, there was also a young mage and a knight lying on the ground shivering who were still alive. That knight was the first unlucky guy to suffer from the cursed state. Logically, the state should have been lifted long ago, but he seemed to have suffered a great blow and was lying on the ground motionless. Apart from that, there were no living people around. The Beastmaster had fallen into the state of near-death early on and now had lost the chance of resurrection and turned into a corpse.
Lin Chen did not move.
He just sat calmly on the treasure chest and turned his head to look at Li Tianhua and Zhao Yuding with interest. In the previous life, I also lay in a pool of blood and looked at the two of them.
Now, the situation is reversed.
I don't know if it was a coincidence or something else, but when the countdown of the portal ended, it was also the moment of their complete death.
Lin Chen wanted to see them off. The two men were unable to move.
Time had reached the final moment. They had completely lost all senses in their bodies.
Finally, both their vision and hearing disappeared.
In their blurred vision, the two men seemed to only see a dark figure sitting in the distance with his back to the sun, looking at them.
Other than that, they could see nothing.
A minute passed, and the surrounding world began to change. 3 beams of white light fell from the sky, landing on the knight, the female mage, and Lin Chen respectively. Under Lin Chen's indifferent expression, the next moment, he disappeared from this world. At the same time, Li Tianhua and Zhao Yuding stopped moving.
There
is a sentence written above their heads. Whether to awaken this soul.
When his vision returned, Lin Chen had reappeared in front of the portal.
Appearing with him were the young wizard girl and the trembling knight. When they saw the two of them coming out, some people around immediately came to greet them. Those who wanted to get the dungeon guide seemed to have been waiting for them to come out. Now that the dungeon is over, they naturally want to go and find out. Moreover, as time went by, there seemed to be more and more people standing around waiting. Although it was not as spectacular as the one outside the job transfer portal in Baiwa City, it was still a rare scene in this kind of mainline copy.
Come out, come out. Quick, go over and ask what's going on inside. Strange, why are there only 3 people coming out?
People hurriedly walked up to Lin Chen and the other two, but at this time Lin Chen had already put on his mask again and left the crowd in a flash.
Some people noticed Lin Chen, but could not see the man's name clearly.
They wanted to stop him and ask, but found that there were too many people around and Lin Chen had already disappeared. Helplessly, they could only surround the remaining 2 people and keep asking questions.
Little girl. What does this copy look like? Is it dangerous?
A middle-aged man carrying a broadsword kept shaking the pale-faced girl in front of him. But no matter how they asked, the girl just curled up, obviously not yet recovered from the scene.
As for the remaining knight, is he really still alive?
His face was as pale as a corpse, and his whole body was twitching constantly.
If you look closely, you can see some white foam left in his mouth. Oh my god, what's going on with this guy?
At this moment, everyone was completely stunned. Those present knew that the team that entered was obviously a team of 6 people, and the captain was a warrior named Dubudian, who looked very confident. But in the end, only 3 people came out.
1 person disappeared, and the remaining 2. Damn, it's too dangerous.
You can't go in, everyone, let's level up first, until we reach level 25.
Damn, luckily I didn't go in.
People began to retreat gradually. The number of people who were gathered here a moment ago was reduced by more than half in just 5 minutes. Some of the remaining people still stayed around the female wizard and the knight, while some were hesitating. Lin Chen did not stop, but went to the location of NPC Melon alone. A few minutes later, Lin Chen stood in front of Melon.
Seeing Lin Chen coming, Melon's expression was still intriguing.
He was slightly stunned at first, then quickly concealed his panic, and then bowed deeply to Lin Chen.
Most precious chosen one, congratulations on your triumphant return. You seem to be in a good mood.
Lin Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard Melon's sudden words.
Oh? Why do you say that? Lin Chen looked down at his body. I didn't seem to show any body language, and I was wearing a mask. How did you know I was in a good mood? Melon raised his head and smiled slightly. Of course, I saw it in your eyes, the chosen one. It's different from the last time we met. Although it's only been a few minutes, I can clearly feel that there's less confusion in your eyes. This emotion. He paused, it's like a great revenge.
He remained standing still while speaking, with a standard NPC smile on his face. Lin Chen was stunned for more than 10 seconds before he chuckled in disbelief.
I almost forgot that you are not the monsters in the land of the hunting god. You are people with flesh and blood. You are so kind, chosen one, Melon said. You are coming here now, have you completed the dungeon commission?
Lin Chen shrugged undeniably, yes, you should give me the mission reward. Melon stared at Lin Chen's eyes under the mask, paused for a moment, and then nodded.
Okay, chosen one, please. Wait.
He turned and entered the camp tent behind him, and returned half a minute later.
Melon walked over with a package in his hand. He said to Lin Chen, chosen one, this is your reward.
Lin Chen took the heavy cloth bag from behind and put it into his backpack, thank you. However, Lin Chen did not leave immediately, but still stood there looking at him meaninglessly.
Melon forced a smile and said, chosen one, is there anything else? Lin Chen, you don't have anything to tell me? Melon was stunned, then actually thought for a moment before suddenly realizing something, you mean the next main quest? You'll need to return to the quest hall in the main city to pick it up.
You've already completed the main quest for our survivor gathering place. If you'd like to stay and explore, you can also take on some side quests from me or the NPCs in the gathering place. These quests will earn you experience and reputation rewards. Hearing Melon's meticulous explanation, Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Reputation? No, I mean, aren't you going to tell me about the second round? As soon as these words came out, Melon narrowed his eyes instantly. Seeing Melon's micro-expression, Lin Chen knew that he had asked the right person. After returning here for the second time, except for the NPCs in the novice village, the NPCs encountered after entering White Moon City seemed to be a little different, including the dwarf in the mission hall, the transferred nun and the mysterious bishop in the church, as well as the mainline NPC in front of him. Their performance made it difficult for Lin Chen not to suspect that they knew something. However, when he heard Lin Chen say this, Melon put on a standard professional smile again on his face. Your Excellency, what you are saying? I don't understand. Oh? Don't understand? Lin Chen smiled softly. He opened his backpack in front of Melon and took a look. The gift package he just received from Melon had the words reward for completing the second round written on it. If you don't understand, what's the second round reward? Lin Chen asked in a deep voice. During this time, some players passing by cast puzzled glances at him. After all, Lin Chen had been staying in front of Melon for quite a long time, and many people had already talked to Melon several times, but Lin Chen was still there. Melon smiled and said, please don't blame me, chosen one. All your rewards are arranged by the hunting god land itself. We have no right to interfere. As for what you said, I really don't understand. After saying that, he bowed to Lin Chen again. Then he lowered his head and looked at the ground, without saying a word. You. Lin Chen was obviously choked by Melon's attitude. This NPC in front of me is obviously lying. He must know something. However, they seemed to be deliberately hiding something and had no intention of discussing this issue with Lin Chen. This made Lin Chen look a little unhappy. You really don't have anything to say to me?
Lin Chen asked finally. But this time, Melon kept his head down and didn't even answer.
Oh, okay. Lin Chen sighed, stood there for a while, and finally turned around and left.
It's almost time. Feng Chen and Zhuzi should have completed their job transfer and are heading back.
Lin Chen needs to go back to the portal and wait for them. Seeing Lin Chen's back getting farther and farther away, Melon slowly raised his head. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes.
After a while,
Lin Chen returned to the vicinity of the portal. The crowd around them hadn't completely left, clearly unwilling to accept the situation. These people, mostly level 21 to 23, had originally planned to enter the dungeon to investigate, but for some reason, a team of 6 had just entered, and only 3 had emerged, 2 of whom were clearly somewhat disoriented. It only means that it is extremely dangerous inside. Most of the people gathered here have lost their resurrection coins in their backpacks. They can't afford to take the risk. If they die in there, they will be really dead. This resulted in the fact that although they gathered here, no team dared to enter.
Lin Chen ignored them and waited for a while. Finally, he saw 2 figures in his sight. Brother Lin. Feng Chen started to greet Lin Chen from a distance. Gardenia followed beside him.
The 2 of them jogged all the way, ignoring the gazes of the people around them, and came directly to Lin Chen.
I'm here. Lin Chen nodded, then glanced at the girl beside him. Have you changed your job? Yeah. Gardenia nodded a little embarrassedly. Changed job.
However, Lin Chen's eyebrows raised slightly at this moment, because Jizi's job change direction was not a sage, but a more violent, holy cultist. Just like in her previous life, this girl indeed had a unique insight into the land of the hunting god. Seeing Lin Chen staring at Gardenia, Feng Chen beside him also laughed. Ha, sister, I said Brother Lin would be surprised by your choice. You are a game newbie, and you chose violent milk. Gardenia bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth and didn't say anything. Instead, she raised her eyelids timidly and looked at Lin Chen. Captain, did I make the wrong choice? However, Lin Chen didn't care. Wrong? No, it's quite good. After the Saint cult reaches a certain level in the later stages, its output capacity is not even weaker than that of first-tier professions. Since this girl chose the Holy Believer twice in a row, and my appearance did not make her change her choice, it was enough to show that Gardenia had her own plans. Only then did Gardenia breathe a sigh of relief. After a brief conversation, Feng Chen suddenly raised his head and looked around, and asked in a daze. Brother Lin, why are there so many people here? Why don't they go into the dungeon? At this time, Gardenia also looked around and found that many people were looking at her. Gardenia only felt a sense of disharmony, but she didn't know where this strange feeling came from. But after a few seconds, Gardenia finally knew where the problem lay. There don't seem to be many healers here. Gardenia said softly. Yes, among the large crowd around, there are people of all kinds of professions, but there are only a few wet nurses. Apart from Lin Chen and I, there was no third person. Could it be that they didn't enter the dungeon because there was no nurse? But before she could think about it, Lin Chen interrupted them and said, Don't worry about them. Come on, I'll take you into the dungeon again. As he spoke, he came directly in front of the portal. Jizi Feng Chen quickly caught up. Feng Chen caught something in the process and asked, Brother? Again? What does that mean? Did you just enter a dungeon? Lin Chen didn't hide anything. He nodded and said, Well, I've already cleared the level once. This time, just find 3 people to go in. Leave the monsters inside to me. Having said this, Lin Chen's eyes gradually became serious, and he continued to mutter to himself in a low voice, It just so happens that I need to ask that star prayer some questions again. This time, it was Feng Chen who raised his hands and called out to the people around him. Everyone, has anyone entered the dungeon? It's 3 for 3, there are 2 healers in the team, come any way you want. The soldiers' shouting attracted many people around. But no one sent a team request right away. Yes, many people present have seen this scene. Less than an hour ago, a warrior named Dubution called out to his teammates in such a high-profile manner, and said the same words as this warrior. The only difference is that the warrior no longer has Dubu Tian on his head, but has instead had Fengchen Zhuajiu.
Are these people crazy? Don't they know that a team just now lost 3 people because of their brazen behavior? They're probably new here. Let's just wait and see. Guess how many people will die in there this time? I guess it's all wiped out.
The discussions around him gradually became louder, which confused Fengchen. Normally, in a scene like this where a team is forming to conquer a dungeon, even if people are not scrambling to join the team, there should be a constant stream of people joining. But now, people were looking at him as if he were a fool, which made Fengchen completely helpless. He turned his head and glanced at Lin Chen, but Lin Chen didn't say much, just replied with 2 words lightly.
Shout again. Fengchen nodded, and then continued shouting to the people around him.
As time passed, more and more people gathered around. Finally, after 5 minutes, a request to join the team was received in the team list.
Fengchen turned around and saw a hunter standing next to him.
The seemingly young boy raised his hand hesitantly and asked, what do you mean by come as you please?
Fengchen chuckled, literally, there are no requirements. Once we enter the dungeon, we just need to stand guard at the entrance and don't go anywhere. The rest will be handled by others. You won't be in any danger.
This sentence was not concealed and was heard by everyone around. Everyone looked at each other, and most of them burst out laughing. The young hunter's eyes lit up after hearing this. He obviously hadn't expected such a good thing to happen.
Then I'll join. Welcome, welcome.
Fengchen clicked OK, and the young man joined the team. Afterwards, he raised his hands again and said, "For waiting for 2, just 2 more people, and we'll start right away." Although Fengchen's actions attracted a lot of ridicule, some people who didn't know why tried to get closer. These people had obviously just arrived not long ago, and no one even knew why they stopped to watch instead of choosing to join the team. Immediately, another soldier raised his hand, "Count me in." A voice rang out from the back of the crowd, "I'm coming too." At this point, a full 10 minutes passed before the team was finally paired up.
2 warriors, 2 nurses, a hunter and a mage. The professional configuration is weird, there is not even a knight, which is even more outrageous than the personnel configuration that entered before. Just wait and see, everyone will definitely die. Hurry up and give me the money first. I'm sure to win. Don't talk about it so early. I estimate, at least 1 person will survive. I guess 2 will survive.
Amid the laughter of the crowd around him, Fengchen, the team leader, touched the portal directly with his hand. The next moment, 6 beams of light instantly fell from the sky and directly enveloped it.
This is Lin Chen's second time entering the dungeon.
But the moment he stepped into this area, he felt an unusual sense of incongruity. He stood there in a daze for several seconds, and it was finally Fengchen's reminder that brought Lin Chen back to his senses.
"Brother? What's wrong with you?" Fengchen waved his palm in front of Lin Chen's eyes in confusion. Lin Chen blinked and looked at Fengchen. Then he took a step forward, turned around and said to everyone, "Stand here and don't run around. Leave the rest to me."
Except for Fengchen and Jizi, the other 3 looked at each other in confusion.
Someone immediately laughed, "Dude, aren't you a dad?"
In their eyes, even if this team has some god-level figures, Fengchen, the captain, should be the one.
However, they never expected that the so-called big boss is actually a nanny. Oh no, a nanny.
Before Lin Chen could say anything, Fengchen turned around and stared at the person who had spoken.
He looked the mage up and down and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?"
The wizard was stunned.
What's going on? He looked around. A stay-at-home dad is going to clear a dungeon alone?
Fengchen was also a little puzzled.
He asked again, "Is there any problem?" Now, it was the turn of the other 3 people, led by the mage, not knowing how to answer. Just as they were about to continue talking, Lin Chen waved his hand at everyone and said, "All right, equipment acquisition is determined by rolling the dice. If you encounter pink equipment or above, please give up the roll." After that, he stopped talking nonsense, shook his wrist, and a rusty iron sword appeared in his hand. He turned and left.
Seeing this scene, the wizard who was speaking just now was stunned.
The one holding a white iron sword, a daddy?
He covered his forehead, and suddenly turned his head as if possessed by a ghost, looking around for something.
Hey, brother. Feng Chen was stunned. What are you looking for?
Portal. The mage looked around nervously. I want to get out. Feng Chen and Jizi looked at each other, smiled slightly, and did not explain. Lin Chen shouted in a low voice as he walked.
Shield Mountain.
The next moment, a flash of black light suddenly separated from Lin Chen's body, and then a dark figure appeared beside Lin Chen.
Monarch.
As Lin Chen's level and attributes increase, the heaviness of Shield Mountain also increases. Now, just by standing there, he gives people an almost exaggerated sense of security.
It's a bit strange.
Lin Chen stretched out his hand to feel the air in this place. Dunshan, do you feel anything different? Dunshan was stunned for a moment, then he immediately stood up straight and carefully felt the differences around him. After a while, Dunshan's eyes gradually widened.
Your Majesty, it seems that you are lacking some special aura.
Hearing Dunshan say this, Lin Chen nodded. Not only the aura and atmosphere, but even the smell in the air has changed. He didn't know why this change occurred here.
Could it be that the previous effect would only appear when entering this copy for the first time?
Thinking about it this way, when Lin Chen entered the dungeon this time, there seemed to be no so-called second round prompt.
Could it be?
Lin Chen was suddenly stunned, and then immediately called out Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother. As soon as the two appeared and had not had time to kneel down to pay homage, Lin Chen said coldly,
"No need."
He pointed at Shield Mountain and said, "Shield Mountain, you are responsible for clearing the area and killing all the monsters in the dungeon. Remember, use the rusty iron sword."
Shield Mountain agreed.
Lin Chen turned back to look at Huang Dachui and the other man. "You two, follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen instantly released the King's Domain.
A mist emanated from his side from the inside out.
Lin Chen's movement speed instantly increased by 106% at this moment. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the depths of the copy. Lin Chen encountered some god's messengers who tried to stop him along the way, but he ignored them.
He was very fast and those god's messengers could not touch him at all. A few minutes later, Lin Chen arrived at the familiar arena.
As soon as he stepped into the arena, a large number of god's messengers suddenly appeared around him. At a glance, there were more than 50 of them. Lin Chen looked around at the cheering envoys, his eyes gradually narrowed.
No. Something's wrong. Yes, these god's messengers are completely different from the ones we encountered before.
They are just ordinary messengers of God, no different from the messengers of God in the wild, without any sense of being a warrior. Moving his sight forward, Lin Chen took another look at the boss who walked out of the darkness.
What's going on?
Lin Chen muttered to himself. The boss in front of him with the word Star Prayer written on his head was only about 3 meters tall.
In his impression, shouldn't this guy be twice as tall?
Moreover, the attributes of this Star Prayer made Lin Chen very concerned.
Boss, Apostle Star Prayer. Health, 4500. Attack power, 280. Spell attack power, 160. Physical defense, 100. Spell defense, 100.
Skill, Bone Spike, pierces sharp bone spikes from various parts of the body, causing physical damage to surrounding targets and has a chance to cause critical hits.
After seeing these words, Lin Chen finally understood what the feeling of incongruity was. Not a cursed state? This is where the problem lies.
Whether it was the Spider Queen, encountered in the novice copy Spider Cave, or the Ye Goblin Lord, in the job transformation, or the previous Star Prayer, they all had one thing in common. That is, the word, cursed, will be written behind the names of these bosses. They can speak human language, possess human-like emotions, and almost all of them have a skill.
Cursed aura.
However, the Star Prayer in front of him did not have that. This big guy with only 4,500 health points and 280 attack power was just an ordinary dungeon boss. He stood there stupidly without saying a word. If it was this type of boss, it was no wonder that Li Tianhua, also known as Du Budian, had such great self-confidence. Maybe with Zhao Yuding healing him from behind, he can really take down the boss by himself.
What exactly went wrong? Lin Chen was completely confused.
He originally had a lot of questions he wanted to ask the Star Prayer. After all, last time, because of the amulet, Blessing of the Zombie King, Lin Chen accidentally killed it, resulting in some questions not being asked in time. But after coming back in, everything changed. Lin Chen lowered his head in thought, completely ignoring the changes around him. At this time, the Star Prayer boss seemed to be enraged. He roared, and then the surrounding gods jumped off the stone platform and grinned at Lin Chen.
Lin Chen finally gave up at this time.
He sighed and his eyes were cold.
Sledgehammer, roaring brother, the boss is left to you too.
As for the surrounding god messengers, let Shield Mountain deal with them. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Dachui and roaring brother echoed in unison.
As ordered. After just a few minutes, none of the gods in the copy were left standing.
Shield Mountain raised his sword and slashed, and the last gods fell to the ground trembling. With good luck, Shield Mountain killed all the way from the entrance of the dungeon and killed more than 80 gods in total, with the number of critical kills reaching 46.
The attack power fed back to Lin Chen naturally increased by 46 points.
Dunshan put away the rusty iron sword, walked to Lin Chen and said respectfully, "Lord, I have taken care of all the monsters in this dungeon." Lin Chen nodded expressionlessly and continued looking ahead. Not far away, the giant blade in the hand of Roaring Brother suddenly stabbed into the boss's lower body, and Huang Dachui suddenly jumped high, and the huge two-handed hammer in his hand also swung an extremely exaggerated parabola.
80. With a loud shout, the giant hammer hit the boss's head hard.
The huge body of the Star Prayer stumbled backwards, breaking through several rocks and falling to the ground with a loud bang, splashing yellow sand and dust more than a person high. From beginning to end, this so-called Star Prayer did not say a word. It is just an ordinary dungeon boss without any other titles. So much so that there was no need for Lin Chen to take action at all. Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother could easily deal with it. Until the treasure chest fell from the sky, Lin Chen did not move at all.
He just frowned slightly, obviously not quite understanding. Why is everything different this time around? Not only is the boss, the Star Invoker, incredibly powerful, but even the environment and levels of common monsters are vastly different. Is it true that you will only encounter the so-called cursed boss when you enter these dungeons for the first time? Or in other words, as long as you kill the boss and enter this instance again, they won't resurrect? It's getting weirder and weirder.
Lin Chen muttered to himself and took a look at the treasure chest in front of him. A lot of equipment dropped from the treasure chest, but Lin Chen lost interest after a quick glance.
They were all ordinary props.
Among them, there were 4 pieces of equipment, only one of which was pink and an amulet. The rest are a large amount of coins and potion consumables, which are basically of no use. Except for the pink amulet, all other equipment had been obtained by other members of the team.
Lin Chen silently clicked on the pink equipment.
After doing this, he prepared to step into the portal. But at this moment, Lin Chen's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the huge corpse of the Star Prayer. There was a line of small words floating there.
Do you want to awaken the soul of this unit?
One of Lin Chen's feet had already entered the portal, but at this moment, for some unknown reason, he retracted his foot. He uttered a "ha," then narrowed his eyes and moved closer without making a sound. As the distance shortened, Lin Chen saw 2 more lines of words below this line of small words.
The maximum number of souls you can currently store, 3. You have currently stored 1/3 souls, white. You have currently stored 2/3 souls, black. Yes, Lin Chen had never seen these descriptions before. He even looked up at Huang Dachui and Dunshan in confusion. However, the 3 undead followers obviously didn't react. They looked at each other, completely confused as to why Lin Chen suddenly looked at them. Lord? Dunshan asked tentatively.
Lin Chen's eyes gradually brightened, and he lowered his head again in disbelief to look at the boss's body.
White? Black? Lin Chen suddenly lost his voice. Could it be? Is this true?
Looking at the black soul floating above the corpse in front of him, Lin Chen did not hesitate at all. He stretched out his hand and waved in the direction of the huge corpse.
Get up!
A moment later, something happened that made everyone present breathe faster. The more than 3-meter tall star prayer in front of him was being rapidly wrapped by some kind of black energy. The black energy quickly gathered together and wrapped its huge body into a sphere. Then, the black sphere shattered, and a black figure crawled up from the ground. It was pitch black all over, 3 meters tall, and its entire body was surrounded by the same mist as Huang Dachui and others. After this new undead follower appeared, he half knelt on the ground and lowered his huge head towards Lin Chen. At this moment, the 3 undead, including Shield Mountain, were stunned.
Your Majesty, what are you doing? Dun Chen's pupils widened.
However, Lin Chen waved his hand to signal the 3 people not to disturb him for the time being, because he had already seen a line of familiar words appear above the head of this star prayer.
Please name this dependent.
Lin Chen looked at the star prayer with 4 hands and 7 or 8 pairs of eyes on his face, thought for a while, and entered a name.
Chi Yu.
After the name was entered, Chi Yu's eyes suddenly flashed with emotional fluctuations, and he opened his huge mouth almost instantly, making a dull sound.
Greetings, monarch.
After saying that, Chi Yu slowly stood up and walked to the side of Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother, standing respectfully.
His 3-meter tall body was extremely terrifying.
Huang Dachui swallowed his saliva, raised his head and looked at the colleague who had just died under his hammer, and smiled embarrassedly.
Brother Chi, nice to meet you. Chi Yu looked down at Huang Dachui. Huang, brother Huang, you are a senior.
Huang Dachui blinked, and when he heard this he seemed to have thought of something, and puffed out his chest. That's true. Chi Yu's gaze shifted, and he took a last look at Dunshan. At this moment, Dunshan was also looking at him.
Chi Yu did not hesitate at all. He lowered his head and said, respectfully, Greetings, Lord Shield Mountain.
Yes, among the undead followers, the white player followers like Shield Mountain have a higher status than their black monster followers.
Hello.
Shield Mountain nodded at him. However, Lin Chen ignored the greetings of these followers, but quickly took a look at the skill, Resurrection of the Dead.
I found the following words written on its description. The maximum number of souls that can be stored currently, 3.
You have stored 1/3 souls, white. You have stored 3/3 souls, black.
Lin Chen couldn't help laughing out loud. Good guy. It turns out that the player's soul and the monster's soul are actually counted separately. In other words, in addition to Huang Dachui, Roaring Brother, and the new Chi Yu, Lin Chen can also create 2-player followers like Shield Mountain. At this moment, Lin Chen felt like he was living in a dream. What a pity. You know, this bug skill is so exaggerated. I have tried it on Li Tianhua and Zhao Yuding before,
Lin Chen said in a low voice. But soon, he shook his head and interrupted this thought.
No.
I feel a little creepy leaving them both around. However, although he said this, Lin Chen really wanted to test whether he could continue to summon the souls of 2 players.
Now he can already summon Shield Mountain. If there are 2 more players, then he will. Lin Chen didn't even dare to think about it. Just as Lin Chen fell into deep thought, the countdown on the portal was coming to an end. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Then, a beam of light fell on Lin Chen's head, forcibly teleporting him out. At this moment, the 4 undead around him were also summoned back by Lin Chen. After opening their eyes again, Lin Chen and the other 6 people reappeared outside the portal in the wild. The crowd outside the portal is still gathered around. When Lin Chen and the other 6 reappeared, people were obviously a little stunned. They stood up almost at the same time, with a look of surprise on their faces.
Oh my god, why is it so fast this time?
Yes, unlike the first team led by Du Budian, this team walked out in less than 15 minutes.
What happened?
And seeing that they all looked unharmed, people were puzzled again.
3 people from Du Butian's team died.
The captain and the nanny were all killed in there.
The surviving female wizard and an insane knight were lying shivering not far away.
They saw it with their own eyes, it couldn't be fake.
But what the hell is going on now?
Everyone looked at each other, and a strange idea emerged in their hearts.
Could it be that this portal not only leads to one instance, but can also lead to other instances? Aren't they the star players who entered?
Not only the onlookers, but also the three people involved were a little dazed. The mage in the team still remembered that he was arguing with Feng Chen in the dungeon, when suddenly lines of text appeared in front of him.
Experience plus 155. Experience plus 162. Experience points. Before he could react, one equipment drop point information panel after another came into view. According to the rules, except for pink and above equipment, which cannot be picked up by clicking, any other props can be picked up by clicking. So in just 15 minutes, they just stood there in a daze and woodenly clicked the casting button. Always. Until they were teleported out, they didn't kill a single monster.
Just as the three were about to turn around and say something, a prompt sound appeared in their minds.
You have been kicked out of the team.
The three of them swallowed the words back when they were about to speak.
Fuck.
After mumbling a dull fuck, he tried to look for them again, but found that Lin Chen and the other two had disappeared. The next moment, a large number of people gathered around. Next, Lin Chen brought Feng Chen Jizi to NPC Melon to hand in the task. During this period, Lin Chen also tried to continue asking Melon some questions. But no matter whether Lin Chen asked directly or indirectly, Melon always kept silent. Lin Chen sighed and said no more. Only after both of them completed their tasks did Feng Chen turn around and look at Lin Chen.
Brother, what's next? Should we go back to the main city? Lin Chen glanced at the sky. It was still early.
He checked his physical strength again.
He still had enough. He thought for a while and then shook his head. I'm going to continue the dungeon.
After these words were spoken, Feng Chen and Jizi looked at each other, and then they asked in some confusion.
Brother, why do you want to continue playing dungeons?
I heard that after you complete a dungeon and complete the quest, if you continue to kill monsters in the same dungeon, your experience points will be reduced by 50%.
Feng Chen also heard this news when he was waiting for Jizi to complete the job change task in the main city.
If the same player attacks the same copy multiple times, the experience points will decrease cumulatively with the number of attacks. If you continue to fight monsters after clearing the level, the monster's experience value will drop by 50%. If you enter for the third time, the experience value will become 25%. And so on. In the end you will only gain a few points of experience. In addition to wasting your energy, it is definitely not a wise choice to go to the same dungeon multiple times. Hearing Feng Chen's words, Lin Chen smiled slightly.
How could he not know this matter after living 2 lives?
It's just that he is not interested in experience points at all. What he was interested in were the 80 monsters in the copy. The number of those monsters is much greater than that of the monsters gathered in the wild, but they are treasures that allow him to stack attack power.
Moreover, the dungeon is level 25, and the level of the gods inside is the same as his own. Lin Chen's current physical value is still good.
If time permits, he can enter the dungeon a few more times. After all, if they go all out, he and Shield Mountain can even clear the dungeon in 10 minutes.
I know. Lin Chen smiled and said, you two shouldn't follow me.
Xiaofeng, you're level 23, and Jizi is only level 20.
Your levels aren't very high. Let's go do some side quests first. Feng Chen was stunned. Oh.
Lin Chen paused and continued, I remember the level requirement for the next main quest is level 28, so don't worry, we'll take our time. As he said that, he patted Feng Chen and Jizi on the shoulders, turned around and continued walking towards the portal. Looking at Lin Chen's back, Feng Chen subconsciously glanced at the ladder leaderboard. In addition to the combat power list, the highest level person on the level list has now reached level 32.
Sister, tell me, who is Brother Lin? Brother Feng, you're asking me? Jizi was stunned after hearing this. I don't know how to say it. Feng Chen smiled helplessly.
Lin Chen is only level 25 now, 7 levels away from the highest level player in the land of hunting gods. But when Lin Chen takes off his mask, he can still top the combat power list.
What an exaggeration. Is it possible that a dad holding a rusty iron sword has the highest combat power in the entire hunting god land?
After standing there for a while, Fengchen slowly turned his head to look at Gardenia. He seemed to have made some kind of decision.
Come on, girl, I'll help you level up. Fengchen turned and laughed.
He and Gardenia's levels have already surpassed Lin Chen by a lot. Although he doesn't know Lin Chen's real plan, he is undoubtedly doing this to wait for the two of them to catch up with him.
In this way, he and Gardenia cannot let Lin Chen down. Ah! Gardenia quickly caught up. Aren't you waiting for the captain? Fengchen shook his head. You are wrong.
It is Brother Lin who is waiting for us. We must hurry up and contact Brother Lin after we reach level 28.
I hope we can reach it tonight. The rest of the day passed incredibly long. Fengchen and Jizi had already drunk several bottles of stamina potions in the afternoon.
However, the method of obtaining this kind of recovery potion was a bit harsh, which forced them to be frugal in the end. After completing 2 more side quests, the two were still some distance away from level 28. At this moment, the two were standing in the mission hall of Baiwei City.
After completing the last mission, it was already evening outside.
A look of fatigue gradually appeared on the face of the girl Gardenia, and her physical strength dropped sharply, causing the girl's fatigue to reach a threshold.
Fengchen noticed this and asked immediately. Girl, are you okay? How about we take a break?
After hearing this, Gardenia was stunned and then shook her head repeatedly.
No. I'm still fine.
As she spoke, the girl did not forget to look up at her level.
Level 24. Fengchen in front of him is currently at level 26.
Now that it is getting dark, he doesn't know if he can reach level 28 the next day. But when they opened their friend list, they could still find that Lin Chen was in the copy state.
Fengchen and Jizi looked at each other and saw a hint of bitterness in each other's eyes.
Compared to them, Lin Chen is truly an extremely terrifying person. However, I don't know if it's a side effect of repeatedly entering the same copy, but now the highest level of the ladder has reached level 35, and Lin Chen has only risen 1 level since this morning, reaching level 26.
Sister, don't be too arrogant. I still have a bottle of stamina potion here. What about you? I still have a bottle. Fengchen nodded. Then let's take another task.
However, just as Fengchen turned around to go to an NPC to accept a task, he suddenly saw a group of people walking towards him.
At first, Fengchen and Jizi didn't care, but when these people stood next to Jizi, Fengchen found that something was wrong.
He was still talking to the NPC the moment before, and the next moment he immediately moved his body to block Jizi.
Girl, what's wrong? Fengchen asked vigilantly.
Gardenia shook her head in confusion. I don't know them. Standing at the front of the group of people in front of them was a very gloomy man. The man was wearing a strange outfit with a cloak-like accessory behind him. He also wore a somewhat strange headdress on his head, which looked like a twisted crown, similar to the mask on Fengchen's face.
Fengchen was somewhat unable to see through this person's occupation. When he wanted to check his attributes, some force completely blocked it.
This discovery made Fengchen a little alert. He stared at the group of people and whispered.
Anything? The person on the other side did not answer. The leading man spoke in a low voice, paused slightly, and then spoke. Excuse me, does this girl have a guild?
When these words were spoken, not only Jizi herself, but even Fengchen was slightly stunned. He quickly turned around and exchanged a glance with Gardenia, then answered on behalf of Gardenia, sorry, we don't have a guild, but before he could finish his words, the man interrupted Fengchen and said, in that case, do you want to join our guild? Fengchen's words were still stuck in his throat, but he swallowed them back completely.
Guild? Someone has established a guild so quickly?
According to the rules of the Land of the Hunting God, although the initial establishment of a guild does not have overly exaggerated requirements, it is by no means an easy task. The founder, or the guild leader, must be level 35, have a starting capital of at least 1 gold coin, have a minimum of 12 initial members, and finally, must clear a special dungeon.
All 4 conditions are indispensable. But now everyone is still in the process of groping.
Although there is no level limit for joining the guild, Fengchen was surprised that the guild was established so quickly. This time, without waiting for Fengchen to speak, Zizi immediately shook her head and waved her hands.
Sorry. I don't plan on joining any guild for now, or rather, I don't really want to. If our captain wants to join, I can join too. Hearing Gardenia's refusal, the man didn't get angry, but just muttered softly, Captain? Yes. Gardenia still answered timidly, he is the captain of our fixed team. After a few seconds, the man nodded,